Good morning and welcome to Johnson Valley, California. I am Miles Hasquist and I've got the Fishgistics with me. This is the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers powered by Optimum Batteries. We are about to kick off the Toyo Tires Denver Challenge presented by Monster Energy. Fish, how stoked are you to be here?
Oh, I'm super stoked. This is what it's all about right here. We got perfect weather. We got T1 trucks lined up over there. We got Class 11 cars later. We got everything coming at you today. If you like desert racing, you're going to be stoked today.
So obviously I've been in the King of the Hammers world for a long time, and I was stoked to bring the desert trucks out here and play, but I just don't know them. And I know you know them through and through, so we got the specialist, Fishgistics, going to be playing on the mic all weekend long.
Yeah, we're going to keep everybody posted. We're going to get you guys all the information you want to know, and we're going to have some action starting really soon with these T1 trucks going on line first today for qualifying.
Yeah, it's going to be wild. Today is the Prologue. It's about a 40-mile run, so we're going to give you a little schedule of the run of show for today. At 8 a.m., the Desert Challenge Prologue kicks off, like I said, right about 40 miles. And then at 3:30, the Terra Crew Rush chases down those guys. And right after them, the Class 11 Baja Vita Jerky presented by Impy is going to chase them down. That's a land rush start down on the lake bed. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Then we'll do awards tonight, and then at 6:30 p.m. we have live music on the Monster Energy stage, and we'll have that off and on all weekend long. And Fish, thank you again for coming and hanging out with us. It's going to be great.
Yeah, I can't wait. Let's get this started. Let's throw it back up to Ricky Johnson and Jim Martin in the booth up there.
Sounds good. And now I'm going to let you head up there too. So Ricky, Jim, it's your show. Fish, head on up there, buddy.
All right.
Thank you very much, Miles and Jim Marsden. You've made the trip all the way over from Great Britain, and we are here. It is happening again. We had King of the Motos last week, unbelievable. Tristan Hart won that event, but now is the Desert Challenge.
It is. It's so good to be back here in Hammertown, Ricky. Just look outside. The sun is shining. It's blinding us as we stand here in our booth, but it's just fantastic. It's perfect weather for racing. We just need a little bit more wind, and it's going to be epic.
You took the words right out of my mouth. We're missing one thing for a great desert race, and for spectators, it's absolutely perfect. The flag's 0 wind right now, but also we can see the dust starting to hang. So even though they're separating everybody for this prologue, that dust could still play a huge factor.
Absolutely. Now let's talk about what we're actually going to be doing today, because today is the prologue for the desert classes, and we've got multiple classes out there on the track, but of course it's the T1s that everyone wants to come and see. They're the big guns. They're the guys that are packing up to 1,000+ horsepower. It's going to be awesome.
But you got to remember, last year's T2 winner, Christopher Pavardi, was 2nd overall. So those things, they're the little motor that can, and they're very fast. And now they've upped them to 40-inch tires, so they are basically just one step below the trophy trucks, which I think some of these guys with the trophy truck or the T1s have so much motor, it's hard to get it to the ground.
Absolutely. Now, let's talk about this T2 class, because this is a class that's been evolving over the last few years. Only a few years ago, there were 37-inch tyres, they had a locked motor, all of those things. Now that class is growing. And coming and joining us in the booth now, we've got Fish. Fish, how are you doing today, mate?
Oh, it's awesome. It's a little cold, but it's going to warm up.
Yeah, my fingers are gone already.
So we're gonna have the three amigos or the three stooges, however you want to look at us today. But you are going to be the one that's giving us all the statistics on the maps as far as everything going on, the different shots and stuff like that. So give us a little background on everything you're going to be doing.
Starting with here, probably the ones you see right here in front of us. These are the T1 trucks out here. This is what everybody comes out here to see. These things have all the horsepower, unlimited, all the budget. You know a little bit about these two.
A little bit about that, and that's the thing that it's 2 and 4-wheel drive, whatever you want. It's unlimited. If you want to bring a rocket ship, put it under the hood, it is legal.
And we're going to go to the limited classes, which are going to be later in the day. So we have the V2 class. That is a desert limited buggy. It's basically your class 10 car, along with the 6200 class. If you don't know what the 6200 class is, it's basically a class 1 unlimited buggy with a spec motor in it. So they have the same spec motor that the T2 trucks have in there. And then behind them we have the B3, which is basically the UTVs. All the UTVs are in the same class here. So we got the B3s. which will be the UTVs later. Behind them, we have the B4s, which are a combination of a bunch of different classes here. We have Class 9, Class 16, Class 5, Class 5 Unlimited, and Class 12. It's basically a bunch of buggy classes with limited motor and limited suspension. We have the T3, which is a desert 4-cylinder motor, limited suspension such as a Trophy Light or a Baja Light. And then we have T4, which is a desert stock class such as stock Mini, 7F, and basically an OEM stock truck like a Raptor or something like that would be in that class, the T4 class. And here's the one we were talking about first, the unlimited class, the big boys, the T1, the Desert Unlimited truck. Unlimited everything. As much money as you want to throw at that thing, go for it. T2 is limited. It's basically the same chassis as a T1, but you have a spec motor. Also, it would be a 7200 truck and then a Jeep Speed Unlimited, which used to be a Pro truck back in the day, and now they've kind of converted them to be in a Jeep Speed class. That T2 class has the most entries, one of the most entries out here, and I think that's going to be the class to watch today. That class is going to be super exciting. There's going to be a lot of close racing in that class with just having the spec engine. Nobody has a real advantage on the spec engine. It comes down to how good your truck is set up and how good of a driver you are. So I'm excited for that.
Absolutely, there's so many classes out there. It's great to see this event growing year on year on year. I mean, what is this now? I believe this is our 5th year of desert racing out here in Hammers.
Yeah.
And every year it just gets better and better.
Yep.
Now
and
let's talk.
there's the B1s also, which are out here. So we have the B1s, that's the unlimited buggy. Basically, if you don't like the trucks and you want to drive a buggy, throw as much money at it as you want, that's your B1 class. That's what we're looking at out here. And the 4400s would also race in that class if they wanted to race today.
Absolutely. No, and that's all about getting seat time, and that's all about getting out there on that track and finding out a few things before the main race, which of course is next Saturday.
Yep.
Alrighty, guys, we will be right back with the 2023 King of the Hammers Desert Challenge. We'll be right back.
Racing against your dad is something that 90% of the racers in the world will never get.
I've accomplished everything I wanted to do, and now he's just like taking the reins. I want to be remembered for being a huge part of short course, not just racing, keeping it alive, helping it grow. If it comes down to the last weekend and I'm in it, the boys better watch out.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome back to the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge. I am here. This is Ricky Johnson. It is a wonderful day out in Johnson Valley, California. I have all the way from Great Britain, Jim Marsden. Jim, it is going to be an unbelievable race. We talked a little bit earlier. We need a little bit more wind for the racers, but for the spectators, unbelievable.
Absolutely perfect, Ricky. It's absolutely perfect, Ricky. Apart from that wind, as you were saying, but we've got 28 T1s going out there, first of all. But let's not forget, this is the prologue today. So this is all about setting the starting order for the main race tomorrow.
Well, just like at Daytona and everywhere, all the NASCAR races that we see, you qualify for your starting position. as you're looking down on the infield, they have done an unbelievable job grooming it, keeping the water down and stuff like that. But all of that dust that you're seeing in the horizon is from the people driving in or the people moving around the campsites. So we haven't even started the race trucks yet, but we're getting lined up. But if it was my choice, I'd want to be the first one off because now I have a clean slate. I can run wherever I want. It might be just a little bit muddy, so maybe second or third.
Well, let's just have a look at the short course here. It's a complete change this year, totally different to what we've seen in previous years. Now, last year, we had the Herbst corner, where we saw one of the Herbst corners roll not once, but twice. Are we going to see that again this year? Is there going to be drama in the infield?
Well, you could see that they've done a great job with the berms and the transitions forward and back. They are going to be running a short course race here as well next week. So this is not just for the Hammers, King of the Hammers and the Desert Challenge. It's also for its own individual GAS, which is the Great American Short Course Series as well. So this course right now looks unbelievable. And as I said, maybe you want to go second or third to see where that mud is.
Yeah, and let's not forget, this Prologue course isn't just about the short course and the infield that we see here. It's a 40-mile loop around some of the worst terrain that you can possibly find in Johnson Valley. So these vehicles are going to be getting up to speeds of over 100 mile an hour in places and right down to crawling through those rocks, trying to avoid hitting tires.
Well, and now I can't agree with you more, but let's talk a little bit about the players. Starting first is remember that Herbst corner that we talked about? But we got Tim Herbst, he's the first driver out, as well as we got Kyle Jurgensen, last year's winner, and then also we got the Gomez brothers out there as well with Raul and JP. So a big star-studded field, as well as Ryan Arciero, Casey Curry, the list goes on, Tracy Graff, and also Ralph Holland. So a lot of great guys, a lot of different vehicles, Jim. So let's talk about that. Some have 2, some have 4. There has been a little bit of Achilles heel with the all-wheel drive, but when it comes down to speed, nothing's faster than an all-wheel drive.
This is very true, but last year it was a 2-wheel drive that won. It was Kyle Jurgensen, of course, and he just took it to them. He gave them an absolute masterclass of what that Brenthal car can do. So who's your money on? Now, obviously, we've got Ryan Arciero out there this year. Now, this guy's a big hitter. He's got a huge pace. We've seen him out there at the front end of so many events over the years, but he's had bad luck. He's not always been able to bring it to the finish line. Can he do it here?
Well, I agree with you. So Kyle Jurgensen is now in an all-wheel drive. He's done a great job. Brenthal have done a good job getting those vehicles out. There's a couple of them out there, faster and faster, but it's always something small. It's like a seal blows in the diff or something like that. It's not these catastrophic failures because the King of the Hammers guys and the Ultra 4 guys have upped that game and made U-joints and CVs and everything so we can put more horsepower to the all-wheel drive than we have before. But will it live? So it's going to be 2 versus 4. Ryan Arciero with that motor that runs so fast. We've seen it go over 150 miles an hour on a dry lake bed in 2-wheel drive versus Kyle Jurgensen, who's got that all-wheel drive. What's going to pay off?
And the other one we've got to talk about here is tyres. Johnson Valley is unforgiving on black rubber. We all know that. There's little rocks that jump out on the corners at you. It's all about those millimetric precision, or inch precision, should we say, over here, getting around those corners and making sure you stay clean. Because we all know, if you get a flat tyre out here, it's going to really hurt your race.
I'm going to translate for the Americans. Millimetric. That is a
I
tight
spun it to
spot. No, but so I'll be translating from Great British to English to English.
Let's not forget, it's 2 nations divided by the same language.
Exactly.
Indeed.
Exactly. So yes, we're gonna have some fun up here, and I'm looking forward to this. And you can see everybody is raring to go, but it is still really cold outside. So the guys have to make sure that they get the vehicles warm, that they're warm. When they go out, so that they can put the best foot forward. Welcoming to the booth back is Fish. You've been out there doing some homework.
Yeah.
Anybody that we should know about, or anything that we should know about? We've been talking about Kyle Jurgensen, Ryan Arciero, the Gomez brothers, and going on. But tell us a little bit more about what's happening.
Yeah, it's kind of a mix of people out there. You know, you have so some people. This is a race that they're going to have somebody else ride with them, give them a chance to ride with them. We have a father-daughter out there, actually, just walked around. The dad's driving, daughter's going to ride with them. So that's pretty cool. So a lot of different stuff to watch. We got Australians here. We have people from all over the world here. So it's going to be quite a mix. We got Raul Gomez, JP Gomez. That's always a big rivalry between them two. You know, they got a side bet on who's going to beat each other in this race for sure, right?
And when you watch with them, I think this is more about them getting ready for next week as well.
Yeah.
You know, we also got Shreddy out there in his trophy bug as well. So a lot of great personality and vehicle types, as I'm going to say it.
Yeah, I mean, you got a lot of people, like you said, that are out here for a week or two. They're doing multiple different races. So this is the first race out here for cars. You know, the motos were last weekend, obviously, but this is the first chance to get out in a four-wheel vehicle, do some kind of racing is this weekend, and then a lot of them are racing the UTV race next week, and then some of them are racing the 4400 race.
Well, and it was great for the motos to have their own weekend, because for them, what they were trying to squeeze them in after, and the courses were so beat up in the desert section. So what it was great last week, Tristan Hart was able to win, Cody Webb second, and those guys had a dice going on all day long, bringing in some of the other guys, but those two were the class act. But back to it, watching the lake bed fill up with all these vehicles is unbelievable. I mean, as far as sponsors and everything like that, if you're close to anywhere in Southern California, you need to come check this out. It doesn't matter if you come on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Monday through Monday. Always something happening.
There's something going on every day. It's either qualifying with the Prologue, or qualifying, racing, all kinds of different stuff.
All right, so as you're watching over Johnson Valley, you see that dust haze. We need a little bit of wind to help us out. But right now, let's take a look back at last week at the SRT King of the Motos.
King of the Motos winner, Tristan Hart.
Welcome back to the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. I'm Ricky Johnson along with Fish, the man from Fishgistics, as long as Jim Marsden. We got Miles. We have all kinds of people out there that you're going to be meeting throughout the weekend. And right now, it is about 40 degrees. It's warming up. As soon as the sun hit the lake bed, it's getting warmer and warmer all the time. It was down to 29 first thing this morning, so hopefully those guys all have antifreeze. Fishgistics.
Yeah, I hope they put their trucks up on a jack this morning and warmed that rear end up for a little bit too. That's tough on those gears. You go straight from freezing to full power.
Well, and Jim Mars, I'm going to talk about that as well. When it comes to the driver, they're going to go from sitting in the car, breathing, to 100%. Basically, like a 40-mile drag race. So what does a driver have to do mentally to get ready for this?
It's all about preparation as well, you know, Ricky. You've been here yourself, but you've also got to think about the weather, as you're saying. You're going to be sitting on the start line. It is 40 degrees. It is freezing cold. When you start hitting speeds of over 40 miles an hour, your hands are on the steering wheel. You're going to be running your hands to the bottom, try and keep them warm.
Yep.
You might be wearing a second pair of gloves underneath your actual racing gloves themselves, and you might even throw a jacket over the top. We're going to see some of those guys doing that because it is so cold out there on the lake bed. Now, you were saying about starting early on this race being a fantastic thing to get clear air. However, there's always that train of thought that starting a little bit later, once the temperatures are up, it's more comfortable for the driver, and therefore you can be a faster driver.
And right now, the sun is right in their eyes, so it's going to be depending on where they go and all the different stuff, but that sun coming down and then hitting that dust is going to blind some of the guys. I did see Kyle Jurgensen and his co-driver both with dark shields on. They're anticipating that sun being in their face. I'm not a big fan of tinted shields just because I like to stay true to what the ground is. That's the way my mind identifies, and that's what I always did in motocross and supercross. But I have found that those rose tinted or the slightly yellow help you see through the dust.
Absolutely. Even blue tinted can really help you find those shadows out on course. I'm like you. I like to be absolutely clear, crystal clear on my lenses when I'm racing, so I get that true look, but it doesn't work for everyone. You're quite right. We're probably going to see some of the drivers here also wearing sunglasses underneath their helmets as they're trying to find that absolute golden mark.
So Fish, we're going to... This race, everybody has said it. It's unbelievable what Hammer Productions and Dave Cole has put together. How we're watching off-road racing. It started out that we would send a telegraph from La Paz back to California to who won the Baja 1000. Now the world is watching us live as it's happening.
Yeah, this is epic for sure. And I think we have an interview with Emmy real quick coming up, and then we're going to get back to these T1s. We see him lining up right here. We're only a few minutes away from the start. So let's go see what Emmy has to say.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Tim Herbst. He is the first vehicle off the line. Tim, can I hold your hand? Just because it's so cold out here.
You can hold my hand anytime. It is a little nippy, but we're going to get warmed up here pretty quick.
So how did you guys draw this great position straight off the line? No dust, nothing.
You know, I'm not sure how we did. I don't know if our guy sent Dave a bunch of flowers or what happened, but we're very fortunate to have the first off the line. We'll take it any time, especially with the dust the way it's sitting out there. Even though we got 5 minutes between each truck, I think some dust is going to be sitting there.
So if you win this whole thing, what are you going to do with this massive purse, Tim? Oh, you're going to buy me a race car? Oh, thanks. You're so generous.
Maybe, hopefully we'll take everybody to dinner and spend a little money that way and try to get ready for the next race. But yeah, we got to start this thing before we can finish it. So, and it's going to be challenging. A lot of great trucks out here, and you know, it's King of the Hammers. Anything can happen, and we're excited to be here.
Now, Tim, you're in the T1 class, so that's unlimited suspension, unlimited engine. What do you like the most about this vehicle that you're driving?
You know, just to be able to drive it, everything about it. We got a Gibbs motor in here and an X-Track gearbox, and a lot of new stuff that we're trying for this year, for the season. And it's been a pleasure to drive it, testing it. We ran it in the 1000, the Baja 1000, and had a couple little issues, but we think we've got them ironed out for the 2023 season.
Now, we've heard that this course today is going to be really fast. Do you have any predictions, any goals for what you want your average lap speed to be?
You know, no, I bet it's going to be over 60 miles an hour for sure, and we just want to keep it right side up and let it run, you know, let it go free, and you know, just have a good clean day. But we're going to have to be on top of it because there's a lot of guys behind us that we don't want to get accordioned up, so we need to run.
Yeah, exactly. Well, listen, I'm so excited to see you guys here. There's so many electronics that are happening here. I love it. Thank you so much for the interview. Good luck out there. Live show, back to you guys. We'll get another interview for you in a minute.
All right, Emmy, awesome job. Thank you so much for that. Hopefully we get invited to that Herbst dinner that they're going to go, because if they win this thing, that's going to be a pretty nice spread.
Yeah. And, one of the other guys that's out here that I saw coming back this year was the defending B2 champion from last year, Chase Warren. I saw him back out here, and I think we're going to take a quick look at some highlights from last year of Chase Warren.
Yeah, I'm Chase Warren. We're out of Hammertown, here to race King of the Hammer. Our mindset is really always going in to win. Coming off a win last year, I don't think any more pressure. We're just here to do it again. Back-to-back championship would be awesome. We won qualifying the last 2 years. Unfortunately, we had some mechanicals early on the first year, so we came back the next and won qualifying and led the race wire to wire, and we're going to come out here and try to do the same. It's the biggest stage we got in off-road racing right now. Such a cool event. Combine it with all the other types of racing going on out here. Cool of Dave Cole to give us a special little spot. It seems to be growing every year, and it's the place to be now. It's a blast being out here. All the spectators make it a really special event. There's nothing else like it in off-road. Mexico has great fans as well. We don't really get it mostly stateside, so to come here and have family and friends out camping out is a great time. I'd say we're a pretty grassroots, family-operated team. We got some good sponsors, BF Goodrich, Raceline Wheels, Baja Designs, and Fox Shocks. We race stateside and down in Mexico and just have a good time doing it. Raced motocross as a child, and we eventually made our way into four-wheel vehicles. Raced the Work Series, started doing Best in Desert, score races, and as soon as KOH opened up to letting us in here, we came out here. I like the roughest races possible. The bigger the whoops, the faster, the better. The tight tactical stuff, kind of take it or leave it, but the fast, rough stuff is where we shine, I think. It is hard. It's a huge effort. It's a ton of work getting out of here. It's a ton of money. Just the competition, and it's just so much fun to drive. There's nothing like it on earth. That's why we're here.
I think the Class 10 is probably the driver's class because you have to run it like a 125 two-stroke. You got to keep that motor revving and keep it up on the pipe the whole time. But right now, Emmy is down with JP Gomez to give us another inside look on what's happening on the starting line. Emmy, take it.
All right, everyone, I'm here with JP Gomez in the number 18 truck. And JP, I got to ask, are you going to kick your brother's butt today?
That's the only reason why I came down to race today. No, it's we just got to be smart out there. This first section's a little rocky, so don't blow a tire there. And go out there and go as fast as I can. This thing hauls ass. I love it.
Now, who has made this truck? Who's your fabricator?
This is a Geyser truck, but Josh with jewelry, off-road jewelers, he does all the prep on it, and obviously a Gomez Brothers racing team that backs everything. So yeah, it's ready to go.
Now, is your brother in the same type of vehicle? I mean, is he in the same fabricator, same Geyser vehicle?
Yeah, his is it's a G1, but it's updated kind of like this. So I mean, it's basically the same truck. Mine does have a little more horsepower, so he always gives me shit about it. So I do have to beat him.
Oh yeah, you definitely do. If you have more power, you don't have any excuse, exactly. JP. No excuse. All right. Well, listen, I want to know, do you have any like pre-race like traditions that you have to do before a race?
I definitely play Eye of the Tiger at the start line and in the morning. Yes, I do. Every race, no matter what. And then, yeah, I mean, just 2 cups of coffee and nothing to eat every race morning. I don't know, and that's about it. And we do a little prayer. The guy wins around, I do a little prayer every race. So.
Well, yeah, you got to pray to something higher above than you to make sure that you can get this massive vehicle out through all of this desert here at King of the Hammers. It's always a miracle when I see you guys come through.
Thank you. It is. It's a battle. It's, you know, you and the truck versus the desert and the competitors. So it's a mind game. I mean, you can't go balls to the wall out there. You break your stuff. But if you go too slow, why are we here? So you have to have a balance.
Exactly. You can't be checkers or wreckers, right? You got to be smart and take thoughtful risks. Well, listen, JP, I'm so stoked for you guys. Secretly, I'm rooting for you. So don't tell Raul that, even though I'm saying this on live TV. But good luck, you guys. Have fun. That's the most important thing. And yeah, kick some butt out there.
All right. Thank you. I want to say thanks to my wife. I don't know if she's a recorder or not, but I love her, and my kids are my biggest fans. So go out there and make them proud.
Oh, look at that. Offered such a family sport. All right, you got to go. Have fun. All right, JP Gomez in the number 18 truck. Big rivalry there between him and his brother. But for now, we are going to take it right back to the stage.
Okay, here we are, and we are off the start. Look at this. The very first car is heading on out, and it's one of the terrible Herbsts.
All right, we see Tim Herbst going there. He's made it through Herbst's corner. Should be good. But Fish, also let the people know that they can go from screen to screen. They can go from watching this over to tracking, to mapping, to everything. So give us a little history on what's going on as we're watching Tim Herbst start the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy.
Yeah, we're looking at the 19. That is Tim Herbst with Jason Montez there from the Herbst Smith Fabrication team, riding with him, making their way through. And if you want to check out the tracking, Racing Tracks has the tracking. Just go to kingofthehammers.com. It should be linked from there, and you can see where they are. Once they go out of the infield here, you can keep an eye on them. It tells you the speed, tells you where they are, keeps you posted. Today they're going to be spread out. They're doing 5-minute starts. So if you're watching the start today, it's going to be 5 minutes between the T1s.
Jim, I'm going to say you were right. I'm watching Tim Herbst as he's sliding around. They've done a great job packing the sand down and getting so the water absorbs. But we saw Tim Herbst almost go off the track, so it's a little muddy the first run.
It is indeed, and this is going to be the difference between these two-wheel drive vehicles and these four-wheel drive vehicles. This is clearly a two-wheel drive vehicle. I believe this is a Geyser chassis, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, no, this is a Herbst chassis. So you got the Herbst chassis, and you're going to see a bunch of those out here today. So there's different manufacturers. We got Masons for a lot of people running those in the all-wheel drive. But now I think what that was to give Tim Herbst. We see Dave Cole out there to let him know to check out the course to see how muddy it is before they start. But honestly, that's the luck of the draw or the bad luck of the draw. If you draw number one, so we don't exactly know what's happening right now. But it looked like Tim Herbst went out. Did a parade lap, and then now we're starting back over again. So we're a little confused as well, people. We thought he was starting his line, and so we apologize for that. But hey, it is going to be a work in progress. We're going to be working on this all week long, and but right now we see Tim Herbst has gone and now stopped. So did that help him, Jim, or did that get him all fired up and now he's got the adrenaline going?
Well, I think maybe there's a small navigational error there. He was supposed to peel off the short course and disappear out on his desert loop. He clearly didn't do that. He's come back round to the start, so let's see what happens now. It's up to race ops whether they give him a second chance or whether he's going to be stacked at the back of the pack.
Very good point. So he's like, wow, that was a short loop. So I didn't know I could do 40 miles so quick.
Yes, and as we're sitting here, we're watching him. He'll be getting ready to go. Race ops will be making some decisions. Obviously, everything's on time, but we are flexible here in Hammertown. We can make on-the-fly decisions, and he's off the line again. So here goes Tim Herbst, making his way out onto the 40-kilometer loop, and hopefully not the 1-kilometer loop he just did.
That's right. All right, now we have an interview. Emmy's got another interview. So Emmy, take it away with one of the drivers.
All right, I'm here with probably my favorite vehicle out here and one of the best drivers, Blake Wilkie. Blake, what is happening with this? This is like a Volkswagen Bug on steroids.
First ever trophy truck Bug that me and my partner Kevin built in-house in our small shop in San Diego.
I mean, what size tires are these? 40s?
They are 40s, yeah. I mean, if you're not running 40s, you're not semi-competitive.
And what's in the rear? I know this is not an air-cooled motor.
No, it's a LS supercharged car, and we did a transmission swap last night till 4 in the morning, running on 2 hours of sleep, and we're gonna go see what happens.
Blake, you are gonna do awesome. You need to get in this vehicle right now. The staging guy's getting mad at me. So listen, have a great time, take thoughtful risks. We'll see you at the finish line. You guys, look at this vehicle. How crazy is this? I love to see a little bit of that Volkswagen heritage coming right here to King of Hammers at the Toyo Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. Whoa, listen to that, LS. I love it so much. Thanks so much, you guys. Back to the stage.
Thank you very much, Emmy. Emmy getting very excited there, talking to Blake Wilkie. Now, it's people like Blake who really do bring that extra edge. They're bringing other people from other sports into our desert racing, into our off-road family, and that's great to see.
You got to keep it shreddy, as he says. And you know what? This guy looks like Spicoli from Fast Times at Ridgemont High. But you know what? I've talked with my son, Luke Johnson, about this. He's very calculated in what he does, how he does it. He's a great fabricator, and he does a lot of really cool stuff. As we're watching Tim Herbst as he heads out. As you can see, the dust is hanging a little bit. So right now the guys did get a chance to pre-run this course, to put their own notes as they go, but there's a pretty good sized gap between each driver.
Yeah, we're going 5 minutes today, so 5 minutes starts. That way it gives everybody a fair shot. Last year it was we had a lot of people catching each other, so they stretched out a little bit. This year they gave them 5 minutes. Hopefully everybody has clean air. Hopefully the wind picks up a little bit, because that would help too. You can see right here there is a lot of rocks. Look at those rocks in that course. There's a lot of rocks that got chewed up on that section.
And that's what Blake was talking about, that everybody has gone to the 40-inch tire, and that seems to be the balance. A long time ago, the guys from Cops ran a 42, but it was just too big, and it was too hard to slow down and too hard to keep it, too lethargic to get accelerated. So they found the 40 combination of what they like, as we're watching Tim Herbst as he starts to work his way through. But that shredding vehicle on 37s actually, so that's going to be a tough deal.
The last 2 days too. So this course has been deteriorating really fast. I know I went out on there on Monday or Tuesday, and the course looked nothing like it did yesterday when I went out there. There were some big holes already out there.
And here we have another Herbst truck, but looks completely different. It's got that old school look, like the old Ford pickup truck. That's Bernard Steinman from People's Racing, along with his buddy Cruffy in the right seat. He had a big get-off in Vegas to Reno last year, because they had to change some of the course. They didn't have everything marked. He trusted a blind rise. If I could throw that out to anybody that's racing off-road, if you're new to this, do not trust a blind rise if you don't have it marked. Always assume something bad is on the other side. As we're watching, getting ready for Bernard Steinman in that Herbst-built truck with that big Gibbs motor. So
well, this is actually their other truck. This is the Russell truck. They just rebuilt this truck, and it has a little bit of everything on it. So they just rebuilt it. This one has a small block Ford in it, but it's going to be exciting. They got that old school throwback body on there. It looks a little different than anything else out here, so it's going to be fun to see. Those guys, like you said, they've had a few times. If you were going to place a bet on the one most likely to end up on their roof today, I'm going to put it on them. Not being mean, but just they're either checkers or wreckers, and we're going to see which way it goes today.
You're not being mean, but you're stating facts. And so,
Yeah.
but I want to throw a shout out to Bernard, because he's one of my students, and he learns very well. But the problem with a lot of people, including myself and almost every driver I know, as you get faster, you start to build confidence, and the next thing you know, you get the door slammed on you, and that's what happened to Bernard Steinman in the Vegas to Reno last year. So we see him get ready to go. He's got that old school look, but let's see how his back is doing and how well that's going to play out, because this course, even this short course, is very, very rough, because the guys did a lot of pre-running.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, the last 2 days it was open pre-running out here. They went around. A lot of these guys are pre-running in race trucks nowadays too. You know, they have a T2 that they pre-run in if they're racing T1. So really, they're almost pre-running in exactly what you see right here when they're out there.
Well, Jim, we're getting started as we see Bernard Steinman as he starts to go. He can use the tracks that he sees that Tim Herbst laid down in front of him, see where he's pushing off. Now he's got to make sure he veers off to the left, gets over there. Now he's into the Desert Challenge, pinch that corner a little bit, and that's the thing that's going to get you, is that sidewall bite, Jim, is cutting that sidewall.
It is, and you were saying earlier about whether you want to be one of the first cars out or one of the later cars out. The thing with being one of the earlier cars out, those side ruts are not going to be so deep, so though your sidewall is going to be a little bit more protected, and you can take a little bit more risk. But this is all about brutality out there this morning. It's a 40-mile loop. You've really got to lay it down if you want to be on the front row tomorrow morning.
Well, and that's... It goes back and forth. Do you hurt your vehicle? And that's the thing. 40 miles it's kind of like a 10K for runners. It's like, oh, that's not that far. It's 6.2 miles. I'm just going to run it as fast as I can. You get to the third mile, and you're sucking wind. So it's as we're watching Bernard Steinman as he works his way through, you can see completely different than that short course. And as you said, Jim, it could go to your favor or against your commercial or against yourself, because either are the guys knocking the rocks out of the way, or are they knocking them into the rut?
Absolutely, and you can already see how burnt in this track is from the pre-running that's already there. But look at the size of the rocks on the side of the track. If you just put one wheel wrong, there are rocks the size of footballs that are going to take you out, and there's no mercy on this track.
Well, I want to give it to the guys at People's Racing. They've done a lot of work on this truck, and it looks like it's handling it extremely well. Popping the nose up, keeping everything going, and Bernard is doing a great job, him and his buddy Cruffy. And that's the thing about off-road, what's different than all of the racing, is that a lot of these guys bring their friends out. And Cruffy and Bernard have been friends since high school. And now they're out there doing it together. And obviously he didn't scare Cruff too much at that big crash.
Yeah, no, it's great to see him out here and just look at the pace. As you say, this car is really handling very, very well.
Well, and they did a great call. I want to give it to the guys out here at Hammer Production. Oh, he got over the top. Now lose a little bit of time.
I'm telling you, this is a good one to keep the camera on.
Exactly. Exactly. But look how fast. Sorry to talk over the top of your face, but look how fast he is going. I'll bet if you track that Gibbs motor, he's probably running in the neighborhood of 150 miles an hour. So I've driven Ryan Arciero's truck, which is a Herb's truck with that motor. I got to 150 at Soggy Dry Lake, which is right over the hill, and I'm not joking. It was still pulling, so I was afraid to go any faster.
Yeah, that's pretty fast. And you know, this course, here's a hard right. This is the hard right. This is going to take you over to the backside of the full course. So this section that they're on right here is the only section that you don't run in the race. This is just to connect the loop to make the loop come back around for 40 miles.
Well, and as a driver, this is the place where you love to be. You can see how fast he's almost flying as he goes across there, and he's actually driving away from the helicopter. The helicopter's doing the best that he can to stay with him, and this is perfect helicopter weather. It's no wind and really cold, so it helps him keep his speed up, but you can see he has to use the zoom to get him back in the mix. But to finish my thought, this is that perfect place. You're not thinking about bills, you're not thinking about any problems, you are thinking about survival and how fast Tim Herbst is going.
Yeah. And the Herb showed up with a brand new helicopter too. Did you see their brand new helicopter? They got a brand new A-Star with a shot over camera on it. They're going big. This is the unlimited class, and they're going to get some epic footage this year, that's for sure.
We were talking about it earlier. When Tim Herbst is out there on track at the moment, and you can imagine how bitterly cold it is. These have open cabs, these vehicles, so the wind is coming straight through you. And at 150 mile an hour, it is bright and it is sharp, and your hands are getting cold. You'll be putting your hands at the bottom of the steering wheel, trying to look after your fingers.
Well, and I mean, he is flying right now. The pace that he's got, just jumping from jump to jump. That's where you have your co-driver telling you, clear, clear, go, go, go. So you got the Herbst helicopter on the other side, probably getting a great shot of our helicopter that's doing the live shot. That might be Stevie Wright in the Living the Dream helicopter as well.
If you said, how do I describe desert racing? That shot we just saw there was it in a nutshell. Absolute perfection.
And I did just see going around the corner here a second ago, the current king getting ready to head out today. He's headed up to the start line, Gomez. He's going to be coming up to the start pretty soon here. A couple seconds. Here he is. There's the current king.
Yeah, in 4400 last year as Raul Gomez in his brand new Joe Thompson built UFO car. But today he's on different duties. Today it's desert racing. And that is Cameron Steele's old car.
Well, and let's clarify that he's the current king of the Hammers.
Absolutely.
Kyle Jurgensen is the king of the Desert Challenge from last year, but Raul Gomez is getting faster and faster, and I think he's becoming more of a rounded driver as well as JP because they're driving both. So I think one is helping the other.
I think he was able to take the skills that he's found in desert racing over to 4400 last year, and I think that was one of the main reasons, or one of the reasons, that he was able to put together such a good run and take home the checkered flag. But they've been working on this vehicle in the Gomez garages and just trying to get every last little bit of detail out of it. Doing a fantastic job so far.
Well, and that's the thing, everyone thinks, oh, you have a GPS, you're just going to follow it. But if you notice, we have a lot of trails that veer slightly to the left, slightly to the right. And that's where when you're marking your GPS, your co-driver has to tell you, stay right, stay left. And that's because you can see so many different tracks that move one way or the other. But right now, Raul looks like he's a little bit of kick in the back, so the rebound a little bit fast on that Geyser Brothers truck. But they'll go that way for traction. But it seems like it's hurting him in these slow G outs.
He has Sergio Garcia riding in there with him today, so that's his co-driver in the number 90. So Sergio is trying to get Raul through here. Just keep it clean is probably what he's telling him right now. There's a lot of big rocks right there. You know, and how long do you think it takes to change a tire nowadays? Some of these guys can do it in 1 minute, right? What's the average tire change?
I'm going to say the average tire change is going to be about 3 minutes.
So you hit one rock right there. It's going to cost you 3 minutes on your time today. So it really makes a big difference for tomorrow. You do not want to have any problems today.
Alrighty, as we're watching Raul on the top and Tim Herbst getting close to the finish. I mean, he's working his way back in. We have Emmy with another interview. So, Emmy, let us know what you got.
You know, the drivers get all the glory here, but really the co-drivers are an integral part of getting a truck across the line. And I'm here with Ryan Roller, but Ryan, you said that you're usually a driver. This is like one of your first times navigating?
This actually is my very first time navigating. I usually have a steering wheel in front of me, and now I have a screen with a bunch of buttons on it.
Okay, well, take me through some of these buttons. Let's see if we can tell the folks at home how you guys do this.
All right, well, basically it's just a touch screen. You know, you just scroll around and get your scale right, and then we just got all these marks. We take all these notes before the race. You know, the blue ones are rocks, red ones are obstacles. We got our speeds. We got our little thing up here for all our icons, and you just kind of drive as fast as you can.
Okay, well, how are you going to keep this driver in control so that you guys don't cut a tire on some of those nasty rocks out there?
Well, the problem with me being a driver, not a navigator, is I probably actually tell him to go too fast. So we had this conversation about how I need to tell him to be conservative in the rocky sections instead of telling him to go faster.
Well, listen, I'm really glad that this is going to be your first time navigating. I mean, the co-drivers here are really an integral part. You guys got to get out. I mean, if you guys get a flat tire, you know it's all on you, right?
Absolutely it is, yeah. It's kind of going to have to break a sweat today, maybe.
Well, hopefully your driver will make sure that he runs a clean race. Just do your best. You guys have fun, and remember, you're going to mess up at one point, and he's going to mess up at one point, so forgive each other. Have a good time. That's what it's all about. I'm stoked for you. I want to see you cross the finish line. All right, you guys. That's right. Remember, people too. Back to the stage.
Thank you so much, Emmy. And Jim, you got some... Oh, I'm sorry about that. Thank you so much, Emmy. Jim, you got some information, but they should have given him like a play steering wheel or something over there just so he could think that he's doing something because, you know, as they say, there's no I in team, but there isn't driver. So going from the right seat to go from the left seat to the right seat is very difficult when it comes to a guy that's driven everything.
Yeah, that's tough.
Just watching the cars now as they're out on course. We've got 3 vehicles out there now on this 40-mile loop. Tim Herbst is a little over halfway and be making his way back towards Hammertown, and we'll be able to get some kind of idea what pace these guys are going to be laying down. A little while ago we saw Ryan Arciero just rolling past the booth. Is he going to be the man to watch out there today, or is it going to be Carl Jurgensen?
Well, right now I think we really got to watch Tim Herbst. I mean, he had an unbelievable pace. You could actually, a lot of times, cameras and video take away speed. You even watch the Indy 500, you're like, wow, they're really not going that fast. But how fast Tim Herbst was going, he was laying it down. As we're watching, I'm sorry, that's Greg Nunley as he takes off another Herbst chassis out there. He's getting faster and faster all the time. He's one of those drivers that it's kind of new to the sport.
Yeah, he's getting better equipment.
He's in awesome equipment now. And now what's great about that is that he basically gets to work off of Tim Herbst as well as Ryan Arciero's chassis setups.
Yeah, definitely having a lot of the same chassis, the same truck setups coming from the same shop. You can get stuff like that. It makes it easier for the guys that don't have as much time to get a full team and go do everything themselves. They can kind of, like you said, go off people that have already done it and kind of know the setup already.
Well, and Jim, we have 27 T1s. I mean, that is a pretty healthy field. We have 3 of the B1s as far as the buggy, the Class 1 cars, as well as 34 T2s. So very, very strong T1 field and T2 field.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. 5 years ago, if you'd said that we got 27, 28 T1s, you'd go, no way. That would have been seen as massive, yet here we are at King of the Hammers, and it's fantastic that Dave Cole's been able to bring desert racing here to King of the Hammers, and just look at how the desert racing community is responding. 28 T1s, it's amazing.
Well, and as you're watching Nunley work his way through, he looks like he's having a little bit of trouble navigating the rocks because they are so intimidating. They don't look like much up here. They look like a baseball, but basically they're Volkswagen size. I mean, some of them are about a foot, 4 foot in size. or a meter, however you want to put it. But yeah, as we're watching the split screen, Nunley on the left and Bernard Steinman still rolling.
Still
forward.
going.
It still has all the body panels on,
panels.
so we want to give it to Bernard Steinman and the People's Racing. And yeah, we're going to make some jokes and have fun with people, but when it comes to that, these guys have really stepped up that older truck and looking really strong out there.
Well, that's why they got the number too. So no matter which way they are, it's the same number.
I just thought it was funny. I thought it was cool.
Yeah.
Take you back from the movie The Goon. Kid 69 is hilarious. And that's also Jim Marsden's number. So there you go. Lucky 69. I'll leave it at that.
And just, looking at the tracker, every time I've clicked on one of these speeds so far, like right now, just clicked on Tim Herbst's 98.8 miles an hour. I haven't seen under 80 miles an hour anytime I've clicked on this tracker yet. So this is going to be a fast qualifying loop prologue.
And that goes into what Tim Herbst was talking about when Emmy was talking to him earlier. He said he figured about a 60-mile-an-hour average, and I think I'm going to say closer to 70 because we're looking at how fast he was going. As you said, he's living in the 75 to 95, and I think in some cases he's well over 100. Jim?
Yeah, I mean, we're just watching the cars now that's going out. Of course, there's Greg Numley there. Now, you were saying earlier about how well the People's Racing car was handling through the whoops, and then we saw Raul Gomez's car nose diving in, and that's why it takes so much preparation, so much time out there on track, setting up suspension, trying different things, and if you change your pace or your pace is slightly off from where you were practicing, the car will behave differently. And I know this is something that you teach, Ricky.
Well, there's that, as well as look at the variety of vehicles that Raul and JP are running. They're the only guys out there that are running 4,400 vehicles. So they go out there and they test all of these vehicles, and I think that in some cases is a detriment because it takes away. Yes, you learn driving skills. Yes, you learn the speed, but are you dialing in that truck? Or are you trying to make it feel like a different class of truck? And so it looks to me like they missed their setup a little bit, a little too fast on rebound, maybe looked like a little bit too much spring. But it seems like Raul does not have the confidence on the big G-outs, but it looks like he will be good on the high-speed, smaller bombs.
Yeah, just looking over at some times, we do have a split time about halfway through the course. So far, we've only had one truck come through there. It is Tim Herbst. He was at 16 minutes and 34 seconds. So
16:34.
That was halfway through. So once we get some more cars through the halfway area, we'll keep you guys posted on the times.
Well, it doesn't take a genius to work out that if he's gone 16 minutes and he's done 20 miles, that he's well over 60 mile an hour as an average. So it's going to be fantastic to see what kind of times we're going to see on the completed 40-mile lap.
So now this is what I was talking about watching in the big screen right here with Raul Gomez. You notice that the big G-outs is getting kicked, but here he's getting a lot of traction to the ground. If you open up that rebound, and what happens is it lets that tire track back and get a lot of traction, and it seems like these medium, where he's not completely changed in elevation, they're getting great traction. So maybe they sacrificed a little bit of G-out, what our guy Dave Clark calls stuffability to gain this speed. So give up a little bit there to gain this speed, because right now that truck looks very balanced, getting great traction, floating those front wheels.
And I think we just saw the 79 going off the line there. That is Eric Harden. So that is the next truck getting ready to head out. The next T1 headed out through the short course and into the desert.
As we're watching Harden work his way, and now we go back to, looks like that is either Nunley or, yeah, that looks like Nunley as he's working his way through. And we have so many different cameras. We have drones, we have helicopters, we have the timing. It's unreal. To finish the thought that we were talking about is Nunley does a great job working his way onto that long straightaway. All the technology, Fish, that we're seeing, I mean, obviously you're down in Baja, you got your Starlink going, everyone loves all the information as possible, but here we're seeing it live. Everybody can watch this all day long.
Oh yeah, this is epic coverage here. I mean, we have drones, helicopters, you got all kinds of stuff out there, and we can see this whole course, anywhere on the course we can see it live, like you said. This is pretty cool.
Yeah, let's not forget that we are in the middle of the Mojave Desert. It's not exactly easy to bring you this footage, but every year the production gets better. Every year they are able to bring us fantastic images from live here in Johnson Valley.
One of the craziest things is you can't even tell if it's a drone shot or a helicopter shot nowadays, right? They look so good now. Yeah. The drones have come so far that it's pretty epic.
Alrighty, as we are watching Eric Harden work his way through, we're going to be going to a break in just a moment. If you do want to stay on the action and do not want to go to commercial break and make sure you can keep watching all the action here, you can go on there and buy that $25 pass. That is not just good for this weekend, next weekend. It's also good for the Ultra 4s all year long. So it's a great little deal for you. Get on there, sign up so you can keep watching the action as we're watching Eric Harden work his way through the desert. We will be right back to the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. Welcome back to the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. I'm Ricky Johnson along with Fish and Jim Marsden. We have, as you're watching action going on for the Prologue today, 40 miles, but we also have Emmy down in the field talking to all the drivers. So Emmy, who do you have next?
I'm here with Ryan Arciero, and Ryan, sitting here in staging, you can actually see on the jumbo screen what's going on in the race.
I think that is so cool. I wish we could do this at all of our races, but you know what? Dave Cole has figured it out, and this is what the fans want to see. And for me, I mean, I'm a fan too, not just a driver. So be able to watch and see what's going on, and maybe I can learn a little something before we go qualify.
Now, this is your first time in this Toyo Tires Desert Challenge, is that correct?
It is. I've been wanting to do it since day one, and I got to thank my team owner, Kyle Washington, for allowing us to come out here and play. I've been jonesing to come out here, and Dave puts on such an incredible event. We're happy to be here. We got an incredible team behind us with Terrible Hearst Motorsports and Hearst Smith Fab, and we have an awesome truck with the Dragonfly number 32. The best tires, bar none, BF Goodrich on it. Fox Shocks, this thing's going to be sailing through the bumps today.
All right, so what is your predicted lap time?
That's a great question.
I mean, I hear that this is a really fast course. Like, there's a lot of 100-mile-an-hour sections there. So what do you got for us?
I think 30 minutes, it's going to be well over 60-mile-an-hour average for sure for this qualifying loop. Even on the race course, too, it's fast. But I like the fact that they sprinkled in some technical. So you got tomorrow we have to think as well. But today, it's all about qualifying today, making sure we get a great spot for Saturday's race because it's going to make a big difference.
Yeah, it's interesting because Johnson Valley is really known for rocks, and it's really whooped out there, and a lot of times you got a 40-mile course and you think like, okay, well, that's going to take us, an hour 15 or something. But here, Dave has just laid out an area that's so super fast, and I know Fish went out and did a lot of pre-running and showing folks what it's like, and I'm like, wow, I want to go out there.
It's not like Dave makes anything easy. Yeah, we have some fast stuff once we get up and over this first hill. But I tell you what, as soon as you get that green flag, you got the worst part of the race course right in front of you. So there's no like, hey, let's settle into a pace and settle into a groove. You're immediately into the biggest bumps and rocks you've ever seen.
So I want to know, do you have any pre-race rituals that you have to engage in?
My stretching, most importantly, my prayers. I got to thank God for giving me the ability to come here and do this, and my family, and I thank my family for allowing me to take the time to come do this as well. And then obviously, I say thanks to my team owner, Kyle Washington, because without him, we wouldn't be here.
So by stretching, do you mean like yoga? Do you mean downward dog? Does Ryan Arciero do a downward dog every morning before a race?
God, I haven't done that before, but.
It's way too early for these kind of jokes. Listen, Ryan, thank you so much for your time. Get your game face on. Have a good time. Shiny side up.
Thanks, Emmy. I appreciate it. Thanks.
All righty, a lot going on there, and Emmy's digging deep into what these guys are going on. But right now, I want to pay attention to the guy on the screen. That's number 42, Ryan Prosser. This young man, very, very young. I think he's just 16, short course, works champion when it comes to side-by-sides. He ran the Silver State 300 last year, and on the right seat, he's got one of the best co-drivers there is, as well as an unbelievable driver in Bo Judge. Bo is the teammate when it comes to the Can-Am guys out there with Phil Blurton. They've won the 1,000. They've done all the different stuff, and I think Bo is the absolute perfect co-dog for this young driver. He's going to push him and also know when to hold him back, because you know what they say about the young bull versus the old bull, and this kid is young, very aggressive, and so let's look for great things out of these guys as we're going back to Eric Harden, as we can see him working his way across the field.
Yeah, it's really important to have a good co-driver. You know, I think sometimes that's a little underrated. You know, the co-driver is the one that keeps the driver, like you said, doing what he's supposed to do. Driver sees dust, they might start driving a little too fast, they just start driving a little too slow sometimes. Like, hey guys, catching us, we got to go. You know, it's really important to have an experienced co-driver. So that's really big, especially when you're a younger driver, like you said, 16 years old.
Well, it is. I think this is Prosser here as he's working his way through, and you can see a lot of rocks. And we were talking about this earlier, Jim, that it's luck of the draw. If you sometimes go out there, you're knocking the rocks out of the way. Some guys are knocking the rocks into the way. But this young driver, as he navigates through, has a lot to think about. And I think this two-day format is going to be great for him. Gets out there, gets his teeth wet, then he can go back and analyze and see where he was fast, where he needed to pick up the pace a little bit, so he can have a better run tomorrow.
Absolutely, and it's difficult for these young guns. They don't have that years of experience reading the dirt. And you quite often see that in desert sports and in off-road sports, it's usually those older dogs that usually come to the fore. Why is that? That's because they've got that eye muscle memory from years and years of wheeling. So it's tough for these young guys to come out here, and it's usually these guys that usually make those small mistakes and get the flats when you wouldn't expect them to.
So Fish, up on the line next is our defending champion.
Yeah, we have Kyle Jurgensen going next. He's actually racing a couple cars sometimes. What do we got? Uh-oh, we got somebody high-centered, it looks like.
That is Ryan Prosser as he's getting stuck. He's just got to back up a little bit. But he has that Albans transmission, so he can't just jockey it back and forth. It takes a little bit of time. So what happened was probably came in too high of a gear, then it ended up knocking one of the rocks out of the way, so he's got to back up a little bit, which trying to see out of a trophy truck backwards is virtually impossible. So there's a real good chance if he gets off the side, he's going to high center that vehicle. So he's in a very, very bad spot. He's got to try to get that vehicle back into first gear and then let her rip.
Nada.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I know
it almost looks like he's only got one tire in the back spinning, possibly.
Yeah,
is that right tire spinning? That rear right might not be spinning.
Well, if you can see through that, you can see better than me, Fish, but you could be absolutely right. He might have snapped an axle, so this is very, very tough for Ryan Prosser. But also, is he blocking the track? This is on a very steep uphill. He's trying to get himself moving back and forth. If he backs up, he's going to get high-centered on that rock, so he is in a very, very tough spot right now. But he's got to make sure that he's not blocking the other competition as well. So as he rolls back and forth, I know Bo Judge is coaching him, trying to do the right thing to do, but he's got to get that rolling and go. Go, go, go. All right.
Oh, that's a big rock there. Watch out for that one.
Oh, thank God he went around it. Yeah! That is awesome. So now get down into the low stuff, but he's got to pin it. He's just got to let her eat to get it rolling. So Fish, I think you're right. It looks like he might be one wheel.
It's hard to tell if that back right is spinning, but
no,
it is. It is. There it is. There's a roost.
But that's what's deceiving about out here is that these started as Ultra 4 trails and King of the Hammers trails.
And this is a hill he's on. This is not flat right here, obviously.
Not flat.
This is a hill.
Yeah, watch
the camera makes it look a lot flatter than it really is where he's at.
Right, so he's got to get down there, get himself in a good situation, and then carry the momentum and learn the lessons that got him last time. So this is what happens. This course, as Ryan Arciero said, as we're watching Bernard Steinman as he works his way in that Peoples entry, looking very strong, very fast, very confident. So great to see those guys back out here, and Bernard looks like he's 100% confident in that vehicle. Now, back to Ryan Prosser. As you see him backing down, you might be thinking, why not just go? as you said, this is silty, a lot of rocks underneath the dirt, a lot of things happening that are going to hurt that driver.
There's the 19 coming back in, so that's our first truck that went off the line coming back in to finish their lap in Hammertown. We will get a time for them as soon as they come back in here.
Yeah, nice clean run here from Tim Herbst. Got to keep it together.
He's right about 32 minutes right now, so it's going to be somewhere around a 32-minute time. So half an hour to do 32 minutes to do 40 miles. Pretty fast.
And
over
the good news
60
for
mile an
him
hour
on his
average.
first lap, he did the whole short course, so he's already ran this section once this morning.
All right, there we go. Tim Herbst, your first time, 32:17. So 32:17 for the 19 of Tim Herbst. He is currently in first place.
He is on the top of the leaderboard.
He's on the top of the leaderboard.
Let's stop the racing right now.
Get over there, take a picture.
I did that for Robbie Gordon in NASCAR. He's the first one out. I took a picture of it, sent it to him, said, "You're on the top, buddy."
Exactly.
Now, we're
This
watching
Jurgensen coming.
And we were spending a little bit more time on camera with Ryan Prosser trying to get himself situated, and it looks like he did get underway. So his crew and his father, who's over there biting their fingernails, yes, Ryan is back underway. As we're watching Kyle Jurgensen, he is not holding back at all. And let's be clear, he's in the all-wheel drive, Brent, though.
Yeah, I have a feeling Jurgensen's going to catch him on this lap. The amount of time he was stopped there, I think Jurgensen's not far behind him right here.
Well, and that, you watch the four wheels biting is definitely something. That is a real steep hill up and over. And this is a lot of, this is the area where Brent, though, does a lot of their testing. They have a spot out here. They if you want to come out and take a ride, if you want to do that, you can contact the guys at Brentville Racing, and you can come out here. I've done it. Chuck Dempsey gives a lot of rides. Kyle Jurgensen comes out. You can go for a ride and actually go try a trophy truck if you want. Jim, what do you think?
That would be very cool indeed. If you could line that up for me, it would be very much appreciated.
Jonathan told me if you said Brentville over 100 times during the show, that he would probably set you up for free.
That's a true story, yeah?
Not Jordan. He said no, but Jonathan. Jonathan's the nice one.
You can already see how the ruts are getting in these turns here. They're getting deeper and deeper. Now remember, later today, the Class 11s are going on this very same course that we see right here. So this course for the Class 11s is going to be torn up later at the end of the day. It's going to be exciting.
And we have the legend above legends. Larry Rossler is going to be running a Class 11.
I saw he's in one of the Baja Jerky Class 11 cars.
Who was third overall in the Baja 1000, the only trophy truck driver to solo the Baja 1000, finished third. Now he's really showing how tough he is to...
As if we needed to know any proof how tough he is. But the amazing thing about the Class 11 field for this year, 37 entries.
Yes.
Get your head around that.
Alrighty, so as we're watching the guys go through, we saw Ryan Prosser get going. We see our last year's defending champion, Kyle Jurgensen, on his way out there. But we have the man, the myth, the legend, Miles. What do you got for us?
So I've got Tim Herbst down here. You came in looking strong. You were up over 120, 130 mile an hour, it looked like. We had a great shot. You were launching out in the desert. How much fun was it out there?
You know, it was a lot. It was a lot of fun, actually. You know, obviously there was more dust out there having the first starting position, but you know, trying real hard. Blew a couple turns here and there, but I think everybody's going to do that with the excitement going on here for the Prologue. But all in all, good run. Truck ran really, really well. This Monster Energy truck just keeps on going. And anyways, we'll see what happens here. You know, there's a lot of people behind us, a lot of good drivers. So hopefully we can stand up there in at least top 3.
Yeah, the Herbst name has been in the desert world for a very long time. You guys have been racing for a long time. You know, your dad, your brothers, all that. It's great to see you out here. I'm stoked to have you guys at King of the Hammers. The terrain's different out here. What do you think about it?
You know, the terrain's great. It's wide open, so you can see a lot. You know, and it's not like New Mexico mountains or this and that, and the washes where you deep washes. Here you can see a lot what's going on, and they can really let these trucks run and give them the capability that they so deserve. You know, hitting the high speeds, hitting a lot of flyers. And then it has a little bit challenging the rocks. Obviously Dave's got to put a little rocks in there. That's why they call it the King of Hammers. So. But other than that, what a great course, what a great event, and you know, we're happy to be here. Got my kids and my nephew running, you know, this weekend, see how they do, and but hopefully we'll have a great week. We're just excited to be here.
Well, Tim, good job. I'll let you get back to your deal. When you pulled up, your tires were steaming. It was cold out this morning, but you put it down.
Yeah, it was a little cold, but it got warm in the cockpit real quick. We didn't think of coldness. We're just sort of holding on and go for a ride.
Pretty nice.
Well, all in good fun, Tim. Good job, and we'll see how it shakes out. And you'll start tomorrow afternoon. Good job, buddy.
All righty, welcome back to the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. Thank you, Miles. You can see a little fatigue on Tim Herbst. It shows how physical it is. When you're going that fast, a lot of times you find yourself holding your breath, going. But, Fish, we have a situation. Ryan Prosser got stuck in the dirt, and now Kyle Jurgensen is closing the gap.
Yeah, he's not too far behind him. We're probably going to see in one of these next shots of either one of them. They're going to be pretty close. He's within about a mile of him right now, if not less. So he might have to deal with a little bit of dust here. So we're going to see what happens. We can see this is Wade Porter, I think, here.
Yeah, now last year, let's not forget, we actually saw a similar situation to this during qualifying, and some of the teams were actually given a second bite of the cherry to go back out there in clear air. So let's see if Kyle gets hooked up in that dust or if he can make a clean pass and get out on track, because let's not forget, points make prizes and seconds make points. So it's really important that Kyle gets a good run out there.
As we're watching Bernard Steinman as he
all right.
backs it in.
Oh, he's excited. He finished. They had a good run, actually. That looked like a pretty clean run. So good run in the new truck. They just rebuilt. Good start.
No, very, very good
Let's
start.
see what their time was here. They came in with a 33-13. So the Herbst was 32-17, and they are 33-13. So only about a minute behind, separating the first and the second truck so far.
All right, as you're watching Wade Porter as he navigates his way through the desert, we saw Rolf Holland is definitely someone to keep his eye on. They have that Mason all-wheel drive. I don't know if they have their two-wheel drive out here, their all-wheel drive. I had
It's the all-wheel drive. I saw it go by earlier.
I have the honor of racing against them and the other Rick Johnsons. There's Ricky Johnson in the co-dog, and Rick D. Johnson in the driver's seat, and then I'm Ricky Johnson for Gus Miladosa. So it gets a little confusing.
Confused.
But these guys were unbelievable competitors all year long. And Rolf is getting faster and faster all the time, so I think this is a great call for him to come out and do this because he runs in the Trophy Truck Legend class down in Score.
Yeah, so this is one of the two all-wheel drives I think we have here, right? We got Jurgensen in the Brenthal, and then we have the Mason all-wheel drive here. I believe that's the only two all-wheel drives I've seen out here yet.
When you watch the two-wheel drive versus the all-wheel drive, you can obviously, and I'm talking to people that don't know. A lot of people that are listening are big off-road fans and stuff, but watch the different characteristics. We saw Kyle Jurgensen, as those front wheels bite, pull him up the hills a lot faster, but we have seen in some cases before that the all-wheel drives weren't as fast on the big straightaways. But now, with the technology and everything that we've got, that a lot of people have gotten from the Ultra 4 guys, and that's 4400 trucks, as we're watching Rolf Holland as he navigates his way around that second turn before he heads into the desert. But to finish my thought, that four-wheel drive technology is here, and it's very, very fast. As we saw it go 1 and 2 in the Baja 1000.
Yes, yeah, definitely. It's caught on, and it makes a big difference, especially in the from turn to turn, coming out of the corners. You hit the gas, that thing just grabs, doesn't really just spin the tires as much. It's a little takes a little bit to get used to. I've heard that your braking points you have to adjust a little bit. You've driven them, and you're coming in a lot faster than you are in a two-wheel drive.
Yeah, as you're watching the split screen, you see Rolf Holland work his way up and over the hill, out into the desert, as we see some of the other drivers. I think that was Wade Porter. I'm not exactly sure. It's hard to see from this vantage point, but Rolf Holland getting a lot of great seat time and now starting to work his way through, as Ryan Arciero said, the roughest part of the course.
Yeah, right off the start, you could make a mistake. You could get a flat real easy right off the start. You got to be smooth through there, get out in the open, and look at it. There's Jurgensen. See the dust? He is in the dust.
Well, and I don't think they're going to give him another shot because he didn't have to come to a stop. Unfortunately, as I said, Ryan Prosser got stuck on that hill, and now Kyle has made the ground back up, but he's got to work his way around there and keep moving forward. So, yes, they've done a great job by doing it 5 minutes, but that's how fast these trucks are going. One small mistake, and then in that spot for Ryan Prosser really hurt him.
Yeah, it's just you just get unlucky here. You know, I mean, you could space him out 10 minutes, you could space him out 20 minutes. It doesn't really matter. Something can always happen. So I think 5 minutes was a good gap, and you know, just Jurgensen's getting a little bit unlucky here, driving in some dust.
Well, and still we're seeing 0 win. I mean, literally the flags are not moving at all as we're watching Kyle Jurgensen start to work his way up to try to get past Ryan Prosser, and down below we're seeing Rolf Holland in that Mason all-wheel drive. Here we're seeing Raul Gomez in the lower right-hand corner. And that truck, we said, looked like it was struggling a little bit on the big G-outs, but through this medium rough and stuff, very fast, a lot of traction, and very drivable for Raul Gomez. It'll be interesting to see what he pulls off for a time.
And his brother, JP, is coming up next, it looks like, off the start line. He looks like the next truck that's going to be off the start. So they'll both be on the same course at the same time, but a little ways apart from each other. I don't think they'll be nerfing each other today.
It is probably a good thing.
Probably.
The Gomez brothers are not afraid to dice it up hard, especially against each other, not to mention their competition.
Yeah.
As we're watching the lower right-hand corner, Rolf Holland as he works his way past through Heartbreak Hill, and I'm not exactly sure who is in the upper. That might be Ryan Prosser. As we're looking, it's hard for us to see.
And at Heartbreak
No,
Hill, there is an either-or line there. I don't think anybody's going to take the left line, but there is a left line there. I think everybody's been going right from what I've seen so far.
Well, ironically, I was talking to Ron Prosser, Ryan's father, before, and Ryan was talking about going around it, and Bo was encouraging him, no, let's go up and over it. So
yeah,
it bit him a little bit, but hey, it happens. I mean, you show me an off-road driver that has not gotten stuck enough to back up. And
yeah.
It happens to everybody.
It happens, yep.
That was Wade Porter's we're watching in the upper left. Or actually, no, now in the Desert One, you see the Desert One camera on the lower right is Wade Porter. You can see how fast these guys are going. So to have that kind of mile-an-hour average, they're well over 100 miles an hour as we're watching right now, and just how unbelievable, Jim, the suspension, how it's evolved. It used to be back in the day you ran 3 shocks, then 2 bigger shocks, and everything that Mickey Thompson ever said came true. I'm going to run airplane-sized tires. I'm going to run airplane shocks. All of it, we're doing it now.
Absolutely, and it's amazing the technology that goes into these vehicles. But it's not also just about the suspension. It's not just about the tires.
Oh,
look at this. Is he
speaking
hooking up?
of, look at his
that
right
is
rear
a flat.
tire.
That's Raul coming in. So Raul Gomez, our 4400 king last year. And just showing how brutal that course is, but still holding a good pace as he makes his way towards the finish line. Fish, have you got a time for us?
Stay on? Oh, it's not going to stay on. I thought it was going to come off there. It was looking like it was coming off. All right, he comes across in 34.23, so that puts him in 3rd place. So 34.23, that rear tire actually for sure cost him a little bit there, but he was able to finish on it, so that's good. And then we're going to see a lot more of those today too. This is going to be this course is getting torn up. There's a lot of big rocks out there.
There is indeed. It's always about the tyres. We just saw Nate there from BFG, and he'll be watching for sure. The BFG tyre, of course, par excellence out there on this type of course.
Back up to Rolf Holland as he navigates his way through. As we're watching, the desert is once again. If you're just joining us, you're watching the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, and now you're watching Rolf Holland as he works his way through. But Miles has another interview for us, so I'm going to let him take it away. Miles, who do you have? Alrighty, Miles is not ready, Jim.
Not that time. Finishing my thought we had a moment ago. We were talking about tyre technology, we're talking about suspension technology and all those things that Mickey Thompson spoke about all those years ago. But one of the biggest changes we've seen in recent years is the advent of PDMs, power distribution modules, and the way that we can bring the technology into the vehicle to control the electronics, to control the transmissions, to control the motors.
Yes.
And that's probably the biggest single change in recent times.
Well, and watching Rolf Holland as he goes through, you'll notice when he's going around the berm, you see the roost. You see the roost coming up off that front wheel as we see Harden as he starts to navigate his way through.
Okay, and while we're finishing up our thoughts here and looking at these fantastic cars racing here at the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, we're going to throw it down to our man Miles, who's in the pits. He's got something for us.
So I'm here with our current King of the Hammers winner last year in the 4400 class. You hopped in a T1 once again. You're out there running strong. You had a little flat tire at the end. It held all the way to the end. You jumped and it came off.
Yeah, it
we were just trying to save the tires the whole way, and then right here, right the very end here, just got a flat right before coming into the short course. So kind of bummed out, but it's all good.
I mean, that's just part of it, but you're out there flying. We had some great coverage out there. You were really moving out there. How different is it hopping from a T1 to your 4400 car?
It's a whole different, it's like driving a tank compared to a Cadillac, man. The Ultra 4 cars are like tanks, and these are Cadillacs for sure out there.
Because, yeah, the 4400 car can do a little bit of everything. These things can't do the rocks, they can't do the mountains, but they can fly through the desert. So the driver's seat is driver's seat, so it still helps you, but it's two different animals.
Oh, yeah, it's hard because I jump in this thing, and then I try to go race my Ultra 4 car, and I got to remind myself it's not a trophy T1, and so I got to back her off a little bit on the old car, or else she won't make it a full lap on the Ultra 4. But these things are amazing, man. The way these T1s are built, I mean, just for the desert, it's the best of the best out in the off-road world.
And we know that this car has done well because Cameron Steele's won the Baja 1000 in this exact truck, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this is a winning truck. Like I just barely getting my feet wet the last few years, and hopefully this year I ended up fourth in championship points on another racing series. But this year is definitely going to push hard to try to get up on the podium for sure.
Absolutely. Was always the Gomez brother, the whole team. You guys always bring the fun, the racing action to us. So thanks for everything you guys do for us, and we'll see how it shakes out the rest of the week for you, buddy.
Yeah, right on. I want to thank my team, Josh, and this whole team out there, and the GBR team, the Mountain family, and my whole family that supports me, my girlfriend at home watching, and we're just stoked. We're just fired up, ready to get this party started this weekend.
Heck yeah, well, like you said, getting started, it just started. The Toyo Tire Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy is hot and heavy for the Prologue. Raul, we'll see how you do the rest of the week. Thanks for everything, buddy.
Right on. Thanks, Miles.
All right, Ricky, Fish, Jim, back to you guys.
As he works his way through, and Fish, I don't think the course is going to get that much rougher. I think the berms are going to step up a little bit because every time one of those 40s goes by with some of them with 1,000 horsepower going, it's tearing up the course a little bit. But it's going to be pretty much it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean it gets to a certain point where it's torn up, and then it sits there. So we're kind of seeing that here. It gets harder. The deeper it gets hard again. So it's going to be fun to see him coming through here. Now, these trucks are going to be the fastest trucks that you see on this course today. So, this is the big boys right here. This is what everybody comes to see.
Right on the other side of the hill, we've had 3 finishers so far. We saw Tim Herbst, who actually has the quickest time at this point. As we go back to Ryan Prosser, looks like he's off the pace a little bit, so don't know if something happened when he did get stuck on that one hill, but Ryan Prosser now back up to speed, very comfortable. I mean, for a young man to be in a truck that big, it's quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, if you're 16 years old and you get to drive a T1, that's pretty freaking cool. I don't know how much cooler you can get than that, I mean, go take a poll around here, go find all the 16-year-olds. I don't think you're going to find one of them that says they don't want to. So, yeah, that's pretty awesome to see that out here.
We did see Raul Gomez come in, Jim, with a flat tire. Unfortunately, it looks like it probably added about 30 seconds to his time, but all pretty tight, all within a minute, the top 3 so far.
Yeah, absolutely, and we keep saying this. It's about keeping your car together. It's about making sure you can keep all 4 tires on the corners, but this car is brutal, and look, it's that man himself. It's Blake Wilkie in the trophy bug, leaving the line now. This is running a supercharged LS motor, and has literally been hand-built in his garage.
Yeah, well, and Wilkie is one of those guys that really does a great job at promoting his shreddy lifestyle. We see Brian Deegan and the Metal Militia that pulled that off, but now he's got it's not completely different. It's about racing, it's about aggression, it's about having a good time. But Blake Wilkie doing an awesome job as he works his way around the beginning of this. But we are going to be stepping away to that as we see Nunley has worked his way back to the field. This will be our 4th driver across the line, but we will be right back to the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We'll see you in a minute.
Take your new rig from this to this and get it ready for this. Bring it to the experts at 4 Wheel Parts, where we'll transform your Bronco with the all-new line of 4WP factory accessories. Whether you want to order the best parts online, shop in store, do the work yourself, or have it built by a pro, all trails lead to the truck, Jeep, or Bronco of your dreams, because nobody knows off-road like 4 Wheel Parts. Do your Bronco right.
Welcome back to the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. I am Ricky Johnson, one of your hosts, along with Jim Marsden and Fish. We're watching the times come in. We've got about four people in right now. Who's the leader? We saw Raul Gomez work his way in with a flat tire, but he actually got it in the right place at the right time. So how's it looking?
So far, we have Tim Herbst, the number 19, is sitting in the first position with a 32.17. In second position, we have Eric Harden has jumped up to the second position now, 32.55. We have the 69 Bernard Steinman in third, 33.13. Then we have Raul Gomez in fourth with 34.23. And then Greg Nunley has also finished now with a 36.02. So 32 to 36 minutes so far is what the difference is.
Yeah, let's not forget that Greg, of course, he got high-sided on that rock earlier on. He was really struggling there to get it back.
That was the 42 Prosser that's coming
Oh,
in
no,
soon.
you are quite right. Yeah, I do apologize on that one.
He should be next to finish.
Yeah, and we'll see what sort of time and how much that hurt him. And so we'll just get images there of Brake Wilkie making his way out onto the desert loop. But it looks like we've got a car here that stopped on track. Just trying to find some information out right now.
Yeah, it's
so
37L.
What we've been told, yeah, that is it looks like that is Rick Johnson and Ricky Johnson, not me, in the Mason all-wheel drive. Speculation is blown transmission. The people in the corner worker, but the course workers said they heard something blow up inside. So that is bad news for Rolf Holland. It looks like Rick Johnson in the driver's seat, Rick D. Johnson, and Ricky Johnson in the co-dog seat. So tough break for them. But this is what part of running this race is for, Fish. They're going to go back to try to get back that Legends Championship. So they got to go out and test and break equipment so they can learn.
It's actually, you know, if you're out today, you're not out of the race. If you want to come back, you can go change the transmission, fix it. You can start tomorrow. You will start at the rear of the qualifiers in your class, but you're not done. You can come back out tomorrow and you can still race tomorrow. I think Dave said that he was going to do about 2 minutes on to the final time. So if the slowest car in your class was, say, 40 minutes today, you would be starting at 42 minutes or something like that tomorrow if you DNF today. So they want to keep it fair for everybody. If you can get your car fixed tonight, you still want to race tomorrow, you can come back out.
Well, for them, Rick D. Johnson's shop is down up in Barstow. So they'll basically put it on the trailer, run it there. They have all the tools. They're in a controlled environment to get that thing fixed and come back out. So I'm hoping that they get to do that. It was a tough break. Looked like Rick had an unbelievable pace going, but right now he's on the sideline. So the 37L of Rolf Holland, Rick Johnson, and Rick D. Johnson, and Ricky Johnson. Too many damn Ricky Johnsons out there are on the sidelines. But right now it's showing that Tim Herbst is still our number one qualifier at this point because we only have, I think, 5 drivers have come in so far.
Yep.
It is indeed. And let's not forget Tim Herbst had that, what you wanted yourself, Ricky, clean air. Showing at the moment that it is making a difference, but there is a man out there who is on a charge, and that'll be Kyle Jurgensen. Let's see what he can do.
Well, Kyle had to deal with getting by Ryan Prosser. Ryan had a situation, got stuck on a hill. As we were talking about, that truck has an Albans transmission, so it's a manual transmission, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. If you do get stuck, you don't have all that, the real slippery converter like you do in a Turbo 400. But he did a great job. Him and his co-driver, Bo Judge, were able to navigate their way around and get back on their way as we're watching another driver as they attack what Ryan Arciero calls the most difficult part of the course.
Yeah, right off the start. You go right into the rough. And you can see the rocks are just getting thrown up on the side there. When one car comes through, they throw it up on the side. Another one tries to go around it. They throw it back in the track. So they're just moving rocks all over the place out here today.
And we're watching Blaine Veenstra as he navigates his way through. There's a lot of trucks that, I'll be honest with you, I haven't seen some of these T1 trucks before. So a lot of people, the sport is very strong, and them coming out. I think this is a great race for a lot of people. It's not so long, but it also gives you a lot of time to get out there and learn your vehicle and get ready to go. Because if let's say if San Felipe is your first race, you're kind of taking the cobwebs off.
Yeah, and you know the course this year is the best course they've had yet for this race. This course is awesome this year, and you know if they didn't come out and race this year, honestly, I think people are going to be bummed that they missed this one because this is a super fun course. It's kind of like Baja and Lucerne is what somebody said yesterday. The type of terrain, it all mixes it up. You got a little bit of rocks, you got a lot of fast, you got whoops, you got a little bit of silt, we got some hill climbs like we saw earlier. It really is everything, and it's actually a lot of fun. Just talking to everybody, they all said the same thing. That course is fun.
Just talking about that, I mean, there are a few people here that are notably missing from this race that we expected to be racing. Now, desert racing has had a real resurgence in the last sort of 5 years, isn't it? We're seeing more races, more series, more things happening. It's really positive right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look at the entry list. Like you said, that's a pretty big T1 field to be out here, you know. And it's, you know, if you add in the people that aren't here, we'd be at 60 plus, you know, out here. There's a lot of T1 trucks out there now. The T2 class, I'm telling you, this afternoon, that is going to be the race to watch here, though. I am super excited for the T2 race this afternoon.
Now, the
T2s,
they have changed a lot in the last few years as well. It was only a few years ago they were limited to a 37-inch tyre. They were limited on all kinds of different things. Now, though, they're basically just a T1 truck, but with a sealed engine. Is that correct?
Yeah. When they first came out, it was supposed to be like a budget class with a spec motor. That went out the window pretty quickly, the budget part, right? Now, exactly like you said, they're a T1 with a spec motor. That's it. All the rest of the truck, you didn't used to be allowed to have an underdrive when they first started. Now you're allowed to have an underdrive. You know, now you have the bigger tires. It literally is the same truck, just the motor in it is a spec motor, a sealed motor. And if they're not, we're going to find out today because King of the Hammers is doing engine tech. So if anybody showed up here with a cheater motor, Dave's going to get them today.
Well, and as we're watching, here comes Kyle Jurgensen, and he is on a tear. So let's see. When he's coming down in, as you can see him swapping side to side, definitely not holding anything back because he did feel like he lost a little bit of time in that dust, but has an unbelievable pace going. Let's see if he can knock Tim Herbst off that top spot.
Yeah, he's really putting that four-wheel drive to work there. This Brenthal Industries car. It's a fairly new setup that they're using now. I mean, a couple of years in the making. Be very interesting to see.
Well, we're seeing a lot more of the all-wheel drives coming out. We saw a long time ago, the first ones that really came to it was the Herbst, way back in the day. But then in more recent years, the guys at Geyser had an all-wheel drive with Justin Matney, and now with the Mason, this is what they call Dondell with Big Booty Judy because of those big tires out there. And watch this vehicle. It gets unbelievable traction, and obviously Dale Dondell is not afraid of that little right pedal on the side.
Now, I'm right in thinking this car has something like 1,200 horsepower. It is quite something. Now, we saw it racing last year. He had some problems keeping the back end in it. It's going to be interesting to see if he can put it together today.
Well, and that's that. If you want more traction, that's going to put more stress on your axles, more stress on your gear, and all the different stuff. And Dale, when I talked with Dale after this, he was saying as we're watching Kyle Jurgensen work his way in, watch the all-wheel drive. Notice how he doesn't drift up the hill. He uses as much of the course as he can, but he's got all wheels pulling. So right now the Brenthal boys are going to be happy to see that Kyle's back. All four wheels are spinning, and let's see if he can beat Tim Herbst on that time.
Here he goes, crossing the line now. We're going to be shortly getting the time.
What's stopped over there? We got somebody stopped on the course?
That's Dale, isn't it?
It was.
Yep.
It was Dondell, stopped already. And Kyle is across the line. Check out the leaderboard. We have a new leader. Kyle Jurgensen in the 27, new leader. He has a 30-50. 30-50. Second place is 32-17. That is a massive lead that Kyle has there. 30-50 to 32-17. So new leader, number 27, Kyle Jurgensen.
Just under a minute and a half that's the time that he was able to beat Tim Herbst. But I think when it comes to this race, if you're in the top 3, I think you're in a good spot. But definitely, if you can be the first one out, like Kyle Jurgensen is, that's where you want to be. But we saw
And he was in the dust, remember?
Exactly.
He had to deal with the dust and still got that time.
Yeah, good job. He got by pretty quickly. Didn't get to see where he got by Ryan Prosser, but as we're watching Dale Dondell, as he works his way through, something happened. He had to stop, and I don't know what was going on, but now back underway, but Dale Dondell lost a little bit of time.
Yeah, just watching Dale there, is he on pace? I mean, usually he's a real hard charger. We expect big things from Dale Dondale. Just doesn't quite look like he's on pace for me, but it just might be the area, of course. Let's keep an eye on him and see what happens.
Comparatively to everywhere else, but I like the way he's got the thing set up, and it doesn't look like he's real confident on the course, so maybe he didn't get to do a lot of pre-running.
Yeah, now this is a big car as well. He was like, how am I going to fight the 4-wheel drive? So he went, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go longer, I'm going to go wider, I'm going to go 2-wheel drives and send it to them. So let's see how he gets on.
Alrighty, as we're watching Big Booty Judy, and I don't want to keep saying that. I want to say Dale Dondell in the Racer chassis. As he's going, we got Miles down there, I think, with the brand new leader of the Desert Challenge. Miles?
So I'm down here with Kyle Jurgensen. We were just having a chat. You're the new leader by about a minute and a half over Herbst. You won this race last year. How you feeling right now?
Well, that's what we wanted to do. You know, the Sprinthel all-wheel drive was spot on. Sean's notes were doing really well, and our new Yokohama tires are doing really, really well. You know, and we're happy where we're at.
So yeah, I mean, you came with the plan, and it seems like it's working out for you. The truck still looks like it's in great shape. Again, you won the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy last year. You're hoping to back that up. You're sitting in a really good spot. So tomorrow afternoon, you're going to be taking off. What is the game plan tomorrow? Just obviously, hopefully get that fresh air, but push hard, correct?
We're hoping we get the fresh air. It was a really, really good run. I think it's going to be tough to beat, but there's a lot of fast guys that still have to go. So I wouldn't be surprised, but they're going to have a really clean run. Tomorrow's plan is it's a short race, only 200 miles, so I think you got to come out of the gate swinging. So that's exactly what we're going to do.
Yeah, I kind of call it a sprint endurance because you still have to save the truck, but yeah, like you said, you can't slack off much. You have to keep on pushing the entire time.
Yeah, well, luckily for us, these trucks are so strong that you can kind of beat on them all you want, and they just take it. So we're going to want to put that in our favor tomorrow.
Well, I like your style, and like I said, we'll see if you can back it up once again, Kyle. Good job, and we'll see if it sticks for the rest of the day.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ricky, Fish, Jim, back to you guys.
Thank you, Miles, and congratulations at this point to Kyle Jurgensen. But we have some other big guns coming as we're watching that young gun, 16-year-old Ryan Prosser, as he works his way to the finish, just up and around the corner. And we're going to have a 16-year-old T1 driver make his way to the finish line. But Fish, let's talk about it. I know we were at the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge, but Yokohama back in the game.
Yeah, we have Yokohama back in there. Like Kyle said, he's got a true 40-inch tire on there. So everybody's stepping it up. Everybody's making 40s now. It's it's fun to see the competition out here.
So Jim, if you had to pick one guy, I know I'm going to say could possibly take Kyle Jurgensen off of that top spot, who do you think it's going to be?
Well, at the beginning of today, I'd have said Dale Dondell, but we've already seen him stopped out on course, so I don't think that is actually going to happen. But look, let's not forget, we've got Ryan Arciero going to be going out there shortly. He's got that great big Gibbs motor as well, and he'll be pushing real hard. This is his kind of course. He can really lay down that firepower and do something special. I'm going to be watching him for sure.
And here we have Kit Stokes headed out in the number 40. Now, this truck has some cool history to it. This truck was a Porter Race Cars built truck originally for Alan Pfluger back in the day. So this truck has actually won some races down in Baja before. It's had a lot of changes made since then, and now Kit Stokes has it, and he's out here racing it.
I raced that truck. I was teammates with Alan Pfluger way back in the day. Very strong truck, very great traction. Obviously, Porter has his, you can look at his prints throughout off-road racing, whether it's buggies, trophy trucks, whatever, or T1 trucks, whatever it might be. But it's great to see. I forget the nickname of that truck back when Alan had it, but
Attila?
always, huh?
Attila?
Attila, that is right. Attila, and it had the little Hawaiian
on the dash.
Dancer on the dash.
Yep. Yeah, so cool to see it going out here. He's got JT who preps that truck, riding with him today, I believe. I think I saw him in there. So we'll see how they do. Picking his way through the rocks here. You really don't want to make a mistake off the start right here. That's, you're all amped up, you get off the start line, and then you got to calm down a little bit right here because you could hit something pretty hard right here and take yourself out before you even get in the desert, really.
You can say that again.
And who we got coming into the finish here? We got another.
We got Ryan Prosser as he works his way in, as we talked about, the young 16-year-old kid with Bo Judge. And now, so he's finished, made it to the finish line, had a little mishap in that one hill, but definitely gathered it back up. We'll see where he's at on his time.
He's got a 41.45, so in 7th place right now, 41.45. So definitely cost him a bit. As you said, we saw him stopped on that hill for a little while.
Yeah, that definitely hurt him out. That definitely hurt him out there, that's for sure.
As we watch Kit navigate his way through, we've said it before a couple times, but probably one of the roughest places in the desert because it has so many miles on it. They use this either for a finish or a start for the Ultra 4 race. Also, it's the finish or the start for the T1 trucks as well. So it's very chewed up. You can see how deep those ruts are because if you look from up here, that's a 40-inch tire, so those ruts are right about 40 to 44 inches tall.
How tall is a Class 11?
That's gonna be right about the
entire car.
All right, as we're watching these drivers work their way across the desert, we have Miles down there with another finisher at the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. Take it away, Miles.
So I'm down here with Ryan Prosser. You just turned 16 years old, and you're out here playing with the big boys. How cool is it out here to be running so strong?
It's cool. I mean, it's great. We just got the trophy truck last year. This is my 2nd race ever in it, and been getting seat time, and yeah.
And how cool is it to be out here racing at King of the Hammers? Because like I said, it is just a little bit different than just the desert. You got to play on the rocks a little bit, and Dave always throws a little curveball here and there. What do you think about that?
It's amazing to be out here with all the big dogs and be out here and have the opportunity to do this thanks to Amplex Racing. But no, this course was rough. There's some rock sections. We got stuck on that hill, had to back down, and then from that point, we knew we were down on time, so we just finished the course and had a good time.
Yeah, so, okay, I did see you out there. You got stuck. You were able to back down. You hit that rock a little bit, but you got around it, and you were able to just keep going, and I still see the smile on your face. I mean, stuff happens. That's racing, and at such a young age, you're calm. I can see it, and you're rolling with it, so that's a huge props to that, and it'll be fun to be out here running. I see Ryan Arciero. That's got to be you got to be a fan of his. I mean, how cool is that to be out here with them?
It's amazing to be able to race with all the people I've looked up to forever, and it's a dream to just be out here in a trophy truck. And yeah, I had to back down that hill, and I mean, it happens racing. We got a lot of learning to do still, so we're just out here to have a good time.
But hey, you're learning at the finest. So Ryan, good job, and we'll see you how you do tomorrow afternoon. Good luck and have fun, buddy.
Thank you.
All righty, well, we'll send it up to the monster stage.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles.
All right, we see that is Brent Vistra pulling off the number 4. You see him out there, obviously changing a tire. You see, you got to pull that tire off. You can see that it's definitely not broke because there's a lot of anxiety and energy going around there trying to get that vehicle back going. So once again, the course is short enough that they push really hard. You got to take the chances, and sometimes you take a chance, you get a flat.
Yep, it's going to happen. We're going to see this multiple times today. It's 40 miles, but you think, oh, it's only 40 miles, no big deal, right? No, go out there, go do that 40 miles, then come back and say it's no big deal. It's you got to stay calm because you got to remember the race is tomorrow. This is just your starting spot for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. So they've got to keep their junk together so they can go racing tomorrow. But we're talking about tyre changes and how fast people can change tyres. The top teams, as we were saying earlier, down to a 1 minute, which is absolutely remarkable. But when you're not so well practiced, maybe not quite so fit, these tyre changes take a whole lot longer.
Well, there's multiple different jack styles on some of the trucks, the newer Mason trucks, and some of the other ones. They have the hydraulic jack where it jacks up the whole side, so the driver does not get out. He runs the jack up and down. Thank you, Gus Villadosla, that I have that, and I apologize to Nico and to Victor, my co-drivers have to get out and change that. But here you see that they get out. They have some in the hydraulic jack, some they have the gas-powered jacks, and some just the old-fashioned. They do go with the Bromhausen lighter aluminum jack, but to jack that up takes a lot of time. As well as out here, unlike down in Mexico, you have to re-rack that tire. You cannot just leave it behind.
And if you're lucky, the tire hasn't wrapped around anything. Half the time the tire wraps around, it takes you another minute or two just trying to get it off the rear end. It probably took out a brake line maybe. You might have to cap a brake line. There's a lot of stuff that might happen, you know, when you get a flat tire.
But this is what the new technology is going. James Lynn, with the different stuff that we see on the dash, I actually have colors that shows green, everything is great, then all of a sudden the pressure starts to go down. So most of the time I change the tire before it's completely flat, because we do not want to have happen to what Fish is talking about. If you wait until the very end, it wraps around, it could take out brake lines, it could do a lot of damage. So definitely want to watch that. As we're watching Michael Mamelli Jr. as he navigates his way through.
And there is no pit today, just so you guys know that are watching. It's the start finish and that's it. There is no remote pit. Tomorrow there will be a remote pit, so you do have a chance to have your crew do something like a tire change and fuel and everything. But today it's just 40 miles. You just go and you come back here. If you got a problem, you got to fix it yourself out there to try to finish.
Yeah, it's worth remembering. And to say 40 miles, you say 40 miles, it sounds like it's going to be real quick, but let's not forget you're going to be out there for quite some time. You've really got to hold it together. Look after your car, look after your team. It's all about tomorrow. Today is just about setting the pace.
Well, you want to save your vehicle for tomorrow, but you also want to do as much as you can. As we're watching Dale Dondell as he works his way, navigates through the dust. Depending on where our camera is coming from, it shouldn't be as bad as it looks. As we said, we're starting to see about 2 mile-an-hour wind. The flags are moving just a little bit, but that's not enough to get the dust off the course for the racers.
As we look at our current leaderboard there, in first position it is last year's winner, Carl Jurgensen, in the four-wheel drive Brenthal. And on screen at the moment, that is Dale Dondell. Are you going to say it, Ricky?
Big Booty Judy, gotta say it.
Gotta say it.
And how you know it is and the reason he did it, he wanted to keep that weight down low. A lot of times you see the spares up high. What he wanted to do is get those further behind the axle so he can get more transition and more traction. His idea there is that he wanted to make sure that he could try to compete with the all-wheel drive, and so how can he make a two-wheel drive better? How are you going to make it better? Get more traction. So by getting those tires off the back and also down helps with the cornering ability as well as traction, because the leverage off the back is going to give them more drive down the fast sections.
And throw a ton of horsepower in it.
And 1,200 horsepower does not hurt, but you got to get the traction to the ground, and that's the thing, and that's what's always evolved. Everybody starts with the vehicle. They're like, oh, I need to put. It starts with a straight six. Put a V8 in it. Well, now the tranny doesn't work. Now the drive shaft's breaking. Now the rear gear. Now it goes on. It goes on and on. But that's what's evolved our sport to where it is today.
It is indeed. And it's the technology that we're seeing in the rear ends as well. For years and years, it was just chuck a 9-inch at it and then a variation of a 9-inch. And now we're seeing more and more companies. We've got TubeWorks, we've got Gearworks, we've got also Mason doing amazing things with the third members on these vehicles.
And on the line is Tracy Graff. I had the fortune of starting behind him in the Baja 1000, and he put together a pace. I wasn't even in his dust. He was flying. Unfortunately, they broke a trailing arm. I just talked to him this morning. They had a great pace going for the 1,000. Crazy race down there this year. A lot of things happening to a lot of different drivers. We saw two trucks, saw one truck burn to the ground, almost another one. But Tracy Graff, one of those drivers that comes from Canada, which you wouldn't think a desert racer in Canada, it just doesn't go together. But Tracy Graff definitely puts it down.
I don't think they have much desert up there to practice in, huh?
Well, he's down here all the time. He's got Jason
another car coming into the finish here.
Who we got, Fish?
We'll see as soon as they come across the line. I'll let you know what their time is.
Just look at the way it's picking up those whoops. Absolutely incredible stuff.
That is JP.
JP on the top there.
Oh, beautiful.
Sending it over
JP.
the top. So he's got two things that he wants to do. One, beat his brother. That's first and foremost. Second is try to put that vehicle on the pole. JP knows this desert very, very well, and is, which all the Gomez brothers, they definitely know where the right pedal is, and they hammer really, really hard. But no flats right now from JP, so I'm going to say he could be in the top three.
So we had Wade Porter came across the line last. He jumped into 5th place. So number 53, Wade Porter, he jumped right in front of Raul Gomez and right behind Bernard in the 69. So that was our latest finisher. Into 5th place, Wade Porter.
So Bernard Steinman's still holding strong, and as we said, that's not his new Herbst truck. That was a truck that the people at People's Racing did a lot of refabrication. Obviously, put that old school body on there, for looking like a 1969 Ford. But great job. His time is holding up, so great job for Bernard. But right now, J.P. Gomez, it looks like he's on a good pace.
Looks like he's going fast, and there goes Tracy Graff in the roughest section of the course. One of it right off the start. He's looking pretty fast through here off the start, too.
He is indeed. This is where you pick up the time for me. This is the part of the course where you have to be on maximum attack, but also maximum care as well.
Well, and hats off to Jason Bean Smith, who preps that vehicle, and I think does a lot of. They work together on the longer races. They split, so Bean does a great job getting that truck as tough as possible, and also working very well. You notice we were talking about Raul Gomez's truck rebounding a lot and he kind of hesitating through the big G outs, but right now Tracy Graff looks really good. Oh, and we see JP as he goes around, so he's going to lose some time. Now he has to back up again. This is probably going to add about 10 seconds to his time, so tough break for JP Gomez as he literally one turn from the finish line. I can't imagine the words that is going on in his helmet right now.
Well, the thing that's probably upsetting him most of all is the fact that he just did it in front of his own pit.
And everybody watching.
So JP Gomez there crossing the line. Let's see what time he's got. Fish, what do you got for us?
He is up into 3rd place. JP Gomez has jumped into 3rd place. He has a 32.40. So 2nd place was Tim Herbst with a 32.17. So he's only about 23 seconds behind 2nd place.
Yeah, I don't.
And Eric Harden is also jumped into 4th place now, it says on here. So 32.55 for him. But JP Gomez, 3rd place so far.
Well, there you go. As we're watching Blake Wilkie in that trophy buggy. Is that what he calls it?
Yeah,
it's the trophy bug.
The trophy bug, yeah. On 37s, as he was saying, that is a hindrance for him, but that's a smaller vehicle, so I think if he tried to put 40s on it, the tires would overpower.
I think the hood was the biggest, the bodywork was the biggest reason they didn't, probably, because I know those things are almost touching the bodywork as it is, and if you look at the bodywork, it goes way up. It's actually kind of hard to see out of that thing a little bit with that hood.
Yeah, we were just watching Tracy Graff there, just making his way up over Heartbreak Hill. Now, Blake Wilkie, it's going to be really interesting to see where he comes, because unlike most of these cars, that car is a home-built vehicle. So it's going to be really interesting to see if he can feature in our top 10 in qualifying today.
Well, in off-road fashion, or I should say in racer fashion, he said we've had like 5 or 6 24-hour days. We just got it done the day before the race. As always. It doesn't matter. You always seem to gather it up. And as Ivan Stewart once told me, you can be completely sideways going through the desert, but when that cattle guard comes up, you manage to pull it back just enough to get through the cattle guard, and then you're back on it again. So great for Blake Wilkie to get that vehicle out of here.
Yeah, I was chatting to Blake yesterday, and he had his eyes literally hanging out of his head. He looks so tired. But that'll all disappear when he leaves the start line. Look at this now, charging hard.
And but speaking of Blake, he's also racing the Class 11 race later.
Yep.
So he has to get back here. He's got a little bit of a break, and then he's going to be back out in the 11.
Yeah, and he's had problems with his Class 11 as well. They rebuilt the motor on that, and there was a machining issue, and so they've had to tear that motor down as well, rebuild that completely. Add to that, they've had to change the transmission in the trophy bug, and lots of sleepless nights as we watch Tracy Graff now on screen.
Tracy looks really aggressive, really fast. Let's hope he can keep them tires underneath him. But a little bit before that, we saw number 21, Michael Manelli Jr. Looks like Graff has a really good pace going, because this isn't the real fast, smooth stuff as he makes his hard right turn. Runs it a little bit wide, but he has got a good pace going, so let's keep an eye on Tracy Graff.
And if you're joining us at home now, this is the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. I'm Jim Marsden. Alongside me, I've got Fish from Fishgistics and, of course, Ricky Johnson. We're going to be bringing you all the action from today's prologue here in Hammertown. And we've seen some fantastic stuff already. And just look at this split images on the screen right now. Tracy Graff absolutely hauling the mail out there.
What happens is you're up here announcing, you become a fan, and you're watching the race, and you're trying to analyze it, and you remember, wait, I got to entertain the people and tell them what I'm seeing as well. But Tracy Graff, I have to say it, he's got a very strong pace going through all sections. We've seen some trucks not handling the G outs as well as others, and we've seen obviously the Tim Herbst very, very fast down that front straightaway. But Kyle Jurgensen is the man on top of the block right now with the fastest time, and he's over about 1.5 minutes in front. So it's going to be interesting to see if anyone can catch him.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough time to beat. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, that looked like Tracy Pohl we were just seeing off the start line there, but this is Emerson Ridge. This is one of the fastest parts of the course, and just look at the dust. This part of the course is really busted up, and what happens is as the cars pass by, they put clouds of bull dust up into the sky, and it just hangs there.
Yeah, it seems like the wind is picking up a little bit, but it depends on where you are on the course, because you can look at one spot, it looks like it's windy, and then you look at another one and there's no wind. So if you're a racer today, you're wishing for a little bit of wind today. There's the trophy bug, Blake Wilkie, still looking strong.
Always looks to me when you see that vehicle that there might be a visibility issue. I don't know what it's like to be sat in there, but it always looks like he's going to be stretching his neck to be seeing out the front.
Yeah, for sure, to see over the hood, and then especially in the tight sections and the rocks up and down when you're going over there, it's got to be hard to see out of it.
It does look that way, but Blake, he can wheel, that's for sure.
There's the 377, Tracy Pohl. Headed out off the start.
Well, and just comparing the difference in times, and Tracy Graff was, I'm going to say, substantially faster through that section.
Same section.
I'm not taking anything away from Tracy Pohl. Tracy Pohl is going fast, but comparing them side by side, Tracy Graff was, I was going to say, one of the fastest guys through that whole section.
Yeah.
Oh, what's this? What's this? Now, we saw this truck stopped earlier on the course, changing a tyre. It looks like they're pulling to the side one more time.
Yeah, another problem.
Oh, I'd like to see him further off the race line, if I'm honest, but that's what it is.
Yeah, that's Brent Vistra.
Okay, you can see there on the back, there's already one tyre missing.
See where they're going for now. They're going for something different.
They got to go for the jack.
Another jack and tire again. Oh, throw the jack.
So now this puts them in a spot that they have no spares. You can see the tire was completely gone on that spare next to the spare. So it completely debeaded, ripped it off the car, but they were able to get that back on there. And now they have to make the change, pull the impact wrench out, get the jack. So good teamwork going, but if you're a racer, I agree with Jim. I would like to see you a little further off the main line, because if something happens and two vehicles are side by side, one's always cheating to the left or to the right. That puts you in a dangerous position.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look at this and you think, oh, they're safe, there's no dust, but another vehicle comes blowing through, puts down dust, and another vehicle can't see through the dust. It's a dangerous moment.
Good thing today, they're spread out 5 minutes, so that'll be a little better today. But yeah, not good practice here. And that is the same tire they were changing last time, wasn't it? The back left,
yes.
Rear left last time too.
Which normally, 99% of all drivers always blow out right side tires.
Yeah.
Just because it's crazy. Those rocks seem to be so much closer on the right side than they are on the left.
And let's be honest, all race drivers, we're always trying to steal an inch. You're always trying to get a little bit too close.
Alrighty, Jim, we got somebody coming in. It looks like Blake Wilkie's going to make it to the finish line.
Blake Wilkie.
Yeah,
What do you got for his fish?
And just a note on the top there, they still have about 10 miles to go. So there you go. See, somebody just passed them there. Next car has gone by. We're watching for Wilkie coming in as soon as he crosses this line. Oh, sending it over there. We'll see when we get a time for him. All right, Blake Wilkie in 8th position with a 34.54. That puts him right behind Raul Gomez and right in front of Greg Nunley. So we've had 10 finishers so far. And Blake into 8th position.
He's got to be proud of that. And watching that trophy buggy, it looks like he's got the balance down. Jumping, it used to be like a little bit nose high, maybe like sort of the buggy or poor syndrome, too much weight in the back possibly. But it looks like he's got that suspension very well balanced out. And obviously, for him to run that quick, he's got that thing dialed in.
Yeah, and I think on that bottom shot, that's Adam Householder that we're going to see coming around. Looks like he just went off the start not too long ago. So
Yeah, what I find really interesting about it is that all of the chassis that we see out here racing, there's been years and years of development going into those chassis, and for him to actually come out here with a brand new chassis and to actually be vaguely competitive is mighty impressive.
Yep,
that is Adam Householder down there on the bottom.
Yep, he's got that distinctive blue with the orange bottom. They have 6100s. They have T1s as well. So as we said, we got Adam Householder down in the lower right. Can't quite see who's in the upper left, but
There was a gnarly crash right now, like a really bad one.
Okay, and the racing action continues here at the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. I hope you're enjoying the coverage at home. If you're watching on your screen and you're wondering what we're talking about, it might be, oh, look at this, it's Tracy Graff.
Tracy Graff.
Tracy
Now we
Graff
talk about
upside
desert
down.
turtles, and there is a desert turtle.
Well, the good news is that they're out of the vehicle.
There's a rescue coming right away. Good course workers on it.
Oh no, that's a different truck. That looks like Rick Johnson and Ricky Johnson. So they met in the same spot. So big roll. So tough run. So right now we're going to go back and take a look at that. As we said, that looks like Rick Johnson. Here we go. Catches the front.
Oh yeah,
up
it
and
is.
over.
Yeah.
Oh. Ooh, that's a tough one.
So the good and bad, when it hits, it goes here, but that back. So that back, it's tough because it slows you down very quick, but that back of that truck took a lot of the energy. You can see that it blew the spares off, but hopefully there we see Tracy Graff getting out. We see the co-driver getting out. So great. I'm really glad to see that they're okay. So that's going to be a tough deal. Now, after you flip the truck like that, you get out, you look around, you assess the damage, and you just you beat yourself up, and you really want to. God, if I could just reverse time and do that over again.
Yeah, it happened right where the 37 is. You had it spot on. That was the 37. I'm looking at the tracker. They're sitting right where the 37 was broken.
So Tracy had a great pace going. We talked about it, how hard he's going. As we're watching Adam Householder work his way up in the upper left. And that is Tracy Graff, along with Rick D. Johnson and Ricky Johnson. They're in the same exact spot. So I'm really happy to see that Tracy's out and okay. But Householder looks like he has a good pace going. You have to go for it, Fish. You can't sit back.
He was going. I mean, we saw it. We called it earlier. Just going out of here, he was one of the fastest trucks leaving the start line right through that first section that we've seen so far. So it's right about mile 13 is where this happened. Right
And if you actually look at what's happening there, I mean, that was a real tough luck moment. I mean, he really didn't do much wrong. He just literally slightly off pace, and it's just amazing how the desert really beats you up. Just give it a moment, and it takes it all away from you.
Well, what happens is the horizon changes. He came down into that big G out. It just bit a little too much, and then it just got a hold of the bumper. Like 1 inch back, he would have drove away and said, whoo, that was pretty close.
Yeah.
But it grabbed that front bumper and sent him for a ride. As I said, good and bad when you land on the tail like that. It does jar you pretty hard as a driver coming to a stop like that. But you saw all of that energy, instead of going to the driver, ripped the spare tires off and folded the back of the truck.
Now, no one wants to see this, but do you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking tomorrow we're going to see Tracy Graff at the back of the pack. And I know it's a terrible thing to say, but I'm looking forward to that because that could be fireworks.
Yeah,
Yes.
he can get the truck fixed. He's not out of it yet. He'll just start, like you said, behind the last finisher in his class, and they can come back out tomorrow and race again. Hopefully the truck's not too messed up. It was a pretty hard hit. It took on the back of the chassis there, so they'll have to check the chassis out, but hopefully it's not too bad.
That's going to be the hard part, is strapping the spare tires on. There's nothing to get a hold of, but Jason Smith can let him know if that's possible.
So fingers crossed that Tracy Graff can get his car back here, get it fixed, and get it on the line tomorrow.
This is Richard Armstrong, another Canadian 161. It's been a while. He has, I think that is the first Brentford Trophy truck, and he ran that a couple years back. And he since, through COVID and all the different stuff happening, hasn't been down here racing that much. But it's great to see Richard Armstrong back down. So to contingent. Hopefully he can do better than Tracy.
Yeah, let's hope so. Now, if you're watching at home and enjoying this, you can also go premium with your viewing pleasure. $25 and you'll be able to watch all the racing all week at a premium view. You won't get the adverts, you'll just get continued racing all week here in Hammertown. So sign on up to the premium. So it's only $25 and watch the racing action all week. We've got the EMC, the Everyman Challenge, we've got the UTVs, and of course we've got the Race of Kings, and qualifying all week for all of those races. So sign up and enjoy the action here today and for the rest of the week.
And all they have to do is go to kingofthehammers.com/live.
That's correct. And if you're joining us out in Hammertown, don't forget to go and visit Roxy and her girls at the merch trailer and get yourself some King of the Hammers merch. It sells out really fast every year, so do be sure to go and join those queues.
So he's kind of picking his way through right here. He doesn't want to make a mistake off the start. Just
Yeah, he's taking
easy.
this real steady.
Look at this. Where's he going here? He's taking the left line. Okay, so either or there. As long as there's not a VCP in the other line, you can go over there.
Yeah, so let's just reiterate what the VCPs are. These are virtual checkpoints. They don't actually physically exist on course. They're a GPS point that they have to pass within 50 feet of.
Yeah. I don't know about this line here, though.
No, I think he's offline here.
He might be off course a little bit too far here. You can see where the course goes to the right there.
Now, the weird thing about this is you can be 150 feet from center line on course. Or should I say your course is 150 feet across.
Yeah, see, he's got to
but it does look to me like he's way off here.
He's got to get back over on that course.
Back on track as we're watching Richard Armstrong work his way through the different California desert. We are going to take a commercial break. We will be right back to the 2023 Toyo Tire Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We'll be right back.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise! Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No.
Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. I'm Jim Marsden. I'm joined alongside by Fish from Fishgistics and Ricky Johnson, and we're here today for the qualifying for the desert race.
Well, we've seen a little bit of everything. We've seen. Right now we have Kyle Jurgensen, the all-wheel drive Brenthel has set the pace about a minute and a half ahead of everybody else. We saw one of the other four-wheel drives with Rolf Holland, Rick D. Johnson, and Ricky Johnson break, as well as Tracy Graff flip. So we've had thrills, spills, and chills. We got everything going on. Fish?
All right, just looking at the tracker real quick, we have some bad news for Dale Dondell. It looks like the 100 has come to a stop. They are sitting at 0 miles an hour right around mile 26. So that's according to the tracker. Maybe the tracker fell off the truck and the tractor is sitting at 0 miles an hour. That would be the best case scenario, right?
Well, that is the best scenario, but what we've been told is that we can see that they are working on the vehicle trying to get that back. You know, Dale hasn't raced that a lot, so obviously a lot of little gremlins come and bite you along the way when you have a brand new vehicle. But it would be great to see Dale get back going as we're watching. That's Tracy Graff, went up and over, and so he is obviously out. We'll see if he can make those repairs tonight, but tough break.
Yeah, and if you guys are at home or out here and you're wondering where the tracker is that we were referring to, just head over to kingofthehammers.com, and right on the front page there's a link that'll take you to the Racing Tracks tracker. And you just simply go on there, and then you go to the menu on the top left and select the classes that you want to view. And then those classes will pop up on the tracker, and it's super simple. You can see what mile they're at, you can see what mile an hour they're doing, and if you see a little red color at the bottom of the circle, that's never good, because the little red color means they're at 0 miles an hour. So you never want to see red at the bottom of the circle.
Right now we see 177, Chris Hirsch, as he starts to take into the desert. We are about 3/4 of the way through the T1 field, and then we'll be going to the T2. Some modifications there. We have in the number 263 E.J. Herbst. That's going to be Ryan Millen going to be starting for him, and that field is stacked. To give you a little preview, we got Christopher Plavardi, who was last year's defending champion. We also have Pierce Herbst. We have Dustin Grabowski. And we also have Cameron Steele, who was out there trying to do the King of the Motos, but did not quite finish that second loop. So Cameron, once again, trying to Ironman all these different races this weekend.
Yeah, and the action continues here as we're looking out across the Melville Dry Lake.
We want to thank the people from Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Nitto Tires, Progressive Insurance, Toyo Tires, as well as 4-Wheel Parts and Griffin Radios. We want to thank them for all their support.
As the action continues here, let's just have a look at what the schedule of events are for later in the week. Tomorrow, of course, it is going to be the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge, and that's going to be starting at 8 a.m. live here in Hammertown. Then on Monday, we're going to be seeing the Great American Short Course Race powered by Optima Batteries. And that's followed by the UTV King of the Hammers qualifying. Then on Tuesday, we're going to be seeing the Everyman Challenge qualifying at Chocolate Thunder. And Wednesday, it's going to be the main Chocolate Thunder for, back at Chocolate Thunder for the Nitto Racer Kings qualifying, which I cannot wait for. So much action going on here this week. It's going to be incredible. And then it's the big dance. It is the 4400s racing the Nitto Racer Kings next Saturday here in Hammertown.
All right, so the car on screen that we have here is the 177 Chris Hirsch. Kind of cool fact about this car here is it's actually his daughter that's co-driving with them today. So we have a dad and a daughter out there in this car. So it should be pretty fun.
That's one way to discipline your daughter. Make her ride, right seat with you.
Yeah.
And if she was in trouble, then you go get a flat, and then she's got to change it for you as well. But no, I think it's awesome whenever you see the families work together and stuff like that, because for one, I think you gain a lot of respect, and you also find yourself in a position that you would never find yourself in before. So you have to work together constantly, because it's a finely tuned machine, co-driver communicating back with the driver.
This is coming back in. This is going to be the hard left, and then you're wide open across this lake bed once again. There's a couple lake beds on this course today, and they're all wide open, like a lake bed would be. You're going to see some high top speeds out here today.
That's why they call it a dry lake bed. But when it rains, it still has the word lake bed.
Yes. And the weather is beautiful today. Besides, we need a little bit more wind.
Yeah, but a lot of people were concerned, economy, this and that. The lake bed is popping. I mean, the vehicles that we see, not just in the pit and the racers, but all the spectators have come out and are really supporting this. So it's great to see this. What Dave Cole started a long time ago has really evolved into something spectacular.
Yeah, it just gets bigger every year. I mean, last night there was a solid line of cars coming in for just hours and hours all night long. Just people that are just coming out here to get here for this race. All day today, they're going to be coming for tomorrow. It's getting packed out here. I think that was Kit Stokes we saw a minute ago there on the bottom right.
Yep.
Baldwin's jump.
So Kit actually has a really strong pace, so I'm thinking he could potentially be in the top 5.
Yeah, he's definitely looking pretty good out there.
But as we talked about, this course is not your just typical desert flat Barstow type racing. It's got some really technical uphills and downhills that the drivers have to navigate, and I think that's the best thing for it, because these trucks do so much with the locked rear end, the underdrive, and then the 40-inch tires and stuff like that. At some places where the guys have to navigate through the tight technical as well.
Yeah, and there is one section on this qualifier today where you're literally going 1 mile an hour, 2 miles an hour through a little rock section. It's not really like rock crawling, but there's big rocks on both sides. You drop down. It's all soft in the bottom. You got to make a hard left, then you come up and make a hard right. You can't see. There is not great visibility out of any of these trucks, honestly, in a section like that where you're off camber and the big rocks are really close on the side. But I haven't seen anybody have a problem there yet, so it might not be as bad as it looks.
Let's hope that isn't the announcer's jinx, of course.
Yeah.
But still, there's plenty of action here as we continue with the qualifying for the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge, presented by Monster Energy. And we've got another car coming into the infield now. Oh, gets a little bit sideways.
That is Kit Stokes, it looks like, coming into the finish. We'll look and see what his time is. Now, keep in mind, the times today, it's not just where you qualify and then tomorrow everybody starts over at zero on your time clock. This time from today rolls over into tomorrow. So that's a little bit different than what a lot of these guys are used to in other organizations. When you do qualifying, it's just to get your spot, and then everybody starts at 0 on the start line tomorrow. So if you're behind 5 minutes today, you're behind 5 minutes tomorrow as soon as you start.
So let's talk about that for the guys that have not finished course, like Dale Dondell, for Tracy Graff. Where are they going to be? What's the break on that?
Well, if they finish, then they're going to get their time. If not, Dave said he was going to do the slowest time in their class plus a couple minutes. That would be their time for tomorrow. So if the slowest guy was 40 minutes today, they would be at like 42 minutes when they start tomorrow.
So that's actually working really well. So we've still got a race. You're not punished so hard that you're going to be out of it, but you are actually going to have enough punishment that you're going to have to be working really hard to get back up into the top of the pack.
Correct. You wouldn't want to like DNF on purpose today to try to get any kind of an advantage for a start tomorrow. That wouldn't do you any good.
Yeah.
Well, if you were watching Kit Stokes as he was working his way to the finish, if you are a Dust to Glory fan, if you remember Alan Pfluger, that was the first race for that truck. So if you go back and watch, you can see the interview with Alan Pfluger, got the little hula girl on the dash.
Yep.
That is the truck that Kit Stokes is driving.
Funny story on that. I was actually working for Alan back then, and when we got that truck, me and John Hoffman came out here, and me and John Hoffman on this lake bed behind us here was the first miles that truck ever did. It was brand new behind us on the lake bed. I think we did about 138 in it, and back then that was really fast for a truck. Nowadays we're seeing over 150 in some of these trucks.
Then you got smart, got out of the cab and behind a computer.
Yeah.
Well, Kit Stokes, he crossed the line in 10th position. With a 36.28, so nice run, solid run there from Kit.
Trying to get an
the
eye on
householder,
it.
possibly?
It looks like householder,
Yep.
yes.
It is
You're
householder,
absolutely right. Took the words right out of my mouth.
He has the Gibbs motor in there, so that's one of those Herb Smith trucks with the big Gibbs motor designed just for this.
Here we have Richard Armstrong as he navigates his way through. You can tell by that gold. The paint job on that thing is absolutely gorgeous, but Richard Armstrong runs a strong mullet, by the way. Very strong. So he's representing on multiple fronts, one for Canada and one for all the people hanging on to a mullet. So good job, Richard.
All right, we have a time for Kit Stokes. So Kit Stokes is across in 10th place. 10th position, he has a 36.28, which puts him just behind Greg Nunley and right in front of Ryan Prosser. So 10th position for Kit Stokes, our latest finisher.
So let's just round down our top 5. In 5th position at the moment is Bernard Steinman. In 4th position is Eric Hardeen. In 3rd is that man, JP Gomez. In 2nd, it was the first car off the line this morning, Tim Herbst. And in 1st position currently at the moment, it was last year's winner, Carl Jurgensen, in the Brentford 4-wheel drive. Now we've got a full day of qualifying here in Hammertown for the desert classes. Got the T1s that are going out right now. Then it's going to be the unlimited buggies, which are the B1s. Then we're going to be working our way into the T1 specs. Then right the way through into the limited buggies. And then the UTVs. Now the UTV field is absolutely stacked. There are so many amazing drivers out there. Let me just pick a few for you. Seth Quintero, straight back from Dakar. Paul Wolf, that man is on fire at the moment. Max Gordon's going to be out there in one of those new speed UTVs. Jamie McCoy, Phil Blurton, Carl Cheney, Robbie Gordon, of course, Travis Zollinger, Caden Wells, Mitch Guthrie, Cowboy Cerrone, Brandon Sims, and Dustin Battleaxe Jones. So many big hitters.
Well, that's the thing. And a lot of these guys are running both weekends. They got the UTVs for the Desert Challenge, and then they're going into the King of the Hammers. So right now we got Emmy with some more interviews, finding these drivers. And Emmy seems to be poking the bear a little bit, finding out what exactly these drivers do before the race. So Emmy, take it away.
All right, well, we're starting to get some T2 trucks lined up. Remember, that is unlimited engine, but limited suspension. Sorry, yes, limited engine, but unlimited suspension. And I'm here with the Herbst truck. This is truck number 219. And you know, I love co-drivers, so I wanted to talk to Shane Robinson. Shane, your driver here is one Mr. Thor Herbst. And I would like to know, how do you keep a guy named Thor contained?
Thor, he can be an animal. He really, I call him a kid because I'm old, but young man, he's very smart. He memorizes, puts in so much hard work, dedication to come out here and run fast. And I have a great time with him. We have fun.
So do you guys have any kind of special, I don't know, special code words for like, holy crap, danger, danger? Do you do you have anything that's special between the two of you?
Well, we're pretty calm in the truck, but I reverse left and right. So when I call corners, I call me and you.
Oh.
Turn to you, sweep 90 to you, sweep 90 to me. That's one of our little tricks, and it's idiot-proof. You can't mess it up that way.
Well, I mean, it's idiot-proof for you guys. Yeah, all right, well, take us through some of the course here that you've got out on your GPS. Looks like you've got a lot of marks there.
Yeah, we start off, and you go into almost the worst section of the course. Big holes, rocks everywhere. Get to the other side of Heartbreak Ridge, and then we are fast. We're fast all the way out, across, all the way back to the lake bed, the second lake bed, then there's another rocky section, and then you're fast all the way back in. I mean, it's a quick course.
And I see you've used the American flag as a waypoint marker. What do those indicate?
That is our preferred line. So if there's 3 lines in a corner and we prefer one, that way we know we hit the one we like.
Oh, I thought maybe you had your American flags just for freedom.
Well, that too. It gives us the freedom to pick where we want to go.
All right, and take me through this racing track thing that you've got there.
So the racing track, we've got a push to pass button. So if we catch somebody, we push that button, it alerts them. You've got a medical emergency button, and then you've got a mechanical button. So if we break down, we hit the mechanical, they try to get retrieval to us. The medical means we need help, come right away.
Okay, but the only button you're going to push on that is pass, right?
Today, hopefully. That will be the only one we will need.
So how do you think you're going to do compared to the other Herbst trucks that were in the T1?
The brothers are great with each other, very supportive, but they are very competitive with each other too. So we're looking to beat the other ones. We're in the brand new truck. He pulled rank on his brother, being the older brother, and said, I get the new truck.
That's awesome. I love it that one of the younger Herbst brothers is like, no, man, the big one is for me. Awesome. Listen, thanks so much, you guys. Take thoughtful risks out there, but most importantly, have fun.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, you guys, back to the stage. Again, we are down here with the T2 vehicles here at the 2023 King of the Hammers and the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge.
All righties, we're watching number 21, Michael Manelli Jr. as he works his way to the finish. We are going to have Jim read down the top 10 on the Ford Bronco scoreboard.
It is right. Let's have a look at the scores on the doors. The top 10 in 10th position currently, it's Kit Stokes. In 9th, it's Greg Nunley. In 8th, it's Blake Wilkie. In 7th, it's Raul Gomez. In 6th, it's Wade Porter. In 5th, it's Bernard Steinman. And rounding out the top 4, in 4th position, it's Eric Hardeen. In 3rd, it's one of those Gomez, and it's JP Gomez. And in 2nd, our first car off the line this morning, Tim Hurst. And in 1st position currently, last year's winner, but this time in an all-wheel drive Brentthal truck, it's Kyle Jurgensen.
Well, the only thing I would say is a slight surprise, but not really because the guy is such a driver, is Blake Wilkie on 37s in that trophy bug. And he was saying, I've been staying up, 24-hour days trying to get this thing going, but he's done a great job keeping it in the Bronco scoreboard top 10.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely, he doesn't have a lot of race time in that either. He takes that thing out to Glamis. He does some fun trips in Ocotillo Wells. It's kind of a fun truck. It's not just strictly a race bug. He has some fun in it. And I think he's only done maybe one other race in it actually.
Right now we have 24 drivers off the line. The last one that we saw go off was number 8, Nick Whetstone, as he works his way through. And now we have another driver off, and I'm pretty sure that is 44, Bill Apgood.
Yeah, which means we're not far off from seeing a Ryan Arciero, one of the hot favourites for this race, soon going to be leaving the line.
Well, Ryan Arciero is a favourite in any race that he's in. He's obviously a Baja 1000 winner. He's a Baja 500 winner. He's done so many great things in the sport, as well as he's part of a racing heritage. The Arciero family goes all the way back to Albert, Frank, a.k.a. and plus Big Frank. You know, so you go back to Indy cars, all the different stuff. So great racing heritage with the RCRs, and it's going to be. We expect big things out of Ryan today.
And this is his first time out here. I was talking to him yesterday, and he's super stoked to be here. He was, he tried to do it a couple of the other years. He couldn't make something happen. This year he made it happen, and he's super stoked to be out here at this race. So let's see how he does on his first time out here.
Well, and Ryan's one of those ones that really pays attention to detail when it comes to pre-run notes and stuff like that. You had Benny Metcalf in there, and back in the day, Benny would have a big, giant three-ring binder, and he would go note after note after note before he could put it into the GPS the way they're doing it now. So Ryan Arciero is one of those guys that will put in the extra homework.
Now, it's interesting what you're saying about GPS there. The technology, we keep talking about it changing, and GPS technology is another thing that's taken a huge advances in the last few years. We used to go out there with basically what were fish finders, and now what we're going out there is with state-of-the-art systems that are designed specifically for desert racing, whether it be lead nav or whether it be the new stuff from Garmin.
Yep.
It really is quite remarkable.
Yeah, Garmin just came out, a couple weeks ago with a brand new device that they designed for off-road racing. So it's going to be pretty cool. I know some of these guys out here, I've seen it in their trucks already, and they feel it gives them a bit of an advantage once they learn how to use it.
I love the fact that a powerhouse like Garmin have identified desert racing as being a market worthy of actually investing into.
Yes.
That's incredible, and that's wonderful, and we need to see more of that from mainstream suppliers.
Exactly, stepping it up. So we have the 377 on the top there.
I'll make a little note. I got a text. Is Chris Hirsch is actually the 2022 Snore Trophy Truck Champion. So we have drivers from other organizations here that are coming out for this. So this is kind of a one and done race, which we saw at the King of the Motos. There was like 3 different championships that put points for, but this is a Super Bowl. This is a one race that you definitely want to win, and we want to make sure that we acknowledge the champions from the other series. And once again, that is Chris Hirsch, number 177 or 77, is the 2022 Snore Trophy Truck Champion.
And that's what's kind of cool about this race too, because you're not here trying to get points. You're not just trying to get a finish. Like, you're here to win. You're coming out here. If you break, it is what it is. But you're coming out here to win. There's no points here. So
yeah.
You're first or last, honestly, at this race. Really, that's the mentality of most of these people racing this race.
So Ricky Bobby's dad was right. If you're not first, you're last.
Yes, correct.
Everything else is a loser.
Oh,
I mean, that's the reason. Second is just the second fastest loser. It's as simple as that, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the first fastest.
So it
well, the first fastest. Hey, I was never good at maths. Don't start on me.
Yeah, you're just not good at losing.
Right. No, I don't like losing. Losing's bad.
No. But right now, the course, I want to compliment the guys and start at the top with Dave Cole for making this call of going 5 minutes to separate it. So it's always a challenge to separate the race. You got to do the math. What might be the average time to finish the race? How much time can we give them in between? We're qualifying. How long does the course need to be? But right now we are right on schedule. So everybody from Dave Cole all the way down through the guys at King of the Hammers, Ultra 4, have done a great job getting this ready.
Well, very shortly we're going to see Ryan Arciero leaving the line, and we'll be talking about him. As it looks like we've got another finisher coming in here. Who's this fish? Can we see?
Looks like we'll get a time for him as soon as they come across the line in a second here.
As we're waiting for this car to be confirmed and find out who he is, and we've got Ben Napier's going to be joining us up here in the booth very shortly. Now, Ben is one of the masterminds behind working out all the gaps that we're running today for the different classes, but he's also got a friend of his, in fact a relative of his, who's going to be racing out here very, very shortly, and we're going to get him in and tell us a little bit about that car very shortly.
That was Tracy Poole that we just saw finish, the 377. He is in 8th position, so the 377 is now in 8th position.
You got it. So as we're watching the drivers as they work there through the desert, we got Emmy with another interview as we're watching number 44. So Emmy, who do you have for us?
All right, I am back here, way back in the line with truck number 209, and Ethan Ebert is the driver of the Honda Ridgeline. And Ethan, I have to ask you, are you sure you're old enough to have your driver's license?
Oh yeah, we just got it this year, or last year, so we're good. We've been driving on the road, so trying to only drive with 1 foot though, so no 2-foot braking. But yeah, no, we just got it, so we're good.
Now, this is the only Honda that's racing. We've seen Honda Ridgelines out on the street, but this doesn't look like your normal everyday Honda Ridgeline.
Oh no, so it's close close, but no cigar, you know what I mean? So it kind of looks like it, but yeah, no, we've done just a little bit of test and tuning to this ridgeline, and we've gotten it dialed in, and we're ready to race King of the Hammers right now.
So on this, have you gone out and pre-run and done all of your homework?
Oh yeah. So we took our Honda Talon, we pre-ran the course around 2 to 3 times, just getting all our notes in, and they actually did a really good job with putting the notes in already. So we really rarely had to put any notes in, but yeah, no. So we were out there pre-running, getting this thing all dialed in, and we're ready to go.
And have you done your homework for all of your high school classes that you're missing this week at King of the Hammers?
Yes. So I've already gotten all the extra work. I've done it and gotten out ready. So yeah, we've got A's and B's only, no C's, no D's, no F's around here. So that's the standard you need to drive the truck, and that's what I have. So we're ready to go.
Yeah, if you were showing up here with C's, D's, and F's, I would be kicking you out right now.
Yeah, no, so would Jeff and my mom. My mom used to be a school teacher, so she's on top of me all the time.
Oh my God, that's adorable. Look at this kid. It's amazing. I love it. Well, listen, I hope you have a really good time out there. Remember, if someone comes up behind you, just drive faster.
Exactly. Just jackrabbit away.
Sounds good. Listen, thank you so much for your time. Have fun out there. Be nice to your co-driver. He's just trying to help you.
Of course. He's trying to keep that right side up, and we're trying to keep the left side, so we're good.
Awesome. Thank you so much. You guys, let me know what's going on the stage, will you?
Alrighty, as we're watching Ryan Adam Householder work his way to the finish, he's going to be looking for a top 10 finish. We still have Emmy finishing up her interview, but right now we see Adam Householder, and also we saw Ryan Arciero, one of the guys that we're looking to, possibly dethrone Kyle Jurgensen, but he's got the work cut out for him. But right now we're going to bring onto the stage Ben Napier, who also has a fellow Australian out there getting ready to go. But Ben is going to be our race ops guy. He's going to be looking out for everything, making sure that he's feeding us the right information. But Ben, 2 things. 1, welcome. 3 things. 2, you got one of your countrymen heading out there to go. And thank you for all your info.
Thanks, Ricky. It's great to be here. There's a bunch of internationals racing this week, and I want to try and give you guys some colour and flavour on these guys that you might not have heard of before.
Yep.
The first one we've got lining up right now, it's Talbot Cox. He's a long-time racer from Australia. Has previously raced what we call Pro Buggy, which would be a B1 over here.
Yep.
Huge experience over there. He's teamed up with a guy called Michael Marson. Both buggy guys, but they've made the step up to T1.
Yep.
They've done a couple of races over here. This is their 3rd race in that. It's a Racer Engineering T1. And they're over here to race with the best over here. It's a huge commitment from Australia. Massive logistical thing to get over here. And Talbot and Michael have bought this truck together, got it all prepped with the racer guys, and it's out here ready to go. And Talbot's a really fast driver. He's really dominating in the buggies back home. So it'd be awesome to see how he goes in the truck.
Well, and a lot of times the people from Australia will come over here, buy a truck, run it here a little bit, work the bugs out, and then take it back over to Australia. But you're saying this is a vehicle from Australia?
No, this is a Racer Engineering
Racer.
T1.
Okay.
So it's from here. It's one of the old Milking It cars.
Yep.
So they've purchased that. The guys have gone half on it. They're actually going to share the driving. I believe Michael's going to do a lap tomorrow at some stage. Talbot's going to drive most of it this time. I think when they raced the Mint recently, Michael did a bit more driving. So they've sort of worked out a way that they can afford to race over here by sharing the costs, which is really cool.
Yeah.
They're obviously good friends and make that happen.
Well, obviously the big race in Australia is the Fink. I haven't been to it yet. I've watched it. It blows my mind because from what we see, it looks like a straight, whooped out, sandy, crazy 100 miles down, spend the night, 100 miles back. I mean, there's obviously turns and stuff like that, but it is pretty much let her rip.
The Fink race is an absolute sprint. They are just full throttle the majority of the way. It's what the guys have done. Toby Price this year, in his truck down there, and he had a new Tisco truck imported. It's just next level what that event's doing. It is really a sprint race. These guys come over here though, and we put them through a much longer course.
Yeah.
A lot of the Australian racing is quite short. We have lap racing often, like this Prologue setup. They'll do 1 lap, then have a break, then do a couple more laps. The racing sort of is structured a bit more like that over here. To throw these guys out on a course tomorrow for the distance we are, it's going to be something a bit different for them. So I think they're pretty excited about racing something a bit longer.
Well, in the Fink, it looks like it's consistent. The dirt dirt compound and stuff like that. That you don't do a lot of elevation change, and as you said, the speeds are unbelievable. Can you let people give an idea on like what Toby Price did that 100-mile stretch in?
I believe he averaged in the high 90 mile an hour for the race.
So imagine that.
It was right up there, just crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no rocks out there. There's nothing that we have here like these big G-outs and ditches. Yeah, there's some big dunes and jumps. There's a lot to bring you unstuck still. It's still a tricky race. A lot of people still don't finish it, but this racing over here we've got at this event with the rocks and the bushes and everything else that can take out tires and wheels, it can really push you.
So let's talk about this race and race ops, all of the different places you're finding information, because you're not just resting on your laurels and waiting for something to come in. You're trying to find information in a lot of different areas.
Absolutely. The Hammer King crew over here is huge. The production team, the race ops team, we reach out to as many people as we can, try and gather as much information. We've got experts like Fish. We're constantly gathering data from course workers, volunteers, just to try and bring you guys the best show.
Well, right now the show is awesome. We've had a little bit of everything. Unfortunately for Tracy Graff, we saw a big crash up and over and ended on his roof. Unfortunately for Rolf Holland and the Johnson boys, what people are saying, it sounded like a blown transmission. We don't know that, but a lot of people make it to the finish line, and the pace is really, really fast.
I think this is one of the fastest average speeds we're going to see at a race at a King of the Hammers event. This one's really a fast course that Dave set the guys. A lot of us have been out there and pre-run it and gotten to see it this year, and these guys are going to have fun.
Well, Fish, any surprises that you've been watching as far as on the tracking and things like that while Ben and I have been talking?
Well, the number 4, remember the one that we saw get 2 flat tires?
Yep.
They were stopped again for a little while, and now they're headed over off of the course. So number 4 definitely not having a very good qualifying prologue today. Not sure what's going on with them now, but they're off the course and on the side. Looks like they might be headed back on an access road or something real slow.
So if you are a family or fan of Brent Veenstra, it looks like he is off the course and headed back. Hopefully not on 3 tires.
Yeah, it could be, right?
you never know. So Ben, we're going to let you get back to your job and get things done, but thank you for all the information. Right now, I'm going to ask you a question from a racer to racer. Do you think Ryan Arciero can put it in the top spot?
I think he's going to really throw down. I think some of
That's
those
not what
earlier
I'm
guys
asking.
have got.
Can he beat him?
Ooh. It's
your last
it's gonna be
$100.
close. 10 seconds slower.
10 seconds slower. So there you go. Ben says that, Napier says that Kyle Jurgensen is going to hold on to it. I'm going to just go ahead and take the opposite. I'm going to say he's going to beat him by 2 seconds.
There we go. Well, it was good to see Talbot clear Heartbreak Ridge. I'm going to get back to work. I'm going to leave you. There's some more Australian competitors in 61 in T2 coming up. I'm going to stop back then and give you a bit more information about them.
All righty. Thank you, Ben.
Thanks,
we'll talk
guys.
to you soon.
All right, so we have had a couple more finishers while you guys were talking. Adam Householder in the number 24 truck has jumped into the 4th position. So Adam Householder in 4 with a 32.45. He was only 5 seconds behind 3rd place JP Gomez. So it's JP Gomez in 3rd, then Adam Householder in 4th. Right in front of Eric Harden in 5th. Also, we had the number 21 finished, Michael Mamelli Jr. He finished in the 13th position with a 38.58. And I think that's the only 2 that we haven't talked about yet. Tracy Poole finished the 377. He is in 9th position. So the biggest one is Adam Householder jumps up to 4th position so far. That's the highest finisher we've had in a little while.
It is, and just imagine if JP Gomez hadn't spun his car in the infield, he would still be up there in
well,
that.
he is. He's in front
sorry,
of
he
him.
is. Yes, sorry, I do apologize. God, I'm reading that upside down.
It's all right. You're from the type of the world that is upside down, right? Or
no, that was the other guy.
Oh,
from the other bit.
Oh,
Well, not to
okay.
worry. Right,
You
let's run
sound
through the
the
top 10 on the Ford. Let's run through the top 10 on the Ford Bronco scoreboard. In 10th position still is Blake Wilkie. In 9th is Tracy Poole. In 8th is Raul Gomez. In 7th is Wade Porter. In 6th is Bernard Steinman. In 5th is Eric Hardeen. In 4th is Adam Householder. In 3rd is the second Gomez brother, it's JP. In 2nd, our first car off the line this morning, Tim Herbst. And currently our leader is Kyle Jurgensen in that all-wheel drive Brenthal. Our winner last year, of course. Can he stay on the top spot? There is a man out there on course at the moment who's trying to make sure that doesn't happen, and that is Ryan Arciero. Have we heard anything from him recently?
Well, right now we have not. He's made it past the rough section. He's getting into the high-speed stuff. We should be seeing him coming across the dry lake bed in the really fast sections. So, well, as we said, we're expecting big things out of Ryan. I know he expects big things out of himself as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how close he is to Kyle Jurgensen. Because if I know Ryan and I know the whole Herbst crew, they're going to have the splits throughout the race, letting Ryan know if how much he needs to pick it up or if he's comfortable.
So, looking at the tracker right now, this doesn't look too good for Ryan Arciero. The 32 is at 0 miles an hour.
Oh, not good.
It's showing a different name on here, Sam Collins, but it is the 32. I think they just didn't switch the names. He is literally at maybe mile 3 or something, and it's showing at 0 miles an hour. So I don't know if we've seen a camera on him yet. He's not going to be far in front of where this truck is that's on the screen right now.
Exactly.
He's going to be basically over the backside of this hill. It looks like he is at 0 miles an hour, so definitely not good for the 32 of Ryan Arciero if the tracker is correct. We'll have to see if we can confirm that with one of our shots.
Yeah, it would make sense though, as we haven't picked him up on any of our cameras. So let's see what happens. All speculation right now. And still the action continues here at the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are live from Johnson Valley, California at the Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers 2023. It's a week of racing. Pop on down to YouTube or kingofthehammers.com/live and you can stay up with the action. Pay $25 and you can come into our premium feed. No adverts, extra footage, and see lots of action for continuing throughout the week. We've got UTVs racing, we've got the EMC, and of course then we've got the Nitto Racer Kings next Saturday.
So Jim, at this point we have our defending champion Kyle Jurgensen out in front and looking very good to hold on to that spot. Obviously anything can happen, but unfortunately right now we're showing Ryan Arciero at 0 miles an hour, so don't know what that is. We have not been able to find him as we're watching some of the other trucks go by, but right now Ryan Arciero, it looks like he is at a standstill.
He is. We've seen some of our real, our firm favourites. Tracy Graff, of course, we saw him doing his turtle impression earlier. Dale Dondale, of course, broken as well. So it's really tough out there. It sounds like people say, oh, only 40 miles, but these are 40 brutal Johnson Valley miles.
And everybody's going for it too. It's not just 40 miles to get to the finish line, it's 40 miles as fast as you can because you want to be on the top of the box tomorrow.
Absolutely. And as you said earlier, it's combined times. Your time is not starting at 0 tomorrow. You need to put down a great time today to give yourself the best shot for tomorrow's race.
Yeah, there's no sandbagging going on today. You don't want to try to sandbag to maybe start 5th for strategy or anything because you're losing all that time.
Down in the bottom is Richard Armstrong as he makes his way back into Hammertown. We see that short course that they've done a great job getting a bunch of water in there. It's actually not beaten up near as bad as I thought with the sand, but Richard Armstrong as he works his way back to the finish line.
Indeed, and that's the 184 of John Bowers there. Great shot of that car. Working really well. Really interesting front end arrangement there with those lights. Completely different to everything else we see out on that course. Okay, so we have got here a car coming across the finish line now.
Richard Armstrong as he finishes his lap. Great to see Richard back out racing another one of our entries from Canada.
And he is across in 14th position. So 14th spot for Richard Armstrong with a 39.41. All right, so if you guys are wondering what we're talking about every time we say the tracker, here's what it looks like. This is the Racing Tracks tracker. You can see I have all of the T1s selected right now to show up. So unfortunately, you see down at the bottom here, the 32, it says a different name right now, but the number is correct. See that red at the bottom? That means they're at 0 miles an hour. So when we look at it, he's at 0 miles an hour and it updated at 10:11, which is just 2 minutes ago, so that is a good update. So basically you can just click on them and zoom around. It'll tell you when they're moving. You just don't want to see that red like we're seeing on the 32. It's got a couple mile markers on here every 5 miles or so. You got mile 5, mile 12, and always check what time it updates. So see 1013, CJ Greaves is in the 33. That's not actually CJ, but the number's correct today. I think tomorrow they'll have the correct names on here. But see, here's the 37 earlier. We saw that stopped, and along with Tracy Graff was at the same spot where they crashed. If you zoom in enough, it's kind of hard to tell, but there is 2 of them here. They're literally right at the same spot, you can see. So that's how you use the racingtracks.com tracker. It works pretty good. You can see this is not good. What do we got here? We got the 8. Okay, so Nick Whetstone is now showing at 0 miles an hour. So that is not good for the number 8. He's right about mile 15 or so. So number 8 at 0 miles an hour. We got Dondell right here also at 0 miles an hour. And that's kind of an overview of the tracker. The 44 is moving, and that's how you do it. Here, what do we have? Is this the...
big crash. But the good thing is we see the drivers
this
now.
This is not Graff because he was on the roof, right?
Yeah, no, this is a completely different crash. As he was coming around, you can see off to the right.
This is probably the 8.
So this is the 8 truck.
Nick Whetstone.
So I'm going to let Fish take that, but looks like he got off on the side, bicycled, and then up and over. So good thing that they are out of the truck and okay, but not a way to start your qualifying run.
Yeah, that is not good. That is right about mile 15 or so, if I had to guess, based off the tracker. Yeah, that would be the number 8 there.
And this is Casey Curry in another Brenthel vehicle. We've seen him before in what they called the trophy. What did he call that, Jim? The Jeep that had the all-wheel drive?
Yeah, the trophy. It was the trophy Jeep.
The trophy Jeep, but now he's out there in a Brenthel truck. So Casey Curry and the Curry family know their way around Johnson Valley very, very well.
They do indeed. I'm really interested to see how Casey gets on here. I mean, let's not forget, Casey is a previous Dakar winner.
Yep.
He's won previous other awards as well. Been very successful in 4400. He also came over to Europe, did it very well over there as well. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do in this car today. Right, as we continue here with the action of the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. Today is all about the qualifying, and we have nearly 200 vehicles to qualify. So far it's been the T1s out there on track. Very shortly we're just about to start with the T2s, which are the limited version of the T1s. Basically the same car but with sealed engines.
Well, this is our last T1 truck, and we want to make sure that we're going to be going to a commercial break in just a minute. But as you're watching the last T1, we're going to go into the B1s, which is the unlimited buggies. We have 3 of those entries, and then we're going into the T2. So we want to let you know that you're watching the Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, but now you're watching the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We'll be back in just a moment with more Prologue qualifying. Right now we have Kyle Jurgensen out in front and see if anybody else can dethrone him. We'll be right back.
Off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome back to the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are watching one of those Monster Energy athletes, the last to start in the T1 class, and that is Casey Curry. As Jim Margin said before, Casey, a previous Dakar winner, short course champion, has basically driven everything under the moon, as well as the Curry family. Very strong in this hammers, rock crawling, racing, as well as all off-road. But Jim, no surprises at this point. Now we're seeing Kyle Jurgensen out in front, our defending champion.
I disagree. I think we've seen a few surprises out there. We didn't expect to see Tracy Graff on his roof, and didn't expect to see Dale Dondale pulling over to one side. And we've yet to get confirmation of where Ryan Arciero is. So
he's moving again.
He's moving again.
His tracker just updated.
Fantastic.
The 32 is moving again.
So there is some changes happening out there on course, but I think the one thing I'm not surprised at is to see Carl on the top spot.
Absolutely, and for multiple reasons. One is he's the defending champion. Two, he's in that all-wheel drive truck. But Fish, you have some information. You see Ryan Arciero is going again, but he has lost a substantial amount of time.
For sure. He was stopped for at least 5 minutes, if not more, just from when I had seen it. So I don't know how much time he lost total, but he is moving again. He's just about to make the hard right where the Prologue cuts over. And we'll see if he keeps moving. But he is moving. He is currently moving 41 miles an hour on the last time his tracker pinged. So I'll keep an eye on it.
And that, and typically for Ryan, he's going to be running a really, really strong pace.
Yes, and we did also confirm that was the 8 that we saw on his side earlier. That was the number 8, Nick Whetstone over there. Looks like he had a little get-off earlier. That is Sterling Miller right there, I believe, in the 86.
Yes. Sterling Miller as he's working his way through, and unfortunately, this is the first race of the season, so a lot of people maybe didn't get the time to shake down the vehicles and also find some of the gremlins. A lot of times in the off season, they're changing a lot of things and updating a lot of stuff, so we're seeing some surprises as they go out. But right now, we have somebody in the booth. The man sitting on the top and our defending champion right now. So bring him to the stage, Kyle Jurgensen. How's it going, buddy?
It's going good. Thanks for having me.
So you look phenomenal. You did get stuck behind Ryan Prosser for a little bit. How much time do you think you lost in the dust there?
I would say only a couple seconds. He pulled off or got lost at a perfect time, and we had really clean air after that, almost a 10-minute gap. So it really worked out very well.
So obviously last year you won this in a two-wheel drive truck against a lot of four-wheel drive vehicles. How much more do you like having all four wheels digging?
It's better everywhere. I would say in the bumps and the turns, the hills are no longer hills anymore. There's a reason that everything's going that way. It's better. And I know that sometimes longevity is an issue, but they're doing a good job, and I feel confident in it.
And so for you guys, just to give the fans, how many laps did you pre-run for your markings?
We did 2 full laps and then an extra prologue, and we're dialed in. Sean and I got a good rhythm going, and our notes are pretty good.
Well, you do a lot of driving and testing out here with the Brenthels. They have a camp just right. I can see it from here if it wasn't so dusty. So you're very, very familiar with this desert.
Yeah, I mean, we do so much testing out here. It's like it's our backyard. So I know every rock everywhere.
So any changes to the truck? Are you just going to wipe it off and go run?
We're going to assess the suspension. I thought it was working pretty good. The truck is like really new, so it felt stiff, all the uniballs and everything real tight, and it felt stiff. So I think we're going to leave it and let it kind of loosen up as it wears out. That's kind of our game plan.
So I had the opportunity to drive your old two-wheel drive truck, and you, as far as setups and stuff, I'm going to use Supercross and motocross. You run more of a Supercross style to where you can really trust it on the big G outs, and you jump from spot to spot. You do a lot of timing where other guys want the suspension to travel so much. Why is that? Is that what you like, or do you think it's safest? What is the reason?
I like being able to hit the big bump and that big G out, because if you're in the dust and you don't know it's coming, I want to have like a safety. All of a sudden it just shows up, you're doing 100 and you hit the big hole. I want to make sure the truck won't go end over end, and that's why I like it being a little bit taller. And you got to just control it a little bit more in the corners. We don't lose too much time, but we're always feeling safe in that big hole.
Well, and you're obviously, the lead guy over at Brenthel. making a lot of the calls, a lot of the changes and stuff like that, and that has to trickle down to those other people on the team because they're in that giant building now. They got all these different trucks, and they're sort of sucking into your wake and pulling some of the information off of your vehicle.
Absolutely. The brothers work with me very well on getting me what I want, and then a lot of the customers go, well, can I have that too? And the answer is obviously yes.
Yeah.
Let's run that. It's working.
Yeah. Now let's see if you can drive it like Kyle.
Yeah.
That's a huge challenge itself. Now a new sponsor, Yokohama. How are you happy with that? Now it's a new true 40 because they said they had a 40 before, but it's really a 39, and that's so Yokohama's made a big step up, and obviously hiring you.
Yes, we're excited. I'm actually feeling pretty good about the tires. I pre-ran with them all weekend and no flats, and we were beating on them. We wanted to see if we could flatten it, and they look great. And the only bummer is we're still waiting on some 18-inch rims from Method, so we are on 39s. So
so you're still on the 39s?
We're still on 39s. Yeah,
and,
we're not.
And that 40, I don't mean to interrupt, sorry to do that, but just to clarify, that new 40 is on an 18-inch wheel,
Correct.
not a 17.
They do
so
not
you're
make
on.
right. They don't make it for a 17, so we have to make the switch to 18s, but we're waiting for the rims to catch up.
Well, and we've seen some. We see some of the other drivers running that 39 and didn't have as much success. But you, as I said, you know this desert so well. You know when you're pushing it on the edge, going, let's see if I get a flat. You're actually doing tire testing.
Right. We were aiming for rocks, sliding across those rocks that were stuck in the ground to see if it would rip it and tear the tread off, and they look really, really good. 300 miles of testing or pre-running, flawless.
But I got to give it to your co-dog, Sean. I mean, you guys seem to work so well together. You guys are roughly the same age. You know, you're roughly about the same build. You guys could be brothers. Yeah. But he is just such a tough guy, and I think he brings you down and pipes you up when needed. True?
Yeah, he does a good job everywhere, but he's always, okay, we don't need to take this shortcut. It gives us you go through rocks for this shortcut. Don't take it this time. Let's just be mindful of the truck and stuff. He is keeping me calm. You know, sometimes I get a little amped up, but that's typical for all drivers.
Well, and I know the answer, but you want to be in front, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah. The only time, I think being a T1, you want to be up front. I'm learning the hard way, like we did at Prump last weekend, being first 6100 on the road is not an advantage anymore. You're going to run into the slow guys, like Connor's going right now, very fast driver, good truck. I don't know if he wants to qualify first. He might want to keep that in mind because it bit us in the ass last weekend.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is that we saw what happened to Ryan Prosser is he got stuck on the hill. He was there for quite a while, had to back up and stuff, and we didn't get to see where you got by. So I don't know if he saw you come in and got out of your way, because I know that he's a great little kid. I call him a little kid, even though he's a man racing. Fish?
Yeah, one thing to keep in mind though, this qualifying is different. You start where you qualify here at King of the Hammers. So if Connor goes out there and he qualifies fourth right now, he's starting fourth overall tomorrow.
That's right. That is right.
Which is different than normal qualifying. So you can go for it here, and if wherever you finish today, that's where you're starting tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Well, with that being said, then the closer to the front, the better.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So with that, to add on to that, how high do you think we're going to see a T2 today? What position do you think?
I think we're going to see Connor or Pavorti, those guys are going to be top 5. They're
overall
especially
top
with
5.
Especially with Arciero and Dondell having issues. I think we're going to see some spec trucks up there.
So in mile per hour, what was the top speed that you saw? It's not lake bed, but it's kind of a small rough where you're just letting her fly. What was the top speed
we
you
saw?
saw?
136 today.
Yeah.
And that was pretty much exactly where we had the truck geared. So I think it was just perfect. We were on the rev limiter. It was like we could have had a taller gear for 136.
Right, but that's going to take away from that. So I want you to stay here, Kyle, as we're watching the B1 buggies as they start to weigh, as well as we've seen the start of the T2s.
He's got a right rear. It looks like going down, the right rear.
Yep, looks like a right rear flat starting to go down. And that's the great thing about the technology nowadays. You can see that, but it actually looks like it is full. So, Fish, you have to eat your words.
Look a little low.
Driver's side?
We'll see.
We'll find out. But we're going to take a break. This is the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge brought to you by Monster Energy. And there goes another Brenthal truck. We will be right back to more racing. We'll see you in a minute.
Fly cautiously.
How do you Take your new rig from this to this. And get it ready for this. Bring it to the experts at 4 Wheel Parts, where we'll transform your Bronco with the all-new line of 4WP factory accessories. Whether you want to order the best parts online, shop in store, do the work yourself, or have it built by a pro, all trails lead to the truck, Jeep, or Bronco of your dreams, because nobody knows off-road like 4 Wheel Parts.
Welcome back to the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy as we're watching the T2 trucks as they're going. And one of the clarifications, we were talking with Kyle Jurgensen, he said, well, he doesn't know if you want to start first, be the first T2 because you're right in there. But the way it runs here is like best in the desert when it comes to Class 1 buggies as well as trophy trucks. Wherever you qualify, you start. So we saw last year Christopher Plavardi finished second overall. And Kyle Jurgensen said that some of these T2s, he expects to see them in the top 5.
Yeah, and like he said, especially with a couple of these really fast guys already having some issues out there today, it really opens the door for some of these T2s to take advantage and get a really high starting spot for tomorrow. I mean, it's not totally out of the question that a T2 could win the whole thing tomorrow, depending on what happens.
Yes, anything can happen. You know, the reliability on the all-wheel drive is definitely much stronger. Kyle and the Brethel guys did a great job. As he was saying, he was on the rev limiter at 137. He maybe could have gone a little bit faster, but that's going to give him more drivability and much quicker from turn to turn with that lower final ratio, Jim.
Yeah, and I was just chatting to him then. They're running the portal boxes in there as well, which gives them a little bit of protection to those third members, which is also really good. That's another massive advantage of these all-wheel drive vehicles. But the interesting thing I always find with these all-wheel drives is they run basically a one-way clutch in the front third, so they only drive in all-wheel drive when they're driving forwards.
Yes. A lot of people go, oh, I got four-wheel drive, I can just back out of that. Nope.
Well, we saw that with Luke McMillan. In fact, that was the reason he got a rerun last year, wasn't it? He got hooked in the rocks because of dust, and they actually gave him a rerun. And we were like, well, why can't he back up? And the reason being is you've only got four-wheel drive when you're going forwards.
Yes.
All right, so just looking at the times again, we got a new top 3 here. Bill Apgood in the 44 has just jumped into the 3rd position.
Unbelievable.
So taking the 3rd spot on the podium there. So it's Kyle Jurgensen in 1st, Tim Herbst in 2nd, Bill Apgood in 3rd, JP Gomez 4th, Adam Householder 5th now, Eric Harden 6th, Bernard Steinman 7th, Wade Porter 8th, Raul Gomez 9th, Tracy Poole 10th, Blake Wilkie 11th, Greg Nunley 12th, Kit Stokes 13th, Chris Hirsch 14th, John Bowers 15th, Michael Lely, I'm going to mess that up all day, 16th, Richard Armstrong 17th, and Ryan Prosser 18th. Those are the 18 cars we have finished so far.
Okay, that's a fantastic run there from Mr. Apgood. I mean, where did he come from? Absolutely killing it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. No flats. Hit his line, hit his mark, very clean. Wasn't like over spectacular doing anything out of control because obviously got all 4 wheels on there. So great job for him. He can only expand on that tomorrow as we're watching a lot of the T2s as we go through. Right in front of the stage right now, getting into the vehicle is our defending champion and 2nd overall last year, Christopher Plavardi. And as Kyle Jurgensen said, with the motor rules, the underdrive, and everything, these T2 trucks are going to be right in the mix.
Yeah, last year he finished so high up that there was some guys thinking he had a cheater motor in there, all this stuff. So this year he's out here, and they are teching these motors this year. And, nobody's ever been found with a cheater motor yet. Everybody always accuses everybody of it when they're fast. But, that's just one of those things. When you're fast, you get accused of cheating because everyone else thinks they're fast. And when somebody's faster than them, oh, there's no way, right? They got to be cheating. Well, it's usually the people that aren't as fast as they think they are, right?
Well, the loudest person is the one that's cheating and getting beat. So he's like, there's no way they're not cheating because I'm cheating, and they're faster than me. But right there, we were watching Thor Herbst and the 219 as he navigates his way through. This is one of the earlier trucks that left. I apologize who that was. And I also want to make an apology to Justin Bean. I kept calling him Jason Bean Smith. So, Justin, I'm sorry. And I'm hoping that Tracy Graff is okay and that you can get that vehicle running again tomorrow.
Absolutely. Let's not forget out on course also we've got the unlimited buggies, the B1s. They're out there right now racing, and we'll bring you as much info as we can as soon as we get some timings.
Yeah, it looks like R0 is still moving. He's about to pass where Dondell was stopped at 0, so whatever R0 issue he had earlier, they were able to get it fixed. It might have just been a flat tire. We don't know. We haven't seen yet. We'll see when he comes back in if he's still got 2 good spares or not. But good news for him, he is moving. He will get a semi-decent starting spot for tomorrow. Anything can happen tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
200 miles to go.
And Ryan is so fast in these desert conditions. Look at that fantastic shot there.
That is Ray Griffith there in the 253. Ray's always super fast out here.
All right, as we're watching Ray work his way through, our man Miles has the man, the myth, the legend, Cameron Steele. Miles, take it away.
Thanks, Ricky. I got Cameron Steele down there. You started out racing the SRT King of the Motos. Now you're racing the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge. And then next week you're racing the Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers powered by Optimum Batteries. How do you keep everything straight?
Well, I have a great crew at the Desert Assassins, a great operations guy, Corey Fowler, and great prep team. And, you know, just everybody does their part. We've been doing this like 5-class challenge thing for the last few years, so it's become the norm. So everybody's got their game together. Like Mitchell Alsop just runs our UTV program for us, so we don't prep it, we don't touch it. All we do is we come to the start line and jump in it. So Alsop RD guys do that. It's a big group of people with a lot of passion. So for us, you know, the focus is the 48, the Laser Nut car on Saturday, a week from today. But we're still here to have fun and podium in these other classes, which we've done in the past.
Absolutely. And let's talk about the 4400 car, Cody's car there, the Laser Nut rig. You've done a lot of prep to this year. That car, a few years when it debuted, it was at the top of the game. And then it had the new car blues. It had some steering issues, had that. But we were chatting about a month ago, and you told me you've rebuilt the front end. You've got a new engine. You've got new wiring. You feel pretty prepped this year, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Wayne, who's been riding with me the last few years, who isn't with me this year, he described the car as a daddy long legs. It just like goes over everything very smoothly, but you got to be careful with it. He said it needs to be more like a tarantula, gnarly. So we, with Matt Taylor and Jamie at Raceco, we cut the whole front of the car off. Started over with the engine package with Ray Fields at Dugan's. James Lynn wiring came in, FK rod ends, did all the uniballs and Heims. It used to run on these little tiny brass bushings in the back. Now it's like the real deal. You used to go around a corner and the front and rear suspension would open up. It's really bizarre to drive. Now it's much stiffer car, much more planted. We also did the Fox Live valve. So you could say it's a brand new car, and yes, there is a risk with all the changes that we've made, but we thought it was time. Cody Wagner at Laser Nut decided it was time. Rodney, his prep guy, we all sat down and said, if we're gonna do this, let's really do it. So we kept putting Band-Aids on the car, and we've led the race twice by a huge distance, and only to fail in the last 25 miles. Some could say it's just an idiot driver driving too hard, but I've been racing for 35 years, 18 years in the unlimited truck class, so I feel like I have a pretty good idea of what our Monster Energy sponsored vehicles can take, and I think it's ready this year to do it. So we'll see. There's a lot of great cars, a lot of great teams, and I respect them all and have a great time being out here, being a rock donkey.
Yeah, and you're a great ambassador for all of off-road, and you were here in the early days of King of the Hammers, and you've been in the desert. That's kind of your background, but it's really great to see, like you said, the last 5 years you've raced almost everything, and you've brought a lot to the sport. You've opened a lot of people's eyes, and you know, off-road Hall of Famer Cameron Steele's right here with us hanging out, and it's just always a pleasure having you out here and seeing what you do, and then get behind the wheel. It's going to be fun to watch.
For sure. You know, Dave Cole invited Pistol Pete and myself out here the second year of the Hammers. He says, I got something I think you guys should see. And I came out, I was supposed to drive Roger Lovell's truck. I realized really quickly after going through Aftershock that I wasn't ready for that. And I ended up navigating for Brad. In that story, Roger ended up getting third. He got a podium. Brad and I DNF'd. But it's sparked the interest, right? So every time I've been able to race something, I've come out here and grown with it. And then Cody Wagner gave me the opportunity. This is our 4th year in the Monster Energy Laser Nut number 48. And it's fun to do. It's really good thinking racing and exciting stuff. So for me, I love all the fans. I love hearing everybody yelling in the canyons and at the start lines and at the main screen. And it's a festival for off-road. Why wouldn't you race everything?
Yeah, with all the fans out here, it's absolutely amazing. You're 100% correct. You nailed that. So we're going to get back to some action. Cameron, always a pleasure talking with you. Thanks for everything you do. Good luck at the rest of the week, but we're going to send it back to Fish, Ricky, Jim. Back to you guys.
All righty, thank you, Miles. And you know, I think Miles needs his wrench. I mean, he seemed to be a little smoother with his delivery when he had his wrench in the past. But no, thank you, Miles. And Cameron Steele, my hat is off to him. I mean, the guy runs, like I said, he was out here King of the Motos. He's going to run today. He's going to run the UTV. He's doing everything. And for him at his age, and not that he's that old, but he's like, I think, 1 or 2 years older than me, which is, kind of prehistoric there. But but anyhow, he does a great job with his nutrition, his training to keep himself out there, as well as he said, he's got a great crew.
Yeah, it's definitely cool to see Cameron out here racing all these different classes, as always. He's getting in the T2. I actually see it back there, that little back there in line. But, yeah, we even have some Class 8 trucks. Check that out. We got Class 8. We got Wiley, old school Class 8 here. This is going to be cool to see where some of these times stack up with the T1s.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that as we're waiting for more action. Let's have a look at the Ford Bronco leaderboard. In 10th position, it's Tracy Paul. In 9th is Raul Gomez. In 8th is Wade Porter. In 7th is Bernard Steinman. In 6th is Eric Hardeen. In 5th is Adam Householder. In 4th is JP Gomez. And we just saw him come in recently. It's Bill Apgood in 3rd position. In 2nd, it was our first car off the line this morning, Tim Hurst. And we had him in the booth earlier. In 1st position, it's Carl Jurgensen.
All righty. Thank you, Jim. That the leaderboard has given us all that information as we're watching. I think this is Wiley as he starts to work his way back. I don't think I stand corrected. We're going to throw it out there and take a look at all the people. We're going to say hello to everybody out in front of the big screen. So everybody give us a wave back. Everyone wave. So everyone say hi. Good morning. As you can see, a lot of spectators, a lot of race trucks getting ready for that T2. We're going to break to a commercial. We will be right back with the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge, powered by Monster Energy.
Too hard. Think we'll be back next year? No. Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. I am Ricky Johnson, one of your hosts, alongside Jim Marsden, as well as Fish. Right now, you're going back and forth. Have we seen any changes in the top 10 while we were away at break?
Not in the top 10. We did just have another finisher. Talbot Cox is in the 17th position in the number 33. So that is our latest finisher right now. Also, it looks like Ryan Arciero is going to be coming into the finish any second here. So we should get a time for him. He's going to be behind all these guys, though. And as soon as somebody else finishes, I'll let you know. Richard Armstrong did finish in 19th place also.
And now we're watching Casey Curry as he navigates his way through. He's about 3/4 of the way through his lap. He is the last T1 off the line. But remember, folks, that it doesn't matter if you're in T2, B1, or T1.
how you finish, that's going to be the difference when it comes to how they start.
So Ryan Arciero just finished. He is in 21st place. He is a 45:29. That means he is 15 minutes behind the leader right now. So he's going to be 15 minutes back starting tomorrow morning.
Alrighty, as we're watching some of the drivers go through, one of them to that 210 went down to change a tire, but we have Emmy with another interview. Take it away, Emmy.
What's great here about King of the Hammers is that you can get right up close and personal with the vehicles and the drivers as they're in staging. And I'm here with the 6139 truck with Terry Householder. And Terry, what do you think about some of the car count that we've got going on here with T2?
I think T2 is great. I think when this class was created years ago, been struggling a little bit with the car count. I used to run Class 1 cars, and that class was kind of dying, and so I jumped into Adam's old trophy truck and made a 6100. We won the championship in 2018, and it's the class was growing up until then, and then with all the number of races and organizations, the class count has kind of dwindled, except for Mexico. You draw a lot of cars there, but for states racing, I think King of the Hammers has done a great job. I mean, I think they've got 35 plus trucks here today, and I welcome that competition. That's why we do this.
Now, what's your goal for today's race?
My goal would be to, if I can keep all the tires on it, keep right side up, and if I was top 15, I'd be happy with that for today.
Yeah, I mean, a top 15 ain't nothing to sneeze at out of 35 cars, right?
That's correct on that part right there. So I look forward to it. It's a great course. I like the Prologue qualifying. I'm not a kind of a fast qualifier out of the gate. I need a few miles to warm up, so I love the 40-mile qualifying loop. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's nice. It's tough to get your groove on when you've only got like 2 minutes. So having that a little bit of extra time and a little bit of different terrains to really shine in one place and shine in another place is really great for you guys as drivers.
And they gave us a variety of terrain here to do that with. Absolutely, they did. With the changes in terrain, the fast on the dry lake, the rough stuff, a little bit of slow pace, getting through the rocks and stuff right there. That's my biggest worry right there, getting through the rocks without getting a flat tire.
Now, do you have any rivals that you really, really want to beat at this race? You can feel free to call them out. Like, I love to create rivalries.
No, I don't really have any rivalries. I do this for my best part. I'm probably the old man in the group on this part, so anything I can do if I'm in a top 5, top 10, I'm happy with that.
That sounds good, Terry. Thank you so much for taking the time. I know you got to get your race face on, get your helmet on, and I love this little hat that's happening.
Thank you.
Super cute.
I'd like to say thank you to the King of the Hammers. I'd like to say thank you to the King of the Hammers if I could, and get a big round of applause for him. Thank you.
Yes, big round of applause for King of the Hammers. Big round of applause for everyone here at the Toyo Tires at Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. Jim, Fish, and Ricky, back to you guys.
Watch a replay of Chad Dorman, and I'm going to speculate, Fish, that he might have pitched a belt because we see him all of a sudden dart to the right, and the co-driver was out immediately. They tossed the hood, fixed whatever they had. Luckily for them, if it was a belt, they were able to get it back on and get it going. Sometimes with a serpentine belt, it takes a little bit more than that, but that co-driver was able to get out, fix whatever the problem might have been, and then they're back on their way.
Yeah, it didn't look like it cost them a lot of time. So whatever it was, they definitely got it fixed pretty quickly. You don't have to put the hood back on. They'll go get it later. And there you go. You can see him popped it off.
There you can see, and we'll take a look and see what he's doing.
That's the wrong place.
Looks like he's going to the middle. Yep, there's the belt. Did you see it? He just threw it right there on the ground. You're right.
Man, a blind squirrel found a nut. Yes, I was right.
Now, this is interesting. We talk about this. People who practice things. This looks like this is something that they have practiced. The way he went to it, just jumped up there straight away, seemed to know exactly where he was going to. He must have had the right tools in place to do the job.
And this is why it's so important to wear your safety gear, because as he's down there, he's in the motor compartment with all of the heat, so he's got to make sure that he's got the high gloves. You can't just run your mechanics gloves that that are fire resistant, stuff like that. But as we can see, he's back underway and moving at full speed. And unfortunately for the driver, for Chad Dorman, he's trying to make up time that he lost, but he can't overdo it and end up like Tracy Graff.
Exactly. This is when stuff can happen, when you're trying to drive a little bit too hard because you already had a problem. You never want to get too crazy here. You just got to get it back around.
Well, and Chad is one of those drivers that runs hard all the time. So, but when you have that little extra push, sometimes you can make a mistake. But right now, it looks like he's got everything back underway, and I'm glad that they were able to get that belt fixed and back on the way.
Yes, as we're watching Chad there making his way out across the desert. Thank you for watching the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge qualifying here, presented by Monster Energy. Some fantastic images. We've already seen some fantastic qualifying here today. Our current leader is still that man, Carl Jurgensen, in the all-wheel drive Brenthal truck. And we're now into the T2s. And we were saying earlier, there's every possibility of a T2 putting it onto the top of the box here.
You know, we just got an update too. When the 32 Ryan Arciero finished, he did not have his hood on. Could have been the same thing. Could have been a belt for the 32 also.
Yeah, because all of a sudden he went from running really hard to stopping. And to reiterate on what you guys were talking about earlier on some of the great vehicles we see out here, out in front of it is Todd Wiley in the gold Class 8 truck from Dust to Glory when those guys first showed up on the scene, and they're back time after time. It's awesome to see him out there running as we're watching one of the Herb's truck. I think this is Thor as they're moving, but right now he is running really hard, got a great pace, and I think the course is in great shape, Fish.
Yeah, it's really, it hasn't really changed that much from earlier to right now, right? Like, it looks like it's the same as it was this morning, but it's a lot different when you're in the car, too, as we know.
All right, as we're watching that, Jim?
Yeah, it sounds like Emmy's got someone else down in the pit. So, Emmy, what have you got for us?
So I'm here with perhaps the driver that's got the most unique background here in the T2 class. This is Brandon Sorensen. He's actually qualifying for his sister Amanda, who's going to be racing tomorrow. But Brandon is actually a Formula D driver. So Brandon, how are you going to take that drifting experience? And I know you've done off-road as well, but how are you going to take some of that drift experience and, translate it out here to the Desert Challenge race course?
Well, driving cars, everything transfers over, and just using a lot of that weight transfer skills and try and throw the car heavy into corners and just maintain speed and have some fun with it.
Well, I like the fact that you said have some fun, because that is definitely the most important thing out here, is to have fun, to spend time with your friends and family. Now, how is it that that you get to qualify for your sister?
We showed up here and kind of said that I wanted to drive the truck, and so I hopped in, and hopefully I could give her a good spot to start the race tomorrow.
Yeah, because you know that if something bad happens, then it's your fault forever until you die.
Oh, it's fine. I break enough of her stuff. I don't think she'll mind.
That's awesome. Now, I know you've got some pretty cool, unique sponsors too, so why don't you give us a quick shout out?
Yeah, this truck is running on Yokohama 40-inch tires, lit up with Baja designs across the front. We got some Joe blasters, We're going to try and light some people up down the road with the Joe blasters when we're passing them, but they said that was too unprofessional. So, but yeah, that's about it right now, and we're just going to go have fun.
All right, so what's your favorite thing about this vehicle?
I love how lightweight this truck is compared to most of the other things, and, what it's capable of is definitely amazing. Going 100 miles an hour across those whoops, regardless what it is, it's crazy.
And by lightweight, you mean like 6,000 pounds, 7,000 pounds?
Honestly, this truck weighs, what is it? 4,200 pounds.
No, it does not.
Yeah, so with that spec motor, hopefully it'll be a lot faster than the other guys.
Yeah, your power to weight ratio is pretty awesome. Well, Brandon, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. I know you're here in staging. You can check out on the Jumbotron what your competition is doing, which I don't know, could be good, could be bad. Depends on how you think about it, kid. All right, back up to you guys on the stage.
All righty, thank you, Emmy. And right now we got back in the booth is Ben Napier. We have one of your countrymen in number 286. Let's talk about your band.
Yeah, so this is Michael Dolan, really good friend of mine. He's actually my brother-in-law.
There we go.
Over from just north of Sydney, Australia. He's in a brand new Brenthal car that he just purchased, racing T2 with us. He's really excited. He's been in the right seat, in the co-driver seat a couple of times over here, and a lot of racing in Australia. He's raced Ultra 4, he's raced Fink, he's raced a bunch of things, and quite experienced racer, but this is his first time driving in the US, and he's stoked to be here.
Well, as we talked about the Fink and how it's completely different, what's the kind of shock that the drivers get when they come over here and they see all this? Obviously, they've seen it on TV, they've watched the videos, they've done all the different stuff, but when they get here and they realize what they're up against, how does that work?
Honestly, I think half of it is just the shock that all the spectators get when they come here and just see how big it is.
Yeah.
How huge this event is. We have nothing in Australia that compares to that. And even in the US, this is unique in that way. And coming across the world, like even when I flew over here a week ago, I got on the plane, there were guys wearing racing shirts that I didn't know. Coming from Australia on a random plane, there's 8 planes a day and however many weeks lead up to this. There are people from all over the world that have come here to watch the racing and be part of it and support their buddies and teams, and it's really cool.
Did you have a, as they say there, did you have a little piss with them on the flight? That's Aussie for beer.
Yes, we've been known to do that. Yes.
Well, good. Well, it's great to see. I think we have 2 or 3 Aussie drivers here, and it's great to see your brother-in-law here. What's his expectation? How much time has he had in the truck?
He's had a couple of days. He's done a bit of shock tuning, really just got a bit of a feel for it. But, he's in the deep end here. He knows that. He's just out to have a good race and learn the truck. I know he wants to do a lot here with it, or he was also talking about taking it home, so he'll have to decide what he does there. But, he's super excited. He's loving it. This thing is just a beast, and he's out for a great time.
Well, and we have some guys as we're watching Thor as he works his way through. Wait, no, I'm sorry. That is not Thor. That's
EJ. EJ
yeah.
Herbst.
Yeah, that's EJ Herbst. But as they're going through, we still have some big hitters with Grabowski, and we also have Ryan Millen in for EJ actually in the 236 that's out there. So that is Thor that we're watching as he's working his way through.
Yeah, there's a huge list of drivers here today, and it's really exciting how many ones that we have to come. Jim and I were just looking through some of the B3s that are coming up, and there's some amazing names still to come today.
And tomorrow, obviously we can look out here. We see Cameron still getting ready to go. As he said, he's made a lot of changes to it. Sometimes some people say, you don't want to make all those changes, but he realized that he wants to be ready and try something new to get that truck up to speed. So still a lot of racing to go with a lot of top-notch racers out there. So if you're just turning in, this is the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, and we have Emmy with another interview. Emmy, take it away.
Okay, I'm here with one of my favorite drivers, Sam Berry, who I remember racing with you in Vora up near Reno when I was in a Class 11 that I rolled twice within a mile, but we don't really need to talk about that, do we? No, we don't. Anyway, Sam, listen, I'm so stoked you're here in the 6149 truck. What are you looking forward to the most today?
It's going to be a good finish. It is a big thing. You get a little bit of everything out there, lots of rocks, lots of dips, lots of everything. There's a lot of sand in a few little different areas. I mean, this course gives you everything you can imagine. You got some high-speed stuff, a lot of technical stuff. You're going to have to be on your toes all day long, and we just want a good, smooth run and do the best we can do and bring it in here and see what happens tomorrow.
And what's your top speed on this truck?
I've only had this truck up to about 112.
Oh, just 112. Okay, no, that's just 112.
Well, being a buggy dork, I had the buggy up, and I don't know if it was ever beat, but 141 in the buggy, and of course it had 860 horse, where you got 525 horse, and a lot more and a lot more weight, and a lot more to look for. You can't see over the hood like I can in a buggy, and 40-something years in a buggy, and then put me in a truck. It's a little bit of learning to do, but we'll just hang on and have fun and go do what we do.
So the old dog has learned some new tricks then?
Trying to. The old dog takes a little longer to learn new tricks that quick. I mean, some of these younger guys jump in this thing. It's not a big thing. I've grown up with, I've watched Connor McMullen, and we've been close for years and years when he started in the trophy carts and worked right up to where he's at. And he's the type of person that can jump in whatever you put in front of him and go do it. I'm an old school guy. I got to jump in there and kind of figure things out, and those young guys, they just jump in there and they'll figure it out when they go, So too much slow down and thinking gets you in trouble, I guess, and that's where I'm at. We'll figure this thing out and hopefully go out and just have a lot of fun and do good and be happy with it.
Well, my advice to you, Sam, is go straight really fast. And if something gets in your way, turn.
There you go.
All right. Thank you so much, Sam. Let's see what's going on back at the stage.
All right, thank you, Emmy. And it is awesome to see Sam Berry. It's kind of weird not to see him in the buggy because he was the last of the guys, single seat, B1.
When did Darcy
old school guy, but now he's in a T2, so going to be great. I am going to step aside for a few moments. I'm going to bring in and I've said this a couple times, but about a couple people, but he is truly the man, the myth, the legend, Bob Bauer. So I'm going to put you into some good hands. This guy has a wealth of knowledge, so I will pass you over to Bob. Bob, have a good time.
Thank you, Ricky. Where am I? What am I doing? What's happening? What's going on out there? It's getting dirty.
Hey, Bob, welcome to the stage. Great to have you back here in Hammertown.
I tell you, I'm tickled to death to be here. This is an extravaganza. And, I was here last year, and it's getting bigger, bigger, bigger every year. But somehow we got sunshine this year. And I tell you, I'm a big fan of that. We're not going to freeze so bad.
That's always great to have you back on stage, Bob. Here at the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We're going to pop out for a short break, and we'll be right back with the action real soon.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise! Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support, the choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Racing against your dad is something that 90% of the racers in the world will never get.
I've accomplished everything I wanted to do, and now he's just like taking the reins. I want to be remembered for being a huge part of short course, not just racing, keeping it alive, helping it grow. If it comes down to the last weekend and I'm in it, the boys better watch out.
Tires Desert Challenge qualifying presented by Monster Energy. I'm Jim Marsden. I'm joined in the booth by Bob Bauer and we're Fish from Fishgistics. But I've got a man here who's a bit of a legend in his own right. I've got Mr. Paul Wolf. Paul, how are you doing?
How you doing, guys?
Very good, mate. Very good to see you. Now, we're going to see you out there later on track today. What do you think of this course?
It's awesome. A lot of high speed. Really like it. First time really doing desert racing, so other than the few laps I've made at KOH a couple times. So it's pretty neat to get out there and watch other desert cars and try to adjust mine and figure out why they do what they do and how to make a car better.
Now, for those who are watching at home who don't know anything about you, you are a UTV genius. So you're one of these guys who gets out there, gets these things and makes them go unbelievably fast. But looking at all the classes today, and it's a really stacked field in the UTV, some really big names.
Yes,
How do you feel about that?
I feel confident about it. My biggest goal is to get through it without hurting the car. It is 40 miles, so I think it's definitely easy to overpush the car. The other trick is I believe they told us we're leaving 2 at a time off the line, which means you almost want to push real hard at the beginning to get out in front of the other guy, but at the same time, the first half mile of the track is just brutal on a UTV with the rocks and stuff. So it's a real game there to play.
Now, there's multiple lines out there, isn't there? Is there any that are really sort of true 50-50 where you might be able to take that gamble line and be able to try and punch past somebody?
I definitely think so. I'm kind of new to the desert race and stuff, so knowing what lines I can take and what lines I can't, I'm going to learn a lot out here watching other guys, because I think they give us I think it's 100 foot on either side of the race line. So I'm not for sure if I took full advantage of that. After the drivers' meeting, I was a little aggravated with myself for not mapping more lines, but it's a learning curve. It's the first time I've ever done this, so I'm used to, you stay in this canyon, you got the canyon, and you got 20 feet, 25 feet. So it's a little different coming out here and having so much room to move around.
So, I mean, we're more used to seeing you racing in the main UTV race later in the week. Are you going to be using this same vehicle in that race later?
No. So a gentleman, Ryan from Crown Racing, offered up his UTV for me to drive. He's co-riding with me in both races, and we kind of teamed up and worked together so we could run the desert and run the rock race.
Oh, that's fantastic. So you're not going to be wearing out your main car?
No. I have my main car. I'm running the same car I ran last year. It's still a solid car. I raced it all through the whole season, and I'm going to redid it all this winter, and it's ready to go again.
Fantastic. Well, Paul, we wish you every luck out there today. We're going to be certainly watching you and crossing fingers and hoping you can stick it right up at the top there of this class.
I appreciate it, guys. I sure hope we can, and we'll see what happens.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Wolf. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the action still carries on here in Johnson Valley, California, at the Progressive King of the Hammers. Here at the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge Prologue, presented by Monster Energy. Now, Fish, we've been looking at the tracker all day and we're getting lots of action out there. What do we got out there at the moment that's interesting?
Yeah, we have not some good news for the 165. So the 165, Dave Mason Jr. is sitting at 0 miles an hour just past race mile 12. So not good news for the 165 there. Also, we saw that the 8 or the 18, whichever number it's actually on the car earlier, Nick Whetstone, we confirmed that was him. He had crashed. The 58 also crashed earlier, Tracy Graff. Everybody was okay. So we got a couple cars at 0 miles an hour. The number 4 we saw with 2 flat tires earlier, and then something else happened, and now they've gone off course, and they're over here. So they're at 0 miles an hour over here. So not a good day for the number 4. And then other than that, everybody else still looks like they're moving. We got a little bit faster time splits now, so I think we're going with 3 minutes now.
Yep.
Instead of 5, so a little bit more traffic you can see on the tracker here.
Well, let's not forget we've got over 250 vehicles that are qualifying today. That's a lot of cars to get out on this course.
Yeah, it's gonna get crowded out there. We're gonna go to 1 minute after this, but you have to. There's so many cars, you got to get them off the line. We only got so much daylight, right?
Indeed we have, but we've also got a man here who can tell us about so many of the vehicles that are racing, a man who is desert history himself, a man that is been in the Off-Road Hall of Fame, he's won the Baja, and thankfully he's here with us today. That's Bob Bauer. How are you doing, Bob?
I'm doing great, actually, and I'm thinking about all those folks out there so wound up like a 10-day clock, knowing, those 5-minute starts, Jim, that was hard to do.
Yeah, it is, but I mean, it's also a wonderful thing. We have Ben Napier, who was up here earlier, and he was one of the masterminds behind pulling that together. Dave Cole said, I want to get all these cars on track at this time, and Ben's one of the guys who was sitting in the background, doing the maths, working out what it was going to take, taking that information from previous years, and coming up with this, the plan for today, so we can make sure that everyone gets the perfect shot at their qualifying.
And they're making darn sure of that. Thing is, some of them qualified a little bit quick. They qualified upside down. I saw some terrible wrecks this morning. What do we know about those guys?
Everyone's absolutely fine. So we saw Tracy Graff doing his impression of a desert tortoise out there on track. But no, they'll be absolutely fine. Let's hope that they can get that car back together this afternoon and be able to be on the start line for tomorrow's race.
I got my fingers crossed, and I say it's going to happen. And the reason I say that, Jim, is that truck was perfectly square, flat on its roof. Probably not a lot to work on.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it was the fact it went from corner to corner before it got to its roof that worries me.
Truth.
But the action still keeps continuing. Fish, what do we got?
We got some times coming in for some of these T2s. So a couple T2s that have finished so far. We have Thor Herps has moved up to 9th overall. Once again, remember, they're mixing the start. So if a T2 qualifies ahead of a T1, that is where they are starting tomorrow. So far we have Thor Herps in the 219 in 9th. We had a B1 buggy. Adam Lund qualifies 7th. So the 153 is sitting in 7th. Ray Griffith in the 253 T2 is now sitting in 10th. And Connor McMullen in the 6173 T2 is in 17th. So that's a few of the mixed classes that we've had finished so far.
Yeah, that means that Wade Porter in the T1, Raul Gomez also in the T1, Tracy Paul and Blake Wilkie have all been pushed out of the top 10. That's what I love about this style of racing, the fact that we're combining those courses, allowing these classes so that we've got all of those times coming in and putting the pressure in. It's going to be great racing tomorrow.
Yeah, it really makes it, you earn your starting spot here. You could, like Kyle was saying earlier, sometimes you don't want to go out there and qualify first if you're not in the first class going to be off the line.
Absolutely.
But here, you really have to go hard because wherever you do qualify, that's where you're starting tomorrow.
That's the thing about KOH. There's no holding back because there's always a way to lose the race. There's only one way to win it. You just got to keep at it.
Yep. And there we see the 218 going. They had a belt earlier. We saw them change a belt, took the hood off. They've made it back around. It looks like they're just about ready to come back into Hammertown, and they're definitely on the gas.
They are indeed. As Ricky said, that drive is now going to want to try and make up that time, that lost time. And, of course, we all know you can never find those lost seconds.
Never,
But what you can do is try not to overdrive it. This is the dangerous part now. You try too hard, you push too hard, and you make a mistake. But right now, this looks fantastic as he makes his way towards Baldwin's jump. This is really good pace. Just imagine what he could have done without the belt fail.
But that's the desert.
You never know, right?
It doesn't care who you are, where you came from, what you did. And where we came from, we have people from all over the world here at King of the Hammers this weekend.
Yeah, we do. We have people from literally the other side of the world. We've already got 2 guys out there racing right now from Australia. Obviously, we've got Tracy Graff and a few others that are down from Canada.
Yep.
I'm over from the UK, and I know we've got a fantastic crew in the working out in the staff, working to help make King of the Hammers happen from the UK as well. We've got races from Israel, you name it. It's a really, truly international event.
It really is.
And a minute ago on the screen there, we just saw our defending T2 champion coming by down in the bottom a minute ago. It was Christopher Polvardi. So he is out on course now. So he is live. That's going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on today for his time when he finishes. I expect him to be well within the top 10 if he has a clean run today.
Yeah, Polvardi is an Optimus battery ambassador. And he'll be wanting to do everything he can to show sponsors how fast he is out there on track today.
Optima batteries, Jim, they are tough. I mean, I'm not sponsored by them, and they don't owe me squat. I had a bad installation. I went to dual batteries, got Optimas and everything else. The battery tray had a bolt that went right through the bottom of the battery. It continued to work for a whole year until I found out what was wrong. Optima batteries are tough.
They are. AGM technology just blows my mind every single time. Right, Fish, let's have a look through our top 10. Our current top 10 at the moment here at the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge Qualifier, sponsored by Monster Energy. In 10th position is Ray Griffith. In 9th position, it's Troy Herbst. In 8th is Bernard Steinman. In 7th is Adam Lunn. In 6th is Eric Hardine. In 5th is Adam Householder. In 4th is JP Gomez. In 3rd is Bill Apgood. In 2nd is Tim Hurst. And still in 1st position at the moment, it's Carl Jurgensen.
And what we were looking at on the split screen a minute ago was the 299 in the top left. That was Charles Durant's going by in the black and white truck. And then I believe that was Christopher Polvardi there on the bottom. We'll see who we got coming in here. That is the 218, or no, the one after the 218, coming in to finish. That was James Scully, I believe. So James Scully looks like he just finished in 16th position for the 246 there, 16th position.
Yeah, we're starting to see all these times really tighten up now as we get more and more finishers crossing the line. And just remember, this course is not getting better. This course is getting more brutal. They're digging out all those soft bits of dirt. All those holes are getting harder and harder.
And here's your defending champion coming right here on screen, Christopher Polvardi, making his way around. We got the 803 headed out on the course here. That is Lee Cook in the 803. That's a, there's not a lot of Class 8s around anymore, but there is a few. It's cool to see a couple of them come out here today. That one, Todd Wiley's out here with Frankenstein. You got a couple of them out here. So we're going to see how they hang.
Fish, that Todd Wiley truck It's
been
not only
around.
beautiful, it's old.
And it's fast.
It's way fast.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be fun to see them mixing it up here. I see another one lining up down here. That looks like a true old school Class 8 truck there.
Almost looks like the old Dale White truck, you know?
Well,
Yeah,
Todd
love to
Wiley's
see
going to be coming out on track in about 5 cars' time, so it'll be interesting to see that one for sure.
Looking at here, he's going to make the hard right to head over the Prologue where it cuts over to the other side of the course and then come back in. Now that right there, for people that are wondering, why don't they just cut that corner and go short right there? There's VCPs on the course, and you have to hit the VCPs. If you
What's
don't
a
hit it,
VCP?
it's a virtual checkpoint, so it just
Oh.
shows up on your GPS. You have to hit it. If you don't hit it, there is a time penalty. So you really, they put them in all the corners like that one we just saw right there to make everybody go all the way to the corner. Otherwise, you would just, cut the corner way early.
So
and it would be a
VCP
free-for-all.
is a like a imaginary spot that knows you're there or knows
Yes.
you're not.
It is.
It exists in the virtual
It is in
world
the
and makes it
cloud.
real world.
So we could possibly see some race cars chasing VCPs just to make sure they don't get dicked or,
Yeah, you have to hit them. You got to hit the VCPs.
Yeah, VCPs are quite common in most different types of off-road motorsport these days, most notably Dakar and other rally raid style events.
Before it was VCPs, there were faster lines.
Yes.
No, there were marshals stood in the desert with flags.
Yeah, you have to hit the VCPs.
Don't hit the marshals.
We got a couple cars coming back in here. Got one coming back into the short course. I think that is Michael Pyle, I believe, on the bottom corner there. Connor Pyle, I think, is the one driving. Coming back into the short course.
Let's just talk about what we've been seeing earlier today.
Okay.
We've seen some real big hitters out there have some bad experiences out on course. Tracy Graff, of course, has gone over on his roof. Dale Dondale, we're expecting fast things from him. Just didn't quite happen. Ryan Arciero, the same. So all of these guys tomorrow are going to be starting at the back of the pack. Now, we're all saying it's a short course, but is it? I mean, it's over 200 miles, and this race is brutal.
Well,
have they got an
this course is
opportunity
the
to make
same-
it back?
This course today is the same course they're doing tomorrow. So look how many issues they already had in 40 miles on this course. They got to go do 200 more on this tomorrow. So if they have this much problems with 40, they're going to have some problems tomorrow with 200.
And that's my point.
And if you're a Tracy Graff or if you're a Ryan Arciero who do run in the front, they're going to start in the back. That's going to be a tough, tough day.
The other thing you've also got to think about, let's think about our other classes, the UTV classes particularly, which are being called our B3s for this particular race. These guys out there at the moment, they're running 40-inch tires, they're running close on over 600 horsepower, even with the sealed motors, and they're going to be digging holes. So now these B3s are going to be going out there on their much smaller 33-inch and even smaller tires than that, and they've got to cope with the ruts, they've got to cope with those exposed rocks. It's going to make for some interesting racing, that's for sure.
You know, it also makes some interesting conversations in the race car. They go on, people talk. And they generally talk about the ancestry of the person that created this race course.
Yeah. This race course this year is, I think it's going to be harder to make up time on this course than it would the prior years. I think there's going to be a little bit less attrition this year than the prior years. The prior years we saw a lot of cars get taken out in the rough, and this course isn't as rough.
But it'll be hard to pass. I mean, that's the trade-off. It's going to go one way or the other. If you can pass, pass. But it's going to be hard. I just think it's going to be tough.
Hopefully we get a little bit more wind tomorrow, too. That would make
Yeah, I
it
was
a
just
little bit
looking at
better. There is, I mean, look around. There is 0 miles an hour wind here.
Yeah, we've just got some banners just sort of flipping and flopping a little bit, but nothing major. So as we create dust, we're going to lose visibility.
Yes. So looking back at the leaderboard, we have Connor Pyle in the 6122 that we saw a minute ago. He has finished. He is in 17th position. That is your latest finisher. 17th position for Connor Pyle.
And we've still got some big hitters out there on course at the moment. Looking forward to bringing their times too as more cars leave Hammertown, heading out onto this 40-mile Prologue loop. And this is the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge, as we're watching another one of Herb's cars there. I believe that is EJ.
Coming back in, going to come across Baldwin's jump.
Oh, that might be Pierce actually looking there. Just trying to catch that one. But I think it is probably EJ just looking where he is positioned on course.
Yeah, a lot of the Herb trucks, they all look the same, right? They got
Absolutely.
A couple spec trucks, T2s out here. They got the trophy truck, T1 out here. They all look kind of the same.
Yeah, and we've got the 297 there, Tanner Curry. He's making his way into the short course now. Be crossing the line.
That's another one of the younger drivers out here. I believe he's only 16. He might be 17 now.
16.
He's 16 or 17. Another one of the younger drivers out here. He's got quite a few races under his belt. He's been racing a bit in other series, and I've seen him around for a while now. So
His car control looks absolutely on point. Fantastic the way he drifted around that Talladega bend there. My son's 16 and will be probably watching from home if he's not asleep. I'm waiting for the text message saying, Dad, can I have a trophy truck?
Or even an unlimited truck.
One of those two.
All right, so Tanner Courier that we saw there, he just finished. He is in the 20th position. So 20th overall for Tanner Courier. He has a 36.27.
Solid run there from Tanner. Still, the action continues out there on course right now.
You know, Fish, with these times that they're running, they're averaging well over, what, maybe up to 70 miles an hour?
Well, yeah, I mean, if it was 60 miles an hour, it'd be about 40 minutes, right? Since it's a 40-mile course, and they're at 35, 36. Oh, what do we got here?
Oops.
We got somebody else on the roof. Trying to see who that is.
Householder?
Not sure who that is. It's too dusty.
Too dusty to tell.
Yeah, it's on the other camera. As soon as we can see who it is, we'll let you know.
Well, our course workers are there already, making sure that they're safe.
Somebody went a little bit too fast.
Yep. And he knew it a little too late.
Yep. So that's the third truck I believe we've seen today that's gone over.
Indeed. They fly, fly, fly until they don't fly no more.
Well, you know, I can't take anything away from those folks that you know, so they end up upside down. They have to push. They have to push.
Yeah.
And I think that's why they call it a race.
That's right.
You know?
You're not here to do anything besides racing today. That's why everybody's here.
Yeah. Ooh.
Like, oh, that's a good one right there. A little stuffing it coming over that hit.
I almost thought he took the left front out. You see the big dust coming off that thing.
So as we wait to find out who that rollover was, we continue with the action, and there's more starters leaving the line every 3 minutes right now as we make our way through this field of T2s.
Is there a householder out there now? Because it had that fender trim like householders.
Yes, actually his dad was out there, so
yeah,
it could
Terry,
have been.
but
Terry
it wasn't.
was out
but
there.
it wasn't an orange trim.
I couldn't see that very well.
I'm waiting for the tracker to see if we see one go to 0 yet. I haven't seen a new one go to 0 yet.
The tracker's still flying.
There's Christopher Polvardi. That is your current reigning champion from last year in the T2 class. Looks to be going very fast so far today.
Yeah, it looks like a very good pace there from Polvardi. Look at that. The car is absolutely on point. Suspension looks very well dialed in.
Did you see that, Jim? It just landed and stuck.
Just absolutely.
Beautiful.
So the 288 has just popped up on the tracker at 0 miles an hour. So it could have been the 288 that we saw. Speculating on that, but it could be 288 at 0. I don't have a 288 on my entry list.
That's what I'm just looking at.
So we'll try. It says Andre on here, but I don't think the names are correct on the tracker today. So that might have been the 288 we saw sitting there.
Okay, the action here continues at the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge, powered by Monster Energy. We're going to step out for a short break, and we'll be right back with the action very soon.
For the secret spots, pit stops, and unknown destinations. For all that is unforgettable. We live by these words. The tougher the tire, the easier the escape.
too hard. Think we'll be back next year? No.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge here, powered by Monster Energy. It's been a fantastic day of qualifying already. We've already seen so much action out on course. I'm Jim Marsden. I'm joined in the booth by the wealth of knowledge that is Bob Bauer and Fish from Fishgistics. Now, Fish, you've been watching the tracker, you've been watching the scoring. What's been going on?
Yeah, we have some T2 trucks that have been finishing, so I'm just going to run down a couple of them real quick. So far, the highest T2 truck to finish is Thor Herbst. He's 9th overall. Behind him is Ray Griffith. He is 10th overall. EJ Herbst, 12th overall. James Scully, 17th overall. Connor Pyle, 18th overall. Connor McMullen, 20th. Tanner Curry, 21. Chad Dorman, 25. And Justin Blauer is not finished yet. So Chad Dorman, 25 is your last T2 to finish so far.
Yeah, and this is what we were saying earlier about we're going to see those T2s mixing it up with those T1s, and that's exactly what's happening. We're seeing them pushing up in there, and there's the car that we saw roll earlier. It's been righted by our support crews. We're still trying to get confirmation of the number.
6144 Bart Smith is who we were looking at there that was upside down.
So tough break there for Bart. But as I say, it's not all over. They'll be able to get his vehicle back to the pits. Make sure that it's all okay, and if it passes safety tech, he will be able to line up for the start of the main race tomorrow.
There's a hard right there. He blew that corner. He's got to go hard right. That corner right there comes up on you really fast, because if you're pre-running the regular course tomorrow, they're not making that hard right there. They just keep going straight. So, and it's wide open up to that right. So it is a tough one to get slowed down for today to be able to make that right.
And of course, the approach isn't dusty at all.
Yeah.
So you got perfect visibility. I mean, what the heck?
Yep. And who knows if the corner markers are even still there. Somebody might have taken those out already, too.
It's the cattle. They eat them, you know.
Yeah.
Always amazes me. It doesn't matter how much pre-running you do. Your co-driver never seems to quite get those corners right.
And looking at the map, it looks like we do have Dave Mason Jr. The 165 is still stopped out on course, so that is not good. The 288 is also stopped on course. So those are two cars we have stopped on course right now. Everybody else looks to be moving. Dale Dondell obviously has been stopped since this morning, and Nick Whetstone has been stopped since he crashed earlier. That's the cars that are at 0 miles an hour right now on the tracker.
Yeah, and we've still got lots of qualifying coming out today. Over 250 vehicles have got to qualify, and we've still got some amazing stuff for you. I can't wait for the Class 11s right at the close of play. 37 Class 11s are going to be playing for it. It's going to be fantastic.
I tell you.
And a Land Rush start.
Land Rush start.
All starting at the same time on the lake bed.
It's going to be a harsh day for the guy in the middle of the pack. He's got nowhere to go.
Got to go straight.
Yeah, go straight, stand in it and stay there.
They're around on top for a reason, aren't they, Fish?
Yeah, they just roll back over.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard, watching these trucks here. These all look like T1 trucks nowadays, and like we said earlier, they basically are T1 trucks, these T2s. The thing is just they have a limited motor, and it's a spec motor. Everybody has the same motor, and that's about it. Then we have the Class 8 trucks, which you see right here, 803. That is racing in with the T2 class. That used to be, that is Lee Cook there. Those trucks is kind of an older class that have, it's been around a long time, that class. 6100 or Spec Truck, Spec TT, T2, that's a newer class. It hasn't been around for, less than probably 7 years, maybe? 7, 8 years at the most?
There's always one hanging around.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the T2 has been pretty new, the Spec.
Oh, yes.
Class 8 has been around forever.
Ever.
Yeah.
Used to be, it was known as the production two-wheel drive truck and had some rules that were to try to make it as close to factory as possible without being factory. I mean, you had to have the same location points, and you couldn't notch your frame for up travel and all that kind of stuff. And they were fast. They were the fastest. That was the premier class until someone came up with a trophy truck.
Yeah.
And now they're calling them unlimited trucks.
And that's kind of what the T2 class was based off of, was that, but updating it to be a little bit more current today, making it so they're a little bit faster, a little bit more competitive, just to kind of keep up and keep the budget somewhat constrained, but that kind of went out the window. Now you go buy a T2 truck, they're $500,000 for a brand new T2 truck. So the budget really didn't stick around very long. I remember when you used to be able to buy a T1 truck for 300 grand from Geyser Brothers, you know, that was 300 grand for a T1.
And that was a new one.
Brand new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right out of the box.
Now the T2s are 500. 500,000 bucks.
They go faster.
They do. It has a spec LS in it. It's got an LS engine.
That's an economy move for you.
Yeah, the engines do last a while. And there we go. There's another 8 truck. I think that Todd Wiley right there.
Todd Wiley
it looks
right
like
there, yeah.
And
Beautiful car.
Frankenstein.
You know, truly, this thing, I raced against him in 2004. That's how old that truck is at least.
Yep.
And he's been out there a while before I raced against him.
Yeah, that thing's been there for a while. The cool part is he does a lot of different races with it, and he keeps bringing it out. He has a newer truck also, but he likes to race that truck. There's the Honda truck. That's Ethan Ebert in there. That is a 7200 truck that we're looking at right there, a Tisco-built 7200. That has a Honda motor in it, and it's a pretty fast motor. It's a turbocharged motor, and they're racing in the T2 class out here. So in other organizations, they would be 7200. Out here, they're T2. So they're racing against the spec trucks, 6100 trucks out here.
Oh, that's a wise move. It's nice to see them sitting there, and this car looks like it's moving real well.
Yeah, it has a sequential 6-speed transmission in it, too. So that is a little bit different than the other T2 trucks, which has a standard Turbo 400 3-speed transmission. This one has a 6-speed sequential in it.
Manual.
Yeah, sequential, just up, down,
Manual.
bang
so
gears.
can he bump start? I mean, can he push start this? Because that used to be the old rub about running a standard tranny or an automatic. In an automatic, you couldn't push start. So guys who would run alone, this is one of Ivan Stewart's issues when he ran for Modern Motors. He was the only guy in the car. He wants stick. Because he can start the car himself. So, I don't know.
There's a good shot of Wiley right there in the truck we were talking about. I think Frankenstein is the name of that truck.
I talked to him yesterday, and they have some motor rules that were changed that allows him to update to do better motor stuff, bigger horsepower, lighter, run an aluminum block, and they don't have to run iron. So it's an updated Class 8. But I don't know if it's a T2 winner, though.
We'll find out as soon as we get some times here in the finish, huh? So far, it's still looking at, we still have Thor Herbst is your fastest T2 so far, sitting in 9th overall. We've had, it looks like Charles Durant's, that might be a newer finisher. He's in 18th. We had a B1. Let's see, we haven't had a B1 that's finished yet, I don't think. Or did we have one? We had one. Adam Lund. Yeah, Adam Lund in 7th overall. That is the first B1. We have 3 B1s. Dave Mason Jr. we know is broken because we can see him sitting at 0 miles an hour. And then we have Adam Lund is in 7th position overall in a B1 Class 1 big unlimited buggy.
So now to review, this means that tomorrow, no matter what class you're in, you start as you finished in sequence.
Correct. He finished 7th today, so right now he is starting 7th tomorrow.
Off the line. If this was the moment, this would be it.
Yes.
There's
Here
a lot
comes
at
the
stake in
ridgeline.
this Prologue.
Let's see where the ridgeline comes in. I'm interested to see how their times compare with the rest of these T2s here. So we'll give it a second here and see when they come in.
He's working the wheel pretty good. There's the jump. There's the flat. There's the timing.
And he is 18th overall. So Ethan Ebert in the Honda Ridgeline T2 there is sitting in 18th overall, which is so far 5th place in the T2 class.
Which
so
means
the
he's
5th fastest T2 so far.
Which is absolutely perfect. He'll be very happy with that. That's a great result for him.
Yeah. And that is this is his first time racing that truck also.
Oh, really?
First race for him, yeah.
That's very good.
Is the truck fresh off? Is it a new fresh truck?
No, it's the same truck they've had for a while. They have a new truck coming. It's not ready yet. They're racing the truck that they've had before.
Is this the Patrick Daly?
Yes, same truck they used to race.
All right.
The Tisco. See who we're looking at here.
Fish,
Looks
I'm
like
so
a little
glad
red
you're
on
here.
there.
You know some stuff, dude. And I like it because you've got facts and all the rest of us just have opinions.
Still the action here continues at the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge, presented by Monster Energy here in Johnson Valley, California. And there is the 803. That is Lee Cook making his way through the desert. Fantastic shot there. Oh, now Yeah, it looks like someone might have a flat tire here. Is that, or is it just the way it bounced? No, just a bad bounce there. I thought he just lost that offside rear.
That Frankenstein kind of looks
yeah.
like it.
Just in a pitch round there, like he had a flat tire on the rear. It still seems to be going fairly strong.
Good thing there's no dust, Jim.
Yeah, it's just sitting out there. There's one of the fast guys right here. This is Dustin Grabowski. This truck is going to be one of the fastest times today. The Grabowski, brothers, family, they all race different classes. They got a class 11, they got a 5, they got this T1, T2. They got all kinds of trucks. It's a family affair here, and they're fast. All of them are fast.
And when they were in a 5-car, that's all they had then. They were a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
Between them, the Cloudwooders, gosh, I forgot my checker's name.
So the funny thing with them is they always get a bunch of crap from everybody because their bedsides are never on at the end of the race. So everybody always says that they put the bedsides on purpose to fall off so they get a little aero advantage with them off. So I remember the last race, they were on at the finish line, so Dustin was like, hey, look, my bedsides are still on, and he still did good. So
Yeah.
it's always kind of funny to see if the bedsides are on or not for some people.
Yeah, let's not forget that today is all about the prologue. It's all about qualifying for tomorrow's main race. So this is a 40-mile loop. Each driver gets one chance to put in the best time he possibly can to set his starting position for tomorrow's race. But also, what's really interesting about this race is their time carries. So let's say, for example, they get a 35 minutes here today. That time is added to their main race time tomorrow. So it's really important that you get a good start time here on this prologue. As we watched another one of the Herps there.
Yep, and there's Wiley again in the bottom right, coming back in, coming in hot.
Yeah, that Wiley car looks absolutely fantastic, doesn't it? Nearly outrunning the helicopter.
Yeah, this course is fast. It's going to be fast tomorrow, too. A lot of the 200 miles, this is 40 of it, so then there's the other 60, and it's 2 laps. So it's 100 miles, you do 2 laps. We're seeing 40 of it today. They're going to add on another 60 to this tomorrow and run this again tomorrow. So this will be very familiar to everybody because they just ran it again today, not to mention they were pre-running it for the last 2 days.
And you know, a lot of that, of course, is brand new desert.
Yes.
It hasn't been run by anybody ever.
Yes.
So, I mean, my gosh, it's just like, what's out there? What do we know?
Yeah, I was out there on Monday and Tuesday, and some of the lines that we were going on the course, there was one set of tracks in front of us from one truck that had made the line. So it's going to be really fun. I mean, now, after pre-running, I'm sure it's opened up a lot out there.
It has. I was talking to a tire company engineer. We don't worry about which one. They're specifically watching over what happens in that section of the race course that hasn't been run before, to evaluate their tires to see is there something more we could lose, is there something more we could fix up, something more we could compound. That's a commitment to getting there. They're doing homework while we got something new because you hardly ever run brand new desert.
No, this is very true, Bob. But as we continue to see the action here at the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Race here with powered by Monster Energy. And let's have a look at the Ford Bronco leaderboard and have a look at our top 10 for the T1s. In 10th position is Tracy Paul. In 9th is Raul Gomez. In 8th is Wade Porter. In 7th is Bernard Steinman. In 6th is Eric Hardeen. In 5th is Adam Householder. In 4th is JP Gomez. In 3rd is Bill Apgood. In 2nd, Tim Hurst. And in 1st position currently is our reigning champion, Carl Jurgensen, in that all-wheel drive Brenthal car.
And you know, Jim Marsden, what I'm seeing there is he has a 2-second gap on everybody else. That's in that deal. That's a lot of time.
That's nearly a 2-minute, but that was nearly a 2-minute gap, Bob. It's huge.
Oh, well, I better get my eyes fixed. But either way, that is even huger.
Yeah, no, he's actually done an absolute masterclass. But that was the top 10 for our T1s. But let's not forget, we were talking about it earlier. Yeah. If you're in a T2 and you qualify up into that top 10, you're going to be there, and that's going to be your starting position tomorrow. We saw Adam Lund earlier. He's qualified in 7th position. He's right in amongst all those big T1s. That's going to be great to see. And all the buggy dorks out there, they're going to love that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we got somebody, let's see, getting ready to start. They were stopped for a second there. See what's going on there. At the top left, we got that hard right again that we were talking about. That's where you connect over to the backside of the course. We got someone coming in the short course to finish their lap on the bottom.
Why are we?
So coming in, and we're going to see who that is, and we'll get a time for them. So far, we only have Thor Herbst and Ray Griffith that have been able to break into the top 10 overall with the 9th and 10th position in the T2s. They're first and second in T2, but 9th and 10th overall.
Yeah, talk to me about the sealed motors on these. I mean, what are they limited to horsepower-wise, or what are they limited at?
I think it's about 525 horsepower, something about right about there.
So a fairly stock LS3 kind of position.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
There's
things have changed in this class completely now. I mean, a few years ago, we used to see them we were running a 37-inch tire. They weren't allowed to have underdrives or any of those kind of toys. And the class has evolved into basically now being a T1, but with a limited motor.
Yeah, you know, it used to be there's one of the racing organizations had more limits than the other racing organization did. So they had a smaller, I think it was 400 and something horsepower motor to be able to race in the 1 series. So if you had a bigger motor one, you couldn't race that series. Now they've all kind of gotten together and got the same rules, at least, so you can go and race whatever series you want with the same truck. So they went with the bigger motor, they went with the bigger tires, they allowed an underdrive. You can do it basically everything. You can do everything to it. You have to run the stock motor, and you have to run a turbo 400 transmission, except for here where you can. It's opened up a little bit more with the T2 class.
Yep. It's one of the debates that we see on and on, whether you go with the 2-wheel drive, the 4-wheel drive, whether you go for a sequential gearbox, or you still stay with the old, more, should we say, the historically used TH400 pattern.
Yeah, the proven.
Okay, as the action here continues, we've got Ben Napier down in the pits, and he's got someone he wants to talk to. Ben, what do you got?
Down here in the pits, I've got Michael Dolan. He's just finished our prologue here. He's come all the way from Australia in a brand new truck to him. He's gone out and had a crack. Michael, how's it gone?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. We had a little bit of a technical issue with the truck. Truck was amazing, really, really fast, but unfortunately the fly-by-wire in these things are a standard GM part, so yeah, unfortunately we have these little glitches, but we'll get that fixed and we'll be ready to go on race day.
Awesome, and the guys in my ear are asking why your steering wheel is on the wrong side. Now, I know the answer, but you can tell everyone else.
Well, for me, it's actually on the right side, being from Australia, so yeah, it makes it a lot easier for me to be able to adapt the other cars that I've got back in Australia to this, just not having to swap sides of the car. So yeah, it makes it a lot easier.
Awesome, and how different is it out here racing desert with some rocks, some big gotchas compared to what you've done at home? You know, back home there's obviously a lot more trees, a lot more open desert. What do you find about this race?
The tracks are a lot more cut in than what we get back at home because they get to drive them out here a lot more. The tracks are just so fast. Like, if you stuff up, at least you got an exit. At home with the trees, we can't exit. Like, you're hitting gum trees. It's very, very different, but it's really cool. It's fast and new truck out here. It's incredible. So,
well, we're great mates. Great to see you having a great time. Couple little issues. I'm sure you'll get it sorted. Big race tomorrow. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Michael. Great to see that. It's always great to see so many racers from around the world joining us here in Hammertown. The Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers is a week long of events. And today it's all about the prologue for the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge powered by Monster Energy. Now, we're just looking on the leaderboard here. And Michael Dolan, he qualified in 36th position for tomorrow in his T2. So great to see him out there. And how about this? At the moment, he's only just ahead of Ryan Arciero. Can you imagine either lining up alongside or just in front of Ryan Arciero?
And I did get an update. I just got a text from Ryan. He did they threw a belt.
Oh.
So it was a belt on the 32 earlier, so they got the belt changed. The good news is the truck's fine. It just, it was a belt.
Yep.
They got it changed, and they finished their lap. So Ryan's pretty bummed about that, but anything can happen tomorrow, and he's going to go see what happens.
Well, we've seen it every year when we come out to this race. It's absolutely fantastic. You see guys, you look at the score, you look at their results, you look at what they've done previously, and you think there's no way they can lose this race, and they do.
Exactly. It's desert racing. You're never done until you cross that finish line. You could be 1 mile from the finish line with an hour lead and blow your motor. You never know what's going to happen. Exactly. That's what's so cool about desert racing.
Well, and Ryan is an absolute hard charger. You know, he will, if there's any way, he will pull himself through that pack. And he'll just with speed. He's a two-wheel drive fish.
Yep.
So he's got to stay on the pipe. Even though it's a Gibbs motor, 1,100 horsepower, all that great stuff, he still has to work at it because the all-wheel drives have the advantage in the turns.
Okay, we got Miles in the pits, and he's also got some more news for us. Miles, what do you got?
So I've got Christopher Pulvardi, the Optima battery athlete. This truck was flying out there, and you and Dave just had an awesome chat. You said it was super fast, but technical and nothing in between, huh?
Yeah, no, the course he gave us was like, it was so fast, and then other sections you're literally going 5 miles an hour, just trying not to get stuck in the rocks in these big trucks. But yeah, no really like medium pace. It was either all gas or like tiptoeing, so really fun prologue. I mean, it really pushed the limits. I felt like we were, charging pretty good, and this Optima Batteries Ford Raptor it felt good. It's good to be back. I've been pre-running in my Polaris Razor, but hopping in this Ford Raptor trophy truck is just special.
Yeah, it's absolutely awesome. Last year you won your class in T2, and now you're out here pushing strong, trying to run with the big dogs, and you got what it takes. We'll see how it shakes out. And I'm kind of calling it a sprint endurance because it's only 200 miles tomorrow. You got to push hard the entire time.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be whoever makes the least amount of mistakes. 200 miles seems long, but after you race the Baja 1000, it's a sprint. You just feel like you're just getting started, and then they're like, oh, it's over. So, but the track Dave gave us is definitely gonna push us and push the equipment.
So do you think you can hang with some of the T1s out there? I think you got the speed. Obviously, you're down on power just a little bit, but the rest of the truck's very similar. Do you think you can keep up with them?
Yeah, I think in certain sections we definitely can keep up, no problem. I think this year's going to be a little tougher. There's a lot of big, wide open, just horsepower wars where in this T2 truck, you're kind of like, come on, girl, let's go, let's go. Like on the lake bed, you just feel like you're standing still where, those guys are doing 140. We barely can get to like 105, 110. So that part's a little disadvantaged. But in the tight technical stuff, I think we're right there. I think the way this truck works with the Fox Live Valve, I think we're going to give some of these T1s a run for their money.
Well, I like your style, buddy. Best of luck tomorrow, and always a pleasure chatting with you, and have some fun, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, well, this is the week of the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you, Miles. It's always good to hear from you down there. Now, Fish, talk to us about Christopher Pulvardi.
Yeah, I was looking at his time, so we have a new fast time in T2. He is 9th overall. Christopher Pulvardi, he is 33.34. That means he's about 3 minutes slower than the top T1, but he's currently the top T2. So there you go. We got a new leader in T2.
That's fantastic, and those T2s are really starting to make their mark on the race now. We've got a T2 in 9th, in 10th, and in 11th, which is fantastic to see.
And you know what else is fantastic to see? I noticed Miles got his wrench mic back. So that was fantastic to see, too. So good job getting that back, Miles.
And that looks like, is that Cameron Steele we see there?
Cameron Steele. Yep. That is Cameron Steele out on the course now.
Oh, good buddy. Now he's going to be trying to do so many events during this week at the Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers. He's a man who just doesn't know how to say surrender, and he's going to be pushing hard. Now, he's more used to be driving in a full T1 truck, but for this, he's out there in the T2. Makes that big turn, takes it real wide. This Desert Assassin, he's been there, he's seen it, he's done it, he's won Baja. And he knows this place like the back of his hand.
Jim Marsden, did you hear Christopher Pulvardi talk about Did you hear, I'm on. Did you hear Christopher talk about the Live Shock from Fox? That made a big difference to him. I did a little homework on this Live Shocks. I was having a hard time figuring out how do they work? How do they know? Here's what I picked up. There's a unit on each shock. But what I didn't know, and I learned yesterday, is that in the very center of the access point of the race vehicle is a box. They've got letters that they describe the box with. But it knows when your yaw, your nose is going left to right, when your nose is going up or down, when you accelerate. And it sends a message to the shock that needs to know to stiffen up or loosen up faster than anybody could possibly think. Amazing.
Yeah, it's 1,000 times a second of refresh. It gets even better than that, Bob, because it's actually also connected to the engine ECU, or the braking's also connected as well. So they know, so the shock absorbers actually know when you're braking, and they'll actually stiffen up the front shock so you don't get that dive as you're braking into the corners. That means you don't get the double rebound one that you can experience, which means that you can be faster out of the bends. So there's lots of companies bringing all this amazing technologies to us, and Fox are really raising the game right now with suspension technology.
It's amazing what's happened. Back in the old day, I mean, I think the location of that box is a little telling, because we used to do our own shock testing. We didn't have this electronic stuff. We used what we called a buttometer, and it's in the same place as that amazing box from box from Fox.
It's a box from Fox. It's easy for you to say.
Not at all.
So Bob's talking about the box from Fox.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, let's get back into the action, and here we go.
Okay.
There's another T2 out there on track at the moment. And we've got a lot of racing still to coming today. Over 250 vehicles are going to be out on course for the Prologue here at the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. Yeah, as we watch the 6149 or the 6129 of Steve Revestivio out on track, we've got Emmy down in the pits. He's got some more information for us. Emmy, what do you got?
All right, our B2 trucks are moving, so we're going to have to make this quick, but I'm with Bill Zemak here in the 935 B2, and I noticed it looks like this car is all-wheel drive?
Yes, this is a all-wheel drive car, correct.
So how do you think that gives you an advantage out here compared to your other B2 competitors?
I think the all-wheel drive is definitely going to help. It's pretty rough, so it's a matter of holding the car together and not overdriving it.
Well, that is always the case here with Hammers. Listen, I don't want to keep you because I know your cars are moving up, so I'm going to close your window here, put your Parker pumper out, and good luck out there. A quick interview here with Bill Zemak. Again, what is really cool about King of the Hammers is that we've got all the fans down here. You can come down, you can look at the cars, you can talk to the drivers, you can talk to the co-drivers, you can get a good look at all of their suspension components. It's a lot of fun. So if you can make it out here to the 2023 King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries, please do. Yeah, buddy. Stage, what you got for me?
Well, thank you, Emmy. Her enthusiasm just blows me away every single time. She just bounces from toe to toe as she talks to these drivers. Okay, right, we're back out on course now. Who's that? Is that another one of the Herbs cut? No, I don't think it is. Or is it? Always hard to tell. The dust is starting to hang thick in the air now. We're just trying to work out who that is as they make their way across the Melville dry lake bed.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the final T2s going out, and then we're going to get into the B2s. So the B2s, if you guys are wondering, are basically a Class 10 car. I think that's pretty much everybody that is in B2 today. They're all Class 10 cars.
Yep.
They're all, a Class 10 car has a spec motor. It's kind of the same thing as a T2, but it's a buggy version of it. They're usually really fast, so this is going to be a good race. We got Chase Warren, I see, sitting over there. He's the defending champion, I believe, from last year. And then there's, how many we got, 16, 17 of them?
A ton.
17 B2s.
17 B2s. That's going to be a really good race because these cars are going to be, you're not going to see times that are minutes and minutes apart. You're going to see seconds apart in this class. And there's Cameron Steele.
This is Cameron Steele we've now got on track again. I say it's going to be very interesting. If there's a guy who could put this car into the top 10, it is Cameron, that's for sure.
But what a competitive class. I mean, I haven't seen the leaderboard, but when we get done, I'll bet you that the 1st to the 10th place are all within the same second.
Yeah, now the interesting thing for me about Cameron is Cameron isn't historically the fastest of qualifiers, but what he is, he's always there at the finish. He just grinds you down, he works you down, and makes sure that car is right there.
And that is not actually that was not built as a T2. That is one of the original Geyser T1 trucks that he has that Cameron uses for a pre-runner most of the time. So they wanted to come out here and they wanted to race something in T2, so they brought it out here. It's legal, it's got a spec motor in it, but it's actually a lot heavier than a lot of the T2s out here, so it's got a little bit of a disadvantage on weight-wise because it was built as a T1.
But as a pre-runner, because it's heavier, it's tough.
Oh, it's tough,
it's
for sure.
tough.
Yep.
Well, this is the interesting thing, talking to a few guys about the T2 class, and they're saying it's actually becoming, although it's a capped class, a very expensive class to race in because everyone's trying to now find the advantage in every small part. You talk about weight, so everyone's now trying to save weight. They're all trying to do everything they can to try to get the best performance from that 525 motor.
Yeah, you got to get as much out of it as you can.
Got to say a massive thank you to our production crew. Just look at the images we're getting here. We've got helicopters in the sky, we've got drones in the sky, we've got static cameras, and we've got an army of people across the back. Look at that helicopter there, right down on top of that car.
And look at the way they're split. You're seeing them come from the other direction, going up before they do that hard turn.
Yeah, fantastic scenes
Wave
here.
as you go by, fellas.
I've got to finish my thought there. Got to say a massive thank you to the army of people in production out the back, making all this to happen. So we can bring you the best images from a desert in the middle of absolute nowhere. Just trying to get a number. And that is the 255.
Chuck Dempsey.
Of Chuck Dempsey, nicely picked. Great looking truck there. And that is one of our last of the T2s, making his way towards the finish. And we were just talking about it earlier, it's going to be the B2s very shortly, heading out on track, more commonly known as Class 10s in other race series. Always competitive, one of the older classes.
It's an older class because it stood the test of time. It's very competitive and very fun.
What always amazes me about it as we watch the 6130 there. That is Joey Black. That always amazes me about the Class 10s is how many of those cars are actually over sort of like 20 years old and
Yes.
still racing, you know, and they get passed down from generation almost to generation and into the new families, and brings in a whole load of new races into desert racing.
Yeah. Looking over at the leaderboard real quick, it looks like we still have Christopher Polvardi on the top in T2. We have Thor Herbst second, Ray Griffith third, EJ Herbst fourth. Pat Gailey just jumped in there. He's now going to be fifth. And then we have James Scully, Ethan Ebert, Travis Williams, Charles Durance. Now, looking at the times, I'm going to read you the times. So first place is 33:34. Then second place is 34:02. So that's about 30 seconds, right? But then third place is 34:03. So 1 second between second and third. Then it goes to 34:17. So these are all within a minute between second and fifth place, are all within a minute. That's how close these
Yeah.
T2s are.
After 40 miles of racing across
Yes.
an incredibly unforgiving desert, it's absolutely remarkable. Always blows my mind how close these cars are.
Within 2 minutes, we have almost 10 trucks within 2 minutes of each other right here in the T2 class.
It really is truly astonishing. Fantastic images coming out here from Emerson Saddle. And as we watch the action here continuing at the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge powered by Monster Energy, we're going to step right out and have a short break, and we'll be back with you very soon.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
Renowned worldwide for reliability, the ARB air locker is a must-have for off-road drivers, including rock crawlers, overlanders, and racers. With over 100 applications, ARB air lockers gives your vehicle the traction you need to tackle virtually any challenge with the flip of a switch.
And welcome back to the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge. It's qualifying here today in Hammertown at the Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers. And there is Terry Householder there in one of our T2 cars, making his way towards the finish line, coming up over the top of Baldwin's Jump, or will be very shortly. There he is. He's going to be joining us in Hammertown very, very soon, making his way around the short course. Now, Bob, have you seen the short course this year?
Actually, I have not yet. I have not yet seen it.
Oh, my friend, you need to go out there and have a good look. The guys and girls have done a fantastic job. They really have put together something very, very special for us. Now, earlier today, we saw Carl Jurgensen giving some masterclass in qualifying here.
He
Coming
did.
in first position in his Brenthal all-wheel drive. Doing a great job. And joining us back in the booth right now, it's Fish from Fishgistics. How are we doing, Fish?
Good, doing good. Let's see, do we get any, looks like the leaderboard is still the same. Haven't had any changes.
No changes since you've been gone. And very soon we're going to be seeing the B2 buggies going back out onto course. Over 250 vehicles here to qualify here today for the main race that is tomorrow, starting at 8 a.m.
Now, this truck you see right here, I've actually driven this truck in the Baja 1000 before. This is an old pro truck that they've actually turned into a new Jeep Speed class to kind of bring some of the pro trucks back out and make them have a little class again. So that's one of the old Mango Racing pro trucks from back in the day. That's what that truck was.
Superb to see.
Fish, tell them what the Pro Truck was, because that's history.
The Pro Truck was actually the original T2 class. It was a spec truck, and it was all spec, like everything on it. The suspension was spec, the same suspension, same chassis. Everything was spec. There was a different, there was a Ford, a Chevy, and a Toyota motor. The transmission was a Turbo 400 spec. You had to use that, but the chassis was actually 1.5 inches. It was really light. And a lot of the T1 drivers you see today started out in Pro Truck back in the day. You know, that was a good. It was a fun, fast class, and it had a lot of horsepower for what it was. It was on 35-inch tires, which nowadays seem like small, right? Like the UTVs have 35s on them now.
Cookie cutter spare.
Yeah. So that was the one downfall of it. I remember that you'd get high centered a lot. There wasn't a lot of ground clearance in it.
No, they would get stuck, but it was a heck of a spec truck or spec class because it focused on the driver's skills getting it done. All the things that you could change were pretty much limited.
Yeah.
Motors were sealed.
Yep. And look at right here, this truck we're seeing on screen. This is one of the Eisenhower brothers trucks. This truck has a steel cab and working doors. So this truck also could race in the 1400 or 1450 class later today. But I believe this is the only T2 out here with a steel cab and working doors. So that's pretty cool to see them out here. Always a fan favorite, the Eisenhowers.
Absolutely.
It's one of my favorites. It's just a beautiful, beautiful truck. The way they did with that front end, and I'm not talking about suspension, I'm talking about the skin. It's just aesthetically beautiful.
Yeah, it looks really nice. Yep. So they'll be fast. We'll see what their time is when they get here. I expect a top 5 or so from them probably today.
Who's driving?
It's Nick, his driver of record.
Yeah, Nick. His brother Chris had a little bit of a bad race last race. He's got some repair work to do to his truck.
Oh.
So.
Nothing bad happens slowly.
No.
I don't know. Come in the truck with me, Bob.
Oh, I don't know. I'm terrified of those things,
So here we go. Once again, this is an old pro truck. They've modified them quite a bit since back then. They put bigger shocks on them now. They started out initially with the Bilsteins. They had the 2.0 shocks or the 2.5 bypasses on there. They had a 2.5 coilover with a 3-inch spring on it to make it get a little bit more. But nowadays they have more modern shocks, a little bit bigger shocks. They got bigger tires now. So they've updated them quite a bit.
Looks like they've taken that back end droop out of it.
Yeah, they've redone the whole back. Yeah, the spare setup is different. It's got a bigger fuel cell. I think they only used to have a 40 or a 45-gallon fuel cell, something like that. It was pretty small before, too. So it's a lot bigger now.
Around 60?
I don't know what they are now, but they've definitely modified them. Here's another Jeep Speed here.
Here we go. Now we're getting into the people who make off-road racing.
Yeah.
These are my people. And we got Jeep Speed here. Sure, it's an entry-level class for a lot of folks. But Fish, you probably get questions like this, and I'm sure Marsden does as well. How do I get involved? People can say, how do I get into that stuff? Well, you know, here at King of the Hammers, one of the companies that's a partner is the Fab School. The Fab School, and they've been out. Hey, Fab School is the real deal. They've been around for probably 18 years. They have federal accreditation. I mean, it's like everything. And we have guys that went to Fab School that learned to fab. They learned to fab. They built a truck. They built the truck. Now they're driving the truck.
Yep.
I mean, it has given birth to an awful lot of off-road racing greats, and they're not done yet.
No.
So if you're out there, let me tell you, if you're in our watching this live stream, you think about that. You know, if you had the dream, if you wanted to do something, this is a good way to go.
Yeah, it's a great start. Another great start you could do coming up a little bit later today is in the B3s. You know, in the UTV class, that's also a good class to get into.
Yep.
There's the stock UTV class that we'll have a little bit later, all the way up to the open unlimited UTV class. There's gonna be a lot of those coming. But right now we're still looking at the T2s. These are all in the T2s. This is actually a Jeep Speed class. It's a subclass in the T2 race. So they're racing for the overall in the T2, but they're also getting points towards the Jeep Speed Series in their own class within the T2 class. And it looks like we have Ricky Johnson back here in the booth with us.
Hi, Ricky.
We're back. Hey, Bob. How's it going? Fish. Can you scroll up? I want to see who. I see we got Boulevardi in 9th. So Kyle Jurgensen hung on to it.
Looks like that's Brent Fox maybe right there.
I can't tell. But he sure whacked his right rear.
That happens. You mean
that
one rock that they have out there?
That was a massive rock.
The rock.
Right there.
That rock.
Found
Watch that
a truck. And he was just spitting parts as we were talking. No bedsides. On the right side. This is just a beautiful shot.
Yeah, that's as fast as you can go right there. What would they say earlier? We were getting up to 150 in some of the trucks.
Wow.
It was interesting if you heard Christopher Pulvardi when they were talking earlier. He said he could barely do he didn't say 107 or 108 or something, right?
Something like 110.
So that's why you see the 3-minute difference between the T1s and the T2s today is because of this right here. They're only able to do low 100s there, and the other guys are doing the mid to 100s here.
Well, and tomorrow, tomorrow we'll see the course will be a little bit tighter, but it's still they have to run back and forth across the different lake beds and stuff like that. So nothing substitutes horsepower.
Oh yeah.
When she handles good down the straightaway, it's always a really, really good deal.
Yeah.
And everybody's coming out. I mean, I ran out to lunch and came back. And now look, everybody's lined up out there. Now we got the UTVs and the buggies, the 10 cars, and or the B2s. So confusing. But
you see who I see sitting back over there in those 2 little black cars back there? Is that Robbie Gordon's cars? Yeah, a couple Robbie Gordon cars. It looks like.
Oh,
right
yeah.
Here in the B3 class. We'll see.
Well, I mean, there's been a lot of hype and a lot of talk about it, and obviously Robbie's been doing as much as he can to promote the new speed cars, and the pre-sales have been awesome. It's just taken a while, and then obviously with COVID happening, there was a lot of things that delayed them, but through the videos and stuff, we're seeing that the speed cars have landed, and now they're getting them out to the different dealers and stuff. So obviously Max Gordon, one of the young guns, I've had an opportunity to race against him in the trucks, in the Stadium Super Trucks, an unbelievable driver. Definitely takes after his grandfather for sure.
And it looks like, what are we looking at here? Yeah, I don't know if this is, looked like he almost missed a turn. This looks like one of the old Class 8 trucks out there. Try to see if we can get a number.
Is that Dale White looking like? Who was that?
What's that?
It looked like the Dale White lookalike truck.
Oh, okay. Possibly Bob Briggs, possibly.
Alrighty, as we're watching, I think the driver's back on course, watching through the Desert One cam. We are going to pass it down to Emmy with another interview. So Emmy, who do you have for us?
All right, I'm here with Tim Craig. Now, Tim is a little bit of a local legend here. He's just won the overall championship and the 1600 class championship for more that races mostly out of Barstow, but also here a lot in Johnson Valley. So do you think that that gives you a little bit of an advantage here in B2 because you're really familiar with this terrain?
Unfortunately, I don't think we have that much of an advantage because we don't race a lot of the stuff he's got laid out over here. So, we touch on some of the stuff over by Anderson Dry Lake, and, we know that section fairly decent. We had a lot of weather and rain, and that's changed over the last couple weeks. So, we got a couple laps in pre-running. We're feeling pretty confident. We just see if we can keep the car together and keep the tires on it.
So here you're in B2. I know this is a lot more power than you're used to in 1600. How are you going to mitigate that?
It's a different driving style, the body roll and stuff like that. We usually strap into that 1600 and drive it as hard as we can. And out here we got to have a little more finesse. We got a little wider car. We got to take it a little easy. We don't want to rip a corner off. And like I said, I believe if we can keep the tires on it and run a healthy pace, we'll be okay for tomorrow.
Yeah, in this B2 class, you don't have to take quite as much a leave before you get in the car.
That's right, yeah. So, like I said, that 1600, I need a couple days of recoup. So when they said we're going to race a 2-day format, I thought, well, we'll see how we feel. But I'm not in the 1600, and thank God I'm not driving through this in that class.
Yeah, and thank God you're not driving in the Class 11 after all these bigger cars go through it.
That's the truth. I don't know how those guys, those are the real kings of the off-road right there, Everybody comes to see the big dogs with the trophy trucks and the 40-inch tires, but if you can get that Class 11 through this stuff, with about 4 inches of ground clearance and 6 inches of suspension, my hat's off to those guys that come out here. They're the Ironmen of this sport for sure.
Yeah, well, we're going to have a Class 11 party up here later on in the afternoon. Maybe you'll be back in time for that if you have a good qualifying round. And you can come by and say hello and give your respects to the Class 11 guys.
Absolutely. I got a bunch of buddies, Tim Sletton and that whole crew that run Class 11, so I'm rooting out for those guys. I know he's got a bunch of engines with Blake Wilkie and those guys, so, definitely they run the local races, and we chat it up and talk race all the time. So, come down and hang out and be a part of that if we can.
All right, cool. Well, listen, Tim, thank you so much. Congratulations on all your cool stuff that's going on with Moore. That's rad. That racing in Barstow is no joke. If you want to be rougher, Barstow is the place to go. And yeah, we here, let's see, what's your number? 1022, Tammy Craig. Thanks so much for your time. Back to the stage.
All righty, Fish, thank you. We got some action on the screen, Fish.
Yeah, we saw a stop truck a minute ago right there,
There it
the 8028. So the 8028 is stopped. That is Bob Briggs. That is the one that we thought might have been taking a wrong turn a minute ago. It looks like now they've come to a stop. They might just be lost out here is what I'm guessing, because it looked like a minute ago they were on the wrong line. And now it looks like they're moving again.
That's a hunting pace we're watching right there. I'm hunting for the road.
Something's going on with that truck there. And then also we did have some more finishers. Dustin Grabowski has finished 4th in the T2 class and 12th overall. But check out these times. So remember, your time from today carries to tomorrow. So right now, the first place in Class T2 is 33:34. Second place is 34:02. But then check this out. Third place, 34:03, so 1 second back, and then right behind them, 34:03.14, and the other one was 34:03.11. We're talking about 3 hundredths of a second there, right? Separating them.
That is the ones that hurt. You go, how many times did I not hold it on just a fraction of a second longer?
More, yep.
And that could have resulted in that. So,
yeah.
But that just goes to show you how competitive this is. With Christopher Pavardi, is about 30 seconds, ahead of everybody with the 33:34, but then it goes down to the 34:02, and then 34:03, 34:03, and so that top five, the top four, are very, very close.
Yeah, definitely. Going to be exciting tomorrow because like I said, that's the time you start with tomorrow. So you start, a minute apart or whatever it is tomorrow, but your time is actually you're less than a second apart on the actual race clock. And there's Cameron Steele, looks like coming back in. Going to be coming up to Baldwin's jump, up and over it in a minute here. Truck
I hope we have a weather day tomorrow that's just bright and clear like we have today.
It's supposed to be like this again tomorrow.
That's going to be good.
Hopefully we get a little wind, though. Looks like the wind's picking up a little bit. Not too much, though. It's about 3 miles an hour, maybe at the most.
It's probably prop wash from the drones.
Yeah. So there's Cameron coming back in. We'll see where Cameron stacks up. Like I said, this truck's a little bit heavier. It's been around a long time, got a lot of miles on it.
It's a little bit of a handful. Watch how it rebounds. Like over the small stuff, not so much, but it starts to grow and starts to kick back on Cameron a little bit. So he has to hang on to it a little bit more than he probably would like. So they'll probably be making some adjustments tonight after qualifying.
Looks like we got a B2 buggy there. That might be one of our first B2 buggies out there. One of the Class 10 cars out on course. Once again, this is right off the start. This is one of the roughest sections of the whole prologue, 40-mile prologue. This just gets ran so much every single day for every race out here.
Well, and if you look and you see how big the berms are getting, I mean, they're just massive. Yeah, and some people might think, well, that's a little bit better. But honestly, every time it bounces and the car accelerates down into the hole, makes the bumps bigger and more undrivable. So,
and every car does that.
Exactly. Everyone's beating it up. That might be Nick Eisenhower, or that might be the other truck that was that did get off course a little bit. As you called it, the Dale White lookalike.
Yeah. Be interesting if we get Emmy to get a hold of him when he finishes. To
See what happened.
See what happened.
That was a 1082. That was Eric Everly there, headed out on course. As you see, Cameron Steele coming back in to the short course. So he's done, and Eric is headed out to start his lap. Here comes Cameron.
Just a couple more corners and we'll see. Right now, currently, in number 1, Christopher Pavardi. 2nd, Thor Herbst. 3rd, Ray Griffith. 4th, Dustin Grabowski. Ed, E.J. Herbst, a.k.a. Ryan Millen. Also Pat Gailey, James Scully, Ethan Ebert, Travis Williams, Charles Dorrance, and Connor Pyle. So let's see if Cameron can work his way up. So Cameron is 28th overall. He's out of the top 10 when it comes to T2s.
He's 14th in T2. Cameron is 14th right now. And there goes Eric, headed out. This is a single-seat car right here, so you don't have anybody to keep you company, nobody to tell you did something stupid, so I guess that's good and bad, right?
Well,
no one to help you?
That's exactly. And so when Larry Jobe was the mentor for Bryce Menzie back in the day, and Bryce had a 10 car, there were sections that were really rocky, and Bryce would say that he would go like 2 miles an hour because he goes, I am not going to get out and change a flat. So the best way to teach a young driver is put him into a single. So if you put him in a single-seat car where he has to get out and unstick himself, he won't go into any crazy sand washes, as well as when he has to get out and change a tire. But I believe that Class 10, and it's always been probably one of the most, which is our B2 class, has been one of the most competitive classes, bar none. I mean, back when you had Steve Serapis, you had Richardson, you had all these guys, you had John Marking. Yeah. So many different great drivers came from Class 10.
You know, you mentioned back in the day when Serapis, you know, he won himself, I think, there was 49 entries in Class 10 one year at the Mint.
Yep.
And he took it out. And I don't remember how big the check was, but it was big. Big
I got
for off-road
second.
racing.
It wasn't that big.
Was it?
I got second place in that race, as in a single seat. Both of us had issues, but his car was falling apart, but he happened to finish the line, and we joke about that because he came up and he congratulated me, and I'm like, no, we're in a different boat here, Steve. I'm doing this because I have to and I need to. You're doing it because you want to.
Yeah.
And but I wasn't taking anything away from him. He was a great driver, great champion, and hauled. As we're watching Nick Eisenhower as he runs that thing coming through. I love listening to this truck because it's got like this 180-degree headers.
8 into 1 headers.
Yeah, so it screams like a NASCAR. But back to Serapis in Class 10, such a competitive class. We see Nick go a little bit high. So Eisenhower running that hard. Sway Bear.
Let's see where his time's going to be.
Going to be in the 37 seconds. What do you think?
36:12.
Oh.
Yep. Nick Eisenhower 1 spot ahead of Cameron Steele. So that put him to 14th, and Cameron Steele now down to 15th place. So, Bob, you've had the opportunity to ride with so many different people and legends along the way.
Yep.
It was such a different game back then. No GPS, and you had to put at night. You had to put a little reflector tape on the trees to find your way.
You had to learn to tell the difference between a red Tecate can in the weeds and a red marker.
Exactly, exactly. But your main job over there was what?
Well, navigation.
I know, but I want you to talk about it because you weren't navigating. You were telling them, "Hey, we're on the right track," but you weren't telling them bump after bump after bump.
You know, I made an attempt at navigating. I'd have the prep people put a speedometer in when I was right. Say, put a speedometer on my side so I could use the odometer to try and get an approximation. How far have we gone here? Because you lose track if you haven't done a lot of pre-running. Well, the rest of the job really was watching over my driver and keeping him in the game, keeping him engaged, asking questions, every now and then throwing a compliment. When you do something right, not just throw compliments to throw them. You see your driver do something right, you tell him so. That was good, thanks.
Yeah.
That was excellent. And when he blows it, when he makes a mistake, you say, that's behind us. You know, it's look forward, let's go forward, get your shit together, and it worked.
Wow, such language from that right seat.
I know.
All righty, you hang on to that thought. We will be right back with more of the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We'll be right back.
Even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise! Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
There's only one place to go to do your rig right, and that's at 4 Wheel Parts. Now is the time for bigger tires and larger wheels. Now is the time to lift your Jeep at 4WP.
Alrighty, welcome back to 2023, Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. I'm Ricky Johnson with Bob Bauer along with Fish. Let's go on to looking at the map. We see got everybody everywhere, and the gap has been, a lot closer. But explain to the people that they don't always ping at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. When you're looking at the tracker map, you always want to click on one and then check out the time that it last updated at. So you can see this one says 12:24. That's right now. But then if you go to the one next to it, that one says 12:23. So obviously that one is a minute older than that one. So this guy's going to be farther down the course the next time he updates compared to this one that just updated. Now this one right here, 47:34, Jeremy is at 0 miles an hour. So that is not good when you see that half red at the bottom. You never want to see that. That means that they are stopped, and that's at 12:23. So that was just about a minute and a half ago. So that is a current update. So that's never what you want to see when you're tracking your friends or your family on here. When they get grayed out like this, that means that they haven't updated in a long time. You can see that one won't even let me click. There it is. Hasn't updated since 11:46. That was over half an hour ago. That is not going to be correct, a correct location once they're grayed out. So you want to see solid color, no red, and that's how the tracker works. Just click on them and you can see where they are. And this is the same thing tomorrow. This will have the full course on it tomorrow. You'll be able to follow them for the whole 100 miles tomorrow.
Well, so Bob, just real quick, you were talking before we go. I want to finish our thought about navigation.
Okay.
So now we have GPS, we have satellite phones, we have all these different things to assist the drivers, mainly to keep them safe, but also to keep them aware of what's going on out there. But you had to go a little bit more primitive back in your day.
We learned to read the dirt and the mountains and the trees and the rocks. You learned an awful lot about vegetation change. You also, in your pre-run, you got an overall view of where am I generally. We used to navigate by the white blaze on the mountain up by Santa Catarina, Yep. Seen that kind of stuff. One year, we got lost, really bad. And it took them 2 days to find us. My wife nearly threw me out of off-road racing. I swore I'd never be stuck down there again like that. I learned to read the stars. The following year, we were stuck in a silt bed right out of Jesus Maria. And I looked up there, found my Orion constellation. And if you look at that constellation, the sword in Orion's constellation points about southeast, and that's La Paz. La Paz is southeast.
About. I like that.
Well, it's
the about.
When you're zoomed around and there's 4 cars in this silt bed all arguing, I'll take the line. And we found it. We did it. We went to La Paz. The rest of them spent the night in the silt bed, including Judy Smith.
All righty. Well, Mike Huff looks like he just came in a 41.16. Somebody right behind him. We weren't focused on them, so I don't know who that was. But that's back a little ways, so he's a little bit off time.
Yeah, it looks like the leaderboard is still the same towards the top. Haven't seen anybody jump up yet. And towards the top of the leaderboard. We have more of the B3 or B2 buggies going out. More Class 10 cars headed out on course right now.
Well, it's pretty amazing how tight this T2 field is. Charles Dorrance is a 35.43, and that's still only a minute and a half behind our leader, Christopher Pavardi.
And look at the guy right behind him. He's 35.43. So's the guy Connor Pyle right behind him, 35.43. They're 0.4 of a second apart.
Yeah.
So this is really coming down to tenths of a second today.
40 miles, and you're off by how?
Tenths.
Tenths of seconds.
Or hundredths of seconds, some of these guys only. There's Brent Fox right here. Looks like coming back in.
Now, does he have a right rear going down?
Yeah, the bedside's missing too, huh? So something happened back there.
Well, I saw him turned into a rock. Turned too quick. Took the corner off.
See, he's going to be pretty fast. Let's see if he pops up here.
And he is a 36.42. So Brent Fox, 36.42.700. Now we're seeing the buggies as they start to work their way in. There's a lot of controversy in the past, not controversy, but a lot of talking back and forth about, the UTVs are faster than the 10 cars, and so on. And every year that we had those two going against each other in this desert, the 10 car is the way to go. But we have seen Mitch Guthrie Jr. gets second and beat B.J. Baldwin. Only gets second overall against trophy trucks up in the Silver State 300, where it's more like a rally road where an all-wheel drive is really going to work, and also the lightweight of and acceleration and braking. So that it's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing how fast side-by-sides are and how dependable they're coming, and they're still majority of them are still running that belt.
And they're big. I saw a Class 10 car that was almost as big as a side-by-side.
Yeah, they're definitely getting big. Like I said, they have 35s on most of them now.
Yeah.
There's basically a four-wheel drive Class 10 car. Looks like the one car that was stopped on the tracker earlier is moving again, so that's good. The 4734 Jeremy got moving again. Slowly, he's doing 8 miles an hour, but he is moving, so we'll see. We'll see if he keeps moving or not.
Huh? Oh.
Emmy? So she was telling the world that she has a cheeseburger in her mouth? Okay.
Alrighty, if you are just joining us, this is the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are halfway through the field. A lot of great cars out there, a lot of great drivers, but still we are through the majority of the T2s. There we see some of the buggies out there, and so we've already got some of the 10 cars that you might call them, or the B2s, but that's going to be a really competitive class. There's 17 B2s, there's 37 T2s, 3 B1s, and 28 T1s.
And a partridge in a what?
Pear tree.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, we have no B2s that have finished yet, so as soon as they do, we'll get you some times. You're looking at them right here on course. That's one going by. Almost all the T2s have finished, like you said. So we're pretty much, the B2s are filling up the course. Now the start intervals is getting a little bit closer together as we go down. I know the B3s, I believe, is going to be after this. They're going to be 1 minute apart, so that's going to be even closer together. We're going to get a lot of cars out on course then.
Well, and everybody, as you said, Fish, is anxious to see the speed cars going. Obviously, we know what the Can-Ams can do. We know what the Polaris can do. We've seen the Kawasaki's do really well out here as well. Yamaha, great in short course, but not making really much of a splash when it comes to that. The Textron, a.k.a. Wildcat Double X's, are a great car. Robbie Gordon was involved with them back in the day. But everyone's excited to see the technology and the speed of the speed cars, pun intended.
I have high expectations, Ricky. Really.
Uh-oh, it's cutting the course there, cutting the corner a little bit.
That's alternate line.
Coming in hot.
Yeah, alternate line.
I think that's Charles Durant, looks like. Maybe.
55, 255.
Oh, Chuck Dempsey.
That's Chuck Dempsey.
That's the one we saw earlier. They're both black and white.
Yep, Chuck Dempsey, at this point, he's at a 37, at 38, so he is not going to make it into the top 15. Eisenhower, yeah. So he's going to be back quite a ways. So it doesn't look like he got a flat and had to change a tire, but who knows? We don't know what happened with Chuck, but probably not the time that he was expecting. But it's always easy to speculate from the announcer's booth, but we don't know exactly what happened.
Yeah, 42nd overall, it looked like there. And here we go. Is this one of our first B2s possibly coming back in?
It's got that look, real 10 car look.
Headed out. This is headed out. Here we go. Might be starting. Let's see what number we got here. 1028. Just off the line, so that is Ryan Etter there. And the 1028 just headed out for his lap.
Oh, that's a gnarly hit.
Yeah.
That was a big hit.
A little bit. Not quite as much suspension as the trucks that we've seen going through there earlier in the day, huh?
Well, I think he found himself offline to the right, and that was the price he paid.
Yep. There's one of the Jeep speeds.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is probably the number 1 Jeep speed of 47.24. That is Rob Subert.
Well, it's interesting that they're running in the T2 class because that's a little bit more of a limited vehicle that we're seeing here, but they do have them listed in the T2 class out here.
Oh, brother.
Oh, here we go.
Here comes the buggies.
Got some action going for a pass. Gonna get around him.
Make it quick, dude.
The good thing on this course is there is lots of lines too. If you notice, just look down right here, you can see all the different lines, and they did leave the VCPs pretty generous so that there is a lot of opportunity for you to do passing and taking the line of your choice. Obviously right here, this is all like single track through here. There's one line only, but once you get out on the back side of the course, there's many different lines. I think we counted 9 lines at one spot that we were at.
Whoa.
It was going, as you're coming to the corners, it was chasing you into the corner. The one thing about announcing here is that everybody feels perfectly comfortable to come up while we're working and just jump right in.
I mean, especially this guy that knows a little bit about announcing, Cameron, yelling at us here.
You wait. You're going to be working a microphone again one day, and I'm coming at you, buddy. But yeah, Cameron Steele, go eat a taco. You said it's taco time. Go get your nutrition. Go get your nutrients in. You need to be ready for a long week. Alrighty, we will be back with the 2023 Toyo tires presented by Monster Energy right after this short break. We'll see you in a minute.
PCI Race Radio is the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
So King of the Hammers, it's the toughest one-day race in the world as far as I'm concerned.
When you need your winch, that's the only thing that matters. It's about getting to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it.
First place in the 4500 Yukon
Alrighty, we are back in 2023 Toyo tires. And Bob, I'm watching this. I'm almost thinking his front brakes might be sticking because he's getting stuck in the really weird spots. We see that he's got driving both rear wheels, but this was the competitor that got kind of off track. He got lost a little bit, but right now, big trouble. It is not moving forward. Well, as soon as I said that, there we see, and that's not that big of a hill, but something is holding that vehicle back.
Yeah, it seems like the front brakes are on.
How could that be? I mean, it can't be a rock in the caliper. That'd be only one side, you know.
But see, I mean, this is not that big of a hill for him to get to be roosting that hard.
There he goes.
So something's holding that thing back.
All right, made it. He's having a heck of a qualifying run so far.
Well, he's
Not
at,
the smoothest
he's at
run in the
alternate
world.
routes, and so they're going to have some stuff to look at tomorrow before the main event. But
there might be a story or two tonight in the pit.
The cool thing about this race, cool and bad, here's the bad, is when you do have something go wrong, everybody's watching you, right? Pretty much no matter where you are,
You
somebody's
can't hide.
watching you on this course. They have, there's so much coverage that you're not hiding anywhere. So it looks like they are stuck. Is that the rock in the middle there? They're high centered on. See in the middle, that's a rock. It almost looks like the pan is sitting on a big rock right in the middle of the course. So this is going to be interesting because this might be a single lane where they're stuck right here. I don't know if the next car coming is going to be able to get around or not.
The flag's not moving. I think the screen's frozen.
Okay.
Nothing's moving.
we've been talking about this guy for 10 minutes. It's just a technical diffifculty on
well,
our
let's
truck.
make up some more stuff.
This is amazing. The dust isn't moving. Nothing is moving.
There we go. This car is moving.
There we have it.
So still a lot of qualifying to go through. And if you're in the neighborhood, as Bob said, it's absolutely a beautiful day out here. As a racer, I would love to see a little bit more wind. The flags are moving maybe 1-2 miles an hour. So
would be perfect.
It's hanging. But if we could get about a 10-mile-an-hour wind, well, actually now we see that there's somebody moving inside that vehicle, and it is in a stop on Heartbreak Hill.
Yeah, I did check tomorrow. The wind's supposed to be up a little bit tomorrow, so I think we might be okay for tomorrow. But this doesn't look good here. He says, "What's going on?"
He's right on the rise.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's a big rock right in the middle there that they're high centered on. I think that's a section I was at yesterday.
Well, yeah. Big ones, folders.
Yes.
Microwave oven size.
Yep. Yeah, you kind of had to put a tire right over it instead of the middle.
All right, as we're watching the Jeep speeds as they roll through, there is an advantage because most of these Jeep speeds are four-wheel drive. There is two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive, but as we're watching them roll through Emerson Ridge, you can see that the times are going to start getting a little shorter between competitors. We're going to go down to a minute when we get to the UTVs, aka B3s. We have a huge amount of B3s. So Bob, talk to me about track conditions. Everybody running, and ironically, the ones that can handle the worst course have already done it and done the damage to it.
Yeah, you know, we talk about loop races and they say, well, it's going to change every lap. In this case, it changed dramatically from what these guys had before. And we're watching, to me, Ricky, I think we're just watching an evolution. These guys are going to tear it up for the next guys. The next guy's going to tear it up even more. So when we go down and start our stuff tomorrow, we're going to have a rough course.
Oh yeah, well, it's already pretty beat up. pretty chewed up. But as we're watching these B2s go through, which is the 10 car.
Oh, look at that. Getting a little out of shape there, huh?
Yep. Which, understandable. You know, I mean.
Oh, the back of the thing's not working.
It does look a little bit soft in the back going through the travel. Then it hits the bump shock and bounces you back. So those of you that don't know what a bump shock is, it's a little air shock all the way up. So when you get down to the bottom, it doesn't go metal to metal. If you look under some of your trucks, they have a little bump rubber down there. So for the final bottom out stage, they'll use these air shocks, and you can adjust it anywhere from 50 pounds to 500 pounds, depending on how much weight your vehicle is and what you're trying to get out of it. So a lot of times, a lot of the race cars aren't on them all the time, but they do tune them and get them to where they definitely save you on those big bottom outs.
You know, Ricky, the thing we used to tell people about bump stops or not, if you're not on the bump stops, you're fine. You know, if you keep your car in the shock, you know, not too much, not to this, keep it in the shock, you'll probably get the best the car's going to give you.
Yeah, but then you have that just like Kyle Jurgensen was talking about the setup on his Brent all-wheel drive. He likes everything a little stiffer just in case that big
whammer hits.
They get you. But when you have stiffer suspension like that on these high-speed courses, sometimes that takes away traction, wheels are held, you're bouncing it in the air and spinning.
I'm wondering if that's where the Fox Live shock could really be an assistant, you know, because it anticipates what's going to happen next.
Well, yes, but that's a very difficult thing for suspension to do because it does not see what's coming up. It doesn't see if that's a silt bump coming up, or if that's a mud hole, or if I'm trying to avoid the different things. So
right.
There are a lot of great things with that, but it's a lot of work.
All right, it sounds like we have Emmy once again. Has got another interview for us. So let's see, who do you have down there, Emmy?
All right, we're moving into the UTVs are here in staging, and I'm here with Brent Lambeth. Brent, how are you going to get this thing through that course after we've had the T1s and the T2s and the B cars up there? What are you going to do?
Well, it's going to be really torn up, so the plan is to smooth as fast and fast as smooth. So try to keep the car together for tomorrow and just take it on.
So this morning when you got up, did you have any like pre-race rituals that you had to do so that you'd have good luck?
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you.
This morning when you woke up, do you have any pre-race rituals that you have to do?
Yeah, I walk around Hammertown, get my jitters out, try to relax, and drink a bunch of water.
Just a bunch of water?
Yeah. Yeah, liquid IV water.
So you have your whole family here, I assume?
Yeah, so my wife, my son, my daughter couldn't make it, and then a bunch of my buddies.
That's awesome. How many is in your crew this year?
I think there's 10 of us all together.
Oh, you know, that's not a lot considering a lot of people come here and they've got, 20, 30, 50 people, and you guys are doing it with the crew of 10.
Yeah, so I'm a small team, so my buddies help me out, and we get it done.
All right, well, listen, my goal for you today is number 1, to have fun. Number 2, to not use this light that is labeled zombie lights, because I'm very curious about that. But most of all, have fun, keep it shiny side up. And co-driver, keep this guy. Keep the... Hi, I know you. Oh my gosh, he was my co-driver once. How surprising. All right, stage, back to you guys.
We got a car stopped on the field. We got Bill Zemak.
Bill Zemak.
935.
And he's getting out, so...
I believe that was that all-wheel drive car that was entered. I think it's basically a UTV that they entered in Class 10, or in the B2 category, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see the times because as we saw between the B1s and the B2s, it's those long straightaways and that overall speed. We said that Kyle Jurgens said he was right at 137 and on the rev limiter. And I'll be honest with you, it looked like Tim Herbst had quite a few mile an hour on him on that, on that fast straightaway.
You know, this is such a sad moment, really, for guys. All the buildup, getting ready for hammers, months and months ahead of time. They get out there in their prologue and bang, pow. It's like, now we got this. When you see a guy pick a phone up, you can just tell by the body language how dejected he is.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what car that is, actually? I think that's the old Reese Millen, one of the Jackal cars.
Ah.
I believe that might be what that is. It was actually entered in the 6200 class. which was racing inside of the B2 group. So that's what that car was. That was one of Reese Millen's cars.
Well, the amount of B3s is unbelievable. I'm going to have to do a little math here to figure out.
Looks like they have a support truck there, a course worker, so that's good. See, they're looking at something in the rear of the car. Something in the drivetrain back there, maybe? They're not in a hurry, so I don't think they're going to be fixing it today. Yeah, it's a Jackal. See, it says Jackal right there.
Yep.
That's the Reese Millen Jackal.
Maybe CVs?
Could be something.
It's an awful short time for CVs to go out. You know.
Yeah.
In the worst conditions, they can last for 20 minutes.
Yeah. This seems like it's something catastrophic.
Yeah. Don't see any urgency on their part. They're not looking at the drone. The drone's looking at them.
Yep.
You know, Fish, I am so impressed. And I'm not being paid to say this. The drone work here at this event for all week is astounding.
Oh, yeah, it's awesome. Like I said earlier, you can't even tell the difference between a drone and a helicopter shot anymore. They're so good now. This is a drone shot right here. But,
Yep.
you know, these drone shots are just awesome. So, yeah, once again, big shout out to all the camera crew, production crew for making these shots happen. This is pretty freaking cool. You can see live racing action like this in HD anywhere in the world while we're in the middle of nowhere in the desert.
Exactly. And you know, when we get to the rock events later in the week, you're going to see the FPV drones doing 70 miles an hour straight at the ground, you know, to pick up on a guy. And
they'll
one
go
of the drone
under the
guys,
cars.
What's
They'll
that?
fly under the cars. They'll do all kinds of stuff.
He flew it through the car once. When the nuts are down, he just went in one side and came out the other.
Yeah.
That's just being cheeky.
Yeah. So that's a B2 car looking like they're having a pretty good run, going a little faster here.
Yeah.
Well, and folks, we aren't even halfway through because we have 90 B3s.
Really?
So we have a lot of qualifying to go. So Bob, I hope you.
So that's
you
90
packed a
minutes.
lunch. You have your Wheaties all set up, buddy?
I quit.
You quit? You done? You're out of here?
I'm done.
Yeah, those are going 1 minute apart. So that's 90 minutes of just starting the B3s once we get them going.
Yeah. And that's going to be pretty hectic with the dust. Because as you can see, we're having some trouble there.
Yeah,
so
1 minute
Look
gas.
around here, it's getting dustier and dustier right here, and that's just from people walking around.
Yeah.
Big shoes.
Yeah.
Alrighty, we are going to bring in somebody and let our man Fish take a
I'm going to take a break. Thanks to La Blue Fedora, they just brought us some tacos. They're over here in Hammertown. If you guys want some Mexican food, go grab them. I'm going to go finish my tacos. Let Ryan Thomas come in here. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right, we'll see you. Hey, find something out while you're out there. Don't just relax.
All right.
I know you're supposed to relax, but I need you to do some homework for me. You're the numbers guy. All right, bringing in Ryan Thomas. Now, Ryan is definitely somebody that can give us a lot of information on these buggies because, for one, the family history and also the driving history. You know, he's gotten a lot of experience in the buggies. Hold on, we got to adjust through our duck blind
Our
here.
chair shift. And
Ryan Thomas, welcome to the booth.
Wow, Fish has got a bigger head than me.
Well, we know that.
Yeah.
So
I'll tell you.
Let's talk about these B2 buggies. I mean, that was your family's bread and butter for the longest time with Chenna.
100%, yeah. You know, and it's interesting walking down staging and seeing all the UTVs and realizing that you know, the days of the buggy are limited. Unfortunately, I'm afraid. I think that the UTVs are ultimately going to devour up the old school buggy classes.
Well, and when it comes to this kind of race course, we've seen that the buggies, the B2s, beat the side-by-sides. But when you get down to Mexico or you get to Silver State or you get to these races where it's a lot of start and stop, the side-by-sides are just so unbelievably quick.
I think a big part of that, honestly, is the crown. You know, the UTVs aren't quite wide enough to be able to really sit on the race course and not be dragging skid plates, where the Class 10 cars and some of the other bigger buggies, they're still wide enough so that they're able to straddle that crown, and they're running bigger tires these days.
Yep.
So they just got more ground clearance. But I tell you that what they don't have is the four-wheel drive, and we're all seeing that makes a difference, you know. And four-wheel drive is definitely something that I'd be interested to see that play out in Class 10 at some point.
Well, and what we're seeing in side-by-side is what we had in the 80s and 90s in trucks with the manufacturer sponsor. We just saw Seth Quintero go by, factory Can-Am driver. You and I talked about some other stuff with the players teams that are out there. Then you also have the Blurtons. So you have professional drivers that drive for teams, not driver owner.
Yeah, I mean, that harkens back to, as Bob and I were talking earlier, the Ford Rough Rider program. Honestly, even with the PPI and Toyota days, with factory involvement, the new factories in off-road racing are the UTV OEMs, and what a blessing it's been for the off-road community and the sport and the drivers to have big businesses like that coming in and really, I mean, they're dedicated. Every one of the manufacturers is all in on this at the UTV level, and it's really cool to see that play out here at Hammers.
And so let's talk about that for a second. With you working with your dad, with Chenneth, having to produce cars and get them out the door and all the different stuff. How is Robbie Gordon going to get this done?
Well, I was talking to him yesterday. He's not slowing down.
No, definitely. I'm not up here casting stones at him, but the task that he has. I mean, what you did at Chenneth, what was the most cars that you built in 1 year, would you say?
Oh, man. Well, the days were different back then because, we sold rolling chassis for the most part.
Right.
The doctors, lawyers, and attorneys, they really hadn't gotten involved to the degree that they are now. And it's not just the doctors, lawyers, and attorneys, but you've got a different type of customer today in racing where they buy a car and go drive it versus buy a chassis and build it in their garage.
Right.
And there's still those people. Honestly, the Ultra 4 community is very much still that way.
Right.
And I love it. You walk through the drivers meeting for the Ultra 4, the rock racing, and you look at the hands of the drivers.
I was just going to say
and
that.
they're dirty. They've been working on cars, and I think that's telling of the culture here at Ultra 4. And it's great to see the combination. I mean, what Dave's created here by integrating all. I mean, we had motos. You've got the side-by-sides. We've got the what do we call them? Those pre-runners. The
1450s.
The 1450s. I mean, it's a place for anybody that loves competing in the desert to come and really kind of put their equipment and put themselves to the test. So it's been fun to watch it. And you go back, you asked me about the Chenneth days. Interestingly enough, Lynn Chenneth, the founder of Chenneth Racing Products, he actually, with the Mini Mag, saw the future.
Right.
And a lot of people probably don't remember that, but it was a front and rear A-arm car with the Yamaha 2-cylinder snowmobile motor in it. It was a triple clutch. He saw the vision 30 years before it actually happened.
And it went like stink. It was a fast car.
They were fun to drive, and they were inexpensive, and it was a spec class. We had sponsors for it, and it's really cool to see what it's become today.
Now, was it Phil Blurton Sr. a part
Yeah.
of the program as well? Which
He drove a Chenneth Arrow and several other Chenneth cars.
Right. So that's cool because now his son Phil Blurton is one of the top side-by-side racers.
He's got to
in the
be
world.
for sure.
So that history and the heritage,
especially out here.
Yes. And when you said that about the hands, I'm not part of that generation because I didn't grow up working on cars. I was racing motorcycles, but the LeDukes, you got the Greaves. Well, CJ doesn't work on near as much as Johnny, but you have the families that have grown up racing and working on cars, and I love that. That to me was the coolest thing, is to build that kind of camaraderie, because I know what it was like when I was out working in the garage with my dad, and it was awesome to have that in common.
Yeah, Mark McMillan has. Oh, sorry, Bob. Mark McMillan has a saying that I've heard him say several times. Racing has been the glue that has held our family together for 30 years, or more now, honestly. But yeah, we're all touching on the same thing.
Alrighty, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back to more qualifying, we will be getting into the B3s. Right now, we're watching some of the Jeep Speeds and the B2s start to make their way to the finish line. We come back to the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We'll see you in a minute.
There's only one place to go to do your rig right, and that's at 4 Wheel Parts. Now is the time for bigger tires and larger wheels. Now is the time to lift your Jeep at 4WP.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise. Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome back to the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. I'm Ricky Johnson along with Bob Bauer. Now, Bob, we've been watching a lot of the buggies that start to work their way through, as well as we got Ryan Thomas here going over some of the kind of reminiscent back in the day.
We call it heritage.
Heritage?
Yeah.
But in your mind, Ryan, the buggies that you raced, these things now are modern marvels.
Yeah, it really is. The electronics that are involved, at this point, active suspension, the ability to change things on the fly, four-wheel drive, all of those things. I mean, it's just leveled up for the buggy classes for sure.
There's Robbie here.
Yeah. You know, another little interesting tidbit, I was just talking to Cameron Steele's co-driver. He's staged over here in his side-by-side, and they are going to run the desert race in that car, and then they're going to prep it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and they're going to run it in the rock race.
Crazy. Well, some of the guys that we have in here, that we just, Austin Jones, who won the Dakar Championship this year, Seth Quintero, who won, so many stages as well. So you have the two factory Red Bull guys as well. Just to mention a few different people. Paul Wolf, we've got Max Gordon, Robbie Gordon, we've got AJ Jones, we just talked about him, Jamie McCoy, Phil Blurton, Kyle Cheney. You got Travis Zulinger, as well as Caden Wells, Cowboy Cerrone. We've got fighters here, so if anybody, I hope he doesn't get sideways with anybody, because he will destroy anybody outside the car, as well as Doug Matag, who's ran Pro 2, Pro 4, so look for him, as well as Carson Wernemont, who we all know, we all don't know, but a lot of us know.
The older people know.
Know his father, Russ Wernemont, who did so much with the design work, and he's obviously helping Carson with that. So it's good, once again, second generation to come through, as well as Dustin Jones and also the Podium folks here as well. So a lot of really, really top teams, and I'm really anxious to see how the speed cars line up against all the different Can-Ams.
I bet everybody's kind of curious to see how that's going to go, because this is the first outing for that car. First time the speed car's been out in public at an event.
So we're set for, are we first car off the line at 1? Nope.
Well, now we're starting to see a lot of the B2s finish as they're rolling across the line.
Yeah, we just got word. It's 107, the first B3 off the line and this Prologue. It's interesting. A lot of people didn't understand what that was all about last year when we did it for the first time, and got to hand it to Dave. Listening to the feedback from racers, and this concept of qualifying in desert racing it doesn't go all the way back to the roots.
Yep.
And you'd hear people complain about you qualify on a course that's not really indicative of what we're going to be racing on. And it's so quick that it doesn't necessarily set a proper starting order. But by doing a 40-mile prologue in the terrain that you're going to be racing on, it really does create a scenario where you get it's short enough to where you're not beating the car up too bad, but it allows for an actual starting grid of the race tomorrow that it's truly indicative of where they should be starting based on the way that they ran.
No system is perfect, but this one does a good job.
Yeah.
Well, but explain to the people that tomorrow they're going to start 1 minute apart, right? But they still get to carry their time. So if you out qualify me, let's just say by a minute, and I start a minute behind you, I have to make up that minute, pass you, and then make another minute. So I have to beat you by a minute to get that time back, just to be even. So I need to beat you by 1 minute. I got to make up 2 minutes on you plus 1 second.
Oh, and that's why the Prologue matters.
Right.
It's not just a little parade lap. There's consequences for it.
Well,
and it is long enough to truly kind of level out the field, but it's short enough where there's going to be some guys that they sprint.
Well, and that's where we're going to see the guys out front controlling the race.
Speaking of that, it sounds like we've got Emmy with Robbie Gordon here.
All right, here with Robbie Gordon in the number 77 Speed UTV. Robbie, it's so great to finally see a Speed UTV out here.
Well, it's good to be racing. We really haven't raced in a couple of years. I told customers that until we're ready to deliver cars, we'll focus on the customer cars, and we're here. We brought 2 race cars that we've been working on. Feel really good about these cars. Max, I think, just left the start line, so I'm supposed to leave about 10 minutes later, so I'm going to go ahead and get suited up.
So when you go out there, are you going to try to catch up to Max, or are you going to let him have his moment of glory?
No, Max is our rabbit, and I'm the cruiser today. We got to get a car to the finish line. We have a big task ahead of us, and got to make sure one of them lines up to the start line tomorrow. So Max is going to go ahead and go, and I'll see where we end up. Hopefully we stack up somewhere inside the top 10, and then I'll be in a good place for tomorrow.
So I'm just looking at this Speed UTV. This is the first time I've actually seen one up close. Is this all carbon fiber?
Yeah, this is basically what we call our Diablo. If we stand back where you can see it, this is our Diablo car. So the body would look exactly like this, except for it have operating doors. That's about the only real difference that we've done between our race cars and our production cars.
Okay, and what is it powered by?
This is our Speed 999cc twin-cylinder engine. It's got a push turbo on it. It's got a 3-speed sequential gearbox with a CVT. So it's a completely new package. We are a little pushing the race car side of it. We are running on E85 today, so we'll see how it goes. Every time we race cars, we learn, and every time we learn, we're only going to make better production cars.
All right, the world wants to know though. What does Robbie Gordon eat for breakfast on the morning of a race?
I had frosted mini wheats today.
Oh, I got frosted mini wheats. I love the sugar. Thanks so much, Robbie. Have a good time out there. Be in the cruiser.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, you guys, and back to the stage.
All righty, we are back, and frosted mini wheats. I'm shocked about that.
Oh, I'm not.
But here we see on the screen one of the drivers obviously losing that left wheel, and has to figure out how to get that thing up and going and go from there.
Yeah, it's a unique scenario here at this racetrack too. There's, unlike in Mexico where your chase crews can access the race course almost anywhere, that's not an option here at Hammers. So lots of times these guys are, as drivers and co-drivers, are left to their own devices to get their cars back into functional order and get them on the race course.
Oh, craziness.
Yep, you know what I've noticed just in the time I've been in the booth, like qualifying this morning when we had those wrecks, you know, King of the Hammers people, the staff, has people out there, they're on them instantly. You know, I mean, it's like out in the middle of nowhere, you've got safety happening.
Well, you know, you're talking about the staff. This whole thing, it starts off, there's 8 to 12 full-time employees at Hammer King, but by the time the green flag starts waving this weekend, there's over 200 people here helping, and a lot of those people are recovery. There's a whole recovery plan.
Yeah.
Dave goes through and it's a massive strategic undertaking to look at the map, look at where the access roads are, look at where they've got to control the areas and make sure we don't have spectators that are getting into areas that they shouldn't be. But the recovery guys are, like you said, they're kind of the heart of this, especially when we get into the rocks. You know, you get a car broken down the rocks, and they've got to clear that quick before a bottleneck happens. So yeah, the staff that makes this event happen, they don't get enough credit, man. And I'm telling you, I've been a part of this, and I've watched what happens, and everybody here is putting in 110% all the time.
They're like invisible heroes.
Well, people don't realize it. You know, they think it's a long event because they're out here for 2 or 3 weekends. Staff's out here for 6 weeks. This is a barren desert when they start, and they turn it into a city, which is impressive.
And it's not 6 weeks in the jacuzzi, I might add.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. So the crowd looks like it's gathering here. Everybody's getting ready to watch these UTVs take the green flag for their prologue. How you guys doing out there? Anybody here? That sounded pretty lackluster. Come on. I guess it's too early in the week, maybe, huh?
So here we got Jeremy Gabelli in with a 107.33. Be interested to see how that stands for the Jeep Speed stuff.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Those guys, that class has been around for quite some time. I'm fairly certain that the Skilton family started that class.
Yes.
And ironically, a vehicle like that is fairly well suited to be back in these canyons. And you see those guys, not necessarily the Jeep Speed guys, but you see the guys in cars like that, the Toyota 4Runners. They're kind of like the bread and butter out here in these canyons for recreational purposes. And it's been fun to watch the guys that are out here purely for the love of it on the weekends, you know.
And that's these guys.
Exactly.
You know, and they're not going to get famous and they're not going to get rich, but they're going to get a good time.
They're going to have a great time and stories to tell. That's the other thing too, is it's all about the stories we get to tell.
And actually, you know, those Jeep Cherokees, great little race cars, even better rock crawlers.
Yeah, yeah.
It's astounding. You look at a little tiny box like that, and you think, oh, well, that's not much stuff, and then it leaves you like you're tied to the rock.
You know, somebody told me a long time ago that Jeep, they were not as committed at a motorsports level in the desert because Jeep signified off-road in the United States, and all they could do was hurt their reputation if they didn't go out and win.
Yeah. Well, they paired up some pretty good people. Ray Russell, Don Adams. Rodney was never in a Jeep.
Well, but then, you know, you look at today what Ford has done with the Bronco, and that thing was, I mean, it was developed out here. They used this whole area to bring that thing to market. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm fairly certain there is a King of the Hammers edition Ford Bronco that's now available. And even if you're have one on order, you can actually add that King of the Hammers package. Yeah, yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah. And that's a testament too, you know, for the area, for the event. When a company like Ford decides to come out here and use this as its proving grounds, it says something about what all these guys are racing on, you know?
Well, you know what it says about Ford is because they used, I'll use the word us. You know, they paired up with some really expert drivers, expert fabricators, Brad Lovell, you know, Kurt LeDuc, things like that, and they actually
Bailey Cole.
listened. Bailey Cole's involved in it too, yeah. And they listened. Ford listened to these folks and said, when they told him you got to change this or this could do this better or this isn't good, they responded. And the end result is they put out a pretty neat platform.
No, definitely, and they're all here in full force this year. And they've got a really cool thing up here back in the Hammertown Heights. If you've got a Bronco, I believe you could get invited to come and be a part of their little compound.
Really?
And yeah.
Like a parking corral for Broncos.
Exactly.
A corral for Broncos.
Exactly. Yeah.
Who cleans up after those?
What's that?
Who cleans up after those?
The Hammertown staff. So let's see if we can dig in here to where we're at with where we got cars on the racetrack. Looks like we got a drone setting down there.
Yeah.
So that Baldwin's Jump region, I'm sure you guys have probably already covered that, but if not, we'll kind of update people.
Update me.
Well, that was the first year they ran the T1s out here, and BJ basically skied that thing, and everybody was oh my gosh, that's incredible, and so promptly was named BJ's Jump. So, and it's maintained that for the last 3 or 4 years.
Not bad. Everything has a reason, including Heartbreak Hill, huh?
Yeah, it's really funny. You hear some of the old guys from around here talk about how they named the different hammer trails and how that came about. Some of it's not appropriate for television.
Well, going down the list of the different guys, we had some situation happen at home. Sorry, folks, I had to jump out. Someone in the middle of the day broke down our fence and stole a motorcycle out of our front yard. So crazy.
They saw you here on camera. They knew you weren't home. Figured it was safe.
Man, it's just, never a dull one. But as we're going down the list, our top 10 are Kyle Jurgensen first, Tim Herb second, Bill Apgood third, J.P. Gomez fourth, Adam Householder fifth, with Eric Harden in sixth, Adam Lund seventh, Bernard Steinman in eighth, Christopher Pravardi overall in ninth, and Thor Herbst in 10th. So the top 10, the last two drivers are in the in the T2 class, which are the limited as well. Then we go down. 11th is Ray Griffith, 12th Dustin Grabowski, and then 13th Wade Porter. So the first up in front, how you qualify is how you start. So that's going to be a big advantage for those first couple guys.
Yeah, and interesting here, you notice you've got Adam Lund in there in a B1 in the 7th position. So interesting to see the buggies up there doing battle with the trucks. And I think there's part of this course where the buggies will do well, but man, on some of that open desert, you're going to have a hard time with the open wheel cars keeping up with those trucks.
Well, we've watched having the independent rear suspension. A lot of people think that's the way to go, but having that solid rear end just really plants the base and really keeps you going.
So that 1077 was Ezra Eberts, and he comes from a long, long lineage of off-road racers, all the way back to the grandfather, and it's fun to see those guys still out here running buggies.
Well, now here we see, I'm pretty sure that is Seth Quintero out there in one of the factory Can-Ams. Also come with the Red Bull team, him and Austin A.J. Jones are the two representatives for that team. Can-Am with a very strong field. They seem to really have these turbo cars figured out, obviously internationally and nationally, because we're going to see Phil Blurton as well as Dustin Jones with a lot of really strong cars.
We had Sarah Price just switch over to Polaris, did we not?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. Can-Am?
Yeah.
Not Polaris. Thanks for correcting me, because that's why
You know, an interesting thing here, too, is I just found this out the other day. So Craig Scanlon is racing in a Polaris Pro R, and his co-driver is none other than Blake Vandeloo. And Blake is actually a king here in the UTV class. He won the Pro Turbo class, I believe it was 2015. So he's going to be riding right seat with Craig Scanlon in a Polaris Pro R.
Well, and we've seen the Pro Rs really stand out, but we've also seen the Can-Ams hold their own against them, even though they're down on horsepower. But with the turbo, that helps keep them in the ballpark. But the Can-Am guys have definitely got it figured out. The guys, like I say, the Phil Burtons in the world, and Justin Jones.
You got the Murrays.
Yep, and you got. There are just so many fast drivers out there in the Can-Ams that as we're watching these guys start to work their way through, here comes another Red Bull car. You can just see the shorter wheelbase and the smaller tires on how beat up that course is. This is a factory effort, and you can see that it's working really hard. This is the same vehicle that we saw rip the left rear off.
It almost looks abandoned.
Yep. I want to thank the people from Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Nitto, Progressive Insurance, Toyo Tires, 4-Wheel Parts, and Griffin Radiators.
Hey, how about the new entrance here at Hammertown?
No, I mean everything out here. I was here last week for King of the Motos and talking with Dave Cole. It's like, can you believe what you started? You know, this all goes back to him and a couple of his buddies that used to be rock crawling. Go, hey, let's do all the trails and see who can do it the fastest. And now you look and see what this has turned into.
It's a festival. It's an off-road festival, that's for sure. So interesting here, we've got the UTVs starting, but we're still clearing the field out of the T2s and some of the buggies.
That tracker looks like it's going to get bunched up pretty good.
Yeah,
well, we're packing a lot of racing into this 3-week period here.
So definitely something happened to Andre Larian for him to be back that far. He started quite a while ago because we're already all the way down past, as we said, Ezra Eberts was out there. We have so many cars that are going, and now we have the B3s going. So it's just something must have happened to Andre.
Let's talk a little bit about the B3 class. We keep saying UTVs, but the reality of it is you've got several different levels of UTVs competing in that class. You've got the Pro R, which is in the unlimited class, and that there's other brands that are competing in that class, but definitely the Pro R, the Polaris Pro R is kind of that. It is an unlimited car. But then you end up into the turbo class, the Pro Turbo class, which clearly that's a faster car than a naturally aspirated car. So you got those three classes, but we group them all together here at Hammers. They're going to be racing for an overall, but they're also racing for their class.
Well, and you've seen a lot of some of the chassis have been completely rebuilt, but as we're going to jump to a commercial break when we come back with more 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, we'll be right back.
The tougher the tire, the easier the escape.
MP, a tradition of performance. For over 60 years, a brand synonymous with VWs. Known around the world for quality, speed, and innovation. MP, the first in VW speed equipment.
Renowned worldwide for reliability, the ARB air locker is a must-have for off-road drivers including rock crawlers, overlanders, and racers. With over 100 applications, ARB air lockers gives your vehicle the traction you need to tackle virtually any challenge with the flip of a switch.
Dana's involvement with King of the Hammers includes our sponsorship of the EV spec class with our Spicer electrified e-powertrains. Dana is here not only to invest in the next generation, but also to provide the next step of technology that's needed to race in the desert using electric technology.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
Back to 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. I'm Ricky Johnson, along with Bob Bowers and Ryan Thomas, and we are just now getting going in the B3s. We have 3 different classifications. We got the, as we look at that, hold on one second here, for the different classifications.
You got Desert Stock UTV, Desert Pro Mod UTV, and Desert Open UTV.
So we got a variety of cars, but we're kind of putting them somewhat together. Everyone's running out there. But one of the competitors that we want to talk about was Chris Blaze, an unbelievable desert motocross champion. Had an unfortunate accident, was paralyzed, and now he's been racing, and one of the top guys with hand controls.
That's impressive, man. And you know what? It reminds me back to the Evan Evans days, but
yeah.
All right, as we're watching as they get in the Melville dry lake bed, we're going to have a replay on one of the crashes. We don't have the number, but we're going to take another look at that, see what happened during the break. So we see somebody come by, and then they got into the other driver, spinning them off to the side. So you could just see, one more time, what he just, the driver being overtaken, did not know the other driver was coming up, probably turned back a little bit. They say Rubbin's racing, but that was just a little unfortunate accident. Glad nobody went upside down.
Yeah, you know, that's one of those things, too. You definitely, there are times when drivers are getting a little rough, but there's also the times when it's just it's literally the phrase, that's racing, and unfortunately that looks like that was a that's racing scenario.
A racing deal.
Yeah. But
well, hey, we were talking about Chris Blaze. You
Yes.
were quizzing me about my old school desert racing days. Chris Blaze, I mean, I think you're probably still older than him, but
yes,
he comes
I'm
from
quite
your
a bit
world,
older
man.
than him. But we do come from motorcycles together. He was more the desert racer, did Dakar, was an unbelievable rider for KTM, had a crash, was paralyzed, but Chris Blaze style with his wife Patty, just keep moving forward, keep charging forward. And then when they put him in a side-by-side, he took all of that knowledge that he had from racing motorcycles in the desert and put it down in the side-by-side. So he's definitely somebody that we got to keep our eye on today because he's one of the top runners out there.
I think it's just awesome. The guy that was in 2005, I believe, that he took it down. We were there, we were pre-running up on the top of, outside of Tonopah, Nevada.
So here we got an aerial shot coming in through the Emerson saddle. And man, what a great perspective there. And if you're looking at that right there, you'd almost think there's nobody here.
Well, and the BLM and the Rangers do a great job of keeping people in the certain spectator areas. If you're going to come out here, and this is normally open desert, know that there are places you can and can't go. Like right there, you see the spectators up on the rocks so they can see it and everybody stays close. But there's not a scenario where these drivers are actually right next to the spectators. If they do, they're in the pit area. That's a controlled speed. They got to keep those guys safe.
There's a lot of strategy that goes into the race course layout as well. You know, definitely the BLM and the Rangers are helping. But I tell you that knowing how Dave looks at the area and designs a race course, he uses a lot of the natural terrain to keep people safe. And it makes the job of the BLM a lot easier because of the way that Dave designs a race course.
Well, and they do such a good job at making sure that people, when they come off the highway off of 247, how they know where to go and how where not to go as well. So Right now we're watching another one of the B2s as they work his way almost to the finish line. But the drone shots, as you were saying earlier, Bob, are unbelievable. How strong that they can just zip right around and actually not have that roost take them out.
You know, well, that was close. It's amazing. Brings desert racing to everybody.
Yep.
You know, another interesting thing, I saw one of those shots earlier showing the dust trail and looking at all the dust out here. I don't know if you guys talked about this earlier, but I was chatting with Ryan Arciero this morning, and he's got a pretty interesting advantage right now. Did you guys talk about the FLIR system that was installed on his car?
No, we did not talk about that. We do know that he had a problem during qualifying and he was way back. So,
yeah.
So if you could share with us what you're talking about.
Well, so he's partnered with Dragonfly, and Dragonfly is working with FLIR, and FLIR is a brand that makes infrared cameras and technology. They've got 2 screens that flip down from the visors that give them the ability to see through the dust. And the reality of it is if that works, that is a game changer for off-road racing, because anybody that's done it before understands that one of the biggest challenges is if you're not first off the line, you are in someone's dust and you can't see the race course a lot of the time.
Well, when we were racing the Vortec program a long time ago, right around the year 2000, they had one of the Ivan Stewart spec trucks, and it had an infrared light. Now, here's the thing: you can't see rocks. Rocks aren't warmer than the other rocks. But we were way back because we had to change the transmission. As we see one of the drivers
like we got
the
somebody
side.
down here. That looks like it's
Is Beal?
Oh, yeah. Man, I thought we were at Heartbreak Ridge there for a minute, but I'm gonna say how fitting.
Well, we got to remember that these guys are going every minute now, so it's not like they're not doing the 5-minute gap anymore. So we will run through these quite a bit quicker than were the others. We're seeing some of the times. None of the guys are in yet, but they're showing the race times. And right now, Stephen Beal, that was Beal that we saw out there, 5:71, and he's showing he was the first one off, but he's at 28 minutes. But obviously, he's not moving anymore. But to finish the thought about the infrared. We were in the back and we were going through some of the tight areas. You could see the heat on the ground of the tire tracks, and then you could also, when we were chasing Class 5 cars in the dust, you could see the exhaust and you could just drive through that. So you can drive slow, but you cannot go trophy truck full speed, even with infrared or night vision or anything else like that. So yes, it will help you in certain scenarios, but to go the speeds that they're going now, you better be able to see everything.
Didn't they have a rear-facing one also, Ricky?
They had a bunch of crazy stuff on. They were
Trimble or
trying
somebody
all
like
different
that.
kinds of stuff. So very tough break for Beal, who is out. Stephen Beal. You see them both out. Don't know what happened. Could be anything. Could be a belt. Could be a trans. Could be anything. So that was our first driver off the line, and he
looks like he's spectating at this point. With helmets off is a pretty
Yeah.
bad indication that they definitely have thrown in the towel for at least the prologue. Chances are they got the parts and definitely have the willpower to get back to be on the race course tomorrow, but a sad break for these guys out here in the prologue.
tough deal.
Good thing is they're not too far away from Hammertown.
Whoa, yeah.
So we're looking here at Zach McLean, and he was 84th off the line this morning. Really get an idea. Look at this uphill sand climb. This is where the four-wheel drive in the UTV kind of shines. When you've got a two-wheel drive buggy like this, the four-wheel drive UTVs are definitely going to make some time in that sand going uphill.
And when they go downhill, the buggies will make up time there. So it's a good give and take. But now a lot of the buggies are running a little bit taller tire, so that little bit will keep you out of that bit. And then also, as you said, the crown. So explain to people what you're talking about driving the crown.
Well, I mean, what's happening is you've got these the T1 trucks out there with 1,000+ horsepower and 40-inch tires. They're digging a hole. I mean, every time they step on the gas pedal. Yeah. So the tire grooves are getting deeper, but the middle of the road is not. And so you continue to drop the elevation of where the tires sit. but you end up still having an issue with the independent rear cars that end up slapping the skid plate there.
It gets worse in some trucks. When I was with the Rough Riders in the 7S, if you don't get it right, your inside tire rides that berm and it'll roll you.
That was a perfect example that we were watching on the screen. The driver just went around the outside just to avoid those bumps in that crown. So, and this looks like this could be one of Robbie Gordon's speed cars. This could be either Robbie or Max. I'm not sure, but you can see that long bed that they talk about. So that's one of your speed cars to see how well they go.
I like how Emmett was asking if he was going to chase down Max or not. Oh, would you going to let your son win the race? They don't know Robbie well enough if they think that's what he's going to do.
And I don't know if they've watched SST and watched Robbie and Max go at it. They pretty much, they're cut from the same cloth. But may the best man win.
So we're back on Zach McLaren here, and he's got to be coming in here close. We're looking at a 40 minute and 47 seconds so far.
So Ryan, talk about the different power plants that are in the B2s. I mean, it used to be Volkswagens was the thing, and then all of a sudden, then they brought in Toyota 4-cylinders, then water cooled, and then
they went to the Hondas. They had
the
the
Ecotechs
Honda
and all the different stuff.
yeah.
So there's a lot of different things, but they're all the same displacement.
Yeah, 1,600 cc's now, and they're water cooled, which is a change from the old days for sure.
What did going water cooled do for them?
Well, I mean, it gave you the ability to keep your foot to the floor and not have to worry about melting cylinder heads. That's a start.
You didn't have to quench the motor.
Yeah. So let's see here. Where did he end up in this field? Are we going to get a time for him? That was 10:47. Zach McLaren. So it looks like here still in this class, we've got, let's just run down the top 10 there.
All right, 10:47. Number one, the defending champion is Chase Warren, is fourth overall. Ezra Eberts. So let me go back to the time. Chase Warren with a 37:32. Ezra Eberts with a 38:16. Tom Cons with a 39:28. Michael Taylor with a 39:34. Nick May with a 40:27. Tim Craig with a 40:63. Rob Arciero with a 40:63. And Corey Going with a 40:49. So very
there's
tight.
A name from the past.
There we go.
Rob is Ryan's brother. And man, I haven't seen Rob for probably 30 years, but Ryan told me he bought a Class 10 car and was going to start racing again. It's good to see that name out here.
Well, and that's where Ryan got his start. Him and Jimmy Johnson used to go together. Gary Johnson, Jimmy's dad ran the BFG rig, and obviously Albert and Frank Arciero running out in the desert. So as we said before, very much a family affair.
So it looks like Zach McLaren, who we just saw come across the finish line, is he in the top 10 there?
No.
Nope.
He's just out.
Just missed it. So interesting here. You've got we're seeing lap times sub 40 and right in that 40-minute range with 40-mile lap. That means they're averaging right around 60 miles an hour.
We got a fire, guys.
Yep.
That's not steam. He was under there with a fire extinguisher.
Well, as we're watching the times go, as we said, Stephen Beal was the first one off. He's at 35 minutes. So even if this is right about when the trophy, the T1 trucks were coming in, so it's obviously going to take quite a bit more time before we start seeing any of the B3s make it to the finish line.
So the whole situation of fire is something that none of us ever want to see, you know, and it's one thing I'm real proud of. This organization has really stepped up the ball when it comes to safety, and really leading the way, honestly, in what's expected from how you come to the race with your race car, what happens in the pits. I was sitting in the driver's meeting last night, and we're all grown adults here, but Dave has done a very good job, along with the tech crew, of making sure that race cars that start the races are safe. And fire's not something that happens very often, but man, when it does, you've got to have the right equipment to make sure you don't burn a car down, or worse, get burned while you're in it.
You ever had a fire, Ryan?
You know, I rolled I rolled a truck at Estero Beach.
Oh, at the stadium thing.
Yep, and it caught fire. And you know, I never felt panicked getting out of it. But Gerardo Novello, the owner of the truck, he saw it catch fire, and he came running out there. He was all worried about me, and I was just worried about the truck. I'm like, oh, Gerardo, I'm so sorry. And he's like, no, you're okay. And the fans loved it, so all good. Yeah, I fire one time, and it definitely, you know, it reminds you that stuff can happen. You don't want it to, but you know, we're pushing the envelope out here with this stuff, you know, and we're asking a lot out of equipment, and we're putting it in situations where stuff can go wrong.
And sometimes things just go wrong. I mean, we had a transmission line. We were at a Best in the Desert race. Transmission line, little pinhole leak, caught it on the header, burned itself up into the engine bay. We had no idea we were on fire. We thought those people yelling at us were our fans.
It's like that's 1080 Peter Haas. And he's a sub 40er if he gets across the finish line. Not happening. So I was just saying a minute ago, with a 40-mile racetrack and guys finishing the race course in 40 minutes, that's about a 60-mile-an-hour average. That is a pretty fast average, especially for out in this area. Guys have been talking about how the fast stuff is fast, but the rough stuff is definitely rough.
Yeah, well, and for the buggies, I mean, it takes a while for them to get over 60 miles an hour. It takes a little bit.
Look at this. We got a good pass here going. Yeah, he's going to make it.
So as you can see, a lot of the cars, there's a lot of passing going on that we didn't see earlier because they're starting 1 minute apart, and you can see the time gap. Now it's luck of the draw. Now, is it how you entered, or is it random draw, Ryan?
You know, I'm pretty sure it's how you entered. So
Right.
you're encouraged to
be there.
sign up first so that you can get first off the line for the prologue. Yeah.
Alrighty, as we're watching, as we go down the line, we've got a lot of cars out there. Ryan, we're going to let you get back to your duties. We appreciate you coming by. As always, every time we talk, got to mention your dad, who was just such a great dude, a great friend of my father-in-law's, and I still go by the shop in El Cajon. I go by there, and I reminisce back in the day when I'd ride my bicycle over there and try to talk the Cheneth boys before your dad had it, out of stickers and stuff like that, and they were always chasing me off. But thank you for everything that you've done in the sport. Thank you for your father and all that. And so do you think our man, Chase is going to win again in the buggy class?
I think the odds are stacked against everybody else at this point, yeah.
I think he's got that kid is a driver for sure. Definitely has the right combination. Now he's starting out front as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an exciting day tomorrow. Hey, thanks for the nice words about my dad. It's always a pleasure to be with you guys. And Fish, take over here, buddy.
All right, we're going to bring in Fish from Fishgistics. I've been trying to do his job. I'm terrible at it. But thanks a lot, Ryan. Always a pleasure. And good luck on your new venues. Well, I can't wait to hear all the good stuff. All righty, Mr. Fishgistics. A lot's been going on. A lot of cars out there.
Yeah.
Some of the guys that we've been looking at as far as scoring, I've been trying to be the computer guy, which that is scary, not good whatsoever.
Did you mess up my computer yet, or what?
I haven't broken anything yet.
Okay.
But looking at the Pro
There's still time.
UTV, we got right now number 1 is Dean Wheeler. He made it in a 40s. Well, no, he's still counting. No one's in yet. I'm sorry.
So that's a B2, yeah, not quite in yet. Let's see. Go over to, so we have Chase Warren. Looks like he was the fastest. Is that what you guys were seeing before?
We just went down that. We just went down the top 10 there. Chase Warren looks like he is definitely on track to another championship out here. I think he knows this desert. He's got the truck, the car figured out, and he definitely knows this desert.
All right, so yeah, it doesn't look like any of the B3s have finished yet, UTV.
No.
So there's 3 different classes. We have the Pro Mod, the UTV Open, and the UTV Stock. Those are the 3 UTV classes that are racing today.
So the open is the unlimited, the longer chassis, you can kind of do what you want.
Bigger
The mods-
tires,
Yep.
bigger
Oh, I'm a
tires.
happy man.
Makes a big difference actually in these things.
Yes.
You know, they're going from a 32 to a 35.
Yep.
That's a big jump on these, especially with how rutted out that course is getting and that 2-track being so high. You're dragging the belly on these things a lot going through there. It's kind of like the Class 11 cars that are going to go later. They're going to actually have to jump up and kind of straddle the, on the side of the course, because there's no way they can go right down the middle of that 2-track. They'll get high centered right away. All these trucks that went earlier with 40s and everything, then they're going out there with 31s or whatever it is, 28s that they have on the Class
Yeah.
11s. There's no way.
Not going to happen. Of course,
So it
they're
looks like
flat
we
on
still
the
have,
bottom. They could slide.
Yeah, looks like we still have some T2 trucks out there. That looks like the 288.
I think he's had himself a tough day.
Yeah,
He's way late.
he should be back in by now.
Yeah, I
Is
think
it
so.
2
yeah.
hours and 38 minutes. That's a little bit of a long
For
prologue.
40 miles. Let me think. Let me do the math.
So now here, check this out.
All
If
right.
that was me,
Yep.
I would DNF at this point. You know
Save
why?
the truck.
He's going to be a finisher in that class, right? They were going to go off the last finisher in that class's time for everybody that DNF'd. So they're going to have to adjust that a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise you're going to be 2 hours and 38 minutes back if you go slower than the final finisher in that class. So
Oh,
that's going to
man.
be interesting to see what happens tomorrow.
Well,
see
I
what the
guarantee
race
they're not
director
thinking
comes
about
up
that,
with.
Fish.
No, not them. I'm saying everybody else that DNF'd.
Oh.
They're wishing he DNF'd so they wouldn't go off of a 2 minute and 38, 2
Yeah,
hour,
yeah.
38 minute time. So we're
Okay,
going to
I
see what
get
they'll
it.
do. I'm sure they'll adjust something. So I talked to you. We saw Robbie over there. We saw him interview. You guys got an interview with him. He's headed out there. His starter wasn't working on his car over there, so they had to pull start the car. Have you ever seen a UTV get pull started before? And by pull start, I mean with a rope around the primary clutch to get it spinning to start the car.
Like a lawnmower.
Like a lawnmower. So they wrapped a strap around Robbie's primary clutch, had a couple guys yank it as hard as they could, and it fired the car up and got him out on the track. So Robbie's lost the starter. They pull started it, and he's out on the track. I've never seen that before.
He's not
So that
gonna
was
shut
the
it
first.
off either.
That was the first. Yeah, if he shuts it off on the track, they're
He's
gonna have
toast.
to get out and wrap a strap around it and try to restart it.
I don't see Robbie doing
So
that.
don't shut it off.
Well, as we're
Looks like Seth again, huh?
yeah, Seth Quintero.
He's always fast, huh?
Yes, always fast.
Going to be one of the fast times today, I'm sure, if he has a clean run.
He, by the way, Fish, is a fisherman.
Yeah, he's from San Marcos, too.
Yeah.
He lives about 2 miles away from me.
Perfect. He got a bluefin that made me jealous.
Yeah.
But we're here to race, not talk fishing. Otherwise, we'll get started.
Well, as we're watching, he's 39. He's almost gonna break the 40-minute mark.
It's pretty close. Is he going to be one of our first finishers,
Yes.
I think, right? In this class here? The Pro Mod class, it looks like is what he's in. Coming across, we should get a time for him any second. 40-15, 40-18.
40-18. So
There you
great
go.
job. That is right now. That is the time to beat.
Actually, look who finished right before him. We have Vito Renault in the T950. He has a 40-minute flat, according to this timer here.
Yep. So we need to go to, is Seth in the other class? Okay,
So there you go. He's in second place.
So Vito's first, and then Seth is second. So those are the first two that we have in, but it's going to be a long race. But Vito, with 18 seconds, that's a pretty, that's a strong position. But
So see if you can figure this one out. You ready to do some math? What was Vito's average mile per hour on a 40-mile loop here, Ricky, if his time was 40 minutes?
it's 40 minutes. Let me think here.
Wait, I gotta take
Could
my
it
shoes
be
off. It's over 10.
possibly 60. Unbelievable.
60 miles an hour average for
Yes,
a B3
for a side-by-side.
on this course.
That
That
is
just
the-
tells you how fast this course is. 60 mile an hour average, side by side. That's not even that much slower than the trucks were going earlier.
No, and that's right in the mix with the B2s.
Yes.
B2s. These are B3s.
So overall, he's 51st right now. So he's going to start 51st tomorrow. And look at, if he was in with the 10 cars, he would currently be 6th right now in the 10 cars in B2.
Alrighty, as we're watching the different B2s, we see Seth Quintero work his way in, but we will be right back after this short break to the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. This is Ricky Johnson with Fish and Bob Bauer. We'll be right back.
There's only one place to go to do your rig right, and that's at 4 Wheel Parts. Now is the time for bigger tires and larger wheels. Now is the time to lift your Jeep at 4WP.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise. Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We have all kinds of celebrities out here. We even got one that's looking kind of lean and mean. So we'll be talking to Kurt Leduc here in just a moment. But right now, it is hopping out here in Hammertown. Fish, as we're watching the different people as they're working their way up, we see Seth Warren, that's in the B2 at a 37-minute lap time to come around. But now, with Chase Warren. But let's looking at the B3s. We still have Vito in first and Seth Quintero in second. We haven't seen any of the other vehicles up there. So real quick, I'm going to bring in Kurt Leduc to have him chat for a second. So Bob, can you give Kurt your headset for just 1 sec? Hop over there, Kurt. We're going to talk about your swap meet, talk about a lot of different stuff going on in your life. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our duck blind, the man, the myth, the legend. I've used that for everybody. But Kurt Leduc, thanks for stopping by. I know you got the swap meet coming by, so let's talk about that real quick.
Well, I'm reminded, I'm looking at all the 1450s out here.
those are my peeps.
Yep.
That came to the swap meet over the last 23 years to buy stuff from these great race teams and tires and build their dream trucks, and it's cool to see them here involved. It's February 25th, 26th, 2 days like it used to be.
Yep.
So we're bringing back the old 2-day swap meet.
There we go. And where's it located this year?
It's going to be at Saboba. It's our 3rd year at Saboba, the old casino. It's all pavement, rain or shine, and no matter what anybody says on the internet. But, it's cool to see this crowd. I'm here all week working with Ford on a DR project, a race Bronco version, and I'm looking forward to spending the week up here in the desert.
Well, Kurt, you've raced everything under the sun. I mean, you name it, you've raced it. Have you done much of these side-by-sides that we're watching now?
Side-by-sides aren't my thing yet. When I get older, maybe. But I've raced, King of the Hammers twice, and it's one of the toughest races. I didn't finish, but it's like it's just amazing to see the engineering and evolution of the sport.
Well, does it remind you, we've talked about this before, you got up here, like it was in the 80s and the 90s with the Ford participation, the Dodge participation, Chevrolet, Nissan, Toyota, Mazda. There was so much factory support. Now we're seeing that with the side-by-sides with Can-Am factory drivers, Polaris factory drivers, and so on.
Yeah, the UTVs are definitely, they're the future of our sport. These guys are going to evolve. They're going to learn how to build teams and sponsors and friends involved, and they're just going to carry this sport forward. I think the future for our sport is it's amazing. And Robbie's coming with his, and we'll see if it kills everybody. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean there's a lot going on, and just the speed. Like we're noticing that the two top B3s, which is the turbo side by side. It's 60-mile-an-hour average.
I mean, I've driven these things, and they scare me. I'm used to big tires and big shocks, but it's amazing. The factories have done such a great job getting involved with our sports and just pushing the envelope.
So I want to go over again with when it comes to the swap meet. What time does it open up in the morning? How much is it to get in, and how much is it to sell?
Well, it's $10 a person to get in, and it starts Saturday about 3 o'clock. It's going to sell Saturday night till the lights go out, and then Sunday morning the last-minute deals are going to happen. So we're going to have food vendors. We're going to have a circus, but nothing like this big top that Dave Cole puts on.
Well, that's the thing. It's awesome. No masks. We're not worried about getting sick. We're out here. The world is kind of back where it needs to be. It's a little sideways in some other situations. As we look down and we see the other living legend, Larry Rossler, who is going to be running a Class 11. That's got to be. Did you ever race a Class 11?
No, I've always been a truck guy because you can't put a big enough sponsorship on those things to make any money. So, but my hat's off to Larry for getting involved. I know there's quite a few people. It's got a rebirth. Dennis is building a lot of Class 11s, and all those guys come to the swap meet and sell parts and buy parts. So, the swap meet is just part of the heritage of our sport.
But it's off-road. It's not just trucks. It's motorcycles. Anything you want to bring out there, you sell it. Because I've seen some of the craziest things. People, whatever. They got a piano. They got something like that. You never know what you might barter. And it's fun, as you said. The beginning, it gets there's a frenzy going the night before. And then at the end, that's when you get your deals when someone's like, I don't want to take it home.
Yep.
Just take it away.
And what's funny is we have a trailer for scrap, right? And so the gringos come and they put their metal there they don't want to take home. And then the Mexicans, as they're leaving, they stop and pick up stuff that they can take to Mexico. So, I know King's going to be there. I know PCI, Rugged Radio. I even heard there's a rumor, and I can substantiate it, that Roger Norman is coming with a semi of stuff.
Well, there you go. Because he's probably got a lot left over from his old race deal.
I don't know if he's ready for the low ballers at the swap meet, but even Rick has been. The Johnny Campbell comes, so it's all good.
No, it's gonna be awesome. Well, obviously I'll be there with my son Luke Johnson. We had that conversation. You said he left some stuff behind, but we cleared that up. He did not. He was a responsible human being.
Let it go.
No, he didn't do it. We clarified that.
Anyway, while you guys were talking real quick, we had Paul Wolf finish. I know a couple people were asking about him. So Paul Wolf is third right now in the Pro Mod UTV class. He is with a 41.11, so that is just about 1 minute behind Benito Renew and Seth Quintero. So just wanted to update you guys on that. We did have another UTV finish in the B3 class.
Wow, those guys are fast. I'd be curious to see how the times stack up to everything else.
Well, you know, like we said, they're doing 60-mile-an-hour average right now. So if we go, you know, earlier, if you look at the T2 class, for example, they were at 33. So they're about 7 minutes slower than a T2, which is, you know, pretty impressive.
That's very impressive.
For what it is. Yeah.
Very impressive. Yeah, I don't know about the Class 11 speeds. You know, the ruts, you know, I think they'd be better if they just had a wheel in the center of the car in the front to just ride the berm, to just ride the berm and drag the motor.
Well, you can see a lot of these guys, as we're watching these guys, when you see them out there, they're up on the side now. They're not able to go straight in these.
No.
You know, a lot of these UTVs have 32-inch tires, and watch them. A lot of this, the ruts are getting so deep now that they can't go straight. They got to straddle it.
Yeah, you have to ride the side. Then you get close to where there's rocks.
And then you get a flat tire because you hit something, and then you're bummed. Look at right here. We got some passing going on the dry lake bed today.
Yeah.
So these guys only started 1 minute apart. So you are going to get a lot of people catching each other in this class with 90 cars, only 1 minute apart. You know, you got fast guys, slow guys. You got everybody out there today.
Yeah, no, it's been impressive watching the live feed today. And again, it's just the very beginning. It's just crazy. The very beginning of this week.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see what some of these times are compared to the T2s earlier. We know the T1s are going to have the fastest time for sure out here just because of top speed. There's so much lake bed on this course. They can do 150 miles an hour. None of these other cars are going to compete with them. But a lot of these limited classes are going to be pretty close with each other. And remember, these B3s are going to start with the B2s. So wherever they mix in with them, they're going to be starting together out there.
So where did Arciero qualify? Because I was out in the
desert.
desert.
He lost 15 minutes on a broken belt.
No way.
Yeah, he broke a belt right off the start, and he lost 15 minutes.
Wow. He went by like clean. But all right, that makes sense. So who is your top qualifier?
That is Kyle Jurgensen. Jurgensen was the quickest by a minute and a half.
Wow.
He's in the all-wheel drive New Breathell.
Right.
So
we had a couple more finishers. Bruce Bingquist in the BDI Geyser car just finished in 4th position. It looks like 44.15. And then Doug McLaren, or whatever that is 49.49. That's your finisher so far.
All righty.
One thing I've been talking, everybody asked, we had the swap meet out here at Lasertown during COVID. So I'm working with Cody out here at Lasertown to put one on probably in April this year. So just stand by for the news on that. And it's for all you rock guys to come out and have a weekend, ride, crawl, come over to the swap meet. So I appreciate the time, and thanks, Rick, for inviting me up.
No problem, man, and all the best. I had a good chat with Kyle yesterday. I did get that. I bought that helmet at the Hughesman auction, and as I was cleaning out my shop yesterday, I'm like, you signed it, but him and Todd signed it on a piece of duct tape across the visor, and I'm like, it looks like shit, so I'm going to send it to you, have him sign it with a nice gold Sharpie, then I'm going to have him send it to Todd, and I might even have you re-sign it, just to do a little bit cleaner so I can put that up there. I think that helmet was back when you were racing the Valvoline Jeep.
Wow.
So a great piece of history. I love that I have that helmet as part of my collection. I know I had to buy it. You weren't going to give me one, but
yeah, but like Parker Pumper, who moved his shop, right? He bought one of the big Rick Hughesman posters, and I hauled it to Crandon this last year and gave it to Kyle, so it's in his shop down in Alabama, and it's hung right next to his. But he did the same thing. He bought it and donated it, so pretty impressive.
Awesome, right? Get back to him. Get Bob Bauer back on there. Good luck. And hey, if you're looking for great deals and stuff, make sure you look up the Kurt LeDuc Swap Meet. It's going to be at Saboba in late February
25th, 26th.
25th and 26th. Come check it out. Thanks, Kurt, for coming by.
So that was Braden Baker we just saw point in there, the 977. Now, Braden, he was actually out testing his car just a couple weeks ago and had a major accident out at Barstow. They completely totaled the whole car. He knocked himself out for a couple minutes. His co-driver was trying to wake him up. It was a pretty scary incident for him. They were able to get the car rebuilt or at least take parts off of it and make another car. I don't know what they did, but he was out here and he just finished. So that's good to see Braden Baker have a clean run there and come into the finish. Let's see. It looks like he is currently 3rd, too, now. So he's jumped up to the 3rd position, Braden Baker in the 977. with a 41-minute flat. So he's exactly 1 minute behind first place Benito Renew, and then Seth Quintero is in second place, only 18 seconds out of first.
You know, that after a bad crash like that and then a result like this, it's got to fix you.
Oh, yeah. I
You
mean,
know?
yeah, the last time he was driving, he doesn't remember what happened. You know, he woke up and didn't know what happened.
That's a shame. He probably wouldn't want to miss a wreck like that.
Yeah, it was a pretty good one, it looked like. I saw pictures of the car. It was pretty tore up. So cool to see they got it back together and out here.
Yeah, good. Welcome back, he says. Welcome back. All right.
Alrighty, guys, as we're watching these B3s work their way through the desert, it's mayhem out here. You can hear the music in the background, but we're going to go to Miles because he's always got something great for us. Miles?
Well, thank you, Ricky. I've got Jamie McCoy. He's nothing new to King of the Hammers or Ultra 4, but you're new to desert racing. You went out there and did it. How much fun did you have, buddy?
Man, it was amazing. This is the first time, and just I'm very blessed to be able to do this. Man, I had a really good friend of mine from back home loan me this car to come out here and do it. It's a big tank car, so man, this Can-Am G-Force C8 car is it's bad to the bone, man. I'm having a blast. MRT tires, just amazing car, man, fun.
Yeah, and obviously you're running clockwise today, and then next week we'll do counterclockwise. Does that play a little mind trick on you, or does it help you see different things from a different perspective?
Man, at my age, I just do whatever he tells me to do. So, 57, just living a dream, baby, missing my family from back home. So, blessed to be here, man. Thank you.
I love it, yeah. So, you're racing today, you're racing the rest of the week. It's going to be fun to watch it, and always a fan favorite from back east playing out here in the west.
Yeah, man, we're gonna go back and get in that yellow Can-Am or one of the other ones there, and we're gonna go do some rock testing tonight. So we'll be ready for the race day. We're gonna work on the clutch on this one, get a little more top speed. We didn't have much top speed, but we didn't want to blow a bell. We want to get a finish right here. But man, it's always good to see you guys, and glad to be back out here in California.
Absolutely. Jamie McCoy and John Boy, we'll let you head back there and go do a little rock crawling, but we'll see you the rest of the week. So it sounds like we'll send back Ricky and the boys. Take it away.
Alrighty, thank you, Miles. As we're watching, we see that Phil Blurton is now in third place behind Seth Quintero and Vito Renario. And he is only 2 seconds behind Seth Quintero. And that's going to be one of those things, Bob, when he's going to go, I know that I could have given him a little bit more here or there. Or he gave it all he's got, and he's like, how did he get beat by that much?
I'm guessing he's going to tell him, so I could have picked the throttle up just a 10th second. Pick it up quicker. Go in a little deeper.
Well,
Find yourself 5 seconds.
Well, one of the things that I know about all of these guys, Seth Quintero, and Phil Blurton, all of them, they race so well. You know, Phil Blurton has won the 1,000. Obviously, Seth Quintero has come so close when it comes to winning the Dakar, has won all those stages, but then had one problem that got him. So, and then now you're bringing in AJ Jones, who is the current Dakar champion. This is going to be one heck of a race, and I'm hoping that they're all right within each other so that we can see some great battling go back and forth.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be exciting to see. I did just get an update, actually. Braden Baker, that car he was in, was Seth Quintero's old Polaris. So Seth Quintero sold Braden Baker his car. Braden obviously had that big crash, wasn't able to get his car back together. Yep. Bought Seth's old car, came out here and raced it. So that was Seth's old car that almost beat Seth today, but he didn't.
That would have been a heck of a story, you know?
You sell your car and the guy that buys it beats you?
Yeah.
You're like, hey, give me that thing back.
So Seth, you think you're big?
Yeah.
Alrighty, we are going to pass it back to our man Miles. What do you got for us, Miles?
I'm down here with Max Gordon, this brand new Speed UTV. It's looking good. I heard you had a little belt issues, but at 14 years old, you're out here just ripping around. How much fun you having?
Oh, dude, it was a blast. Brand new car, didn't even test it, just threw it on the racetrack, and that was the testing for us. But I'd say it was a great car, and I thank Casey and all them. I thank my dad. I thank everyone that came out and helped me. I think the belt issue was just, I was maybe like wide open for too long. I'm not sure, but it was only like 8,000 RPM, but it was good.
Yeah, well, you're looking good. The car looks great. Great to see you. And your dad's racing in the rock race as well. Are you going to be co-driving for him or just watching from the sidelines?
No, I'll spectate and I'll help him prep the car, and then Blade's going to hop in the co-driver.
Nice. Well, yeah, it's great to see. We've been waiting for these cars to come out for quite a while, and they're actually out here and they're racing. It's really cool to see what Robbie Gordon and yourself and your whole team has brought to it. It's cool to see a different vantage point of a new manufacturer.
Yeah, I think it has a lot of potential, and I think tomorrow is going to be good as long as we keep the car together and just maintain our speed. I think it'll be good.
So is there going to be any bragging rights between you and your dad on who gets the fastest time out there?
No, honestly, I know he beat us unless he had a problem, but tomorrow all my goal is just try to stay back behind his dust now that I'm behind him, and I think we could 1-2 it tomorrow.
Well, I like your style. At 14 years old, you got a game plan. You're going to stick to it. Max, always a pleasure, and good luck tomorrow, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, well, Max Gordon, this brand new Speed UTV. We're going to send it back up to Ricky and Fish.
So, Bob, you have watched Robbie Gordon when he was in that exact shoes. When he was racing for his dad, Bob Gordon.
Yep.
I remember when he was out there racing in that Cheneth buggy and all that. It's got to make your heart smile, you know, to see a third generation Gordon out there doing it.
Well, you know, I don't know, maybe I feel lucky. My first ride in a desert race car was with Robbie's dad, Bob.
Yeah.
We were doing a movie. They needed somebody to sit in there. And that, I mean, you know what that does to you. It's like, you're done. And then when I rode with Robbie, I saw so much of Bob in there. I don't know what Max is like, but after this interview, here's what I just realized. Max's voice is changing. He's starting to become a real man.
Yeah, so, you know, a couple of little issues over there. So, and that's a new car. I mean, they've been working so hard between Robbie, Casey, Todd Romano, Max. I mean, everybody at Speed has been doing as much as they can, and it is huge. We see Max Gordon that he's going to do the pull start. So
this is what I was talking about earlier. Remember we were
talking about earlier. So that's the thing, is you got to be Baja wise. You got to figure things out and get it going. So Max Gordon working on getting this thing done. But to think, you know, I've worked with Honda and Yamaha and Chevrolet on how much testing and development goes into vehicles or building motorcycles and stuff like that. And the task that Robbie Gordon took on starting the Speed UTV company is unbelievable, but he's getting it done, and now we got cars on the ground here in America, so I'm looking for great things out of it.
You know, what we're watching, Ricky, is the way the Gordon family is. Robbie is a hands-on guy. He would fabricate, he would fix, he would stop, he would do stuff. Other drivers just stand and wait for the crew to show up. Robbie's teaching Max how to be a Gordon in the racing world.
And we have some more results coming in. We have in the UTV Open class, Sierra Romo has finished second in that class, just 6 seconds behind Braden Baker. So Braden Baker is actually in the UTV Open class that is within the B3 category, and he is on the pole for the UTV Open so far. And then Sierra Romo is second. We have Dan Fisher third. And then we have the 47.24, Rob with the 46.47 time. So we got about 5 minutes between the top four in UTV Open at this point. And all the rest of the finishers are in the UTV Pro Mod class. So those are the two classes that seem to be finishing right now. Max Gordon is in the UTV Pro Mod class.
Well, and as we see, Max still, with a little bit of a belt issue, still ran a respectable time. Now, there's a lot more cars that haven't come in yet, but as we're looking, he is about 2 minutes behind Doug McLaughlin.
Now this is Caden Wells right here. This is a brand new car. Caden Wells has won pretty much all the races he's ever entered in his NA car, down in Baja mostly. So he's now built a new Pro R, his first time racing a new class, got a little bit more horsepower. It's him and his girlfriend Emma rides with him at all of the races, Emma Cornwell. So let's see, this is gonna be a fast time right here. Check out that clock, 39:38. Our fastest qualifier so far was 40. So is he gonna be able to beat 40? Let's see, I think he's got him. He's just gotta come down the straightaway right here. This is gonna be your new top qualifier right here.
Jump, the flat.
There he comes,
The
it's
clock.
gonna be real close.
52.
Caden Wells, there it is,
56.
39:56, your new top qualifier in B3 in the Desert UTV Open. Caden Wells. First time his brand new car. I'd say that's pretty good, huh?
I mean, that's unbelievable. But he's the type that has done a lot of testing and knows what he has underneath him. Caden's not one of those drivers that's just going to show up, well, I finished it last night, let's go race it. I'm pretty sure he's got lots of test miles on there. Somebody has won as much as he has.
And they built it themselves. They built it in Sand Hollow, in Hurricane, Utah, however you say it, Hurricane. And they built the car themselves, so that says a lot too.
Alrighty, as we're watching, as they're working their way through more B3s, you're watching the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, and we are going to jump away and go down to Miles. He's got somebody. Miles, what do you have for us, buddy?
I've got Caden Wells down here, the new fastest qualifier for your class. You got to be pretty stoked about that.
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect. This is my first time out in the Pro R platform, and my co-driver did awesome, Emma, and we had I don't know, it felt like we were just cruising, but I guess we were doing pretty good.
Well, if you're just cruising now, you can push a little bit harder tomorrow during the main race. You got to be pretty stoked about that to see what it's done. And the hammer trails are just a little bit different out here than just the open desert.
Yeah, it's a lot rougher, and then after all those trucks, it also was even more rough. After everyone ends up qualifying, I'm sure it's going to be even worse. So I think maybe run the same pace today during the race and keep the car together and see how we finish.
Yeah, I think you just got a 39.46. That's super respectable. I mean, you're just a few minutes off some of the fast buggies earlier today, so that's got to be you got to be stoked with that, especially with the new car.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't know what to expect, but stoked to be here, and right now holding the fastest time. It's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, best of luck tomorrow, and have some fun with that, and good luck tomorrow. Caden Wells, we'll send it back to Ricky Fish. Take it away.
All right, as we're watching this, and such a cool character. I mean, you would think he'd be all amped up and, whoa, I want this. Like, well, I'm going to maybe run this pace and do this, do that. Pretty smooth. A lot like Bryce Menzies, like heart rate just chill.
Yeah. Especially for getting the fast time in class. That's not shabby at all.
No, that was a great job by him. I mean, we're not done yet. We still have a lot of great guys that are still out there, but we can also see that with Caden Wells in first, Brandon Baker in second, and then Sierra Romo in third. So Bruce Benquist has now moved into fifth, Dan Fisher sixth, and then Rob Sobert is in, actually, ironically, number 7. So Fish out now as we look at the monitor that has, we see some passing going back and forth. You can see how big these bumps are. But watch how, did you see how the driver's running up on the edge? Because if you can get half of the vehicle up out of the bumps or get a different cadence, it's that much less weight going back and forth. So it doesn't matter if it's on your right or on your left, but if you can get half the vehicle out, you can really save the ride of the vehicle.
Exactly, and you see how much time they lost. He was side by side there. He hit that one bump. Look how far he's back now, just off of that one bad bump. There's a lot of dust out there on this course. So that's a 900 car right there, coming back into Hammertown.
Now, folks, remember there is 90 B3s between all the NA cars, the open cars, and the mod cars. We have a huge field. It was great to see Max Gordon bring it in, get there. He said he did have a belt problem, and he also had an issue with the battery, so he had to pull start that. So that's definitely something you want to learn how to do, because if you get on a trail, you lose the battery, you cannot bump start a clutch car.
All right, so we're looking at the lake bed here. Now, these on the lake bed, these are not going to have the top speed that some of the other cars are going to have. A Class 10 car, the B2s, are going to have a higher top speed than these. These things are probably going to limit out right around 100, maybe 105, 107 possibly. Some of the Class 10 B2 cars, they could probably do a little bit more than that. They have a little bit more gear selection. These are belt driven, so not quite as high top speed we're going to see on the lake bed from these B3s.
But still, Fish, that's a ton of speed. And what's the wheelbase on these things?
It just
like
depends
80s?
on which one. A lot of them are 2-seat chassis that they use.
they're
Some
longer.
people have 4-seat chassis. It just kind of depends.
What do you like? I'd go longer wheelbase.
For desert, I like the longer wheelbase myself.
Yeah.
Just handles a lot better, and the whoops, just you get a lot more out of it.
Stable.
The thing where these is fast, it's just like the all-wheel drive trophy trucks, is from corner to corner.
Yes.
Compared to a Class 10 car. The Class 10 car comes out of the corner, they're spinning the tires, trying to get traction. These come out of the corner and they just go.
Well, we have a strange request. Blake Wilkie is going to go out and qualify his Class 11 car, but his co-rider is stuck in traffic. So if there's somebody out there that has a driver's suit and a helmet and would like to co-ride with Blake Wilkie for qualifying for the Class 11 race, please come up to the front stage, and then we'll get you down to Blake Wilkie's car. So once again, Blake Wilkie needs Mr. Shreddy himself needs a co-dog with a helmet and driver's suit. So if you have one, you want to do a lap or two in qualifying Class 11, come on down.
Well, in qualifying or the race? Because they're not
qualifying.
qualifying. It's a land rush start, though. They're all starting at the same time. So you mean during the race?
No, but for this, they're qualifying, I think, for what's going to line them up for the land rush.
Huh.
Well, I can't
Because
wait.
you definitely want to be on the inside. So that's what I was
See
told.
how that works.
Yeah.
So you can see how, I mean, the drivers have to be very creative. You know, I've had the opportunity, and I'm going to run Vegas to Reno again this year in an NA car, so we start way towards the back. And when you're driving these, what I love about it is that you have to be very creative with your lines. As I said, stay off a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right. There we see one of the drivers pulled over, probably had to change a belt or a tire, and now is back underway. But to finish my thought, when it comes to that, you have to be real creative, and I think it helps me in the trophy truck to not be complacent and just bang through the biggest bumps I can find. So when you're driving these smaller cars with a narrower wheelbase than what's out there, within the tracks that are out there, you got to be creative.
All right, so more headed out. We are still sending these things out. We have not got them all off the line yet. Just looking in front of us, I see the last couple in staging here, and then behind them, it looks like we're going to start getting into our 516 cars, 16 cars. The whole B4 class is going to be coming up after these guys. So we're almost through the whole B3 class, but we do have a few more to go. You can see the 29-24 there, Schaefer Racing, it looks like, going around.
Well, now we're going to start seeing some of the NA cars as they work their way up. It's pretty amazing what those turbos can do as far as horsepower. You know, you're running the same size when it comes to just under 1,000 cc. When you throw that turbo on there, it really brings things alive. And not just top end. A lot of people think, oh, it's just a matter of that. Here we see Kobe Schaefer pulling in at a 44.51, and somebody coming in hot. Whoa, getting on the bicycle there.
A little crazy there. So we did have another finisher. Cody Bradbury has moved to second place in the UTV Open class, just behind Caden Wells. So Caden Wells had a 39.56, and Cody Bradbury is now at a 40.24 behind Caden Wells in the UTV Open class.
And that is Doug Matag with the Bildstein. It looks like he is a 39.19, so very, very fast for Doug Matag.
That would be a new low. What class is he in here? There you go.
Doug
Caden Wells off the top spot.
So Doug Matag with a 39.19 over Caden Wells with a 39.56. So
new leader.
Unbelievable. So Doug comes from a lot of short course racing, Pro 2, Pro 4. Him and his father, you know, his dad was one of the original OG guys when it came to side-by-sides. Doug Matag was the first Polaris driver back when you had to weld the cranks and do all that stuff to keep everything moving. Once again, when you see something like this, if you have to stop, you know, that's one thing. But if you can get further off the course because if something happens, they're changing the belt. But if something happens to your vehicle, you can get further off the course and do not have your back to the oncoming cars, because if one's trying to peek around the outside in the dust, you're in a very, very troublesome spot.
This is Rodrigo Ampudia that we're looking at right here in the number 36. So Rodrigo is out here, and then also his brothers Alan is also out here riding with Aaron. So Aaron is driving one of their other cars, Alan's riding with him, and then Rodrigo is driving this car. So a little bit of bad luck for Rodrigo there. He looks like he's changing a belt, and then he'll get going again. And check this out, we got some good racing going on right here. I think that is Maddie in the back car there, if I'm not mistaken, catching up to somebody here. Gonna go for the pass on the right lane. Let's see which one's faster. And it looks like she got it, got by him. This 1 minute splits is really, you know, we're seeing some action today. We're seeing some racing action today.
Seeing a lot. Because, I mean, we would be out here for 2 weeks if we did every 5 minutes.
It's already 2:30 and we got a lot of racing left today.
Yes,
you
we
know,
still have a lot
Prologue
going on
and then some racing.
Ricky.
Yes, sir.
I'm taking off.
You're cutting off with Bob Bauer. It's always a pleasure, always a blessing to see you. Get out there and find some information for us. Let us know what's going on, so when you come back and relieve one of us, that you can let us know the latest scuttlebutt.
I will get a man right on that.
You got it, brother. All righty. Bob Bauer, we'll talk to you soon.
See ya.
All right, so they got the belt changed and they're going again. Looks like they left the cover. They're not going to spend the extra time to put the cover back on. They'll go get that later. That saves you at least a couple extra seconds, maybe a minute. So Rodrigo and Podium got going again, and the number 36 after a belt change. So once we get done with all of this qualifying prologue loop today, we are going to have some racing action later. We are going to have the Terra Crew 1400, 1450 race, and at the same time as that, we are going to have the Class 11 with a land rush start out on the lake bed. So stay tuned after all of this prologue today. We got some racing action to end the day.
We have indeed. I cannot. That's not on, is it? How we doing, Fish? How we doing, Ricky? Good to be back in the booth with you.
All good, man. All kinds of action happening. We see Doug Matag put it up on the box so far. Doug with a really, really strong time, working his way up there with a 39, I think it's 39.17.
39.19.
39.19. So Doug Matag running very fast.
Yeah, I've just been watching the times that have been coming in. They're absolutely flying. These vehicles are smoking hot out there this afternoon. And so many big names from the UTV world. It's incredible to see.
What's up?
All right, so we got another finisher coming in here in a minute. Oh, coming over Baldwin Jump. This is where we saw those other cars side by side, and this lane right here looked worse than the right lane when we saw those last two cars coming through there. Let's see what happens in this lane this time. Obviously going a little bit slower than when we saw those other two cars battling for the position there.
Hello, mate, I'm working.
And we have more times. Yeah, the Maddie in the 2908 has come in. It looks like currently 7th in class in the UTV Open class. See if we can get a number on this car when they come by. They're going to be coming up over the hill and then back into Hammertown in a minute.
It's been action all over this course all day. Of course, we started earlier today with the T1s. Then it was the T2s. Then we see the B2s out there as well. It's been absolutely fantastic stuff. Our fastest car at the moment, though, is that man who won last year. In first position is Carl Jurgensen in the all-wheel drive Brenthal. And it looks like he's going to be at the top of the pack for tomorrow's start.
Well, everything changes a little bit because it's not. It used to be if you started in second, 1 minute behind, if you made a second, you were leading by a second. If you made 30 seconds, you were leading by 30 seconds. Now you have to make up that minute and say you say second place.
Let's just explain that, Ricky. So what's happening here is we're not going to be starting at ground zero tomorrow on the racetrack. So they're not starting on zero. So whatever their time they got today for their qualifying is going to be added to their race time tomorrow. And that's why it's so important that Carl Jurgensen has this 1.5 minute buffer right now.
Well, he's got that. So whoever starts in second, say if they were a minute and a half behind him, they have to catch that minute and then be 1 minute and 31 seconds ahead of him to beat him by 1 second. So it really puts the guys up front in a position to control the race, because as long as they keep that guy right in sight, that's going to help them out a lot.
But we all know that it only takes one flat tire, one silly mistake, and it all changes in a heartbeat.
Well, and that's why it's so important in this prologue to run hard, go as fast as you can. So that's going to definitely help out Doug Matag that we see on top of the leaderboard right now. But as you said, one flat, one little problem, and now with these side-by-sides, we've seen a lot of belt issues because they're running so wide open. Even though they got fans, they got temperature sensors, they got all these different things to help them out, it's still an old-fashioned belt.
It is indeed. But what amazes me about these vehicles, as we just watched this car coming into the infield now, one wheel off the ground, it gives it total commitment into these final bends. It's just how they cope with those big ruts out there on course. Those 40-inch tyres from those T1s, they tore up that course early on.
Well,
but these UTVs or these B3s are really laying it down now.
Well, and that's where, as we're watching Trey Gibbs, and he's going to come in at a 43.47, currently 76th overall. Now that's overall, not when it comes to the B3s or in his individual class, but that is overall. And remember, we have 90 B3s, so 90 UTVs, which destroys the other classes by a long shot. But you can see that the way they've designed the courses, they got it to where you can go slightly to the left or to the right. Here's the Polaris. This thing looks a lot like a dang Class 1 car.
Yeah, it's really, really big. And look at, they have a flat tire on the back there, so they did have to change a tire already. They're coming in with a used up tire in the rack, so they've had to change one tire.
And it's always that tough call, isn't it? You're out on course. Do I change that tyre? Do I not change that tyre? Do I try and push on? And the thing is, this course is so brutal. If you try to push on with a flat tyre out here, the chances are that you're just going to rip that rim off, tear off your brakes, and even lose a hub.
Well, and I think the only one that actually got a flat in the right spot was Raul Gomez. We saw him finish with a flat tire, but then it started to come apart right at the finish, ripped the fender off. I don't think he got his brake lines or anything like that, but definitely tire was flying, and I think Raul did the right thing by just running it to the end.
I saw his co-driver a few minutes ago when I was eating down there, and I asked him what happened. He said right as they were coming down by back door, there was just a big rock on each side. They kind of had to go around one. They made it around one, hit the other one. The truck went way up. He felt it. He's like, uh-oh, that's going to not be good. And then they knew it was flat, and he's like, screw it, just go to the finish. We're almost there. So they said they were lucky that it happened right over there by back door, just coming back into Hammertown.
Well, and Jim, you could talk about in the past when it comes to the race of Kings, that they used to be able to run tire balls. And we saw one time Shannon Campbell racing with his son, comes down, hits him, and tire balls went flying everywhere. But
in exactly the same place that we're just talking about right there. Bottom of resolution. So, yes.
So that was Sarah Price that we just saw finish in a brand new car that she just built for this race. So it looked like she had a pretty good time there.
Just looking to see where she's coming up on the board.
When it comes to the field and turbo cars, I mean, the guys, Can-Am has got a strong field. I mean, they got Monster drivers, Red Bull drivers, factory Can-Am drivers, you name it. They're all over the board, and they have definitely done a great job on building a car that if you think you're going to go buy a stock turbo car and come out and race it, you got to do a lot of work to it. You can talk to the guys at Full Potential and a lot of other chassis guys that help bring that and help it stiffen it up.
And it looks like Sarah Price is actually our first finisher of the Desert UTV stock class, and so she is currently in first. She's the first one to finish in that class. She had a 41.40, so that's where she is, and a 41.40 is actually a pretty good time. That would be 5th place in the UTV Pro Mod class, and a 41.40 would be in the top about 8 or so in the UTV Open class. So very respectable time for Sarah Price in the Desert UTV stock class that we just saw finish.
And let's not forget that Sarah Price, she's driven in trophy trucks, she's also been in motorbikes, you know, you name it, she's done it, she's raced it.
Yeah, she definitely has some experience.
Well, and also, speaking of Sarah Price, her boyfriend, Ricky Brabeck, I saw he's out here. He's kind of a local boy as well. So he had a tough go at the Dakar this year, went down hard, but thank God he's up walking, he's healthy and fine. So that's kind of a cool dynamic that they support each other, because a lot of times it's one-sided, that either a woman supplies takes care of the man, or vice versa. The guy crew chiefs for the girl and all that. But it's really cool how they help each other back and forth.
It is a very professional relationship, and both absolute athletes at the top of their game. It's always good to see them out here.
We have another finisher in the UTV Open class. We have Brandon Sims has now finished, and he has bumped Caden Wells down by 0.3 of a second. So Braden Sims is second with a 39:56.0, and Caden Wells had a 39:56.3. So in the UTV Open category, we have Doug Matag, Brandon Sims, and Caden Wells as your top 3 in that category.
Well, Jim, as we're watching, we're seeing a lot of variety in vehicles as they're going, and we see it's great how the spectators are back, keeping them safe. And this is probably one of the few areas, we do the Mint up there, and we also want to let people know this is part of the Triple Crown that we have going on here. So the Mint is round 2 of the Triple Crown for the trophy trucks, for the T1s, as we see more and more of the Class 11s getting ready.
Yeah, these Class 11s, I'm so excited to see this race this afternoon. It's going to be absolutely epic. 37 cars starting in a land rush start across the Melville Lake bed, racing back towards Hammertown. And you mentioned the Triple Crown there. While I was out a little bit earlier, I called up with Bailey Cole, and he's actually going to be racing his Bronco this afternoon in qualifying, and then of course during the main race tomorrow. And he's looking forward to the Triple Crown. He's looking forward to taking it on here, and then of course at the Mint 400, and then later in the year.
Racing is what's great is that the spectators that we're seeing here. I mean, we had our COVID year. Everyone's starting to come out last year. Everyone needed to make sure that they were tested and all the different stuff. And then now we're back. We're back. We're racing. We got everything from spectators running around. The industry is booming right now. It's just it's a great place to be.
It is a great place to be, and look at this, Ricky. It is. Let's not forget, we are here on a Saturday, and look at the track. Look at the people out in front of us. It's absolutely fantastic. Off-road racing has the best fans, bar none. Doesn't matter where you are around the world.
And we have another finisher. We have a new leader in the UTV stock class. Aaron Ampudia has finished with Alan Ampudia riding with them, and they are ahead of Sarah Price. They have a 41.26, and Sarah Price had a 41.40. So we're talking about 14 seconds there only between those two in the UTV stock class. That's pretty close.
After 40 miles of racing.
Is that NA or
no?
is that
There's
stock?
no Can-Ams that are NA. They're all turbo.
So this is
it's just the
this
stock
is a stock
class.
turbo class. Okay, but we have an NA class out here as well.
No, not here.
No, not here.
Yeah.
So I stand corrected.
And the other organizations there are out here, no.
Okay, my bad.
We have Pro Mod, Open, and Stock.
So give me a difference between Pro Mod and stock. I know that Open
tire size,
you got the long wheels, you can have the long wheelbase and all that, but in stock you have to run 32.
I believe 32 is the max, and I believe it's also the stock mounting points. You have to use the stock mounting points. Basically, you can put aftermarket arms on, but they have to be. Oh, here we go. Look at this guy. He's hauling ass. The T978 there. That is Dustin Jones right there. That guy's a wild man.
Battle Axe.
Dustin Battle Axe Jones.
He's coming in hot. See what his time is.
He leaves everything on the race course.
So
Let's see what he's got.
We'll see if he knocks them off. Let's see. Can he knock Aaron Ampudia and Sarah Price down a spot? We'll see when he comes around the finish here. 38. He's going to do it for sure. He's at 39. He's 2 minutes ahead of them right now, and he's at the finish line in a second here. So that's going to be your new stock class leader right there.
Unbelievable time. That puts him in the #1 spot. Dustin Jones
There you
definitely
go.
running hard.
39.05, currently first in the stock class.
I'm pretty sure this is Carson Wernemont in a Kawasaki. So this is why I thought they were in an NA car, because the Kawasaki is not turbo.
That is an NA one, right?
Right. So he's racing it in the stock class, but he is an NA car. But obviously with Russ Wernemont has done quite a bit when it comes to suspension and chassis work as well.
Yeah, so Dustin Battleaxe Jones there putting in an absolutely blinding 40-mile loop, coming in with 39.05.
This is Riley Bingquest here in the 550 coming into the finish. They have a couple cars out here. We saw the other Bingquest car had a pretty good run earlier today. Now we'll see where Riley is. Riley is once again in this is another stock UTV. All the ones finishing right now are going to be in the stock UTV class, these next few it looks like. So he's at a 44. We're not going to see him knock any of the top 3 off the podium right now. He will be our 4th place as our 4th car to finish in the UTV stock class. So there he goes.
Alrighty, Riley Bingquest with a 44.35. We're going to take a step away, but when we come back, we will continue with the B3s when it comes to the side-by-sides or UTVs. You are watching the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We'll be right back.
For the secret spots, pit stops, and unknown destinations. For all that is unforgettable. We live by these words. The tougher the tire, the easier the escape.
There's only one place to go to do your rig right, and that's at 4 Wheel Parts. Now is the time for bigger tires and larger wheels. Now is the time to lift your truck at 4WP.
Too hard. Think we'll be back next year? No!
This is the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, as well as Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Nitto Tires, Progressive Insurance, Toyo Tires, 4 Wheel Parts, and Griffin Radiators. You're now watching the T3 cars as they're making their way. Dustin Battleaxe Jones has the fastest time so far at a 39.19. So that is blistering fast, because if we do the math, okay.
39.05.
40-mile loop, so he's doing better than a 60-mile-an-hour average, which is
Yes.
unbelievable for a side-by-side.
In the UTV stock class, too. That's not even the open class with the bigger tires and everything.
Right, but in some cases, people say that the stock cars with the smaller tire, it will be quicker off the corner because it gets up to speed quicker, so not as much inertia.
Yeah.
But with how big these bumps are, I definitely, every inch counts when it comes to tire size when you're out here. So here we're watching Rodrigo Ampudia as he works his way with a 43.11. We saw him earlier changing a belt, and so that slowed him down quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty quick time with changing a belt, too. You know, when our top guys are at 39 and he's at a 43 with a belt change, he had a pretty good run going there.
Yep. So definitely keep an eye on him for tomorrow. But remember, you get to carry your time, or you're stuck with the time that you got today. So tomorrow, as Jim was saying, we are not starting with a clean slate. You get to carry your baggage over.
Yeah. So what do we got going on here? It looks like we have some Jeeps racing.
Well, and that looks like they are on the race course, but it looks like they're just trying to get out of the way, or they're getting in the way. We don't know yet.
All right, I see in the pits, what do we got lining up over here? We got some 1400 and 1450 trucks starting to come in here and line up. That means their race is getting closer to starting.
Well, now we see another one of the drivers down there on the sidelines.
I think almost everybody that's going to do a prologue lap today is out on course right now. We maybe have one or two more, and then that is going to be it for our prologue. And we are going to head to the 1450 race after that in a little while.
Just looking there at what we have, and looking at my start list here, we do have some desert stock vehicles. I know that Bailey Cole is one of those that's racing out there in a Bronco, and it is possible that those Jeeps that we saw are part of the Jeep Speeds and the desert stocks. And we've just lost a little bit of touch. There's so much going on here today. Just bear with us. Over 250 vehicles are qualifying today at the 2023 Toyo. That is Bailey Cole live on course there in his Bronco.
Well, and Bailey, is obviously the son of Dave Cole, but he has been racing for so long in so many vehicles. He wasn't handed a silver spoon or just the
Oh no,
he's
earned his place here.
He was out here in his Toyota Tacoma just banging and going, and then we got to race against each other in the spec class, and then he's gone on to run in the 4400. But I love it that you name it, he'll race it.
Yeah. I was chatting to him earlier today, and he's very, very super confident to say he wants to go for that Triple Crown, and that's why he's out there today in that Bronco. But he's also going to be running a 4400.
Uh-oh, what's going on here?
Oh.
Missed it by
Can't make his mind up which track he wants to be on.
Hot. Get back on the course and finish. Well, he saved it at least.
If he's going the right way.
Yeah.
Garrison Calloway, that's going to probably add about a minute and a half to his time. So, got to finish it up strong, Garrison.
There he's in, 48.19. And looking back at the leaderboard, it looks like Cameron Steele has finished in the UTV Open class. He is in second place. So we have in first in the UTV Open class, we have Doug Matag with a 39.19. And then in second now, we have Cameron Steele with a 39.51. And he has jumped in front of Brandon Sims and Caden Wells for the top four in that class.
So where does that put? Obviously, got Cameron still right in front of us, wanting to know. So that puts him about 5th or 6th overall when it comes to that.
No brakes. Yeah, no brakes. Cameron said he has no brakes.
The reason Cameron Steele qualified so fast was he has no brakes. We know that a lot of times Cameron is afraid, and so he wears brakes out because he's afraid to go fast. But today he had no brakes. He qualified second. So good job, Pap.
Thank you.
Yeah, how'd it go?
The Can-Am doesn't know it's not a trophy truck if you don't tell it.
There you go. That's right. Just call it a trophy truck. So how was it out there? Obviously, I heard you just say, all joking aside, that you had no brakes.
Yeah, it's tough because there's such big holes. Just the track itself is so deep and vicious. And so you see a lot of people have been swapping. I swapped a few times. I tried to get up out of the line as much as I could.
Yep.
You know, be a good desert racer dork.
So did you rip a line? Do you know why you didn't have any brakes?
You know what? I'm not sure. We went over Heartbreak Ridge and got into the sand over there, and the pedals started getting soft. We made the right on where the Prologue goes, and all of a sudden it was pedal to the floor. And so we drove it a little bit cautiously, and then the brakes kind of would pump back. But the whole part from Emerson back was really no brakes at all. And right now you just push them to the floor no matter how many times you pump them.
So I'm going to take a guess. You bent a rotor. So it's pushing the pad out so far.
I thought the same thing, but it never comes back.
So even no matter how many times you pump it, it ain't coming back.
There's no way we bent something.
Well, because I just heard you say I went over Heartbreak Ridge, and then the problem seemed to happen.
Yeah.
I know the way that those are designed, they're inbound and stuff like that, but with these rocks and stuff, that's my guess.
Somehow or another, we got caught up in tech.
Yep.
And we got shuffled way to the back. So we us and the Ampudias started in the stock class cars. So it made for some interesting passing, and I'm sure it surprised some of the stock class cars. But
you got beat by a stock class car. What happened?
We got beat by a stock class car?
Yeah, Dustin Jones. He's in front of you. You're third overall.
Oh, yeah. Was he one of the first cars out?
No,
or one of the
just
last
came
ones?
in, one of
Hey,
the
there's
last
some
ones.
really good UTV drivers. That's all I got to say is.
Yeah.
And you know, Dustin is one of our teammates, and I think, you know, I'm stoked. The Can-Am on the BFGs was on point. And I'm always surprised when I get out of the big giant truck. You know, we're racing a little bit of a piggy here. We're racing the 1999 Geyser with the spec engine. But we get in that UTV, and all of a sudden, it's like we're like matched with everybody pretty good, and it goes so good. Mitchell also built that. It's the prettiest race car I've ever owned in my entire life. All my race cars combined, none of them add up to that Mitchell Alsop car. It is so perfectly thought out. I can't believe it. He brought that car to me the first time, and I was like, for real? This is my race car?
Right.
This is insane. Incredible.
Well, and how hard they accelerate. Coming off the corners, it just goes.
It just goes. I mean, and the all-wheel drive just hooks up and goes, and it's amazing when the power-to-weight ratio, right? It just zooms off. So how'd we do? I mean, where are we at?
Right now, you're sitting third. As we're watching Bailey Cole, one of the stock Broncos out there, work his way around.
Dustin Jones is going to be second, and then you're going to be third.
Okay. Third in class.
In B3.
Oh,
you're second in class. You're second in UTV Open, and you're third overall in B3.
Oh, okay. That's good, I think.
Yes. So you got Brandon Sims and Caden Wells right behind you.
Who are those guys?
I don't know. Have you ever heard of them?
No, they race trophy trucks?
More fast guys.
No, I'm just kidding.
Golf cart dorks.
Those guys are amazing UTV racers. I'm just excited to be in the mix.
Here
with
comes
these
the
guys.
guy that beat you right here. What happened?
Hey, what's up, teammate? It's not cool. Hey, I thought we were gonna be friends. Not nice. You're not supposed to pick on old people. Older people. Oh, this way, this way, this way. Don't make me do all the work for you. Just because I showed you all the lines doesn't mean you can use them. Hey, he's good, man. That's all I got to say.
So nobody knows who the hell he's talking to. We're bringing into the booth right now Dustin Battle Axe Jones, which he would have been probably, I'm going to say, a second quicker if he wouldn't have split that ridge and filled his cab full of dust 2 corners before the end. But I want to hear the going back and forth between you. So Fish, I'm going to ask you to surrender this for a second. So, Dustin.
All right. The best thing that ever happened was you kicked Fish off the mic.
Man. No, can you hear me now?
Dustin Battle Axe Jones, congratulations.
Thank you.
As I said, I was watching. You were coming in hot, carrying that third wheel, and all of a sudden you straddled the edge of the track and just filled the chassis full.
Man, that was the danger of running after the trophy trucks, as they get it so blown out. And I'm over here trying to run Cameron Steele's cheater lines, trying to find these good spots.
You'll never find them. You'll never find them.
No, I struggle. But you got to take big chances. And what's tough is it's a 40-mile qualifying loop. And I told a couple of guys that were asking me about it, I said, you cannot win this race during qualifying, but you can absolutely lose it during qualifying.
Yes.
So it was one of those things of like, you got to take a lot of chances where you can, and you got to take care of the car where you have to.
But see, the difference between when we run down in Baja, stuff like we run a qualifier, it all goes away. You start off with a clean slate, but now you have that advantage. So Cameron has to catch you, and then he has to put that time that you have on him.
I don't have to catch him. All I have to do is put enough pressure on him for him to screw up.
Well,
Listen, that's the game.
It does. I'm easily influenced, and so a little pressure on me and a little radio chatter, and I'll tear a car up quick.
That's one of my oldest tricks. I just switch to the car in front of me's radio channel, and I just start talking like I'm their chase guy. I said, hey,
pick it
Steele's
up.
right on you. He's right on you. He's right on you. And they push themselves into oblivion. Hey, what about my old teammate Bailey Cole doing work, making some passes out there in the Bronco?
All right, so Bailey Cole on a tear. He wants to go after the Triple Crown. We talked about that. Made a double pass. So you guys know how hard it is to get by. How was it? I mean, because you can see still no wind, so it's holding really tight.
You know, the tough part about a 40-mile qualifying loop is there is potential to catch some vehicles in front of you. And so not only do you just battling your time, putting down the biggest heater you can, but you got to try to get around the guys in front of you. Fortunately, the 3 or 4 guys that we caught during our lap, we were in the wind. A little bit of side wind, and we took tremendous course notes. My co-driver, Dustin Henderson, did an amazing job.
That's your name. You said your name.
Yeah, Dustin Henderson, my bad.
He goes in the third person. Sometimes
he talks about himself in third person all the time?
He had really good course notes. So a lot of times we were running blind, and it's just get around them as quick as you can.
Hey, what I wanted to say is thank you to all the UTV racers for all coming together and racing against each other in these giant classes, this big group. I know the desert one's a little bit different than the rock one later in the week, but the camaraderie amongst the teams is incredible. And, of course, with us, with the Monster Energy and Can-Am team, it's like a big fun free-for-all. Everybody's having a good time, smiling, laughing. They're having big barbecues for us, and there's no pressure. And
wait, I didn't get invited to any barbecues.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't have said anything.
Well, he's going to invite you, and he's going to be offering
Phil
you more and
Blurton
more
had extra
drinks.
people
Hey,
to come,
have you
so he
tried
couldn't
this
bring
Chattanooga
Keep
whiskey?
Keep
Here
going.
you go. Have some of this, Brandon.
Keep going.
Justin. So now tell me this, both of you guys. I'm going to start with Cameron. You've done the testing, you've done that, but I know that when I tested before Supercross and stuff like that, I get there and I always run 10% more. So all of my suspension settings were up. Are you going to make any changes for tomorrow's race?
Here is the secret. I never tested the car. I haven't driven it in over a month.
So are you going to change it, though, after driving it today?
I'm not going to change anything about it. Mitchell delivered a perfect car. The guys at Fox did a great job setting it up. The BFGs are on point. I'm not even going to change the tires. I'm going to run the same qualifying tires in the race.
So you're going to go no brakes, just start off that way. Just roll right in.
I'm going to have Mitchell fix the brakes, or I'm going to put him in a vicious headlock. He's only 28, so old age and treachery overcomes youth and exuberance.
All righty. And the fastest guy out there, anything you're going to change, or just run it like you? Because you race this car in everything.
The fastest guy out there.
I don't think so.
Did you hear that?
I think it was best looking. I didn't hear fastest.
Well, you have pretty blue eyes for sure. You should put some blue on your driving suit so it brings it out for you.
Is it strongest mullet in that
For
class?
sure the strongest mullet color.
Not in Hammertown.
Oh, just
no,
class, in
yeah,
class.
In class,
Got
in
it.
class for sure. As we're watching this, so Fish, Fish can't talk because Justin's
Hey, you can
on his line.
just put your mouth real close to mine, and you can talk into my mic.
That's right. It's like a Sonny and Cher thing. But any changes to the car?
Yeah, so, you know, it was rougher, and like you said, you can't always test as hard as you're going to actually run.
Right.
And so we were blowing through the stroke a little bit. I'm going to go over to Fox, let them get it dialed in. But there was 2 options: slow down to Cameron's speed, or tighten my suspension up. And I think I'm going to tighten my shocks up.
Yeah.
Hey,
you
so
don't do that.
we're going to race tomorrow, then we can wrestle on Tuesday night at the Can-Am party.
I know where my money is.
Can we do the trilogy and maybe a foot race or something like that?
I'm not very good on my feet.
Okay, so I got that one for sure.
Hey, but thanks, Ricky and Fish, for having us up, and congratulations, Dustin, for being the fastest. So he's the fastest UTV?
So
far.
far.
There's some fast people
all
coming.
of them, open and everything. So he did.
But all of them have gone, right? The 11s and the Terra Crew are getting ready to go.
I think we got just a couple.
Oh, they're
cars,
still on
just
the
a-
course.
Just
I
a couple
gotcha.
cars
Yep.
coming in. So
Yep.
great job. I'd shake
Ricky.
you, but I just had a plate put in my hand, and I know
Thank
you're a
you,
big,
guys.
strong man.
Love you, Ricky.
Love you too, brother. Hey,
Hey,
you guys be
Fish-gistics.
safe. Now that was a handful right there. Right now we're seeing Justin Battle Axe Jones. Third person, buddy. Go third person. Talk about yourself. So speaking of third person, Ricky Johnson's having a heck of a day out here. He's enjoying Hammertown. and,
Yeah, right.
and the competition is really fierce. And hell, the competition between those two trying to get a word in straight. I felt like I had Joe Frazier and Muhammad Ali going back and forth.
Yeah, that was a little exciting there, huh?
Whew.
Good luck with that one.
Yeah. But it was great to hear that,
Oh, it's cool to hear from people as soon as they come off the course. We want to know what just happened right now. Like we just heard.
And Mr. Jones said, you know what, I ran a little harder than I thought. I'm gonna, up the ante with my compression. But Cameron, I think, still is getting used to his car all the time. So I think Cameron's going to go faster and faster. So we'll make sure that that we keep an eye on both of those. But
yeah, both these guys are going to be devastatingly fast tomorrow, that's for sure. It's going to be great to see him out on track. I mean, this race for tomorrow is looking like it's going to be something very, very special, isn't it?
All righty, we're going to throw it down to Miles. Miles got one of the guys down in pit row. Miles, take it away.
Well, thank you, Ricky, and two great characters of the sport. That was fun listening to Battle Axe Jones and Cameron kind of bantering back and forth. But we have Car 1 Fabrication. Mr. Brian is riding shotgun with his 15-year-old son, Chase, and you're out there running this course. You pre-ran it yesterday. It looks like it's getting a little beat up out there, isn't it?
Yeah, yesterday was a little more rough, I think, personally. But, again, we weren't running race pace. So we went out there today just trying to set a fast lap, but at the same time being conservative for tomorrow's long race. And yeah, I've got my dad over here, so it's pretty awesome. I can't thank everyone enough. Car 1 Fabrication, Polaris Razor, Fox Shocks, KMC Wheels, Nacho, everyone that helps me out, I can't thank them enough.
Yeah, and it's cool. And I'm going to run over and chat with Brian for just a minute, because it's got to be really cool to share this with your son. How much does that mean to you?
It means a lot, but I really don't like being in the passenger seat at all. It's I'm always
no steering wheel, no brake pedal, but you're over here doing it and supporting your boy.
I am. I'm doing it so he can, but it's rough sitting on his side.
No worries. But yeah, it's pretty cool to see the father-son dynamic out there having fun and enjoying the racing out there. So yeah, great effort by all, and best of luck to you guys tomorrow during your main race.
Yeah, thank you. It's pretty crazy to see all the spectators out here watching. This is my first time racing this event. We came here last year to watch, but we'll see how we can do tomorrow.
All right, well, best of luck, and have fun out there and enjoy your time. So we're going to throw it back up to you guys. Ricky Fish, take it away.
Okay, and welcome back. We're here at the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge, presented by Monster Energy. What a fantastic day of qualifying we've had so far. There has been so many epic moments out there on track. Earlier on today, we saw Carl Jurgensen taking P1 in that awesome T1 of his, that all-wheel drive Brenthal, and we've seen so many other fast vehicles out on track today. It's been amazing. Fish, what's been your highlight?
Oh, everything today. Just we've had, I mean, the wind is picking up now, so I'm stoked on this right here for this 1450 race. Honestly, the highlight is what's yet to come. This 1450 race right here, this is honestly what it's all about today. You know, anybody can go out there, get a T1 and go qualify. That's cool. I want to see you come out here, race 1450 truck, talk trash to your buddy and the one behind you, say you built yours better than his in your garage, and then come out here and let's see who's got what and, you know, who can hang. This coming up here is going to be exciting. We're going to see some carnage, we're going to see some fast trucks, and it's going to be exciting.
It is indeed, and I can't wait to see it. And then after that, we've got the total mayhem that is the Class 11s. It's 37 Class 11s, starting in a Land Rush start out on Melville Lakebed, and the winner is the first car across the line.
Now, if those Class 11s, if you're in a 1450 truck and a Class 11 catches you, you're done. That's what Dave said. You're done. Your race is over. If you get passed, you're out of the race. You're basically DQ'd if you get passed by a Class 11.
So you're not only racing, you're fighting for your racing career.
Yes. If you get caught by a Class 11 in a 1450, you probably shouldn't be racing anyways, you know, just saying.
I'm going to let you explain that to anyone who does get caught today.
Sorry, that's just how it is.
Well, for me, I'm going to have to say the highlight is just the day. Seeing this many people out here, we got some people enjoying some adult beverages. They're walking around, they're racing trucks, they're racing side-by-sides, they're having a great time, and we're back semi to normal when it comes to racing, as we see some of the rock crawlers start to work their way around. Get ready.
Yeah, we still got UTVs coming, or B3s coming across the line right now.
Got the 916, looks like Wes Ritchie coming in.
So Wes Ritchie is a retired Navy SEAL out there running. He's runs one of the mobility schools, teaches the Navy SEALs how to drive the big trucks, the little trucks, and all the different stuff, the total mobility package. So I have the pleasure of saying that Wes Ritchie, when he was a SEAL, was one of my students. When Luke Johnson and myself, my son, we're training the guys in the side-by-sides of motorcycles. Wes has gone on to race motorcycles as well, as we see some of the cars still stuck out on the course, and this is Baldwin's Jump.
Yeah, there are no easy miles out here in Johnson Valley. Every single foot, every single yard is absolutely brutal. We've seen rollovers, we've seen flats, we've seen broken belts.
That car was actually one of the ones that was broken earlier. That's Josh Freeze. He was on the side a little earlier, so good to see he at least got going again. He was stopped there for a while earlier, but he's moving again now.
Yeah, now if you're one of these cars that was unfortunate enough to have a rollover earlier today and you're looking at a DQ for this particular thing, the last thing you want to see is these cars rolling across the line, taking forever.
Yeah. So that
But that looks like Bailey Cole. We just saw there very briefly in his Bronco, racing in the stock class.
Well, and this is a great little pre-run for him. And also, when you're a racer, you sit around, you wait, and it's the worst thing you can do. You just, because the demons in your head just wear you out. But this gives him a chance to go out and race, see the dirt, feel everything, and then also give a little spend some energy to help him get him ready for the rest of the weeks coming.
Yeah, I mean, Bailey is a consummate racer. He will just be happy to be out on track and mixing it up and having fun. Let's say he's got his eye on this Triple Crown, and that's why he's out there racing today. Here we go, we've got more action coming up towards Baldwin's jump. Just look at the size of these whoops now.
That's a single-seater in the front there. It looks like maybe an RS1, something single-seater.
But you can see how hard these guys in the UTVs have to work running from side to side. Now watch, pay attention. If he just goes right down the middle, starts to swap side to side,
oh, yeah.
and how big those bumps are, then he gets over to the left, try to save some of that energy. So to finish my thought on that, if you can get two wheels up in the smooth, as we see someone out on the dry lake bed, more than likely changing a belt.
Looks like the belt area.
Yep, you can see the belt right there. Off to the side, and what happens is that there's wide open for so long they don't get a chance to cool. Next thing you know, it scuffs the belt, starts to eat it up, and next thing you know, boom, it comes apart. As you can see, it wrapped around that co-driver's got it off.
We were talking about this earlier. I've got to say I was really impressed with Aaron Ampuda, the speed they made that belt change. They've clearly practiced that, because to be able to actually do that, get a belt change.
That was Rodrigo.
Yeah, Rodrigo.
Rodrigo,
yes,
sorry.
Yes.
And to actually do that, make the belt change, and still get back into Hammertown in 43, that's impressive.
Well, and that's one of the things, is that even though if you run the Gates belt, which is a aftermarket stronger belt, and no matter what you do, that's still a belt that's running. That is your drivetrain. That is not a chain. They don't run that on motorcycles anymore. This is technology they brought from snowmobiles, and from Polaris snowmobiles, from Can-Am snowmobiles, and all that. So Bombardier, all of that. That's what's still running them, and how they've managed to keep them going with this much horsepower and as fast as they're going to average over 60 miles an hour, like Dustin Battle Axe Jones did.
But it's also the torque as well, because these big wheels produce more torque. They're putting more stress on those belts to actually have these clutches. And you speak to a lot of these guys, and they're actually still running standard clutches. I thought they'd all be swapping out, but a lot of these big guys out here, they're still running the manufacturer's clutches.
And the new Polaris Pro R that a lot of these guys are out in here, you don't really see them breaking belts anymore. Nobody that I know of has broken a belt yet racing a Polaris Pro R.
Wow,
they got the cooling down. It's much better. You see, these are some of the older cars we're seeing out here that were breaking the belts. Nobody in the new cars has broken a belt yet.
Well, and the technology that's come from that, they have the sensors that shoots it on there, and you can tell when it gets to a certain point, it lets the driver know, back it down, bring it down a couple hundred RPM to cool that belt off. Once it gets back, then you go race again. But when you're running a 40-mile Prologue, you just have to give it all you got and stay with it.
Looks like they're back in the car, maybe getting ready to go again.
You can see the wash there from the drone.
One thing that is different too, the transmission on these, it's on the side of the motor. So when they're working on the belt, it's on the left side. On the new Pro R, it's in the middle of the car, so it's totally different direction. You have the air intake that's right in the center of the hood. This is an older one here, but it's coming literally straight down the whole car, going right onto the belt, so it keeps it a lot cooler in the new design. So that might be what's helping get the belts to not have a problem anymore.
Well, and you'll see that technology when they redesign those older cars to use that same kind of cooling, and that's. But if you just want to go have fun, these things are unbelievable. I mean, they're unbelievable how well they perform. You can get some sand paddles or not. Just go drive it out in the sand dunes and have a blast. Lower your tire pressure a little bit and go out and have a good time, whether it be a Buttercup or Glamis or Dumont Dunes. If you're in the southwest of the United States, but it's a lot of fun. They're just a great time that you can go out with your family.
All right, so we have just a few coming back in. Coming across the dry lake bed here. Gonna come up to Baldwin's Jump. We're getting down to the last of the Desert Stock UTV entries here. Then we're going to have a couple of those other cars we saw on course, such as Bailey Cole, a couple Jeeps, a couple Jeep Speeds, it looks like, a couple Desert Stock classes that are out there, the T4s that are out there on class. This would be one of them right here. Speaking of T4s, this is going to be a Desert Stock OEM entry right here. Here comes another B3. Looks like the 466 B3. That is going to be Aaron Rifkin in the 466, looking pretty fast. Coming back into Hammertown. He's got a 47-minute something going on so far. He's going to be right around 48 minutes. Oh, look at this. Oh, coming on the outside. Was that Carson Watermont there? Who is that? Nope, somebody else in a green car. That was pretty close. They almost clipped each other there.
Well, we almost had a Raman Cochran and Luke McMillan moment
right
from the
there at
Mint
the
a couple
finish,
years
right?
ago. But you got to fight for those seconds. We've seen a lot of people be separated by 2, and if you do beat that person by 1 or 2 seconds, you get to start in front of them.
That's one less car you got to pass, right?
Exactly.
That's huge.
So I'd rather win by a second than lose by a second.
For sure.
Track position is absolutely everything on a race like this. You want clear air. So if you can pull back those extra places, just as you were saying, Ricky, it makes such a difference.
Well, and I really got to give it to the crew that built the track. They had so much water so deep that they've been running all day long. And they haven't watered once, and the track is still in great shape. It's not that dusty. Right now we have I'm going to say about a 4-mile-an-hour wind. We could still use a little bit more, but a lot of people coming in here to Hammertown.
It's supposed to be windier tomorrow, so that's good for the race. Hopefully it is true. It looked like about 10-mile-an-hour winds when I looked a little while ago, so hopefully we could use 10-mile-an-hour winds tomorrow. That would definitely help.
Yeah, 10, 15-mile-an-hour winds, that would certainly sharpen this race up, that's for sure. And don't forget, the action starts here in Hammertown at 7:45, with the race actually starting at 8 a.m. Do not miss it. Wander over to www.kingofthehammers.com/live. You can find all the information, and don't forget to sign up to our premium feed. It's $25 for the whole week of racing, and you get to see all the action without the adverts, and you get to see all the extra bits that we get to see here.
All righty, we just see Tim Fields as he makes his way across the finish. He's in T 989. Clean finish for him. But also we want to thank the people from AMSOIL, Tribe 16, California Technology, Spider Tracks, KMC Wheels, LaserNut, PCI Racing Radios, SDHQ, the rookie program, as well as Curry Enterprises, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, Holly EFI, King Shocks, VP Racing Fuels, and Warren Factor 55. Thank you guys for your support.
It's a beautiful day here at the Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers 2023. We're here today for the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, and it's been a superb day of action.
Well, Jim, you can see that a couple of people got bottled up, and then you heard Dustin Jones telling us that you had to take some chances to pass. You got to get yourself over to the left or to the right. There are multiple lines as we're watching Bailey Cole once again up on Emerson's Ridge. So he is putting down quite a run. He's got a good pace going in that vehicle. As I said, it's kind of cool because it's crawl, walk, run. Compared to his other vehicles, this is the slowest thing he's got. But compared to a street vehicle, that thing is phenomenal.
Absolutely. Those Broncos, they just impress. And hopefully we'll be able to bring some information very shortly from the Ford Bronco leaderboard and bring you up to date with the runners and riders from today's qualifying session.
All right, as we're watching the last couple of guys in the B3s work their way to the finish. Dustin Badax Jones is chomping at the bit, wants to confirm that he is the #1 driver. He is first in mullet in his class as well right now on top of the scoreboard. So well, I haven't seen how Cowboy's done. Haven't seen that. That hasn't come in yet. But I think between the two of you, you guys are like Batman and Robin. He can fight and you can drive. That's a good combo to have. All right, and once again, we're watching Bailey Cole as he works his way up to Emerson's Ridge. Very, very clean, keeping his way moving. So Bailey Cole, once again, out there. But he's got, now look how he times it. He separates the whoops. He doesn't just go banging down the main line, works to the left, to the right. That's the knowledge that Bailey Cole has. He's not just going to run the main line, the deep line that the T1s ran. So you can see moving a little bit over, Jim, so they're not dealing so much with the bumps, finding new ways around. Alrighty, you are watching the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. Here we see Carson Wernemont as he works his way back to the finish line. He's got a dice on his hands. And remember, that is a normally aspirated car, so we're going to finish watching this. And right after these guys get to the finish line, we're going to go to a commercial break. But right now, Fish, Carson Wernemont putting it down. And it looks like, even though he doesn't have a turbo on that car, still running very strong. Okay, thanks for the head nod. We are on.
I thought we were going to a break.
This is not a visual thing here. I said after that.
Well, I'm waiting for him to finish. What do you want me to say? He's
we're working on this, people. We're all new to this.
He's not going to be the top spot.
You got a computer geek. You got an old motorcycle racer and a French or a Limey over there. So we're trying to figure this out. So as we watch Carson Wernemont as he goes across 47, 49, 47, 52.
Caden Danbury.
Oh, Caden Danbury. I'm sorry.
That's quite all right.
That was Carson.
Was it?
It said Carson Wernemont. So
I thought 927 was Caden Danbury, but there we are.
Alrighty, we are going to step off to a break. Thank you for watching. We will be right back to the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We'll be right back.
There's only one place to go to do your rig right, and that's at 4 Wheel Parts. Now is the time for bigger tires and larger wheels. Now is the time to lift your truck at 4WP.
MP, a tradition of performance. For over 60 years, a brand synonymous with VWs. Known around the world for quality, speed, and innovation. MP, the first in VW speed equipment.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise! Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
I've been modified, 45, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think a nigga handsome. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Let the bitch, my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, what you want about?
Welcome back to the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. I'm Ricky Johnson, along with Jim Marsden. Jim, we've seen a lot today. We've watched, Carl Jurgensen put it on the pole, our defending champion. We also saw in Class 10 our T2s, same, defending, Chase Warren defending that as well. So a lot of repeat customers, and now we have 90 B3s.
Yeah, we're just watching the vintage races out here now. Just look at this, getting battered on this course. But we've also seen so many things that we didn't expect to see. We saw Dale Dondale come to a grinding halt. We saw Tracy Graff on his roof. We saw Ryan Arciero have a mechanical. There's been absolute action on this course from start to finish.
Well, and we had... It's just beginning. So we are going to go off and we're going to watch the Land Runner start with a Class 11. There's 37 Class 11s, including the Gabrowski brothers, including Larry Rosser. The list goes on, and also Shreddy's going to be out there as well. So I'm going to pass my microphone over to a specialist in this area. I'm going to take a quick break. So I will see you all in just a little bit. Enjoy the Class 11 show.
And we see 29-21 coming in to finish their lap there in the B3 category. It'll be one of the final stock UTV class entries.
Yeah, it's been a long day of qualifying here in Hammertown at the Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers 2023. And this is the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And joining us in the booth now is Tim Sletton. He's an expert on Class 11.
How's it going?
Very good, Tim. It's very good to have you up in the booth today. You're going to tell us all about these amazing Class 11 vehicles, who they are, and what they're doing, as we carry on watching the action out on track right now.
Oh, yes. I'm thankful. I build cars for a living. And I think today I have 6 or 7 of them out there, along with countless race engines, and it's what I do for a living.
Fantastic. Well, we're looking forward to hearing all about these out on the track, but we're continuing to watch now more and more action out here. Fish, who we got?
That's a trophy light right there. So that's kind of a spec class also. It's all the same chassis, all the same engine. It's a 2.4 liter Ecotech engine in there. So that's what we're looking at right there. It's a trophy light. They have their own series that they race within other series. So this is one of their races out here today in their series, I believe. So it's the trophy light. That's what we just saw going by. There's a 5 car, and then we got a 16 car. 16 car, if you let off the gas for 1 second, you're losing. You have to be on the gas the whole time in the 16 cars, and it's a rough ride. You pretty much just go and hold on and just try to keep the thing straight, right? That's a rough experience in that car. Especially on a course like this, when it's been beat up all day by T1s, T2s, B1s, B2s, and then they're going at the end of the day. That's a rough ride right there. And then here we go, coming back into Baldwin's jump. Looks like we have another B3 here. Let's see if we can get a number off of them. Another B3. The 531, that's a 5 car. What kind of engine do those things have?
If I remember correctly, they're allowed Ecotechs now. So they used to have to run Type 4s, and then a few years ago, they allowed the water-cooleds in there for reliability. And I can't say it was a bad choice because you don't see them broken down on the side of the road as much.
Seem to be a little more reliable.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So that looks like that's David's system there in the 531. That's the 5 Unlimited class Desert Vintage Buggy in the B4 category out here. This is the 531 right there coming into Hammertown with a time of 47 minutes something. Looks like it's going to be right under 48 minutes when he gets across the finish line.
How good is it to see these cars out here racing here today? Vintage desert races, you stretch back and you see these vehicles and it brings back all the memories.
Winding down, just a few more to go in the Desert Vintage Buggy. There's a couple Jeep Speeds still out there. There's the trophy light again, the 6013. That is John Ferrari there. Coming across, bringing it across the finish line. That's another one of the entries that has a smaller tire, that has a 33-inch tire on there. So there was some big ruts out there for them today trying to navigate around after those 40-inch tires were pounding the course this morning.
While we're waiting for these cars to cross the line, let's have a look back at our top 10 on the Ford Bronco leaderboard. In 10th position is Thor Hurst. In 9th position is Christopher Pavaldi. In 8th position is Bernard Steinman. In 7th is Adam Lunn. In 6th is Eric Hardeen. In 5th is Adam Householder. In 4th is JP Gomez. In 3rd is Bill Abgood. In 2nd is Tim Hurst. And that man, Carl Jurgensen, is still at the pointy end and will be starting in 1st position tomorrow morning. Now, Fish, the interesting thing about this for me is we've got 3 different classes in this top 10.
Yes, yeah, and that's what's kind of cool with doing the qualifying this way. You know, you start where you qualify. We've said that all day. We have a B1 in there. We have a T1, and then we even have a T2 all in the top 10. 2 T2s in the top 10. So it's pretty cool to see the different kind of cars started, you know, mixing it up. We'll see who can hold off who tomorrow.
Exactly that. Let's not forget those T2s. They have a limited motor, around about 525 horsepower, and they're going to be locking horns with those T1 monsters that have anything up to over 1,000 horsepower.
Yeah.
It's going to be very exciting to see.
The reliability of the T2 is usually a bit more than the T1, just because it's a little bit easier on the parts, and they're built with all the same parts besides the actual engine as a T1.
Yeah, so we're just watching Caden Zane here coming across the line. It's the 915 car. Just keeping it tidy. Not trying to set any records here. Just wants to bring her home after that 40-mile loop. Let's not forget, we've seen over 100 B3 cars out there on course today. It's an absolutely incredible sight to see. Over 250 races in total today. But next is something that we all want to see very much. Now, Tim, talk to me about Class 11s. Explain the class to anybody sitting at home as we look out now across the Melville Dry Lake bed. And just look at that. This gets me tingling. This gets me excited. This is off-road racing.
Yes, this is probably the most exciting thing I've seen, even being a Class 11 racer. We have never seen this many cars on a starting line since the inception of the class. It does not get any better than
now,
this.
Now, talk to us about the inception of this class, because we all know the VW Beetle. We've seen them be, you know, most of our families have had them at some point or another in our lives. So talk to us about the Class 11. Where did it come from?
It actually started in the 70s. They started cutting a bunch of cars into Baja Bugs, and there was a few guys that wanted to leave their cars stock, and so they said, literally show up with your car as if it showed up off the showroom floor. So they bolted in a simple cage. They literally had to run the engines from the factory. You were not allowed to change anything on them. They would, once a race was finished, they would literally tear them apart and dissect them. And if they didn't have the Volkswagen part number that was supposed to be on that car, you got disqualified.
That's fantastic. That is proper spec class racing. Now, as we look out across this here, we can see so many famous cars there, like Blake Wilkie, for example, and so many others. But what I love about this class, this isn't the class in decline. This is the class that's actually growing. We've now got manufacturers making new wheels for these vehicles because we still you can't get the original steel wheels anymore. We've got manufacturers who are building engines for these vehicles. It really is quite remarkable.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, take a look at some of the guys in the class now. You got, I want to say, Ryan Millen showing up in the new Terrible Herps car. And could see a few more of them. You know, Blake Wilkie and
yeah, of course,
the
Blake Wilkie,
Grabowskis.
of course, he really has he's brought shreddy life to the Class 11 and certainly has influenced the growth of that class without a shadow of a doubt.
Oh,
but we're
yeah.
back on track now. It's on the Emerson saddle, and we've got more of our Jeep Speed standard class vehicles out there. So as we watch this car, now has he gone a little bit off course here, or is it no? He's just making the turn across the line.
Yeah, that's right at the top of the, that's basically as far back as the course goes. It's a big sand hill, you kind of go up, and then you come back, you go to the left, you go down, and then you're on the lake bed back to Hammertown. So he's not got too far to go till the finish line, probably about 5 miles or so.
Yep, and you can see the shadows now on the sides of those ruts as the sun starts to make its decline. Fantastic images here. Got to say a massive thank you to our production crew. And let's not forget, this is the start of a week of racing here at the Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers 2023. Make sure you don't miss a single moment of it. Head on over to kingofthehammers.com/live. Sign up to the premium feed. It's only $25 and you'll get to see all the action from all week long. Tomorrow it starts at 7:45 with the race starting at 8 a.m. for the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And through the rest of the week we'll be seeing the EMC, the UTVs, and of course then the big guns, the 4400s, racing in the Nitto Race of Kings next Saturday. And so many of the racers that we have here this week are racing in multiple classes and in multiple events.
It's a cool shot. You can kind of see the different terrain that they're going through. 1 second you're in the rocks out there, then the next second we just saw them going up a sand hill a minute ago, right?
It's
and
awesome.
then we see them going down a dry lake bed right after that. So that's why this course is so awesome this year. It goes through a little bit of everything, and it doesn't go through too much of anything. It mixes it up just enough, so it's not just all fast. I mean, look at right here. You have to crawl through that section.
Yeah, I
you
think
drop down to the left. It's a slow section. You're coming in hot. It just mixes it up really good on this course.
Exactly. And we've got to remember the average speeds are nearly over 70 mile an hour for the top running cars. And
Yes.
yet one moment they're doing a ton plus, the next moment they're down to literally 2 or 3 mile an hour trying to save those tires as they pick their way through the rocks. It really is a course with a little bit of everything for everyone.
Yeah, it's a super fun course, and like we said, tomorrow they're going to be going right back out on this course. This is the race course tomorrow. It's not just a qualifying prologue for today. This is also the race course tomorrow. We just add another 60 miles onto it, make it a 100-mile loop, and you do 2 laps.
I love the way you say, we just add another 60 miles.
Yeah, it's no big deal.
But let's not forget, that 60 miles is mostly virgin terrain. It's terrain that hasn't been raced over, if not ever, not for a very long time.
Yeah.
And that's going to make a huge difference as well.
Definitely. It's definitely a little bit of everything. Once again, a lot of fast. There's not a little bit of rocks. You're up on a rock ridge that we did not see today. So I think we're going to see some more flat tires up on this one rock section specifically tomorrow. And it's going to be exciting. We're going to see a lot more whoops, like fast whoops, once they get over by Camp Rock Road over on that side. Gets a little faster. And yeah, here we go. Bailey Cole's still out there in the Bronco bringing it around.
Yeah, he's doing a great job there. This stock class 4500 class Bronco, it looks absolutely awesome out there. Or should I say 46? I get myself confused. I love my wrist slap for that one.
That's all you. I wouldn't know the difference between those two classes out
Don't
here
worry, I
myself.
got that.
All right, Baldwin's jump. So this is when you're almost back to the finish. You know, you just got to get over that one last mountain, go down around by where back door is, and then get back here to Hammertown, and you're done for the day. If you get back here soon, you'll be able to watch the Class 11 Land Rush start, as long as they're back here soon enough.
Look at this, fantastic shots here. That's still one of our B3s out on track. Likelihood is they've had a flat or maybe a belt issue. Just making their way along. And Baldwin's jump, obviously named for a reason.
That looks like it's Casey Peoples right there in the 1128. Making their way around the course. Yeah, this section right here, the T1s tomorrow are just going to be flat out. This is going to be some awesome footage coming through here. They're just going to be floating right over the top of these holes. You see these cars, they fall in the holes. The T1s just go right over the holes. They're going so fast.
The difference in speed and the difference in technology, and the difference at about 400,000 pounds makes. Or dollars, should I say?
I'll say pounds. What are you talking about, weight here or what? I don't think
well,
these
actually,
things weigh
to be honest, 400,000 pounds is about
Yeah.
$600,000, so I did get it about right. And just see the shadow of our drone there on the left-hand side. The way our production crew brings this footage to you always blows my mind. We are literally in the middle of nowhere, in the Mojave Desert. And these guys and girls just pull it out the bag every single year, so we get the best footage ever. And look at this, he's inches off the ground here.
Yeah, I was to say, what's that, about 2 inches off the ground?
Yeah.
That's some good flying going on there. Look at that.
Wow. Over the top of Baldwin's jump, making his way down towards the back of Resolution. As the drone heads home. And is that Bailey Cole? Or is that?
Looks like that might be a Jeep Speed.
It is a Jeep Speed, yep. Saw the square front there for a moment, but no, you are right. That is one of the Jeep Speeds by the looks of it. Hammer down. And still we've got action, more and more action as we watch the Jeep Speeds making their way through. Let's not forget, we've still got lots of racing to come today. In fact, we've got the only true race of the day about to take place, which is going to be the Class 11s, which are already lined out on Melville Dry Lake Bed. And they're getting ready to go. It's only a few short moments away, and we'll be passing it down to Emmy Hall. And she'll be sorting out the start for us and handing it back to us so we can follow the race as they chase their tails all the way back into Hammertown.
Have you guys made your bets on who you think is going to take the Land Rush start?
Now, this is an interesting one. Now, you've got an inside line on this, Tim. You know these guys. Who's your money on?
Oh, it's hard to say. Between Cisco Bio, Blake Wilkie, Donnie Donovan, Alex Gonzalez.
So talk a little bit about these vehicles. I mean, are they running stock transmissions or are they running modified transmissions? I mean, what's the crack here?
Modified stock parts. You have to run a stock gear ratio that was delivered in the United States, so it's spec in that sense, but you can also buy the Weddell updated chromoly forged parts to go in there.
I was going to say, do they sit there at night gently polishing their gear sets,
Yeah.
trying to get every last little piece out of them?
Don't give away too many secrets.
Use warm bearings rather than new bearings so you don't get anything too tight, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy to think for being a spec class like that, yeah, you're doing anything you can to gain that little bit of advantage to get in front of the next guy.
Absolutely. We're all racers at heart. Doesn't matter if we're on push bikes, we're on race cars or T1s.
It's funny seeing the 1128 on there. I'm thinking that's an 11 car, right? You see the 1128 number?
Yeah, definitely screws with you.
That's because that's the strangest 11-looking class I've ever seen.
How many times have you told your Class 11 story already?
Oh, yeah. I did. I rode in a Class 11 once out here.
Yeah,
Actually, yeah, it was pretty fun. It went a lot faster than I thought it would. I think we were doing over 80. We hit the jump called the wall. I remember I asked your dad, right?
Yep,
and I was like, hey, what do we do when we get to the wall, which is like kind of a famous jump out here? And he's like, we freaking hit it. And I'm like, all right, let's do it.
I think that's there's very few pictures of 11 cars getting about 5 or 6 foot of air off that, but
yeah,
my dad was the nut that did it, I guess.
Yep. No, that was cool. That was the one and only time I rode in Class 11. I would like to do it again. I mean, this out here tonight, this looks awesome. That
Yeah.
lineup on the dry lake bed, like, man, that's gonna be epic. I can't wait to see that start.
Oh yeah.
So Casey Peoples there crossing the line. And so over well off pace there, but he's crossed the line. That's all that matters. Hour and 12 minutes. So obviously had problems out there on track. And more of the Jeep Seeds making their way towards the finish line now.
So hopefully some of those Class 11s got lights on there. Because they're not going to be finishing before dark here. Dark is at 5:18. It's going to be close. It's, you know, let's see what time they start, but it's going to get interesting with the sun going down in your eye. You know, a lot of the course faces the west over there. You're going to have some sun. It's going to throw another factor in it. Just like this morning, you know, when the sun was low in the east, now it's going to be low on the other side.
And let's not forget, these cars make dust. And when you've got 37 of them, if you're at the back of the pack, that's a lot of dust.
And you're all starting at the same time.
Yep.
Yeah, I talked to quite a few guys at pre-ran, and all of them said the same thing, that one, it was way brutal, way more brutal than what Fish said it was going to be. Yeah. And then that was their worry, is are we going to finish in the dark? And
okay, so
I went on Monday and Tuesday, so it was nice on Monday and Tuesday. By the time everybody went out there and did 400 laps, this thing got chewed up, right?
Okay, so you're in the Lamb Rush start. You're in the middle of the pack, okay? And you know you're not the fastest guy there. What are you going to do? You can't back off, because if you back off, you're going to get balled out in dust. You've got to stand in it and stay in it and hope in hell that you get to the end of that Lamb Rush and that you're somewhere near the pointy end of that pack.
Yeah. That's all you can do. That's all you can do.
And the wonderful thing about this is, you know also, because these cars have got fenders on them, because the wheels are protected behind the arches, if you get some contact, it's not going to be the end of the world. If we did this with the open wheel vehicles, if we did this with T1s, or we did this with 4400s, it would be deadly. But the fact is we can do this with Class 11s because they've got those shielded wheels.
Yeah, my car definitely took a beating the first year.
Okay, so the racing continues here at the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, and we're watching the last of the vintage cars coming in to cross the line now. But very shortly, it's going to be all around about those Class 11s. It's going to be about heading out to the Melville Dry Lake Bed and to Emmy Hall, who's going to be down there to start 37 of these incredible vehicles. Tim, we keep talking about it, but it's just so exciting, isn't it? We've never seen this ever before, racing anywhere in the world.
If there's any race you want to watch King of the Hammers this week, this is definitely it.
Okay, right, we're going to pass it on down to Emmy now. She's going to try and get this race started, tell us all about these cars, and then she's going to come on back. Emmy, what have you got for us?
You guys, it is the best part of the day. I'm talking about that time when all of these little Skittles back here, all these Class 11s are going to be taking off the line here at the Toyo Tires Desert Classic. They're going to be in a land rush start, which means they're all lined up. They're going to get a green flag, and these guys and gals are going to go. They are going to go right for one line, going up and then joining the race course with the rest of the cars. I love this class so much. You know why? They are the shortest classes out there. They've got the less power, the least amount of power, the least amount of travel, the least amount of clearance, and they're going to go out and they're going to do the exact same things that the T1s, the T2s, and all of those other vehicles did. And you know what? This course is going to be rough. This course is going to be teared up, chewed up. There's going to be whoops. There's going to be rocks that have been uncovered that were not there before. So I really, really feel for these guys. Now, when it comes to Class 11, remember, these are stock Volkswagen Bugs, okay? 75-year-old technology, air-cooled motors, stock transmissions. You're looking at, what, 60 to 80 horsepower maybe? I mean, these things are not very quick, but they are a lot of fun. So when they come out here on the lake bed, trust me, all of these girls and guys are going to be gunning for that hole shot, that #1 spot. Now, right here, it's pretty smooth, but once you get up to the top of Melville Lake Bed, it does get a little bumpy, and I guarantee you, no one is going to lift. They are going to send it. That's all they're interested in. Now, they'll go ahead and they'll do the rest of their lap. This is not a trial for them. This is their one chance for glory. You guys, if you're into desert racing, if you want to get into desert racing, Class 11 is the way to do it. There's plenty of Class 11s around there. They're easy to work on.
He's
the parts are plentiful. Well,
before,
motors are getting a little hard, but They're very, very easy to work on, and they really, really teach you how to drive.
What we normally do,
because you have to take care of your car in this class. There's no just throttling out of trouble. You have to pick your line. You have to know exactly what your car is capable, and you have to know exactly where you are putting those tires and wheels. So it's one of my absolute favorite classes. I've had a chance to drive and co-drive in a Class 11 in the past, and it is just so much fun. I mean, listen to them. They just sound so like, they're just so charming, and it's just something that you don't get with a lot of the newer classes out here. So for me, I absolutely love Class 11. So you guys, we're gonna get a green flag here. We're gonna get that land rush start, and it's gonna be rad. Take it back to the stage.
All right, so that was the Class 11s up there, and you just saw the Terra crew, the 1450s, are going off the line here. They got to get them started so they can get out of the way and hopefully stay ahead of the Class 11s. What do you guys think? Are they going to be able to stay ahead, or are they going to get caught? I don't know. We're going to see, right? That was the 1489. It looked like Hayden Brown that went off the line there. So we'll see who's going next.
As you were saying, Fish, it's a really interesting dynamic with this. We've got the Terra crews going out there. They've got to get ahead of these Class 11s, and then if they get caught or tagged by the Class 11s, they've got to pull to the side. They are out of the race.
I've heard a ton of people talking today saying that they didn't believe it was true, and I'm like, well, if Dave Cole said it, I think it's true.
It's going to be true.
Yeah, just look at this. We've got a bird in the sky over the tops of those Class 11s. I think that's Dave Cole's Raptor there as well.
And the 1400 and the 1450 class, if you guys aren't too familiar with it, it's basically a pre-runner class. It's a run what you brung class. The only rules are you have to have a steel cab and working doors. That is the only rules in the class. You can have anything else, unlimited, everything, whatever you want to do. Steel cab, working doors, and you have to talk trash. That's the third rule in the class. And probably the best rule in the class, if you ask me.
Well, they're off-road racers, so you can guarantee they've got a fair few stories. Most of them very tall.
All right, we have about 3 minutes until the land rush starts. So 3 minutes, start your countdown timer. 3 minutes to the craziness. Just looking through the 1400 and 1450 entry list here, a couple names that I see. Darren Parsons in the 1447. That's probably my pick looking at the list here. I think Darren's always fast. He has a really fast truck. It's a white truck. We'll see when he goes off the line a little bit later. That's my pick. We also have Roy Tompkins out here. That's one of the fast ones.
I was going to say he would be my pick.
Yeah,
Tompkins.
Roy.
Yeah.
And what do we got there? The 14, what was that, the 69? Going off. I think that was Dean Porterfield maybe right there that just left. But this class is a little bit of everything. There's some leaf springs, some are linked, some V8s, some a 4-cylinder, a little bit of everything. Turbos, anything goes in this class. Like I said, you just have to have a steel cab and your doors have to open and close. Some of these guys even have AC and heaters in there still and windows, like Darren Parsons. He puts his windows up and he runs a sealed cab in there sometimes when he's got his windshield in.
I think it's a smart idea, especially racing in the desert. I don't know why we're not all doing it.
Yeah. So a lot of these trucks do have quite a bit of travel. So these, some of these guys are going to go pretty fast. They're not going to be super slow out here. The course is pretty chewed up, but they do have pretty good suspension on a lot of these trucks. Got about a minute and a half until the Class 11 start. So a minute and a half for these guys to get going and start running.
This is crazy. Absolutely fantastic stuff here out of the Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers at the 2023 Toyo Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. What a day of qualifying we've had, but it's all going to finish now with a race, and it's a race with the Class 11s. 37 going to be leaving the line shortly in a land rush start off of the back of Melville Dry Lake Bed. Still more of the Terra crews making their way out onto the track.
Yeah, that was Vincent Munoz right there that we saw in the blue one a minute ago. This is the 1451. This is Eric Wright here, lining up next to the 1480 of Daniel Tyson. So they're going side by side. This class is 2 at a time.
I believe it's every 30 seconds as well.
All right, almost there. 30 seconds. Get your countdown on. Just about 30 seconds till the Class 11s go.
This is going to be absolutely fantastic. Do not forget, if a bug passes one of these Terra crews, they are out of the race. They've got to pull to the side. They are done.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome. I have a feeling a few guys' hearts are going to be broken today.
Yeah, I've got a feeling as well.
Let's ask everybody out here. If you guys think that a Class 11 is going to catch one of these, if so, let's hear it.
Come on, everyone loves the
go.
Class 11.
Let's
It's our
see.
favourite class in desert racing. We all love the T1s, but the Class 11 is where our heart really is.
All right, we should be about 10 seconds if they're still on time here.
Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Pick up your beers.
Oh, there
Get ready
goes
for
a
this to
stock full
start.
truck right in front of him right there. They create a little dust. All right, we got Darren Parsons on the line here. That was him on the right, about to start.
You can imagine, just imagine what's happening now. If you're sitting inside one of those Class 11 cars, you're running, you're up to temperature. Now, all these cars are air-cooled, right? Tim?
Yeah, I think they're delaying the start for the dust to clear. You just saw a stock full just went by, so they're gonna wait, make sure that dust clears. Give
Oh, look at
everybody
this,
a
we've
fair
got a
shot.
traffic jam here in the Terra Cruise.
Oh, see, this is perfect. These guys should be hitting each other.
That's a
right
Jeep.
here. You
That's
should be
is that a
nursing each
Jeep
other.
speed in front?
Oh, that is Green. Greenie out front there.
Oh, he's blown a diff.
What's he doing? He's got to get out of the way there, Greenie. You guys got to hit him.
Come on, guys.
You guys got bumpers. That's what those things are for. Get him out of the way. These guys are way too nice. Back in my day, he would have already been punted off the side of the track. I don't know what these guys are waiting for here. What's that guy doing? Going backwards?
They're not on.
2 toots, 2
Oh,
taps,
man.
2 ton.
Oh, no, here comes
no.
another truck.
Look at this.
What's he
You know
gonna
what's
do? He's
happening
gotta
here?
go around.
They're
There we
getting, yeah, they're getting stuck in the ruts. And there's Dave Cole. He's holding the flag up. It looks like this race is about to get started.
There we
Any
go.
second
Wait,
now.
Here we go. And they're off.
Let's see if I can get a visual.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, give us a big cheer. This is 37 Class 11 cars heading their way back towards Hammertown. Check this out.
Outside coming in, taking the lead.
Donnie Donovan.
Who's that in the front?
We got, looks like Donnie Donovan or Eric Reinhardt out front right now in one of the slow ride garage Class 11.
Who's the pink one there? It looks like the pink one is
Cisco Bile.
Cisco Bile looks to be going to the lead. Look at this.
Greg Shapiro's coming up. He's trying to split him in the Mastercraft yellow car.
Yeah, you call whoever you see here because you're going to know this is the best.
Yep. We got Jeff Wyckoff looking in 5th position. And
Contact!
Oh, no. We got Roberto Robles coming up in 5th.
Now this, ladies and gentlemen, is off-road racing at its best as we watch 37 Class 11 cars heading their way back towards Hammertown.
All right, here we go, coming up behind them.
That looks like the Herbst Redbug there to the right of the screen.
Look at this fantastic imagery
Larry
here.
Rossler in the Baja Jerky Class 11.
This should be the lead pack right here, I think.
Yep.
Looks like the pink car's out front.
Yep, Cisco. We got 3 lanes here.
Yep.
One's up top, might have a slight advantage.
Uh-oh, they're catching a UTV.
Oh.
We got a UTV who was finishing their lap from earlier, about to get passed by 30 mean Class 11s coming up right behind them. You better get out of the way, buddy.
Yeah.
He's being hunted down.
Yeah. He's probably looking at his mirror like, oh shit, what is this?
Never before has this happened, but I can guarantee you it will happen again. Look at this. 3 lines of Class 11s making their way through.
Looks like
and there's one line at the top right here.
Looks like Robles took the lead, Shapiro in 2nd, followed by Cisco.
Looks like they're coming up over the top of Baldwin's jump and making their way back down towards Hammertown.
The 1450s are just headed out of town. Is this one of the trucks? There's Greenie. Is that Greenie on the side there? Let's see. Is it a green one? Oh, it's a black one. Look at all this carnage already.
Carnage.
Oh, no, was that Parsons? That looked like Darren Parsons was turned sideways there. That's definitely not good. I wonder if he got into one of those other trucks. Let's see the truck that's sideways. Does it have checkers on it? Is that Darren Parsons on the left?
Looks like we've got at least 4 cars there that are stationary and 2
man.
side by side. Is that happening there?
Oh, no.
Got ourselves a bottle.
All right, that
already.
one's moving. The brown and white one looks like it's got something going on in the back right.
Absolute carnage here out on course.
What did I tell you? I told you we were going to see some carnage from these 1450 guys.
Well, look
right?
at the depth
they
of the
didn't
ruts.
even make it a mile and look at all this carnage. Oh, there's Greenie. Look at Greenie. He's going off on the side. He's finally getting out of the way.
Still going.
He's still moving.
He's trying to punch it through.
What
And
are
this
these
just
guys
shows you
doing?
how tough this course is.
Come on, guys. Let's go. This is not what I expected from the 1450s.
I can tell.
Okay, we got
I'm a little
Blake
disappointed.
cruising.
We're going to have to talk to some of these guys. We got to get Dan Vance to do a seminar on how to race 1400, 1450 truck for some of these guys here.
You think we need to hold their hand, Fish? Is that what's going on here?
I don't know.
In the meantime, we've still got the action from the Class 11s in the bottom right of our screen.
Looks like they've started to separate it through Baldwin's.
All these guys are going to be out of the race as soon as they get caught in a few minutes.
Yep. Well, what I'm more concerned about is the fact that have they left
what do we
enough
got
of the
here?
course open? Oh,
Looks like we got four stuck right now.
Oh, five. What are they trying to do, making up Baldwin's jump? They never made it up.
never made it up. Oh, look at them. There's a whole heap of them there struggling to get up.
Oh no, look at this one's coming with speed. Or is that a UTV?
Who do we got here?
Oh.
Who do we got? Oh, Josh Felix looks to be stuck.
Oh no. All right, so the question is, did anybody make it over? Have we seen a Class 11 car come over Baldwin's jump yet? Look at this. This is epic.
Oh my word, we're seeing everything here. We've got 1450
passing. He's going for it. There we go.
Oh,
All right.
yeah.
Come on.
Oh, no.
Right into the other guy. Oh, this is pure carnage everywhere.
Class 11s, let's not forget that they are only two-wheel drive.
Oh.
All right, that is someone in the 1450 class made it to the Prologue turnoff. So they're at about mile 7. So that's good. We do have a 1400 truck that made it 7 miles so far, as confirmed on screen.
Looks like we got Greg Shapiro and Donnie Donovan coming into the infield.
This is the infield now. Yeah, this looks like it's for the lead.
Here we go. This is going to be...
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, passing the stock full. Get out of the way.
Get out of the way. Coming on through.
Coming through.
Oh, but he's not the lead car. There's a yellow one in front.
Yellow's in front.
So that should be Roberto Robles.
Question is anybody in front of that yellow car? Is that the first one? I think that's the first one.
So who's that leading there, Tim? Who's in the yellow car?
Roberto Robles.
Roberto Robles. All right, let's see what he can do. Would this be his normal position in the rule book, in the form
Oh,
book?
right through the caution tape. Taking out some of the trash can things over there, whatever those are.
Yes,
the barriers.
Roberto actually comes up from Mexico. He's been co-champion multiple times now. He's definitely a top contender.
All right, we got some more battles going on. It's getting soft right there.
Yeah,
Look at that
Jeff
turn.
Wyckoff, Larry Rossler heading around.
Which one's Larry Rossler in? The green one?
In the green Baja Jerky
All right,
car.
the green Baja Jerky car.
Looks like
has
Alex
Larry
Gonzalez.
Rossler. That's a good one to keep an eye on here.
Absolutely.
Alex Gonzalez coming up on the Grabowski brothers.
Oh, look at the bottom right-hand side of the screen there.
Oh, high centered right on a dirt mound.
Yep.
Probably tried to go for a pass and didn't pass.
Man, what'd we lose? Half the field?
There's Wilkie. Saw Wilkie coming through. Half the field at the first hill. We're going to see some 1450 trucks get past in a second here. Oh, we got more guys trying to get speed to make it up the hill.
There's Robert Johnson in his Rugged Radios Class 11.
Oh, no, he's high-centered too. Oh, more carnage everywhere. All right, oh, somebody's moving.
Cole Wimmer's giving it a shot in 1185
Going
right there.
for it.
Come on, front son, get that boot in there.
There we go. The 1450 truck moving pretty good at the top of the screen there. See if we can get a number off them. See who it is.
Well, that's what we were expecting from these 1450 crews. This kind of pace.
Yeah. Oh, hard on the brakes.
Nah, he just hit a huge washout there. He's broken something on the bottom of the car.
We got to get these guys driving lessons.
Fish, you might have to get back out there, man.
I'm kind of embarrassed. I really am. What happened to these guys nowadays?
Guys like Dan Vance left the class.
See, this is what happens when you big them up, Fish. This is the issue. Now he's moving again. He's looking good. Good pace.
All right, he's moving.
So
Moving
we
again.
got Wiley giving it a shot, trying to get unstuck there. Oh, and definitely do not try to go in reverse in a Class 11. It will not last.
The transmission?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, blow the transmission, the reverse gear out of it right away?
Oh, it'll be toast immediately.
Man, that's probably why we saw some of those guys maybe trying to push the cars even too, huh? All right, so who's this right here?
This is Cisco Bio, an 1118 Fox-backed Class 11. I'm not sure.
Oh, here we go. Look, these guys are out of the race.
Looks like he's in the lead and about to pass his first.
Ah, now is he going to be able to find the line pass? Because this is
Here
soft
we
and
go.
silty here. This is
Here
going
we
to be hard work.
Oh, no problem.
Look at that,
Look at that.
cruises by.
Out of the race and out of the race.
Oh, he's gone down in the wash.
Oh, he's got it.
Has he? Has he?
Yeah! Yeah, he made it. Here comes the next one. Oh, he hit him! Oh, right in the back of him.
He fell off the side of the wash by the looks of it.
No, he went contact right into him. Gosh, he went right in the back of the truck. Oh no, more carnage.
Oh, it looks like Shapiro pulled off.
All right, we got a mover in the bottom still. I think that's the same truck, dark black truck.
So the next question is, how many Class 11s are going to get to the finish?
I don't know.
I hate to say it, but races like this have to fill.
Oh, look at this!
Is that Grabowski?
That looks like Grabowski.
Fantastic pace here.
I think half of the 1450 trucks already got passed and are DQ'd.
It's going to give them plenty to talk about tonight. They'll be able to talk trash until the cows come home.
Oh, they better. If I was these guys, watch, there's one in the back of the truck up here in a minute.
Oh, look at this. He's having to pick a line round. Now, is that the right line?
Down on the right.
That's
North.
Norsty, yeah.
They got to go left.
That's what I was saying to you. That other car, he fell off the wash.
I see him. Yep, he went down there. So the left line.
Look, we got two. We got two getting stuck right now.
Now the trouble is, these cars are coming up across the behind these other vehicles. They got the dust. They can't see the clear line, and the rocks they're trying.
Those rocks are as big as them. They're trying to go over there.
Looks like Blake Wilkie did not get the greatest start that he wanted. He's working his way back up from the back.
We got at least 3 1400 trucks there that are now DQ'd out of the race.
And I'm just looking outside here, Fish. We've got the biggest crowd of the day sitting in front of the booth right now, watching these Class 11s and these 1450s.
Here's
Cole Wimmer, this is the most exciting race of the day so far.
Not Class 11, obviously.
I'm going to have to go and get myself a Class 11 t-shirt later on.
Yeah. So I want to know if there's any other 1450 trucks running besides this one. It seems like the same truck we keep seeing here.
I was going to say, I think there's just one left in it.
I think
do we have a name for him?
It might be 1469.
Oh, look at this.
Tracker here. Dean Porterfield. It looks like he's the first one out on course, according to the tracker. So I think 1469 is that one we keep seeing. 1435, Ken Knutson, if that's, let's see, 1435. He's moving. So we do have a couple 1400 trucks that are moving on course on the tracker.
Look at these poor guys as they're trying to lift their car off the top of a 4-foot creosote bush mound.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do right there? Oh, you got no options, really. You got to get yanked off by somebody.
Get the 6 other guys that are standing there and tell them to push you off. That's all you can.
How much these cars weigh?
About 2,000 pounds.
2,000?
So they're not horrible, but still getting them pushed off.
Yeah, but once they're stuck down in that dirt, it takes a lot of pushing to get them out. Oh, look at this.
Oh, more. Look at this. Yeah, this is a bad spot.
Now, this looks like, is there
recovery,
course workers' cars?
Yeah, we got a recovery vehicle trying to get him out of the way. We got one stuck on the left, the gray one.
Is that Grabowski?
No, Grabowski went by, I think.
Yeah, Grabowski went by.
There's another course worker going to go get some more broken 1400 cars out of the way.
Let's not forget, if you're recovered by a course worker, if you get put back on course, you can continue.
The yellow one is, what's that, popping the bonnet, or what do you call that?
That's it, but we call it a bonnet, you call it a hood.
That's what I was asking. Popping the bonnet, right?
Well, what's he going to find in there?
Oh, look at this, Class 11 going by a Jeep on the bottom.
Yeah.
There's Dennis
making the
Sledden
pass.
in his Class 11, yep. Looks like he must have made it up over that hill. He was going for it a few minutes back, trying to get up it. He must have made it.
Yeah, that's coming back down into Hammertown right there, right?
Yep.
All right, so we have more movement. The question is, who's going to be in the front? Do we know which one is in the front right now? I haven't
Cisco
seen it yet.
or Roberto
Is that a 1450 at the top there, or is that one of the Jeep Speeds?
I missed
That's
it.
a Jeep Speed going down
That
Baldwin.
is, does
on the
look
right,
that way.
On the right. The top's a 1400 truck.
You sure?
Positive. See the fuel cell in the middle with the spares on the side? Then another 1400 truck on the bottom.
He was catching some good air.
Oh, there's Grabowski.
So right there we have Robles stuck, Larry Rossler, Grabowski. I can't see the car behind the truck.
Oh, they're trying to get around that truck still.
Yeah, it looks like we got contact there this time, Fish.
Yep. Oh, is that Wilkie?
Yep, trying to make it around Grabowski. I think he knocked him loose.
Oh, Wilkie in the yeah, like he hit him. He's moving now. Perfect. He says thank you.
What a nightmare. All these guys came back and said it was going to be brutal, and I only believe half of it. I've been racing down in Mexico the last 2 years, and I didn't think it could get much worse than that.
Oh, this is pretty brutal here today. This is awesome.
What we have to remember here, the Class 11 cars are basically VW Beetles. They are more or less a one-wheel drive vehicle when they're out there.
That's up in the top left at Heartbreak Hill. That's Wyckoff stuck in front of everybody.
The 11 one's thinking about going left there, but I don't know if they're going to make that line.
Yeah, I was going to say, that ditch looks enormous.
Yeah. The white one in front seems like they should be able to go here, but they must be stuck on. They're stuck on something there.
It's going backwards.
Where's
Is that
Grabowski?
Grabowski going backwards?
going around.
So have they been able to find a line round, or is he just going to get a run up and see if he can shoot the hillside?
I wonder what the right looks like. It almost looks like if you carried some speed, you might
That's
be able
exactly
to
what
go
I'm
around
looking
the right,
at. Yep.
But the camera's deceiving. We can't really tell what angle
exactly,
that hill's at there. You know what I mean? That might be a pretty steep hill, and we just can't see it.
Videos definitely don't do these.
Okay, so what's this guy carrying here? Is this some kind of jack he's got in his
Looks
hand?
like a jack.
Yep.
Yeah, that's some kind of jack he's going to go get.
I bet they'd give their mother for a sand mat right now.
That was amazing to see that many cars funnel down into a couple lanes.
Oh yeah, that was
see
awesome.
that very often.
I'm not sure it's ever been done before in Class 11.
This bug doesn't know what he's going to come up to in a minute here. He's going to come up to this. He's like, uh-oh, what do we got here? This might be our leader right here.
So Melville, Dry Lake, yep, we have Cisco Bio in the Foxback, Class 11.
All right, so this could be our leader. This is the farthest car we've seen so far. I'm pretty sure this is the leader right here. Cisco Bio?
Yes.
Managed to pick his way through the traffic, and look at the pace.
This guy has been on a tear the last couple years. He's won Crandon twice now, and been winning a couple other desert races. He just has his program dialed. Shout out to Jimenez Racing Engines, who builds his race engine, a buddy of mine, and glad to see good things happening for him.
It looks like his car's working pretty good too, honestly. It looks like it's pretty dialed.
Yeah, I know he went out with Fox a ton and worked on his shocks, and as you can see, yeah, it's working awesome.
So now he's passed a lot of the technical part of the course now. He's passed that first section that's really rough. He might be okay for a while here. You know, it gets a little bit better, you know, better than the beginning section. It's not as rocky, it's not as soft, it's a little bit different.
So it looks like we got Alex Gonzalez moving in the bottom right. I'm not sure where that's at.
Tim, talk to me about the suspension on these cars. I'm guessing they have to run a standard length shock and you know, only a single smoothie style shock absorber. Can they do anything else with the internals?
No, we're not allowed any internal bypasses. We are allowed clickers on the reservoir, but that's it. It's pretty straightforward. We have 6 inches of front wheel travel, about 10 inches of rear wheel travel, and you got to make it work.
6 inches of front travel. How does that suit you, Fish?
Well, you have the tire travel too, so how big the tire, you know, you got to add that in there too.
Make sure to drop your pressure down to
that's
about 15 pounds.
That's another inch and a half.
Yeah, yeah. So these trucks, you know, the 1450 trucks, 1400 trucks, they'll have anywhere between 10 and, you know, upwards of 20-something inches of travel, especially the I-beam guys, they got big travel. So that's why I'm a little disappointed in what we've seen out of these guys. They should have put on a better show. They should not have had that many problems.
If I'm not mistaken,
I don't think you're going to be on their Christmas card list when they get back in here, Fish.
That's okay. They know.
Looks like we got our second Class 11 car out on Melville.
Who's it look like that one is? A darker color car there?
No, that's looking like it could be Alex Gonzalez in the 1196 Class 11.
That's the only problem with this class. They all look the same. Fantastic shots here.
That's exactly who that is, Alex Gonzalez in the 1196 Sletton Engineering backed Class 11.
I hear you know a bit about them.
Yes, that is actually my personal car.
Oh.
I raced the last few seasons, and I needed to take a break because of the flow of work I had. So Alex, who I raced Mexico with the last couple years, his car got destroyed from score, and I was like, hey, why don't you just race my car and until we get the new car done.
Indeed. If you're just joining us, welcome to the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge Qualifier presented by Monster Energy. We're nearing the end of the day, and this is the Terra Crew Rush along with the Class 11 Showdown. Just seen 37 Class 11 cars leave the line in a land rush start, and they're all making their way back towards town now.
That is Darren Parsons there, so he's moving. Oh, was that was the truck that was the black and red truck that was leading earlier at one point, we think.
Say, do we have a count of how many 1450s are down right now?
I don't know. It's a lot. Darren Parsons is moving, though, and that was the favorite right there. So he's looking pretty good if he got around those guys.
I think this is what gets me so excited about these races between the 1450 Terra stuff and then the Baja Jerky Class 11 Showdown is your Dave Cole knows how to make a track to make it challenging. You're not going to come out here and just walk away with a win. You know, it's technical and you have to fight your way through it.
Yeah, we've got 27 Terra Crews out there on track in the 1450 class.
Yeah, it looks like on the tracker right here, I'm just trying to zoom in and find it. It looks like we have Roy Tompkins actually in the 1468. That was your pick, right?
Yep.
It looks like he's on the tracker. He's showing in first place. So Roy Tompkins in the 1468. He's down on the back side of the course. He's at about mile 20 right now. So he is halfway through. Then behind him, it looks like, if I scroll back up, the 1494, Vincent Munoz on the tracker appears to be in second place. Then we have Dean Porterfield in third place. Then we have Jerome Box in 1428 next. Then it takes a little bit back. The 1410 is stopped, so Cordell Weaver is stopped. 1489, Hayden Brown is also stopped right where the 1410 is. So we do have some 1450s moving halfway through the course right now.
Did they put trackers on the Class 11s?
I don't see any trackers
No,
on the
there's
Class
no tracker.
11s.
No, there's no trackers on the
Yeah.
Class 11s. The reason being is that they're not actually able to put a scoring loop in out on Millville. So there's no point in having trackers. There's no point in having transponders on there. It's literally the first cast across the line will be the winner.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
There's still a bunch of carnage here with that one truck in the way.
It looks like the Baja Jerky yellow Class 11 made it free from the first hill.
Oh, here we go. Here's some action. All right, so we got a couple 1400 trucks here. Try and see who we get race numbers off these guys and see what's going on. All right, so here's where he should go up there and he should bump them. This class is all about your buddies. This is where you get to hit them right here and let them know you're there.
Looks like he's
So
gonna
hit him.
kiss
Hit
him.
him. Here we go. All right, give him a tap. Boom. First tap and he
There he
moves.
goes.
All right. See, you move out of the way. That's what you don't just sit there all day, just waiting for him to move. You got to let him know you're there.
And just look at the ground he's already pulled out on that vehicle. Can we see any numbers there, Fish?
I don't see any numbers. I don't think these guys have roof numbers on their cars because usually the series they race in, they don't require roof numbers.
Yeah.
So it's a little tough to see the numbers.
Looks like we got Blake Wilkie going through Melville Dry Lake right now. He
looks like he's ahead of one of those 1450s.
Oh.
Now, nobody's told this 1450 the rules.
Technically, this truck is out of the race according
Exactly.
to Cole, right?
Yep.
So who's going to pull him over, though?
Well,
I think he might be disappointed when he hits the finish line.
Yeah. Here's the hard right for the Prologue.
Blake makes a great job of that, makes it real easy.
So does that mean that Blake is possibly the third car onto Melville Dry Lake?
Could be, as far as we've seen, huh?
Okay, as the action continues here at the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, we're going to pop out for a short commercial break, but if you're watching at home, fly across to kingofthehammers.com/live, get onto that premium feed and you can see all the action here from the 1450s and also from those incredible Class 11s. We'll be back with you very soon with more action here in Hammertown.
Off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
King of the Hammers. It's the toughest one-day race in the world, as far as I'm concerned.
When you need your winch, that's the only thing that matters. It's about getting to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it.
Officially first place in the 4,500 Yukon.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2023 Toyo Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. It's been a fantastic day of qualifying here at the Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers here in Hammertown, and it's just getting better and better. Just a little bit earlier we saw the Terra Crews leave the line, and now we're watching the Class 11s. 37 of these cars just started a land rush start down on the Merville dry lake bed, and just check this out. Fish, what do we got going on?
I think this is the leader right here, and a second ago we just saw the 1450 leader with a flat tire, Roy Tompkins. That was that truck we just saw. So he's changing the tire. He's the leader, and then I believe this is the leader of Class 11, right? Who's this? Cisco Bio?
Yep.
So whose dust is he in, I wonder? This will be interesting. He's in, Greenie! There's Greenie again. He's still moving. That's way farther than he thought he would make it on Race Desert. Yeah.
So officially,
however,
he's now been passed.
He's officially out of the race.
He's out of the race.
Greenie is done. Greenie is DQ'd. He just got passed by a Class 11, so you can see he is out of the race. So good try, Greenie, but you are out of the race. You got passed by a Class 11.
Looks like Cisco Bio is really picking his lines through there, making sure he finds this route.
I'm really hoping that Cisco's had some badges made saying you've been done by a Class 11.
Yeah. I think he's
and if he hasn't, he should.
Now.
So back in the day with the 1450s, we used to have this thing called the donut roll with your buddies, all right? So when you're racing against your buddies, it's all about having fun. If you're racing and you come upon your buddy that's broken or changing a tire on the side of the track like that, the rule was you have to do 2 donuts around them while yelling profanities at them, and then throw them a bottle of water because nobody had anything to drink in their car back then. So that was the donut rule. I'd like to see the donut rule brought back into effect today. So maybe if Roy's still there when the next car catches him, we'll see him do some donuts around him.
That would be epic. That would be epic. Looks like we got another one moving through Melville Dry Lake.
But look at the pace being laid down here by Cisco. Fantastic drive. As you say, we watched him at Crandon last year, and he put on an absolute masterclass.
Yes, and I, talking to all the top guys yesterday, they went out there and they did the course 2, 3, 4 times to make sure they knew this course like the back of their hand. You know, these guys right now, they know exactly where they're going and where they want to be.
Yeah, and this is 1 lap today, so if you guys are just joining us, we were watching a 1-lap race with Class 11 and the Terra Crew Rush 1450 race. 1 lap for 40 miles, that's it. This is not a prologue. They're not racing tomorrow unless they entered a different class. This is the race right here, so you're going for it right here. It looks like Blake Wilkie down in the bottom. So he may be in 2nd or 3rd place is what we're thinking, right? 2nd or 3rd?
Yeah, I know Alex was up there in 2nd, but I've not seen any video lately confirming his position.
Yeah, I believe Alex is going to be 2nd on the tracker. I did find some Class 11s tracking. Cisco is not tracking, but we do have Alex Gonzalez showing on the tracker. It looks like he's doing 55 miles an hour right now. So Alex Gonzalez in 2nd most likely, and then that's going to put Blake Wilkie right there in the 1157 in 3rd. Behind him, it looks like Dustin Grabowski has got around the mess he was in earlier. He's going to be 4th possibly, and then the 1101 of Jeff is going to be behind him.
Looks like we had the 1155 just pull up.
Out of the race?
Yep, DNF. There's Larry Rossler cooking.
There you go. Larry Rossler's got moving again. He was one of the ones stuck for a little while there at the beginning too, wasn't he?
Yep.
He was, but this is a man who's won so many things. If anyone knows about desert racing, it's Larry Rossler.
Yep. He knows it's not over till you get to the finish line.
This is a man who has won the Baja on bikes, who's won the Baja in cars, and now he's attempting the King of the Hammers in a Class 11.
Okay, it looks like we have the 1196 of Alex Gonzalez on Big Pip.
All right, so second place right there, Alex Gonzalez.
Seems to possibly lost the rear bumper already.
And then third place, Blake Wilkie is down in the bottom right. So you're looking at second and third place right now in the Class 11 race.
Fantastic shots here from our production crew. We have drones, we have helicopters, we have static cameras, and most importantly, an army of people in production bringing you these amazing images. So if you're just joining us now, we are coming to the end of a day of qualifying here at the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge 2023 presented by Monster Energy. But right now it's all about our final part of the day. It's the Terra Crew Rush and also the Class 11s.
And looking at the map, it looks like Roy Tompkins is still at 0 miles an hour on the tracker, and it looks like Vincent Munoz has possibly got around him if the tracker is correct here. So we may have a new leader in the 1400 class, 1494 Vincent Munoz. It looks like he's the new leader, and he's going to be approaching approximately mile 29. So only about 10 more miles to go for the leader in the 1400 race right now. We'll see if Roy Tompkins gets going again. We saw him working on something back there, flat tire. They might have had something else, brake line, something else taking him a little longer to fix.
Those Class 11s are probably scooting across there at about 45 to 55 miles an hour.
And it just updated, and Roy Tompkins is moving again, and he is in second behind Vincent Munoz. So it's Vincent Munoz in first, confirmed, it looks like on the tracker, and 1468. Roy Tompkins behind him, about a mile behind him. They are your first two cars on the course, just coming up to mile 32 right now. Got a Class 11 coming across.
Looks like a slow ride back to Class 11. It's either Donnie Donovan or Eric.
So the shadows are starting to lengthen here in Hammertown. And still our Class 11s are making their way towards
Grabowski, look at him. He's getting some coming across there.
Those guys are always on a mission. The Grabowski brothers, they have just had bad luck at every race since they started. First race, they actually rolled the car here last year.
Is that Wilkie? No. Is it? Oh, that's Wilkie. Is that Wilkie? That
no,
doesn't
that
look
looks
good.
like
oh, that's smoke.
Oh, so what are we seeing there?
That is definitely something going wrong in the engine there. Possibly lost a rod, seized a bearing. I mean, you name it, but it's
he's had no luck with that motor. Now, he put a rebuilt motor in just before the event. They had problems again, so they tore the motor down and rebuilt it once again, but it looks like it hasn't survived. Tough break for Blake.
At least he stopped right by a crew so we can go over there and get a drink.
Yeah.
I expect it'll be a stiff one.
Oh, there's a Herbst entry, 1198, a terrible Herbst entry. There's Wilkie.
Must be nice to be followed in a helicopter driving a Class 11.
Okay, so if that's Wilkie, who was the other car that we just saw pulling over with an engine issue?
What he said?
I'm pretty sure it was Jeff Wyckoff.
Okay, right, there we go.
Yep, for sure, that's Jeff Wyckoff. Unfortunately, way cool dude. Sad to see this.
Yeah. Let's say, just mentioning back to Blake, and we were talking about it, that he's had engine problems all week, so I'm glad that it wasn't Blake. But tough break for these guys.
Yeah, it's the 1101. All right, we're gonna have our first 1450 truck coming in pretty soon because this tracker's a couple minutes behind and it's showing them at about mile 35. So I think Vincent Munoz, that black and blue Ford Ranger, is gonna be the first one coming back in, probably any second actually. Don't be surprised if we see him popping in to Hammertown pretty soon. That might be him right here, it looks like.
Sounds
like black with a little bit of blue on the side. It says MC on it. We'll see what happens over here in a minute.
What are we looking at miles per hour there, Fish?
You're probably about 100. I don't know, maybe some of these guys. I mean, the spec trucks were doing what they say. They could only do 108 or something like that earlier. So that's not Vincent there. That's somebody else. But yeah, they're probably around there, around the same speed as the spec truck.
So I did something at last year's Mint that I never thought I would do. I was going down one of the dry lake beds in Josh Felix's Class 11. I hit 96 miles an hour on the dry lake bed.
Really?
Fourth gear, and the craziest feeling is at about 90 with the air going so fast underneath the fenders. It actually lifted the car up about an inch, and then it was almost impossible to drive. You barely kissed the steering wheel, and it wanted to pull the car one way, you know, try to revert it back, and it wanted to pull the other. Do not recommend going 100 on a dry lake bed in a Class 11.
I think I hear a truck behind us here. That's them. That's the leader right there. That is Vincent Munoz right there. So this is your lead 1400 truck coming back into Hammertown pretty soon, coming over Baldwin Jump. They're going to go down, go past back door, and then they'll be right back here in the short field, probably within about 30 seconds or so.
Is he also racing his 6100?
I don't know. That's a good question. It is Vincent Munoz, 1494. That is going to be our leader coming back into Hammertown.
Looks like we got Caden Wells cruising through the desert there.
And Vince has been around for a while too. He's not a newer 1450 guy. He's been racing for quite a long time. Like you said, he's recently stepped it up. They also have a T2 6100 truck that he races. And I don't see him on the entry list for that one out here, so I think he's just racing the 1450 truck this weekend, it looks like.
I know he just finished a score season, so probably going back to his roots.
Yeah, that's right.
This Class 11 field is really strung out now across the whole of this course.
That was Corey Vandermark or Brian Pascoe making
Oh, look at the pace on this.
Roy Tompkins does look like he's going to be second in the 1468. That might be him right there because it looks like he's on the dry lake bed on the tracker. So I bet you that is our second place 1450, the 1468 of Roy Tompkins.
Yeah, looks like he's got great pace there as he makes his way up towards Baldwin's Jump.
Here comes Vince coming back in. Look, he's already got a checker flag on the truck. Yeah. How'd he get that already? He didn't even go across the line yet.
So coming into the infield, he's got to take it easy here.
He's got to be smart. He's got that dirty travel in the front there, those I-beams. Look at the thing, it's going to three-wheel around these corners probably.
Keeping it smart, keeping it simple.
Say what
only a few more bends, only a few more turns.
There he comes. Oh, coming in pretty hot. Look good, look at that wheel, see, three-wheeling. Wait till you see the next one, probably be even more.
So easy to overcook it on these Talladegas.
Oh, it looks pretty good there.
This is looking fantastic.
Pretty good. Here he comes. This is going to be your 1450 winner right here, most likely, depending on where he started. Here we go, Vincent Munoz. Oh, getting a little sideways, coming in hot. All right, we got a finisher. That's good.
It did look for a while there like we might not even get one.
I was wondering if we'd get one to the finish line for a bit there, yeah. So pretty awesome, 1494. That is your first place so far, your first finisher in the class. He did it in a 38.52, so just over a 40 mile an hour or 60 mile an hour average for the 40 miles. Average probably about 61 miles an hour or so. So pretty good, not bad for a 1450 truck. Steel cabin working doors. These things have steel cabin working doors too, huh?
Yeah, it fits the bill. It looks like here we have Cisco Bio again, still out front, going through Emerson's Bridge.
Yeah, Cisco, he looks absolutely fantastic making his way through here. I've got a feeling there's only going to be two 1450s that are going to finish ahead of him.
All right, so looking at the entry list, Vincent Munoz started behind the next truck that's coming in, Roy Tompkins. So that means that Vince is going to be your winner since he started behind him and he finished in front of him. So he's already got him on time and he physically finished in front of him also.
So we're looking at Cisco Bio now making his way across Emerson Ridge. Oh, we've got another car coming into the short course here. Who's this fish?
This should be Roy Tompkins right here coming in.
Yep, that's Roy Tompkins.
He's the one we saw changing a tire or something earlier. He was leading,
like
and then he's got another flat.
Yeah, he's got another flat, look.
That's the second flat he's got on the back right there.
Getting dangerous.
Coming in, got to be careful in the left-hand corner. The right's all right. Just got to be careful in the left. Right here, get it careful.
Throw it on out.
Yeah.
Not bad, not bad.
Another I-beam truck, kind of old school technology. Coming in. Oh, that's pretty risky right there. Staying on the gas.
Risky but fun.
Risky
We've all been that guy.
There. Yeah. All right, so this is going to be second place in the Terra Crew 1400 race right here. Roy Tompkins coming across the line.
So we have 2 cars across the finish line.
All right, so we're going to go down to Miles. He's with our winner, Vincent. What do you got, Miles?
So I'm down here with Vince Munoz, and you just, it looks like unofficially won this race. The race was on adjusted time, but I think you just locked her down. You got to be pretty stoked to have some fun out there, didn't you?
Yeah, we had some fun. It's a fast course, really fast. And, you know, the Ranger, when it runs good, it puts in work. And you just have to not make mistakes as a driver, and you just got to drive it, and it'll get you to the finish line. But, yeah, no, it's awesome being here. And look, there's teammate right there behind me, second, so that's even better.
Yeah, so number 1 and 2. And explain the class just a little bit, the Terra Crew, the 1450. So the doors open, it's just kind of run what you brung, right? You kind of build whatever you want with some safety aspects and so.
Yeah, safety aspects. I started racing 1450 class in 2008. So, I mean, 1450 class has been around for years. It just kind of comes and goes, but it needs to go bigger. It's awesome. It's a door slammer class. Anybody can get involved. You build it in your garage. This truck was built in a garage its first half, but obviously its second life is a shop build. That's why it does so good. But yeah, it's a 1450, bunch of group of guys and good friends just hanging out and racing, good times, and yeah.
I mean, that's where Ultra 4 started its roots as well, so it's great to see you guys out here having fun and enjoying yourself. And Vince, I'm pretty sure you just locked down unofficial. Congratulations on winning this thing, man.
Right on. Thank you, guys. Of course, I couldn't have done it without my team, MCC Pipeline, KMC Wheels. Gravel Kings came on board and is helping the Ranger for this year. Stoked for that. My wife, Danielle, puts up with all my racing habits, and just the family and everybody and all the friends that come and help. Awesome.
All right, well, again, congratulations goes to Vince. Fish, I'm going to send it back to you, buddy.
All right, we are back. This looks like it's going to be your third truck coming in. It's the 1435. Oh yeah, Ken Knudsen is coming in right here. So your third one to finish, 1435. All right, airing it out. That's an A-arm one there. It's a little cleaner travel.
Yeah, looking good there as it crossed the line. Car looks in one piece. Stayed out of trouble.
All right, so we got 3 across.
Okay, so how far out do we think Cisco is?
Well, looking at the tracker, the 1196 is at mile 20, so he's probably just a little bit ahead of that, maybe a mile or two, so probably about halfway, a little bit past halfway for the lead Class 11. There's Darren Parsons. He's got some flames coming out when he lets off the gas there. Coming out the exhaust. So he's coming in, it looks like he's going to be 4th, right?
Yep. Looks like he took a little bit of damage to his passenger rear. I don't think he's going to be happy about that on that thing.
Yeah. I think he got in trouble right off the start there when he tried to go around the people that were stuck, that we saw that whole cluster. I think he had some trouble getting around there, and then, yeah, somebody hit him. But he looks like he's going to come home with a 4th place finish today. We'll have to check the times with him and the truck in front of him. I'm not sure which one. See, he started in front, so the other guy's going to beat him. All right, so he is across the line, and then it sounds like Miles has our 2nd place finisher. What do you got, Miles?
So I'm down here with Roy Thompson, unofficial 2nd place, but on a just Thompson, sorry, Tomkins.
Tomkins.
There it is. All right, Roy.
Everybody gets it wrong. It's all right.
My bad.
It's all right.
But yeah, so unofficial 2nd, but on adjusted time, it's gonna be really close. You did come in on a flat tire, tough break on that, but it was fun out there, wasn't it?
It was. We had we passed everybody in front of us in the first couple miles, and we were checking out. We put some time on everybody when we went through the lake bed. We kept looking back and nobody was there. So when Vince came around us when we got the first flat, I mean, we had a good 5 minutes. We were almost done changing the tire, which we racked, by the way. Okay.
And then
we racked it. You review the helicopter footage on that. I don't want to leave a tire in the desert any more than anybody else. Yeah, Vince got around us. We were pushing hard on the finish coming in and earned another flat coming in, so.
That's just part of it.
That's part of it. I mean, that's, king of the hammers, so.
Yeah, but look at the smile on your face, hanging out with all your friends out here, battling it. It's great.
Truck was on rails. We hit 113 on the lake bed, which I was impressed for this truck. The motor in this thing is nothing special. It's a 408 from Robert Maruzzi, but it runs good. The thing runs hard. Plus, little truck on 37s, and we're pacing all these guys on 40s. So,
but out here running and having fun.
Oh yeah. Just good time with all the homies.
Is this your first time coming to the King of the Hammers?
We've run this before a couple times in T2 with Vince Munoz over there, but this is my first time racing it in one of these trucks.
Nice. Well, and like I said, unofficial second. We'll see how it shakes up on just a time. But man, it was great watching you guys, watching the bugs trying to chase you down. The bugs passed quite a few of your buddies out there, so there's going to be some smack talk going on.
I was worried. If you get passed by a Class 11,
it's going to be a little embarrassing.
That is the black mark of shame, and you'll never live it down.
All right. Well, Roy, great job. Lots of fun having. Congrats on finishing this thing.
Thank you.
All right, Fish, back to you, buddy.
All right, so we do have some adjusted times that I'm just looking at here, because remember, this race is on adjusted times. They didn't all start at the same time. So Vincent Munoz is your winner. He is still in first. However, we have Ken Knudsen has moved up into second place on adjusted time. Darren Parsons has gone to third place, and Roy Tompkins is in fourth place. We just had another finisher, the 1428. Jerome Box has been fifth, and then Pat O'Keefe in one of the old Walker Evans trucks finished sixth. Those are all unofficial, of course. We'll have to review all the trackers and everything, but that is how it's looking on the timing board.
And that looks like Blake Wilkie there, making his way towards Emerson Ridge. Now, Cisco Bio, where is he?
He should be here.
He should be anytime
right?
now.
If that's where that is.
Do you guys know what
So
it
we're
is?
going to be looking
That's
out
on the
for
back. That's on the back.
Yep.
Been a long day. Got confused there. That's not the one that's right here. Oh, Miles has Ken down there, it sounds like. Miles, who you got?
We got Ken Knudsen down here. It sounds like on adjusted time, you just moved into second place. So it's a great run out there. A lot of fun. You're out here racing with all your buddies, and then your buddy behind you came in and gave you a little love tap.
Yeah, that's part of racing, man. That's half the fun right there. I wasn't dirty to no one for once. I got a reputation, but I was good today. Freaking pumped. Second place, dude. I've never finished a race with this truck yet in my life.
And now you're here second place at King of the Hammers?
Baby.
You got to be stoked.
Oh, I am beyond pumped. I cannot thank all my sponsors enough. Maruzzi Race Motors freaking killed it all day. Maximum Trans, PRP, Terra Crew for putting on this event. So awesome. 5x5 communication. Roy, you're the man. Can't thank everybody enough. It was awesome.
Well, I'm glad to see you guys out here racing with us at King of the Hammers for the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge. And it was just a great day, and congrats on unofficial second place.
Awesome. Thank you, man. I'm pumped.
All right, Fish, back to you, buddy.
Thanks.
All right, we got another finisher coming in. Is that the 1487, it looks like? Looks like the 1480, or 67. 1467 coming in next. So that is going to be Scott Goodwin is our next one to come into Hammertown here. He's got somebody right behind him, too, it looks like. So we got two coming in. You notice he's got a windshield and his windows up. He's got his AC on in that front truck, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'll be doing.
Definitely cool to see these guys this close coming into the finish.
Then the 1403, right?
Yep. It was a wreck there at the beginning for a
Oh, look at this. Absolutely side by side across the line.
So that's Kenny Falconer coming in there. Kenny started pretty far back, so he's going to jump up. And yeah, check this out. Kenny just finished. He just jumped all the way up to 5th place on corrected time because the 1403 was the last 1400 off the line. Wow. So on corrected time, he just jumped all the way up to 5th place. And the other car, was that Scott Goodwin, is in 8th place.
I remember when Kenny Falconer started that truck. How long ago did he finish it, that new Chevy?
I don't know. That's a good question. Is that 14, who's that one? 465? 485?
Yeah, 1485 coming into the finish.
All right, so Billy Hanmer coming in here. He started pretty far back too. He's gonna jump up pretty far. There he is, up to 6th place. All right, so 6th place right there.
Yeah, and Falconer looks like he was the last 1450 off the line, so.
Yeah, that's why he jumped up to 5th place on corrected time, even though he's just finishing now, and we've already had 10 trucks come in.
Yeah.
So he's the 9th and 10th truck here, and they jumped all the way up to 5th and 6th place on corrected time, unofficially.
Looks like they got Wiley, Class 11, moving again. They were stuck on that first hill for a long time. you know, we were talking about lights a little bit ago.
Yep. It's going to be a long, long day for some of those Class 11s out there, particularly those ones that got stuck just before they went up Baldwin's Hill early on.
Here we go. Who's this? Is this a bug? We should have a bug come
This has got to be a bug out here, surely. I'm reckoning this could be Cisco.
Yeah, it could be.
Well, they're saying that. I mean, he's really hauling. But as Tim was just saying, some of these Class 11s are hitting nearly 100 miles an hour now.
Another 1450 there.
Yeah, that's a 1450. I'm not sure that's the same car that we were just watching.
So
look how the dust is hanging over there.
So check this out. Remember where everybody got stuck on the start going up that hill? All these guys have to go up that again to finish this lap because they started before that, right?
Yep.
So now they're going to be coming around. That's going to be chewed up even more. They're going to have to make it up that hill. So Cisco and all them, they're going to have a clean run up that hill. One of them could get stuck easily again, right?
Absolutely, and let's not forget there's going to be traffic on that hill now. There's still cars left there from the first lap.
I'm looking at it right now. I got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I got about 12 cars almost still sitting there.
Oh,
that
wow.
are still stuck from that first lap. So they're going to have to negotiate through 12 stuck cars and make it up that before they get back here to Hammertown.
That's a third of the class. That's a large portion.
And we're just watching another 1450 making his way towards the finish. We've got eyeballs on who this might be. Certainly going to find out in a moment as he crosses the line.
Missing a hood.
They're overrated.
1469.
So Dean Porterfield coming into the finish there.
Yeah, it does look like Dean Porterfield there, and he's finishing in 10th position, 11th position, sorry.
All right, we've got more dust out on the lake bed. Got another 1400 truck.
It seems more of them survived than we first thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're coming around now, right? Just that off the beginning there, it was a bit of a.
Well, you know why, don't you, Fish? They heard you bitching about their driving, and they're coming in to see you. That's what's going on here.
Bring it over here.
Okay, look at this.
Oh.
All right.
That's a 1450.
Yep, that's a truck. So coming up to Baldwin's Jump, this is where they all got stuck the first lap. All the 11 cars.
I didn't know that they sent them over the same hill again to come.
Yeah,
into the
they got to come right back. They started on that lake bed right before this. Now they got to come back through there again at the end of the lap.
So these Class 11s, they're going to be doing around about 42 miles.
Yeah, they're actually doing more than 40, correct.
There's Donnie Donovan, his slow ride Class 11.
You got awards for pretty, that thing would win one. Look at that, she's beautiful.
He's even running the hubcaps. It looks like he lost one, but it's one way to finish a car off.
Well, he's got lights on his roof, and I've got a feeling he's going to need them. .1107 there. Great looking cars, aren't they? I love the fact he's still got the chrome shakers on the back there.
He's even got a half windshield there.
I think he has got a full windshield in that, hasn't he?
Almost. It's cut out slightly.
We've got 40 minutes until the official sunset. So sunset is in 40 minutes officially.
He needs to engage more right foot. But of course that's easy for us to say. Look at these 1450s struggling to make their way up of the Baldwin's Jump.
I cannot.
Yeah, the 11's got to go up that.
Exactly.
These guys got all this power and they're barely making it up.
Well, it's when you actually go over to
the
Baldwin's Jump and you just see how violent the rocks are there and just how cut up it is. It's a big ask to get those 11 cars up there, but that's what they've got to do. Very easy to burn out the clutches, of course.
So looking at the tracker, it looks like the one that I can see on there is Alex Gonzalez, and he is currently at about mile 27, just about mile 27. So Cisco, if he's still in front of him, we haven't got a shot of him in a little bit. So assuming he's still in front of him, he's probably right about mile 28 or 29 or so. And then Alex Gonzalez is right about 27. So just over a little bit more than 10 miles to go for the Class 11s to get back to the finish. And that last mile is going to be the gnarliest part of the rest of the race in. Where they are right now, they're on top. They have a little sand hill actually where they are right now in a minute. And then once they get up there, they're going to get back on top of a ridge. It's hard packed, come down to the lake bed. That's all pretty easy. Go across the lake bed, that's easy. But then you got to go up that sand hill at Baldwin Jump. And we're going to see if anybody's going to make it.
Looks like we have the 1163 of Dennis Sletton plucking his way through Melville.
It's good to see the light bar on the top of this one. Again, he's going to need it.
It does look like most of the people caught the memo and made sure they put lights on.
Yeah, at least some kind of something in the front there. Yeah,
Larry Rossler there.
Lighting technology's come a long ways nowadays, so you don't really need to have a lot on here. You know, you can run an LED bar and get quite a bit of light. You don't have to suck a lot of power, because these guys don't have big alternators on these cars, right?
No, 55 amp alternators. As you can see, like on Larry's Baja Jerky car there's 2 Vision X pods and 1 10-inch amber on the front of that car.
And that's plenty of light for the speeds these guys are going.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So look at Larry making his own line there. It's actually smart going around the soft stuff.
I seen him do that about the last half mile watching him. You know, but he's not one of the goats for no reason.
Exactly. He knows what he's doing. That car will make it to the finish line.
You know, he almost, I actually built that car. I finished it about a week and a half ago in the other Baja Jerky car, and I just remember him like telling me to my face so confidently, like, yeah, I'm gonna get it to the finish. Like, who can say that in a class 11?
Yeah. All right, we got another 1450 truck. It looks like the 967 or something coming in. Little confused maybe. Trying to get to the finish line.
Sounds like he's running on a couple cylinders.
That is Michael. I'm not even going to try to pronounce the last name. The 997 is coming into the finish.
Have you given up on that one?
Oh, Scafudo. Michael Scafudo.
Coming around. One more big turn all the way around and then across the line.
Scafute. So yeah, this is Michael Scafute making his way to the finish line. I've got you.
There you go. You can mess it up.
I got you. And here he is crossing the line now. Michael Scafute. And the car looks real clean, doesn't it? Looks like it's ready to go round again. The 997 crossing the line. Probably going to be around about 13th, something like that.
Not the pink one anymore. He got past it.
There's Alex Gonzalez in the 1196 class 11.
Yeah, Michael Scafuto confirmed crossing the line there in 12th position.
All right, so this is the second place car we're thinking, right?
That's what, yeah. If our memory
Cisco's
serves
still
right.
in front. Now, it is interesting. We didn't see a camera shot of Cisco coming through right here
Just
yet,
about to say
but
exactly
he did.
the same thing.
Okay, we're being told he did get past here. Oh, wait, he got past or he came past here? We're trying to figure that out. Current physical leader right here, we're being told now.
Yes, the 1196, Alex Gonzalez. He was running in second there for a while, but it looks like something may have happened to Cisco, and that allowed Alex to scoot out front.
All right, so that means our tracker that I'm looking at is correct, and that he's at about mile 29 right now, the 1196. Look at him trying to shield his face from the sun. He's going west right now, straight into the sun. It's just so hard to see.
Look at those poor heads just bouncing around in there. That is the epitome of class 11 right there.
Need some sun visors in there.
There is, if you look.
Where are they?
Right on the top and the bottom.
They need bigger ones.
Oh, for sure.
They need the ones that you fold down, you know, that come down a little bit more.
These are real Iron Men of our sport, that is for certain.
Looks like one of the last challenge these leaders are looking at is, yeah, getting up that last hill.
Just telling him hard right. Look, he's pointing. He's like, we're going right. Stay right.
Okay, so this is, he must be coming up now to Baldwin's jump, surely.
No. He's over here at mile
oh, right, okay, so it's still a long way out then.
Yeah, he's about 10 miles out.
It's only when you're watching this that you realise the pace of those T1s.
Oh, yeah. Were they almost 70 miles an hour earlier average on the same course?
Yeah.
So that is our leader in the Class 11, Alex Gonzalez, the 1196. I believe that means that Blake Wilkie is most likely going to be the next car we see coming through the same section.
But we can only
in the 1157.
But we can only speculate on Cisco Bio. He might just have a flat tire. It could be more serious. We really don't know at this stage. As soon as we find out, we will let you know.
Yeah, this might turn into a race. If there's almost 10 miles of track left, it looks like Blake is making up a little bit of time here, little by little. It might turn into a photo finish.
Okay, if you're just joining us from home, welcome to the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge Prologue here, presented by Monster Energy. It's been an incredible day of Prologue action, and right now we're watching the race for the Class 11s and for the 1450s. They won't be racing tomorrow. This is their moment of time. This is their big race. We saw 37 of them start earlier in a land rush start, and that is our current race leader. Okay, Tim, who we got coming across here?
That is the 1163 of Dennis Sletton. He was stuck on that first hill for a long time, but it looks like he's got back in a groove and making up as much time as he can.
That's great to see. Picking his way through. Now we've got a whole week of action here at the Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers 2023 here in Johnson Valley, California. Come and join us. Come and join all the action live. Go to kingofthehammers.com/live and you'll be able to pick up the live action. If you pay for the premium package, it's $25. You'll get to see no adverts and you'll get to see all the extra action as it happens. I believe we have over 900 vehicles racing here this week, which is just incredible. So be sure to get over to kingofthehammers.com/live, check it out, and join us all week long as we bring you more and more action here live in Johnson Valley. Now, Tim, you've raced these cars for many, many years. What's it like sitting in one of these Class 11s? Are you getting beaten to death, or is it actually quite comfortable?
It's more comfortable than people think. We have suspension seats, and I tell people it's like riding in a couch. As long as you're not out there smashing into every 3-foot whoop.
You see, the interesting thing there is all our race cars, we always want to run shell seats so that we are absolutely buckled in hard. We don't want to run suspension seats because that actually causes us problems. But you're going to do the reverse in a Class 11 because that's your suspension, I'm guessing.
So going back to our earlier conversation, we got 6 inches of front wheel travel, 2 inches of tire, and probably another 3 in the suspension seat.
See, you hadn't considered that, Fish. You've got to take the seat suspension into consideration.
I forgot about that.
So there you go. You've got nearly 11 inches of suspension travel now.
That's a lot. That's plenty. What do you need that much for?
Yeah, it's almost too much.
Yeah.
Looks like we got this one might actually be Eric. What do we have there? The 1176. Not used to having to look through 35 plus names.
Yeah, it's quite a long list. Eric Reinhardt, it looks like.
Yep, Eric Reinhardt.
Yeah, it is. Eric Reinhardt.
His slow ride back, Class 11.
And we've just had another finisher crossing the line in the 1450 class as we cut back
Like
to more Class 11 action here. And Tim, who are we looking at on course there?
Eric Reinhardt, he's out there cooking too. He was one of those ones, I think he was the one that went off the side of the hill at the beginning.
Yeah, he's showing great pace there. It always amazes me, these Class 11s, at the pace that they can actually lay down.
There's Greeny.
Yeah, Greeny, he's still making his way across the track. We saw him stuck up on that wash earlier on. Good to see him back up and running again, but he's been passed by a few Class 11s now. So he's still running, but officially he's out of the race.
Yeah, Greeny doesn't care. He's just going for the finish. He's going to say, you're going to have to drag me off this track.
Absolutely. Well, he's got to get back for beer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is he supposed to do? He's going to take the fastest route back.
Absolutely.
Yeah. He's definitely not taking the fastest route, though. I don't think his car goes fast enough to go on the fastest route.
That's Corey Vandermark that they just showed in the 1102, the yellow car.
And still the action keeps coming here at the 2023 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge Prologue. But right now we're watching the race. We're watching the Class 11 showdown here in Johnson Valley, California at the Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers 2023. Oh, look at how this fading sun's creating all this amazing colours. Now, is this our lead car coming up to the Baldwin's jump?
This says Baldwin's jump.
It almost looks like Wilkie with that
It
flag on the
does.
back, doesn't it? Did the other
But that
car-
wasn't
did
our
Alex
race
have that
leader,
flag
was it?
Too? I don't know if Alex had that flag on the back. See the flag on the back?
No, Alex
Wilkie
did not
does.
have a flag.
I bet you this is Wilkie.
Now, this is going to be interesting. Don't forget, we've still got stationary cars on the track from earlier on in the day, and this is a huge hill climb for these Class 11s. He's going to give it absolutely everything. Throw it all out the window and just hit that pedal as hard as he can. Will we slow it?
I don't. That's not Wilkie.
No.
No, that's not right.
Maybe that's a car
This
from
doesn't.
earlier.
Yeah, I've got a feeling. I've got a feeling this is a car that's trying to
Yeah.
take a run up from earlier.
Yeah, they might have got unstuck, went down, tried to get some speed.
Yeah,
and they're
that's what
coming
I think
back
this
up.
is.
Yeah, this is a lap car.
I'm gonna say
Oh,
that's
look at the wheels
11
spinning.
1154 of Garrett Yak.
Yeah, desperately trying to get traction here. Look at this. Come on. Can we wheel him up this hill?
He looks like he's got a decent run.
He's getting it together.
Stay on the pipe, buddy.
Uh-oh.
Come on,
Keep
my
going.
friend.
the
Come
pipe.
on, come on, come on.
Okay, this is good news for our leaders coming around because he just made it up. If
Yeah.
he just made it up, they should be able to make it up.
He's just got, oh, look at that. He's
All
over
right.
the crest, so it is possible.
All right, it can be done.
Yes, those guys, that's Bad Decision Motorsports, the 1154 of Garrett Yak. They just purchased that car about a month ago. This is their first Class 11 race, so
Okay.
they're definitely in for a treat.
All right, now who do we have here? Emerson Ridge. This is on the backside.
Possibly Caden Wells. Yep, that's Caden Wells going through Emerson Ridge. Looks on the tracker.
Yeah, the 1196. We got Alex Gonzalez. He's on the lake bed right now on the tracker, so or he's about to be on it. Yeah, that is the lake bed right there where he's on, because then they go left and they go up the hill. So we should be seeing 1196 on our lake bed shot pretty soon, and that is going to be our leader, Alex Gonzalez. 1196, getting close, only a couple miles away. Has a decent lead over the 1157 Wilkie on the tracker at least. Now there could be a car in between them that's not tracking that we haven't seen, you know, so
the
we don't know.
tracker has not been very reliable.
Yeah, the tracker is showing both of them in the front too, and then behind them it looks like Larry Rossler is actually in third, it looks like, or Donnie Donovan, depending on what side of the course he was on.
Yeah. I want to say Donnie
is
is
he running in
possibly
third?
up there.
Okay,
yeah.
so he's probably third, and then Rossler's most likely fourth. And then we don't know where Cisco is, if he's still moving or not. But we should see our leader coming up pretty soon. See if he can make it over Baldwin. Jump.
I told him first gear, foot to the floor, and don't let up.
Just go, huh?
Yeah. That's all you can do.
You know they're probably thinking of like, oh no, we gotta go up that one more time, right?
Number 2.
Yeah.
Who's this? There's an 11 car coming up on Baldwin's jump.
Okay, this could be them. It should be them if the tracker's looking correct here. This should be our race leader right here. This might be Alex Gonzalez, the 1196. We're gonna find out in a second. Let's see if they make it up the hill.
This is where things get interesting.
The sun is at a perfect spot for us right now, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the good news. If this is Alex Gonzalez, he's not actually driving
It is.
into
He's
the
got
sun.
the little stripes on the front of the hood.
Yep, his notorious Serape. It started with his Mexico car, and he made sure to put it on this one, even running stateside.
All right, this is your Class 11 leader right here, only about a mile away from Hammertown. Can they make it up the hill? Got to keep their speed up. Uh-oh, changing lanes. He's going for the bushes. You get more traction in the bushes.
But they're looking for flat and
like
level
he's got
terrain.
some
They've
good
got to try and
momentum.
keep
He's
that
pretty
diff from
good.
spinning up.
Yeah, he's almost at the top. He's got it.
Come on, Alex.
Oh, come on, he's
Oh,
working that
he's
bug
got it.
hard.
All
Over
right.
the top she goes. That is our race leaders, ladies and gentlemen. in the Class 11s are making their way down towards the bottom of Backdoor and Resolution, and they'll be making their way into town any moment now.
Only seconds away from seeing the first 11 car out of that gnarly 37 car Land Rush start make it to the finish line. Only a couple corners to go.
There we have Donnie Donovan, 1107.
Okay. Him and Wilkie are actually right on top of each other on the
It looks like
tracker.
Wilkie may have stopped.
He is. Wilkie's at 0 miles an hour. So Blake Wilkie is now showing at 0 miles an hour at about mile 28 or 29 on the tracker, which this would be your second place car right here on screen, right?
Yep, the 1107 of Donnie Donovan.
All right, so the problem for Blake Wilkie is at 0 miles an hour.
So this is potentially our second place car in the Class 11 Showdown 2023.
All right, should be coming into Hammertown any second here. He should be on the short course, about ready to take home the big win. Obviously, Alex Gonzalez is one of the favorites coming out here, huh? He's been winning quite a few races down in Baja recently. They have that car pretty dialed in.
I was super grateful for him and trusting me to prep his car for him and build his race engine. We had a great 2021 year, won the championship. We kind of fell short last year, but still were able to finish the Baja 500 and pretty much a Baja 1000. And then previously, that was Donnie Donovan, who we can confirm was in second place in the 1107 car.
Yep.
And the leader should be pulling into Hammertown right now.
Should be coming in.
Alex Gonzalez.
Yeah, Alex Gonzalez, the 1196, is going to be our first car coming into Hammertown any second now.
There we have Josh Felix making his way through Emerson Ridge. You cannot miss those colors.
Here we go. Here comes your leader.
Look at this. Our current physical race leader in the Class 11 Showdown. 37 of these amazing bugs left the line in a Land Rush start earlier on.
Yeah, there's going to be no corrected time here because they all left at the same
Absolutely.
time. So this is going to be your real winner right here.
Whoever finishes first wins the race.
Got to get through the short course.
Don't throw it away, Alex, please.
Come on,
don't
Alex.
throw it away. You just have to hit the finish line, buddy.
He's had a fantastic race. Let's not forget all the difficulty these guys had to face out there, trying to pass those 1450 cars that were stuck in the ridge line and try to fight their way around this course in these tiny little vehicles. A course that's been carved to pieces by those massive T1s, T2s, and all of those UTVs earlier today. This is a fantastic drive. So come on, Fish. Who's this coming in across the line?
Alex Gonzalez, right?
Yep, so we can confirm first across the line is the winner. That is Alex Gonzalez.
So this is Alex Gonzalez. He's going to take the checkered flag and he's going to win the 2023 Class 11 Showdown here at the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers at the Toyo Desert Challenge Prologue.
Yes, that just made
Well, the Prologue was earlier. We're doing the Baja Jerky Class 11 race right now, and he's the winner of that.
I may have to go out there on stage and give him a big old hug, man.
So we're looking at the race winner now, the 1196. It looks in pretty good shape. Bit of polish, I reckon he'll be ready to go again.
We got to get Miles. He's going to run over there with his little wrench. Get over there, Miles. What are you waiting for? Come on, Miles. Let's see him running. Remember when he used to run? I think he's slacking these days. He's
He is. He's getting older, you know.
Huh? So that is your first finisher. Going to be your winner.
That
now,
is
who's
a
going to be
dream
second?
come true for me, man.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool, huh? That's got to be the biggest Class 11 race ever, was it? Or
As of now,
at
with
least a
30
Land Rush start, right?
with 37 plus cars, that's the biggest Class 11 race we've had ever.
Okay.
Oh, that's an amazing field of vehicles. I mean,
That's a good one to
Crandon,
win.
we saw a huge field. I think there was near 28 or something
Yeah,
there. That was
yeah.
and this class just grows and grows. But what I love is the camaraderie between the drivers in the class as well. Everyone wants to help each other. Everyone wants to get you back on track. It's real special to see. As we're watching another Class 11 car here coming across Emerson Ridge.
Alex Gonzalez's time was 1 hour and 11 minutes. So 1 hour, 11 minutes for Alex Gonzalez. Remember, they did do a little bit more than 40 miles because they started on the lake bed. Probably did about 42 or
I reckon about 42 miles there.
So 42 miles.
Looks like
Oh,
Cisco's
here's
on
Cisco.
the move
That's
again.
Cisco.
All right, so where is this? That's the question. The 11:18.
He must have gotten a flat tire to be back on the road again, or maybe something simple.
Yeah, I mean, look at the pace of this guy.
Okay, so this is a ways out still here. He
Now,
definitely
I'm
lost
guessing
some
these
time.
cars don't have hydraulic jacks like our big T1s.
Well, I'm going to be honest, even Alex, we did not run a spare tire, a jack, or anything in the car. We wanted to save as much weight as possible.
Right, okay.
So,
So what's the deal here then? If you got a flat out here and you're not carrying a spare?
Our mentality was either go for the win or go home.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. That's a ballsy approach to racing, that's for sure.
Well, with the Land Rush start, you want to be as light as possible because you wanted to get a really good
Yes.
start, right? So if everyone else is having a spare, you don't. You're already, how much is that? 30, 40 pounds? What's one of those weigh?
Well, we did the math. We're at 95 horsepower in an almost 2,000-pound car. So the jack, the tire, everything weighs almost 100 pounds. So you start doing the ratios and the percentage, it's well worth leaving all that stuff out of the car.
But then on the other hand, you've got 42 miles of the worst and gnarliest desert in Johnson Valley. Can you really afford to run without a spare?
It paid
It's
off
the
today.
gamble.
Well, let's ask him. Miles is down there with them, so let's hear it. Miles, what do you got?
I've got Alex Gonzalez down here in the Class 11 Land Rush start. How awesome was that out there on the lake bed?
That was wild, man. 36 cars piling into a hill that pretty much everybody said was undoable.
And you did it twice.
Yeah, we did it twice. This thing, it climbed right up. You know, we raced Mexico a lot, and I know everybody was a little worried about some of these stuff, you know, the sand hills and whatnot, but these things, with this Sletton Engineering motor, wasn't worried about anything out here.
So you guys were chasing down the Terra crew. How many of those guys did you pass to kick out of the race?
Shit, I don't know, man. I saw probably 3 or 4 of them. I'm not quite sure, but you know, we all got hung up over here, you know, leaving the short course and some of that nasty stuff, and a ton of people got stuck, and we just picked our way up the mountain and got around them. Like I said, we come from the Score Series, and you know, it's rough out there. So I'm like rougher the better, you know. That's what we're used to. So, but first time driving this car, I never even tested it. It's Tim Sletton's car with Sletton Engineering. Again, can't say enough about his engine. This thing rocked all day long.
Yeah, Baja Vita Beef Jerky had put this on last couple of years. We did short course before, and now the 40-mile loop. I don't know which one I like better.
Yeah, I think the fans, you know, they could see the short course, so that's exciting. We did it like 3 years ago. It's fun, but I'm a desert guy, man. Rough for the better.
Yeah, and you guys are out there railing, and you got all your buddies. You passed a few people. It was a lot of fun to watch. I mean, like I said, that Land Rush start brings it back to the OG King of the Hammer stuff, and to see you guys in those bugs doing it was absolutely rad. We had the drone, the helicopters out there. I mean, they're chasing you.
Oh yeah, that was rad. That was cool. I haven't done a Land Rush start like that with that many cars ever, and you know, everybody's talking beforehand and just strategy. You know, we just slipped the clutch and got a little hiccup off the line. I thought he said no, but Pete said go. So I fell back, but we just picked our way through the crowd.
Yeah, that was awesome. It was a lot of fun to watch. Alex, you did a great job. It was a lot of fun. I'll let you, do your little war stories now and have some fun, but we'll throw you up there in a little bit and get you some trophies.
Cool. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Yep, all good. Well, Fish, back to you guys.
All right. So we are back. We are waiting for our second Class 11 to come across the line. We haven't seen another one come across the line yet.
Right here, it looks like we have the 1107 of Donnie Donovan about to make his way up Baldwin's jump for the second time. I don't think it's going to be any issue for him.
Yeah, it seems like it's easier this lap than the first lap. I mean, at least for some of these guys, maybe, huh?
Yeah. I mean, you have to commit. If you just don't go for it, you're going to end up in a lot more trouble than you want to be in.
Yeah. All right, so this is second place, only about a mile away.
Looks like he'll be all right. Oh no, Donnie Donovan is stuck on the hill.
Uh-oh. What did we just say? Did we jinx him?
No.
Maybe it's not a little easier than the lap before.
Now I think I know why Alex shot over 6 lanes over to find the line he wanted.
That's literally right at the top of the hill right here almost, isn't it?
Yep. Though he's yelling at somebody, come look
he's
up
so
to
close.
me. All right, it looks like we're going to head out to Jim, who's going to be interviewing a guy right now.
Okay, now we've got this guy joining me on stage. It's Vincent Munzo. How you doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Now, I look real tough out there. Tell us a bit about this car. Tell us a bit about this class, because this is something a bit different, isn't it?
Yeah, just 1450 garage slammer class. Unfortunately, this truck kind of snowballed, though. It started in 08 as a 1450 truck, but we raced numerous years in the Score Series, so we have a lot of miles on this truck, and it runs really, really good. But yeah, it's a 1450 truck, hands down. Steel cab, working doors, that's all you need. And it's a friends class, garage built. Everybody knows each other. We're all buddies. And yeah, we're just trying to get the 1450 guys back out there and start racing again.
Well, it's been fantastic to watch. And of course, you've got that double jeopardy of if you get passed by a class 11, you've got to park it.
Yeah, so it really makes you think at the beginning, you know, because the first like 4 or 5 miles getting out, there's so much room for errors, and you get one flat tire, and like you said, you're done if a class 11 gets you. So you got all that going in your brain, and then you got all these guys behind you, and then they throw in, oh, and you could win this money, by the way. So yeah, you really got to keep the nerves in check, and you got to get the job done, and it looks like we did.
You did indeed. Now, you've just had 40 really, really tough miles out there with your co-dog sat next to you. How does it feel to be back in Hammertown and be back here as a winner?
It feels great. Last year we DNF'd in the spec class, so yeah, it feels awesome to come back out here and get a win. It boosts my ego a little bit and help out with the sponsors, but yeah, awesome.
Okay, well, fantastic. Well, Vincent, do you want to get out of the car? Because I've got a young lady here who's got a lovely trophy for you and a bottle of bubbly brake fluid. So here we are, the winner of the 1450 class is Vincent Munzo. Okay, we're going to let Vincent have his moment. Then we're going to send him on stage, bring on second and third, and then get them all back up here again so we can have a champagne moment. But just let him enjoy this one moment. And just check out this car, ladies and gentlemen. I love this class. Okay, so Vincent's going to leave the stage now. We're going to get the second place car up here. And then we're going to get them all back in a little bit to do the champagne reception. So as the 1494 leaves the stage, we're going to be getting our second place vehicle up on stage now. Ken Knudsen in the 1468. Okay, well, for that, we're going to throw it down to the booth. Fish. And Tim,
all right, as you guys just saw, that is your new second place right there. That is Cisco Bio that just went by the other second place that was stuck. And right behind him, who was that next car we saw coming?
It looked like Larry Rossler. Let's see if he made it up the hill.
Watch, there's Larry Rossler. Look at this.
Larry Rossler, third place.
So now our second place car that got stuck is now all the way back to fourth place and still sitting there. What a bummer for them. But look at Larry Rossler in third and Cisco Bio in second. Both of them just made the hill no problem. We just wanted to update you guys on that real quick.
Let's go, Larry.
Yeah, Larry is bringing it home.
Does not mean anything. Very awesome for this race to be sponsored by Baja Jerky and have a guy like Larry Rossler out there representing them.
Yeah.
Potentially putting a car on the podium.
Oh, it's going to be a podium if he can get it from there to here. He's going to be in third. There's no corrected time, and this is a bummer right here.
Heartbreak
Second
for
place,
Donnie.
right at the top of the hill too, almost all the way there.
He must have just happened to choose the wrong line on the way up. All these other guys are climbing right up it.
Did he turn to the left a little bit right here? It looks like the line is over on the right, right? I wonder if he was almost getting stuck and just tried to get a little more something and end up not working out.
Had to have.
Yeah, what a bummer. All right, so is that Wilkie?
That is Blake Wilkie.
All right, so we're going to see. Is he going to make it up the hill?
I'd have no doubt.
He looks like he's in a different line right there, too. That looked like it was a little bit better line. So this is going to be our second place coming back into Hammertown right here. All right.
He's cooking, that's for sure.
Couple corners left. And Larry Rossler is literally going to be right behind him. So this is going to be your podium finishers right here. Here comes second place, and then Larry Rossler in the green Baja Jerky car is going to be coming in third place right behind him. Have to make about 2 more corners here on the infield.
Did you have that food, though? That food was...
Cisco taking the high line, keeping the momentum up.
So Cisco was leading for a while during the race, and then he had something happen. We're not sure what happened yet. He lost some time. Looks like he's going to end up finishing second place. Here he comes.
There it is across the finish line.
All right, Cisco Bio, your second place, Class 11. Where's Larry Rossler? He should be right behind him. Probably coming down the hill, coming around the corner. Here he comes.
Here's Larry.
All right, so we got Mr. Baja right here, Larry Rossler in the Baja Jerky Class 11. What flavor is the green one?
That is Lime and Serrano, and I couldn't be any more stoked for this, man. We went out, maybe put a few test miles on the car, and he was like, yep, I'm good, save the car for the race. And to just see him come out here and do this, get a podium spot, it's amazing.
The car looks pretty good shape, too. It's got all the fenders. Looks like it's got all the bumpers, right? He obviously didn't get a flat tire.
Super clean still, yeah.
Super clean. Larry Rossler knows how to finish a race better than pretty much probably anyone out here, honestly.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
I mean, what does he have, 18 Baja 1000 wins?
Tons of them, yeah. So that's a look at your podium. That was your first 3 Class 11s, and then I think we're going to go back over to Jim. He's going to have a little bit more podium interviews for us.
Thank you, Fish. Joining me on stage now, we've got second place, Ken Knudsen in the 1435. And we'll find out how his day in the office has been. I've just lost the use of my right ear, but Ken, thank you for joining me on stage.
Thanks, man.
How's it feel to be here?
Oh, it's awesome. I've never finished a race in my life, and couldn't ask for a better place to do it. King of the Hammers, baby.
Absolutely. It's been great watching you out there on the track today. Now, what was that track like?
Very fast. Got a little more torn up from the big guys, but what do you expect? 40-inch tires. Man, it was fast. Dusty. Really, really, really dusty. I think we started 22nd and finished 3rd overall. So definitely dusty.
No, it's very good to watch you out there. Now, I've got a little sign on this side of this car that says it's for sale. Is she still for sale?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm ready to maybe do something different, you know, with the big block, more power.
Superb. Have you got anyone that you would like to thank?
Oh, Maruzzi Race Motors, thank you, man. Awesome motor. Maximum Trans, always taking great care of me with the transmission. 5x5 communication. Man, I can't do it without them.
Absolutely. And how about that guy sat next to you?
Yeah, Nick, man, he called an awesome race. We ended up a couple little discrepancies, but you know, that's racing. Awesome job. Got us on the box. Can't complain.
Absolutely. Well, I can say that you're an official finisher and you've finished in 2nd place in the 1450 class. How does that make you feel?
So pumped. Unreal, man.
Well, jump out of this car. I've got a young lady here who's got a trophy for you. So as Ken jumps out of his car, just have a look around here. It's an awesome looking vehicle, and he's done a fantastic job out there on the track. Officially second place in the 1450 class here at the 2023. So as Ken celebrates, we're going to get him off the stage now. We're going to get our third place car up here. Congratulations, Ken.
Thanks. Hey, I'm live.
We have the next finisher is the 1157. That is Blake Wilkie. That is going to be your 4th place finisher in the Class 11 race. It was the only 4 cars to finish so far. We just saw Blake Wilkie come across the line.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear the stories with the lead changes, to have Cisco fall out like that. Didn't get to see what happened. And then even Blake, he looked to be stopped there for a while.
All right, so what do we have going on here? It looked like they had a flat, rear left flat.
Yeah, Dennis Sletton there got a left rear. Looks like him and Lucas, who is his co-rider, out there changing it with the high lift jack, possibly a star wrench. And then back to Jim.
Okay, I'm joined on stage now with 3rd in the 1450 class. It's Darren Parsons. How are we doing?
It's good. It's good. Kind of a difficult race. I was very frustrated. It's the most frustrated I've ever driven this truck, which is we started last, and then we got into mile 2 or so, and there was a bottleneck. And I went to go around it and dropped off like a 4-foot little cliff, and then ended up high-centered on a rock. And so I had to get my co-driver out, and he pushed me, and we got off the rock, and we kept going. So I went from starting last to now 5 minutes behind last, and then had to drive through the entire field to come in here in 3rd. So it was a mission. My hood came off the driver's side, so it was blocking my view. Like I said, it was a very frustrating race, but man, it is really cool to be here. I was telling my friend on the way in, like, I remember coming here like 4 years ago and being like, man, this is the ultimate stage. I'd love to be able to participate in a race at this sanctioning area and this awesome environment with all this like festival of people here. With all this, it's amazing. So I'm grateful for the opportunity and went out there and gave it our best shot. And 3rd place is what it is today.
Well, it's a fantastic result. We're watching out there in these 1450s. They're so much fun to watch out on the track. And we know that all you crews, you've got a real sort of brotherhood out there, haven't you?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we are grassroots. These things are built in our garages. We're all friends. Those dudes and the last 2 people you talked to are people that we talk to weekly. And, you know, we're competitors at heart. We all want to win, but it is great. It's an awesome opportunity, again, to come out here and compete with your friends and have a good time.
Fantastic. Well, I've got a young lady here who's got some hardware for you. 3rd place, Mr. Darren Parsons.
Alrighty, we're back as we're watching some of these 1100 cars working on there. Not quite as fast as the trophy truck when it comes to changing that tire. I like that they both, well, one of the driver, the co-driver took his helmet off. A little more casual than the other guys, but nonetheless, brutal. I mean, these guys have put on a show, and honestly, the level of sportsmanship and also workmanship on these Class 11s is going up and up. As we said, we got a living legend out there in Larry Rossler. I think this is pretty great. But right now we're going to let the man go so he gets some rest because he's got a lot of work to do tomorrow. Fish, thank you for everything that you've done today. You've kept all of us informed, helping us out. I really appreciate it. As we're watching, I think that looks like Robbie Gordon. Yep, that's Robbie Gordon working his way back, or that Robbie or Max?
Yeah, that's Robbie.
That's Robbie. So, yeah, tough day for the Speed Boys, but Max put together a great run. So, Fish, anything you want to say before you go get some sleep and start back over tomorrow?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was cool today. It was fun seeing the qualifying. Hopefully the wind is going to pick up a little bit tomorrow, and we're going to have some awesome racing tomorrow. It was cool seeing the 1400 trucks today. They didn't put on quite as good of a show as I was hoping, but it was still fun for them. The Class 11, start was epic. That was one of the coolest things I've ever seen, I think, in all of racing. So that was really cool. But I'm looking forward to tomorrow morning and getting some racing going with the limited cars in the morning, and then the big boys in the afternoon tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be great. So we get some rest, and we'll see you first thing tomorrow morning.
I'll see you guys in the morning.
All right, Fish out. And he'll also be dusting off his computer, cleaning everything off. It'll be good. All righty. So right now, well, that's not good because I'm going to lose the scoreboard here when Fish takes his computer. But we got a few more competitors to make it their way through, make their way through today, and then that's going to be it for a wrap. Should be party time out here in Hammertown. Oh, got it. All righty, let me move over here. So pretty amazing. Alex Gonzalez first, Cisco Bio second, and Larry Rosser third in the Baja 1000 last year and third in the Class 11 race. So pretty phenomenal for the legend.
And I think there might have been more Class 11 cars here than at the trophy trucks at the 1000.
Absolutely. And he probably feels better after the 1000 than he did racing the Class 11 car. So.
He's probably going to be sore tonight, that's for sure.
Yeah. All righty, Jim, you got us a little champagne celebration. Take it away to the main stage.
Thank you very much, Ricky. I'm back on the main stage with the Terra Crews. These are the guys in the 1450 class that we just saw crossing the line earlier. In first position is Vincent Munzo, then Kenderson, and then Darren Parsons. 1, 2, 3. Give it up for our winners here. Nothing feels quite so good as finishing first, second, or third in a race. And these guys have worked so hard today. Getting their just desserts, fantastic trophies, some fizzy brake fluid, and their chance to be on the famous King of the Hammers stage here in Hammertown. I expect they're going to be partying hard and having fun and then ripping to pieces all the other guys in their class that got passed by the Class 11s. Yeah, you guys are good. So, Ricky, what's going on back out there? We still got cars out on course?
We're watching Robbie Gordon as he finishes here. Had definitely some difficulty. He had trouble with the battery going out. Had to pull start that speed unit before he started the race. But now he's back into Hammertown, and we have the top 5 Class 11s in. Alex Gonzalez, Cisco Bio, Larry Rossler, Blake Wilkie just off the podium, and Keaton Wells. So we still got some cars out there out there roaming right now. We'll see when they make it to the line, but pretty amazing with what these Class 11s are doing.
Oh yeah. I mean, probably 15 years ago they were just a small part of what they are today. To watch the class grow from a couple cars 15 years ago to 37 starting today.
Yeah.
Today was a milestone and almost like a major stepping stone for the class for that to become the standard. To try to bring that many cars out to a race every time that there's a Class 11 race.
Well, and sometimes you got to appreciate that it's not the technology, the fastest and the greatest. It's it's the part of building your car,
Yeah.
getting your buddies together, coming over and having a couple of coldies and trying to figure something out. You got to work within these very, very tight rules, but you want to make your car look better than the others. I mean, some of the light configurations. I mean, these guys have some lights that are better than some of the trophy trucks that we race, and but they're still out hammering down.
The number one thing I tell guys that come to me when they want to build a car, it's I don't care how big your checkbook is. You know, it's a labor of love.
Yeah.
You know, you have to be willing and want to work on your car to become one with it.
Well, and because you will. I mean,
Yeah.
what you have to do to get it up and over. And honestly, you know what surprises me? That not more of them have winches on them. Just a little light winch to get them off those big rocks, or some of the some down in Matomi Wash where you're sliding over these rocks and stuff like that. I would think a little 2,000-pound winch, like a little UTV winch, could get you out of a lot of trouble.
We have such little horsepower though. We're always concerned about weight. You know, everything is get weight out of the car, get it out.
Yeah.
But for Mexico, I think it's an awesome idea.
All right, everyone's going to be down at Harbor Freight buying that UTV winch for their Class 11 car. So we got another one across the finish line. How many of these cars have you built?
Sheesh. I'm realistically probably somewhere in the 12 to 14 range now.
So give us the process. So where do you go find these old bugs?
All over the place. Some guys.
Alrighty, as we're watching another Class 11 come in, we are going to pass it down to Jim Marsden on the main stage, and we can hear those Class 11 buggies start to roll up. We got our top three: Alex Gomez, Cisco Bayo, and Larry Rosser. Jim, take it away.
Okay, thank you very much, Ricky. I'm joined up on stage now by our official winner of the Baja Jerky Class 11 Showdown, Alex Gonzalez. Now, Alex, we saw you out on course there. Tell me about this. This is something totally different. It's the largest gathering of Class 11 cars we've ever seen racing anywhere in the world. How does it feel to be first today?
That was good, man. It was rough, man, but we come from racing score, so rough for the better.
Absolutely. Now, what was that land rush start like?
That was wild. That's one thing I've never done. 36 cars, everybody's talking strategy and stuff, and we fell back a little bit. Pete said, go, go, go. I thought he said, no, 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 when Dave waved the flag. So we fell back and got behind Grabowski, and I think we made it like maybe 6th or 7th up over the crest, and then from there it was just, the dust was horrendous and rocks. You couldn't see anything. You're just chasing taillights, and Wilkie got around us, and then we just picked our way through, the sun in our eyes, and the dust was bad, and then everybody ended up getting stuck, and we just kind of mountain goated it, kind of like we do in Mexico, and just went up on the side and got by everybody. And Cisco was way out in front, and we ended up passing him later in the race. He was stuck, but it was unbelievable. It was good.
It's been fantastic to see you out there. Now, obviously, we've been watching the T1s, the T2s, and all the other classes out there today, basically destroying your course. So how does it feel when you've got those huge ruts and these little cars and trying to bounce your way through them?
Oh, yeah. Pre-running on Friday, it was 100 times different than that. The holes are huge. Rocks that were in certain places were in other spots. And, we had some real good lines. We went and pre-ran quite a few times, and they paid off, but the course was dramatically different. Everybody running through it, it was rough. But like I said, rough for the better.
Absolutely. Now, there must be some people at home that you want to say thank you to.
Yeah, our family, my wife, my kids, my father, all my crew. I don't know where they're at. I think everybody's trying to get in. Tim Sletton. This is actually Tim's car. I'm racing it this year. I've never actually.
Now, Tim's been sitting in the booth with us all afternoon, telling us about this guy, telling us about this car, and he's been so incredibly humble, so I'm so pleased he's up here on stage to join us.
Tim is a badass, man, and he builds one hell of an engine. There was stuff we thought that we would have trouble with. There was no trouble to be had, and it ran amazing. And this is his car, and I'd never driven it or tested it or anything, just basically, piddled around a little bit, and it ran really good. So first time doing that, and got to thank Empy, Baja Designs, Boxo, who else? Tim, new car. So I got a MPH Motorsports, Pete, Rugged, GHA, El Patron, my wife, family, kids, everybody at this event who made it possible. I know Dave was a little stressed out at us and a little pissed off out there, but I think he put on one hell of a race.
It is. We love seeing the Class 11s out here. Every year you come back, every year you give us it's an absolutely fantastic display of driving. So everybody give it up for our race winner, the Class 11, the Baja Class 11 Showdown.
And I want to dedicate this race. This car, her name is Francie, and Tim's wife, her grandmother passed away day before the race, or a couple, and we're dedicating this race to her because this car is named after her. So, Kaylee, this is for you.
Amazing stuff there. Our race winner of the Baja Jerky Class 11 Showdown, Alex Gonzalez. Give it up, everyone.
Watched all the different things going on, but the atmosphere around the Class 11s has just been unbelievable.
It has been, and it's honestly my favorite class out here to watch. It's so much fun. Those guys have fun out there. I mean, it's so fun to watch a stock bug out there in the desert.
Well, the fact that they can make it around, like as he was talking about, from how they pre-ran, and you have to be, you know, what Larry Rosser taught me about from Rod Halls, you have to be Baja wise, meaning you can't take anything for granted, and when something happens, you gotta have a constant audible to the left or to the right, and that's what he said. He got back. He was able to get by Cisco Bio. Cisco had a huge lead, but he was able to find another route, get up around when those guys were getting stuck in some of the routes that they had. So you got to have eyes in the back of your head. You got to use all your vision and find those little lines, because as they started to go, they started to come back to help him at the end.
Exactly. And you know what I was so impressed about today was that land rush start that we did out there on the lake bed. That was so cool to watch. I know you guys have already talked about that, but it has been an amazing day out here. You said I've been running around. With all of this racing going on today, I can't wait for tomorrow.
No, I know. We got a longer race tomorrow, and we got a lot of different things going on. But right now, we have the second place finisher in the Class 11 Challenge. Jim, take it away with Cisco Bio.
Okay, thank you very much, Ricky. Joining me up on stage now, I've got our second place finisher of the Baja Jerky Class 11 Showdown. It's Cisco Bio. Cisco, how are we doing?
I'm tired. That was a hell of a course. Just want to thank all the course workers and Dave Cole for putting this together. Kicked our ass. I want to congratulate Alex Gonzalez for winning. He not only wins in Baja, now he comes up here. And like I said, really tough course. And congrats to him and Timmy Sletton for putting together a real competitive car.
They did indeed. But talk to us a little bit about what's been going on out there. You had a really commanding lead at one point.
Yeah, it was just, we got lucky. We got off the start, and we came up on two 1400s with the first 2 or 3 miles, and he's all go right, and it was a steep incline or decline, and I think we just got lucky, didn't get stuck, made it up the hill, kind of missed the left because we were going around the two 1400s, and then I look back at Donnie Donovan and Roberto Robles are right there, and I think Donnie Donovan almost rolled it, and then I got back on the course, and then that must have been the start of the bottleneck. My dad was at mile marker 3 or 4 where the Heartbreak Ridge is, and he said we had a minute lead on Alex and 6 on Blake, and I just kept going.
Yeah, now you had as I say, you had that commanding lead, and everything was going well. What happened after that? You had a mistake somewhere, or?
Yeah, a mistake by me. We were in a wash, and there was a 1400 crossed up on the course, and I tried to go left around him, and I almost made it, and then we got buried. So I want to thank Nick. You know, he stuck with it. We didn't give up. Took us about half an hour. Luckily, I seen Robbie Gordon driving by, ran over to him, and he's like, "Oh, I don't have a clutch, but I'll help you push." So he came out with his rider, and then between the 4 of us, we got it out. And then luckily, my dad was up ahead a little higher, and Dana with Palapa Boy, and they said go straight up from VCP 30 to 31, and we made it. I think Blake was stuck there and just had to get 2 minutes on Rossler and was able to do it right at the dry lake bed. And then I don't know, Donnie Donovan was stuck on the hill, the BJ Hill, and then the other, I don't know who was driving their blue slow ride car was right before the finish. I don't know what happened. They broke on the right. So.
Yeah, it's been a long day at the office, hasn't it? Well, what do you think of this course out here in Johnson Valley?
Oh, it's crazy. Like I said, I think Dave Cole put a hell of a job putting this course together, and really want to thank him for bringing 37 Class 11s out to the desert to put on a show for you guys.
Fantastic. Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank Nick. He was with Fox Shocks. He took the time the past 2 years developing shocks, and obviously we prove him today. So everyone at Fox, Rugged Radios, Jaden and Greg Cottrell, who make it possible for us to come out here. We got Yokohama Tires, Mobile Wheel Wagons, Dave Holt Tranny, Jimenez Racing Engine. I want to thank all my team, People's Racing, also Prep in Mexico. Let's get las gracias. And we'll be back ready for more.
Fantastic. Well, I've got a young lady here with a very big trophy for you. Congratulations, Cisco Bayer. You are second in the Baja Jerky Class 11 Showdown here at the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers.
The stories, he was stuck, I was stuck, I almost rolled over, he was stuck, they got out and pushed. I mean, this is the way Baja Racing used to be, and it's so great to get the support from Baja Beef Jerky. They obviously sponsor Larry Rossler, who was the #1 Ironman in the truck down in Baja this year, 3rd overall, did an unbelievable job. The guy is just, he's my hero, for one. But it's just listening to everything and looking in his eyes as he relives every moment out there.
Yes, and for them to be out there and helping each other out and teamwork out there, that really goes to show what kind of family this is out there as well with the Class 11 and any kind of desert racing. But hearing all those stories just now of getting stuck on the hill, and Baldwin Hill, and all of them.
But they're so competitive.
Exactly.
I mean, they're just playing around. No, they're taking an unbelievable physical beating, just throwing their heads side to side, and beating their kidneys and their bodies up as they go. I mean, Robbie Gordon had a problem, but that's awesome. A legend like Robbie Gordon gets out and helps them push a Class 11 and get him to the finish line. That's what's really cool, because I think if you talk to the trophy truck drivers like myself or even Larry Roster now, we have total respect for these guys, because I mean, it's one thing to do with 40-inch tires and all-wheel drive and all that, but it is completely different in a Class 11. And right now, speaking of that legend, we want to thank the factory Baja Beef Jerky, or we want to congratulate the Baja Beef Jerky driver for 3rd place on the podium, the legend Larry Rossler. Take it away, Jim.
Thank you, Ricky. It's an absolute honor to be joined on stage right now by the one and only Larry Rossler. How are we doing, sir?
I am super happy to be here, and my goal was to be on the top, obviously the top step, but on the podium, on one of the steps, and we made it. It was an amazing race. Unfortunately, there was a big bottleneck early on in the race. We were 3rd pretty shortly after the start, so we were like in good position, and the little bypass trail around Heartbreak, that bottlenecked a bunch of us, and there were still 1,400 trucks on the course, and that sort of ruined it for a bunch of us. But once we got going, and I mean, it's just amazing. Last year we raced the Class 11 race and just had a blast, and everybody loves them, and just really proud that Baja Jerky stepped up. We're in the process of building like 6 of them, and they're all going to be different colors representing the flavors. So everybody can pick their favorite race car color and go buy Baja Jerky. So it's just been an amazing day, and let's put it this way, I'll do it again. That's how much fun I had.
Now, you're a man who's been there, seen it, done it. You've driven everything, you've won in everything. What makes a guy like you want to come out in these Class 11s?
Well, again, it's just, it's a really even playing field, and there's a lot of discipline to it, and I mean, what the heck? It's got 4 wheels and a steering wheel and a motor, and let's go racing.
I couldn't have put it better myself. That's fantastic. Now, this is a brand new car, isn't it? You've got no seat time in this, if I'm not mistaken.
We went testing a little bit, and yeah, it's a brand new car, and yeah, the guys did an amazing job. Tim Sletton did an amazing job building these cars, and Eric Brandt's in the yellow car. But I haven't heard what happened to poor Eric, so he's out there somewhere. Like I said, there was some bottlenecks, plenty of dust, but I don't know. I just Javier rode with me, Gonzalez. It was pretty stressful at times, but at the same time we were hooting and hollering and having a good time.
I love the fact that you said, we got stuck behind those 1450 cars, as if you just expect to do that in a Class 11.
Well, they were stuck. I mean, I unfortunately I wasn't like just driving past them while they were going through bumps. But no, it was pretty amazing. So again, you know, all of our sponsors and like I say, Baja Jerky, Baja Vida, you know, couldn't do none of this without them, and BF Goodrich, of course. And most importantly, right here, I got my wife and my 2 kids. There's Gabriel and Stella and Carla. Hi, guys. So obviously big supporters, and you know, they put up with a lot of my my stuff.
Fantastic. Well, I've got a young lady here who's got a big trophy for you. Awesome. I don't think, are you getting out or are you staying in?
I'd love to get out.
Everybody, 3rd place in the Baja Jerky Class 11 Showdown. It is Mr. Larry Rosler, the man himself. So good to see this. And as Larry accepts his trophy, there's packs of Baja Jerky being thrown into the crowd.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Yeah, no, my pleasure, man. Yeah. Bobby, get over here. There's my guy. There we go.
Alrighty, welcome back, and that was awesome to listen to the words from Larry Rosser. I think he said it best. It's got a steering wheel, it's got brakes, it's got a motor.
Yep.
Let's go race it.
Exactly. I totally agree with him. I am 100% on board with that. Now, I have a personal question for you.
Yeah.
Have you raced Class 11?
I have not raced Class 11. Larry and I have been talking about it. When they build those other cars, he's like, RJ, you got to come do it. I will absolutely. The guys from Baja Beef Jerky are great supporters of the military guys that I train, and also I love the fact that what they're doing with Larry Rossler. Hold on a second here. But it's yes, I absolutely would race a Class 11.
Yes, I would too. That's something that I actually say I want to do. I mean, a 1600 has, you know, similar, you know, not so much suspension. I'm sure you've probably been in something like that.
But if you're in a 1600 car, it's like you're racing a rocket ship compared.
True, because you have to stay on it.
I mean, no, but I'm saying is just you can race those so much faster and so much harder than you can a Class 11, and so it's difficult. But you're in a frame chassis, the
Right.
slider, and all the different stuff, and it has a lot more suspension than this, but. This is, I mean, you have to think about every little thing.
Mhm.
And as I said, I'm surprised some of them don't run a small winch. But as I said, as Tim was saying, they don't want the weight.
Yes, the weight
you know?
is very important in this class for sure.
But if something like going down Matomi Wash or Watamote or whatever it might be, I don't know how they do it.
I know.
Like it blows our mind. And you talk amongst all the trophy truck guys. That's who we all have respect for. Is the
Right.
Class 11. Pretty unbelievable.
And it's amazing to see these cars, you know, go and try to race the Baja 1000 and everything else. It's just there's so many races that these guys do that it just is amazing that they even finish the races sometimes with what they're what they're driving out there.
Yep. All righty, we got a couple more guys. We are going to let everybody come up there and give their words. Jim's going to give, if you had enough guts, I'll say, to strap yourself into Class 11 and make it to the finish line, you're gonna run across the podium. So Jim, take it away with Blake Wilkie.
Thank you very much there, Ricky Johnson. I'm joined on stage now by the first, second, and third in the Bar Half Jerky Class 11 Showdown. Give it up for our winner, Alex Gonzalez. His second, Cisco Bio. And his third, it's Larry Rosler. This has got to be one of the toughest races at the King of the Hammers this year. Bringing those Class 11 cars home is no easy feat. And these guys have fought all kinds of conditions out there to do exactly that. And the greatest thing about this class is that you could be up here next year as well. There was 37 of them hit now. What's going to be next year? 40? 45? I hope so. So that is our top three in the Baja Jerky Class 11 Showdown. Alex Gonzalez, Cisco Bio, and Larry Rosler.
Alrighty. A great little champagne celebration by the people. Once again, want to thank everyone from Baja Beef Jerky for supporting this. Also, huge thank you to Dave Cole for bringing these guys out here. I think, Dave started as a racer. His son is a racer. He started this event with him and his buddies, running the rock trails, and said, hey, why don't we run all the trails one day and see who can do it the fastest? And that's how King of the Hammer started. And what I love about it, he's not just like, well, we're only going to have the top 4400s and Ultra 4, blah, blah, blah. No, he's like, everybody deserves a chance to race, and these guys is giving these guys a chance. Is awesome.
And it's awesome to be, a part of the King of the Hammers and having such a large, crowd on the, whole entire world watching it. It's really awesome for these Class 11.
You got it. We got one more. Jim, take it away. I think we got the shreddy guy up there with you.
Thank you, Ricky. Thank you, Ricky. I'm joined on stage now by the one and only Blake Wilkie. How are we doing, Blake?
Good, man. I mean, with how much we've had to overcome before and here in the last couple weeks, it's amazing to even be up here right now.
Yeah, I spoke to you yesterday, and you were absolutely, your eyes were hanging out your head. You were talking about changing transmissions in the Trophy Bug, having to rebuild the engine in this, so it's been quite a feat for you to get you up here in 4th place.
Oh yeah, especially after getting stuck, and this engine's hurt, and it was didn't have any bottom end, so we got stuck 3 times out there. Made it up a couple of them, but the third one we had to Kevin, my co-dog, had to sprint up this sand hill, and it took a while. But we at one point were in front of Alex, who won, and Cisco, but we just didn't have the balls to get up this hill, man, and it bit us.
No, it happens that way. Have you got someone you'd like to thank? And I know you've got a load of fans out there. Go for it.
I mean, everyone for hanging out here and watching and enjoying us, cheering us on, throwing us the shaka. Those people keep me going, especially the kids and Dave Cole and everyone here that's a part of this Super Bowl of off-road. It wouldn't happen without so many hands in it. Kevin for building the TT Bug with me and this thing, and 2 finishes today, both right where we want to be, and all the people on the side of this car that allowed me to get here.
Fantastic. Everybody give it up for Blake Wilkie, 4th in the Baja Beef Jerky Class 11 Showdown here at the 2023 Progressive King of the Hammers.
All righty, Pam. Mr. Shreddy, he's looking a little tired, and he's got some big races to do tomorrow. He was very impressive in his Trophy Bug on 37s to finish to qualify in the top 10. So hopefully he gets some rest and then gets back out there tomorrow and doing some shredding.
I know it's not only a race out on race course; it's a race out in the shop too. To make sure your car is prepped and make sure it's ready. And having the issues he's had out there, the past few weeks or whatever, has just been one of those days. It's one of those races. But it's awesome. Baja Jerky out here, the crowd out there, they all just got some Baja Jerky thrown out when Larry was up on stage and out there enjoying the Baja Jerky. This is their 3rd year in a row now.
All righty. That is awesome. We got another 1400 truck up there. I'm going to throw it up to Jim. He's going to ask him a quick question. We're going to keep this show moving. Take it away, Jim.
Thank you, Ricky. I'm joined up on stage now by I'm joined on stage by Roy Tompkins. It just completely went from my head there, Roy. I do apologize. Tell me about your day. You've been having fun?
Oh, it's been a great day. We had several minutes on Vince, I think, for the overall, and then somebody got a couple flats, so that put us down. We changed one. Vince got around us. Trying to catch up to him, but sometimes the desert gets you.
Sometimes it does. Well, congratulations. You're an official finish here in the 1450 class. Go and celebrate.
Well, I think, I don't know how they did the class split, right? Like Vince won 1400, we won 1450?
Quite possibly.
Okay, right on.
It's at the moment, it's all very unofficial. We'll come back to you with that as soon as we got it.
Yeah, for sure. It's always go for the overall, but, take what we can get.
Absolutely. Go celebrate, my friend. Absolutely fantastic to see you.
Right on. Thank you.
Jim, we're seeing all these guys start to come in. We got 1400s, 1450s. We got so much to think about, so do not feel bad about drawing a blank on someone's name that quick. So you've been running all day long, buddy. We got a couple more coming to the stage here. But Pam, you asked me the question, will you race an 1100?
Class 11, yeah.
All right. All righty, another truck on the stage. Jim, take it away.
Okay, thank you, Ricky. Okay, I'm joined by Jerome Box. How you doing, mate?
Doing great, man. This is an awesome race. Thank you, guys.
You had fun out there?
Yeah, we had a great time. We were fighting in the dust for a while, but we just kept pushing and tried to stay clean, miss all the rocks, and we made it back here with a clean truck. We feel really good, and we're excited to go have a good time with our group. You know, big thank you to everyone that's helped us get here, and all my friends and family, and everybody that's helped us. Really awesome. Really excited to be up here with a nice, clean truck.
Well, it sounds like you're going to be partying hard if I'm listening to these guys behind me.
Yeah, I can't hang with those guys.
Well, fantastic. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, definitely. I want to thank, my whole group of friends and family. I mean, there's so many to list. Everybody that's a part of our program, thank you very much. Love everybody, and thank you all.
That's fantastic. Jerome Box, thank you very much, my friend. Go and celebrate.
Thank you.
So Pam, what I love about this 1400 class is that, and also the class 11, is it's your buddies. It's your friends that come over and help you after hours. They're all donating their time because and you can hear the enthusiasm, because when they see that car finish, they know that they turned a wrench on it, and they know that they're part of it. So it's very, very, very much. That's why this is such a team sport.
Exactly. And the Terra crew, it's such a tight-knit group, too. I mean, they're all, of course, competitive against each other like every class is. But then off the track, there's just buddies, like you just said, buddies hanging out and wrenching on the cars. And
yeah, you want to beat your friends as much as you can. But right now, we got Jim with another finisher on the deck. Jim, take it away. I apologize for that. We couldn't see.
We can't see the stage.
We can't see the stage, but we see the Grabowski car down there. They've obviously done so much in Class 5 and Trophy Truck Spec. The whole family, the father, the boys, just quite the drivers. So we're seeing more and more get to the finish line, and actually, probably someone thought, I won't need lights. We'll get it done before dark. Surprise.
I was over there at the start, and there was a gentleman I was speaking with, and he's like, oh, I wonder if I should tell my buddy to take off his light covers. I'm like, maybe. But that was actually on a 1400 truck. But, yeah, finishing in the dark out here, I mean, having the night race like we've done in the past has always been awesome, and it's a great show. But racing in the night's always fun.
Yeah.
Do you like racing in the dark, or do you like it during the day?
I like the transition. If I have my choice, I'd rather race in the day, just because I can see more. I can see across valleys. I can see a lot of different things. But when it comes to night, once you get into it, you really, you focuses you so much because you have that light in front of you, but when you're trying to catch somebody in the dust, it just makes it really difficult. So it's harder to race, but I love driving in the night for sure.
In the night. That's what I hear. I'm a fan of the daytime racing myself, but I don't know. I don't know if it's because I like to see my surroundings, but yeah, it is fun. It's challenging at night, but look at the Hammertown right there. That is amazing to see all those lights out there. All the people out there. We have the monster stage right there as well.
We got more trucks coming up. I'm going to pass it over to Jim here. Well, you can hear these guys remind me of when guys with jet boats pull out of the river.
Oh yeah.
And they just rev the hell out of it before they take off.
You were right on that one. They get up here, they're revving the engines, the crowd's loving it.
All righty, we got another truck, and it's that classic Walker Evans style, beautiful truck. Take it away, Jim.
Thank you, Ricky. Join on stage now. I've got Pat O'Keefe. Pat, how you doing?
I'm doing great, thanks. That was a lot of fun, and this is an actual Walker Evans Class 8. So we built it for Nora and came out here and beat it around a little bit. It was a lot of fun.
It looks like you've had a great day in the office. I love the matching race suits as well. That's very cool.
We had to go full vintage.
Yeah, I'm loving it. Have you got some people that you would like to thank?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously Walker Evans for originally building this awesome truck. Geyser Brothers for helping us put it back together. Safecraft, Fire Suppression Systems, BFG, and I mean, it's Dave Cole, King of the Hammers. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, well, congratulations. You're an official finisher at the 2023 Terra Crew Teardown.
I was going to say, I forgot to thank Terra Crew. Yeah.
Absolutely. Get on out of here. Go celebrate. Pat O'Keefe, everyone.
Love that livery. it was so great seeing that rainbow that Walker Evans ran for so many years, and Brian Stewart. I mean, the list goes on. And so many different people, and they talk about the Geyser brothers. They both work for Walker Evans, so it's great to see how everybody this is a big family.
It is, and I love seeing that out here. I was not racing back in the original Walker Evans
You weren't
days.
even born then.
I'm sure I was, but it was a lot of fun. But Ricky, it looks like I'm going to go step out on stage over there, and I believe Jim might be coming in here with you. So it was a great time in here with you for a few minutes.
All righty, go interview them. All righty, Jim Marsden. You've been working your little tail off out there, but so many cool vehicles and so many legends. And just to see the smile on Larry Rossler's face, it was great.
Do you know what we all love about this kind of racing is it doesn't matter how many years you've been doing it or how many races you've won or how many things that you've done, you still get a buzz from being on this stage. You still get a buzz from being out on that race course. And you just see Larry Rossler, you see it in his eyes, he's just alive, he just wants this so much.
All righty, now we've swapped jobs. Pam, you got another truck up there. Take it away, Pam.
All right, I am up here with Matt Armstrong. He's up here in a very fancy Raptor. I bet that was a smooth ride for you out there today, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It's pretty funny. Like, this is a truck that we could probably drive home in. It's got, full interior, carpet, and we figured, you know what, let's go race it, have fun for the weekend, and take it easy, and we just drove a consistent race, and here we are.
Question, did you run the AC today?
We actually did on the starting line because we were sitting there for a little bit, but then we shut it off because we didn't want to overheat. But we did turn the heater on when we started getting some warm temperatures, and yeah, it's cool. It was fun.
Awesome. Well, who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
First and foremost, Scott, the truck owner. Without him, we wouldn't be here, and Sparko, GFO for prepping the truck, KDM suspension. Keith, he did a great job on tuning the shocks and getting it dialed, and it was a smooth ride. And yeah, Alpha Gloves, White Label Custom, and yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on finishing King of the Hammers here, and go ahead and drive on home in your comfy car.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's give it up for Matt Armstrong.
Great job, Pam and Jim. This is what it's all about. And I was mentioning this before, is that this King of the Hammer started with Dave Cole and his buddies wheeling, and then they said,
The OG13.
Hey, let's see if we can get how fast we can do all the trails. And now he's bringing all these other classes out here. I know he was frustrated with the Land Rush start and stuff like that, but it's great to see all these guys. And Pam, you have another driver on the podium. Take it away.
All right, thanks, guys. I am here with Eric Wright. Just finished this lovely race out there. What did you think of the course?
It was rough. It was dusty. The sun coming down made it even worse. Rocky, fast, a little bit of everything.
Did you have any issues out there? Any getting stuck or anything?
No, a couple trucks in front of us got stuck. We had to get around them. We had another truck come into the side of us and took out that whole side of the truck pretty bad. So we were able to get a finish, though. I'm not sure where we placed, but still a good time.
Well, awesome. Congratulations. And who do you want to thank for getting you up here today?
Thank all my friends, my family, everyone.
All right, let's give it up for Eric Wright.
Pam. Listen to these guys. Yeah, that side of the truck is pretty much junk now, so we'll figure it out. But I'm loving all the different trucks that we're seeing. And these things, you start digging in deeper, they're pretty nice.
These cars are absolutely incredible. I love seeing them. The difference in them, but it's also, you look at all the different A-arm systems, you look at all the different ways that the vehicles, the different bodies, but they've all got doors that open.
Yeah.
Okay, they've all got doors that close. They're not full race cars. These are pre-running. This is a pre-runner class.
Yeah.
It's race what you brung, and I love it. And I love the camaraderie in this class as well. I mean, everybody just wants to, help everybody else. It's awesome.
You got it. Pam, take it away. You got another 1400 truck on the stage. Take it away, Pam.
All right. I am here with Mike. How do you say it again? Scafudo. And you guys have very little time in the desert, as you were telling me earlier. What did you think of this race course?
That was amazing. This is the third time we've ever been in this truck. We got a total of 120 miles under our belt, and we we thought we'd buy a truck and see if we could finish this race. It was awesome. I couldn't have done it without this guy here, Hector Padilla.
That's awesome. You guys are awesome. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here besides him?
My wife, my kids, and I think that's it. The desert.
Are you ready to come back?
Oh, we're definitely coming back.
Awesome. Maybe a T1 one of these days?
Actually, no, we're racing Pro Buggy on Monday. It's my first time ever in a Pro Buggy. I've been on a course once at Glen Helen. I started this. I bought my kids some JR1s, and I said, if they're going to race, I'm going to race something too. So here we are.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on finishing that course. It was pretty brutal out there for you, but congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right.
All righty, Pam. Go, Jim, the enthusiasm.
Yeah,
Gotta
I
love
love
it.
that. I mean, these guys, they've only just got into racing, and here they are at probably one of the biggest events in the world. You know, the progressive 2023 King of the Hammers, and they're up here for the Terra Cruz Showdown. Incredible. But that's why we come racing, isn't it?
Yeah.
To do this.
All righty, Pam. Another 1400 truck. Take it away, Pam.
All right, I am here with Kenny Falconer. Just finished the race. Looks like they had a great day. Smooth ride, right?
Yeah, it was. No, it was a good course. Thank you guys for putting on an amazing short course. Terra Rush is amazing. Can't wait for next year.
That's awesome. You're already planning on next year. Any other races you have planned this year?
Probably LS Fest, and we'll go do Battle at Prim. It's a new truck. We're still trying to shake it out, so we'll take it from there.
Awesome. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
God, my wife, Fiveworks, Altec, Garrett Turbos, Maximum Off-Road Transmissions, Camberg, Rugged Radios, GG Lighting. Oh, this put me on the spot. See? Is that it?
I like it, though. You have your co-driver with a list.
Oh, yeah, he's on it, yeah. Yeah, and ADS Racing Trucks. I think that's it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your finish. Sometimes a finish in itself is a win in itself, correct?
Absolutely, especially with this competition out here. People bumping each other, and you know how you are out there. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Go ahead and roll off stage, and we'll see you next time.
Go, yeah, I'm just joking. But when he gets the chance, it's going to be hammered down.
Absolutely, absolutely. But that's why these guys are here. They love the racing. They want to be out here in the desert. They want to be playing hard with their great friends out there next to them. So it looks like Pam's got another car up on stage. Come on, Pam, what do we got?
Thanks, guys. I am here with Don Merritt in this red and black Ford, right?
It's technically a Mazda pickup, but yes, Ford Ranger.
Nice. I like it. I like it. Looks like it's nice and smooth in there. Did you have a great time out there today?
Yeah, it went good. We had an unfortunate of getting stuck pretty early on, and so we had to wait and get unstuck. And once we got unstuck, we just kept her on the wood and tried to keep up and had some fun.
Are you ready for the next one?
Of course.
Could you have done more today, or was that enough?
We can go more.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. And who do you have to thank for getting you up here?
I got to thank Grabowski Brothers Racing, Gravel Kings, Maximum Transmissions, PCI Radios, SD Lighting, and Fiberworks for my glass.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your finish, and go ahead and go have a good time tonight.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pam. Great to see more and more races coming up on stage. It looks like we've got another Class 11, Ricky.
Yep. We had back again, you know, guys like Blake Wilkie, Larry Rossler, but then, you know, the man Alex Gomez worked his way around everybody and got his way to the finish. But Pam, who do you got for us on stage?
Now, wait a minute. I recognize you guys, not from this car. How are you doing, Caden?
I'm doing good.
How is it out there in a stock bug compared to the UTVs?
It's a whole lot different driving style. This is my first time racing this bug. This is my first time having a bug, but it's a lot of fun.
So I have a question for you. Have you driven a bug before? Because I know there's somebody out there on the race course that hasn't even driven one until yesterday.
Yeah, I did. I raced Ridge of the River in my uncle's car, and then other than that, this is my second time driving one.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. You're racing more out here this week, right?
Yeah, I'm doing the UTV Desert Race tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, good luck tomorrow. It's good to see you guys. Congratulations on your finish in this Class 11. Let's give it up for Caden Wells.
We even have young superstars jumping over to the Class 11. And as I was saying earlier, Larry Rosser talked to me about it and said that Baja beef jerky is going to make all the different colors of all the different flavors. So they brought me in.
I'm looking forward to that.
I'm going to get one day.
Yeah, mate. And this is wonderful, isn't it? That we're starting to get superstars wanting to race in Class 11. It's only a few short years ago that people were sort of like, Class 11, really? But hey, Pam's up on stage and she's got another car with her. Pam, what do you got?
All right, I am here with Zach Connor, and I literally had to just ask him how old he is because he looks very young. Tell the crowd how old you are that might not know.
I am 14.
Have you raced before?
This is my first ever race.
Oh, wow. Congratulations for finishing this for your first race ever. Did you have a blast out there?
Yeah.
Are you ready to do it again?
Next year.
Are you going to race any other Terra Crew races at all?
Hopefully, but maybe not here.
Is this Dad next to you?
Yes.
Dad, what did you think about being out there in the race truck with your son?
It was a life-changing experience. We loved it. Had a great time. I can't wait till next year.
Awesome. Well, this is awesome. Who do you have to thank for getting you guys up here today? Dad, you want us to go, or are you going to go?
Say Mom.
Mom. SoCal Suspension. All of my friends.
So great support out there. It's awesome to see a young gentleman up here on the stage. Congratulations, and we'll see you next time, hopefully. All right. How awesome is that? A 14-year-old up here racing King of the Hammers and the Terra Crew.
Once again, Jim, it's awesome when families run together. Dad's over there, just big smile on his face, and the look on his little Ricky Bobby there. Didn't know what to do exactly. I love the one-word answers. How was it? Good. Did you have fun? Yep. Who do you want to thank? My mom. All righty, Pam, we got another Class 11. Pam, take it away.
All right, we have a very large celebrity out here with the crowd out here yelling for Donnie Donovan. How was your race out there? Did you get stuck or anything, or was it good?
It was good. I did get stuck right in the beginning of the race. I was running second, and we came up on some stuck 1400 trucks and just, costed me about 10 spots. And then, after that, once I got running, we were running second most of the race. And then the very last hill coming into the infield, I freaking got stuck, made a rookie mistake. It's like I've been racing 2 years now, and I'm still making rookie mistakes. So
that's racing, though, right?
Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. But
the most important question, though, did you have fun?
Losing is not fun. I have fun driving this car, yes. I love driving this car in the desert. But losing is not fun.
All right, well, it's a bummer that you got stuck over there. That must have been Baldwin Hill that you were talking about. But congratulations on finishing. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
Honestly, all my friends and family who come out and support me. Tons of people put a lot of time and work and energy into, this car and just my race program. My co-driver Leland, first and foremost, he put up with me, last few days pre-running and everything. All my family, everybody who helped me build this car. First and foremost is Rulo. It's, this is a Rulo Oroff Class 11 car, and it's super solid, and just everybody. There's tons of people. Slow Ride Racing. That's our crew. That's who's out here supporting me. So.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again on your finish out here. Maybe next year will be your year.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Give it up for Donnie Donovan.
You know what, Jim? I think he's a little angry because the helmet was pulling on those dreadlocks the whole time. I fortunately and unfortunately don't have that problem. So
No, that's very true. I don't have that problem either. But here we go. It looks like Pam's got another Class 11 joining her on stage right now. Pam, who you got?
We have Mr. Fast Felix up here. Got in there. He's supposed to be in the booth with us today. Ended up in a race car. How was your race, quick? And then give us who you would like to thank.
We
got off the line kind of bad, stuck. We got stuck a couple times, but kept pushing forward, and here we are. I want to give Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, all the glory. I want to thank La Bufadora Food Truck and Baja Grill for always sponsoring. Team Rugged, thank you, Rugged Radios. Vision Canopies, thank you. What are Local Engines, B&M Transaxles. Let me look at my card real quick. Baja Jerky, of course, because they're awesome. They're part of my program. They were last year, and for what they do for the class, right? And then McMurrin Motorsports, John's always with me, RVMD, Bomber Eyewear, Baja Designs, they're awesome. Yokohama Tires, Mobile Wagon Wheels. I want to thank all my friends, Jorge Ventura. Again, John, he's always yelling at me. I know I'm missing people, but Jorge, love you. Donnie, Kellenbach. Thank Dave Cole. I want to thank Dave because Dave listened to a goofball like me, and here it is, 30 years. So Bailey Cole, love you too.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the finish out there. It sounds like it was a little bit of a rough course, but congratulations on the finish.
Bring it.
We'll see you next time.
Fast Felix forgot 2 people. One.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you
Jim
got you and
Marsden.
me.
What's going on? Come on, Felix. Get. But no, it's great to see everybody so enthusiastic. That this was a definitely tough track.
There are so many characters in this class. There are so many cool people that you see up here racing. It's great to see. I love these Class 11s. They're absolutely fantastic. And we've got another one joining us on stage now. Pam, who have you got?
I have Roberto Robles up here. I always have such a hard time saying your name. Robles. How was your race out there?
It was very fun. We have a lot of problems inside, but we're happy. We're happy to be here. I want to give thanks to my sponsors, my family, all my friends from here, Mauro and family, my dad, my wife, and my co-pilot. We're happy. We are happy to be here, and thank you to everybody for being blessed. Thank you.
Did you have fun?
Oh no. Yes, a lot.
So we'll see you back here next year then, right?
Yes, maybe Monday.
Maybe Monday. Oh, that would be awesome. I hear of a couple of those that are doing that.
Yeah. We're gonna try to stay here and make another race on Monday.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Hopefully we see you again up here on Monday then.
Thank you very much. Bless.
Let's give it up for Roberto Robles.
All righty, Pam. He just thanked everybody for being blessed. You hit him with another one. All right, we've got 3 more vehicles coming up. You can look at that short course. If you are still tuned in with us and watching, we want to thank you guys for hanging out and watching all day. We have a huge schedule tomorrow, a lot more races, longer races. We're bringing back the T1s, the T2s, the B1s, the B2s, the B3s. We got everything going on tomorrow. But right now, Pam has got another driver on the podium. Take it away, Pam.
All right, I'm here with Dustin Grabowski. He's got a little bit of dust on him, but he's got a smile on your face. Did you have fun?
Yeah, it was a fun race. It was a hard course in this. I got a little bit rougher, I think, since I qualified in the T2 truck. But, it was a good race. We got stuck twice. Had to get pulled out and then had a flat. But besides that, it was a good day. Got to thank all my sponsors, Intense Tees, Baja Junkies, Motool, Mobile Wagon, King Shocks, and everyone else who helps us. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on finishing that today. I heard it was rough out there, but Dustin Grabowski, great job.
Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, let's give it up for Dustin Grabowski.
Well, the Grabowskis are notorious for bugs. They were so dominant in the Class 5s. I mean, they've done such a great job. And it's the father, it's the 2 boys, it's everybody. So they know their way around. And for him to jump out of a T2 and jump into that's a huge shocker.
Yeah, that couldn't be more chalk and cheese. Right, okay, Pam's back on stage with someone else.
All right, I'm here with Daniel Boswell. You have to look upside down to see his name on the car. What's the reason for that?
It was put on upside down by my wife and my co-driver,
because they think I'm going to flip the car. Yeah, so we could read it when it's upside down. I have not flipped the car yet. Appreciate that.
Did you have fun out there today?
We had a blast. So much fun. Can't thank my co-driver Tommy enough. Super great. It was his first time in an 11 car in a race, so we had a good time. Friends, family, wife, kids, the Fishers, Doug's Bugs and Bunnies, Mauro Diaz, all the great guys out here supporting, and yeah, thank you for having us.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on finishing that tough course for you guys. We'll see you back next year.
Awesome. Yeah, probably.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Daniel Boswell.
And he said it was upside down. Was he joking? It didn't look like
No. He was saying that he hasn't actually rolled it yet.
Ah.
They just put it on upside down just in case he does roll. It looks like Pam's got another car with her.
All right, I'm here with Greg Shapiro. How are you? We got to give each other. We haven't seen each other in a while. Did you have fun out there?
Oh yeah, we did. So it was great to have 30+ cars on a land rush start like that. Jimenez Racing Engines gave us the power to be right there, top 3 is what we wanted to do, and then unfortunately we bagged a flat mile 2. So put us back in some unfortunate mechanical luck or whatever, but I still think we got a top 10. We had a heck of a day.
I was going to say, you have a great smile on your face. Looks like you had fun, ready to go do some more laps in it.
We'll take our little lightweight Crandon car here that we took to the roughest race in America here at King of the Hammers, and we'll give it heck again.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Who all do you want to thank for getting you up here today?
Oh my gosh, I got to thank. First of all, I have to thank my wife. She's homesick with some family members and everything. I got to thank my son here, Brandon, who navigated us all the way or whatever. BF Goodrich Tires and Dave Foltz Trans for putting all that power to the ground.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on finishing today. It's great to see you. Will we see you? Yes, you can thank whoever you want to.
And my title sponsor, total brain fart or whatever, and that's Impact Safety for keeping us safe. And so many other racers out here, please look at their products because we all want to go on home and on next week.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again. We'll see you next time.
Okay.
With that, we have to remember Robbie Pierce. You know, we lost an icon to our sport. Was the owner of Impact Safety. Had sold the brand, also at Mastercraft, and owned Gemco, but unfortunately we lost him to a diving accident down in the Caribbean. So we will miss you, Robbie. Was a great man to have around. And now we have Pam. You got another 1100 car up there. Take it away.
All right, we have a husband-wife team up here. Cameron Reese, what's your first name? Christian. Christian. Yes. Awesome. You guys have smiles on your face, so it's still good after that rough track, right?
No fights at all.
That's what's important out there. You have a great smile, and oh, how much fun did you have?
Oh, she was a great co-driver, and the first thing I want to do is all these people down here with Rusty Nail Racing. I mean, who comes in 13th place and then here's a cheer like that? Thank you, guys.
Awesome job on the finish. Who else would you like to thank for getting you up here today to the finish?
Definitely our families, her mom, her dad, my mom, my dad, my brother, who's taught me a lot about off-road racing. He's won stock class 4619 is our number for 2 years, and finally I was like, hey, I'm going to buy my own car, and he was supposed to be up here with me, but he has a bum shoulder right now, and so she got the opportunity to ride today.
That's awesome. Have you ridden with him before in a race?
I have never co-driven before.
Oh, so you've driven but never co-driven. That's
I'm around the subdivision, yes. I have driven.
Well, awesome. Congratulations to both of you on the finish and still having a smile at the end because, yeah, it's always fun with your spouse in the race car.
That's right. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Awesome. Congratulations.
So I think I could try to talk my wife into it. I think she might do it once. Maybe just once. What do you think, Jim?
Well, I'd say it's one of those. It's some people, you have that dynamic, you can make it work, and other couples, I know it's just never going to work. I think I fall into that latter category.
Well.
So we're just waiting now for Pam, but what a day, mate. What an incredible session of qualifying we've seen. And then, of course, we've seen this bar half beef jerky class 11 showdown, and then also the Terror Crew tear up. It's been absolutely epic.
Well, and as you said, so much to do. And then now the guys have to work all night to make sure they check every nut and bolt and go over it. Because that what was great about this 1100, I saw them bump started backwards to get it running to get up there. So, Pam, take it away.
All right. I'm here with Mr. Dennis Sletton. You had a little, you gave us a little burnout mark on our stage there.
You know, I've waited a long time to burn out on that ramp.
You're laughing. Did you have a good time today?
I had a really good time. You know, I got to thank Lucas, my co-driver. You know, we had a couple little hiccups here and there, and obviously the starter don't work no more, so we got to give it a little go-jo. But, you know, I got to thank Boxo Tools, Bill's Jerky. You guys want some best jerky? You got to get some Bill's Jerky. You know, I just thank my family, crew, Sletton Engineering Motor, Lem Brothers Motorsports for the car, and you guys for putting it on so we can come out here and tear her crap up.
Awesome. Well, we'll see you out here again next year, I hope, then.
Yep. All right. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Congratulations on your finish. I guess you have some work to do to make it start when you get back to your camp.
The good news is that they can run it down the ramp and bump start it at the bottom. So make sure they get in, get that door closed. And we got 2 more finishers. And then we're going to be giving you the recap of today and then also go into tomorrow's schedule. As I was saying before that interview, here we go. Pump started, and it's off and running. As we said, lots going on tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a huge day.
Yeah, we've got the main desert race tomorrow. Join us live here at 7:45 with the race starting at 8 a.m. It's going to be absolutely awesome. Now Pam's got another car on stage. Pam, what do you got for us?
Thanks, guys. I am here with Cole Wimmer, another young guy out here on the race course. What'd you think of that today?
Oh, it was rough. The start was something. We all got stuck on that sand hill, and ever since then, and we just bottleneck after bottleneck. But it was fun. It was, other than the rocks, this thing doesn't like rocks very much, but other than that, we had a fast course. So.
Do you think you could have gone a little more?
More miles? Yes. No. No. We barely made it up that sand hill on the second time. So, yeah.
But you're here at the finish. That's what matters. But did you have fun?
Had a great time.
And that's what matters most. And who do you want to thank for getting you up here today?
Everyone that's here, parents, the whole Gen Ride Off-Road team, MP, Fox, Mobile Wagon Wheels, Rugged, PRP. You know, the list goes on and on.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your finish out there. I heard a lot of the stuck stories, but yeah, good luck on the next one out here.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Cole Wimmer.
Cole Rivers can pass as Blake Wilkie's little brother. He's even kind of got the tone of the voice, too.
He's nearly there, that's for sure. It looks like we've got another 1450 car joining us on stage in a minute there, Ricky.
All right, this is the last vehicle that we're going to interview for the night because the rest of it, they're going home. So, Pam, make this one a good one.
All right, I'm up here with Thomas Mortensen, our last interview of the night. I like your race truck, but how was it out there?
It was pretty crazy. It got tight up in the first area coming through the canyon. Right after we got out of the canyon, we lost the battery strap, and then the battery came up and then just grounded and welded itself out. And so we got stuck there. Team West caught fire. They'd shot back, brought us their battery, so we were able to ratchet strap their battery down and finish the lap.
You know, that's what I always say, or all of us that do this sport, what we say about, you know, it's all one big race family. And for somebody to do that out there on race course, to get you to the finish is awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It's awesome. It was a great feeling to be able to finish it. And I'm happy.
Well, was it fun?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Most definitely.
Who do you want to thank for getting you up here today?
All my family, friends, Creekside Lodge and CPI. Yeah, they all helped me out getting out here. It was a tight squeeze.
Well, congratulations again. It's time for you to go party and celebrate your finish out here at the Terra Crew here at King of the Hammers.
Yep, thank you.
All right, let's get it up for Thomas Mortensen.
All right, thank you, Pam. What a great day. The moon is up, the sun is down. It is time for us to call to close. My thoughts for the day is we're racing in Johnson Valley, and I love seeing all the people back. Screw COVID. We're racing. We're out camping, and this is just weekend 2 after the King of the Motos. Jim?
This is the amazing thing. We've only been doing qualifying today. Qualifying. Okay, force followed by the Terra Crew teardown and all that amazing Class 11 showdown as well. But we've only just started to scratch the surface of what we're going to see here. So let's just check this out. Join us at 7:45 tomorrow for a race start at 8 a.m. where we're going to see the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge. Then we're also going to 12:30. We're going to be seeing the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge actual race itself presented by Monster Energy.
And then later on at 6 p.m., we got the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge Awards. So can Kyle Jurgensen do it again? So tomorrow we have racing all day long, and so we have all the different classes. So there's not just one class that we're going to be watching. We're going to watch the side-by-sides as well as what they call the T3s. All righty, Jim. Thank you guys. I want to thank everybody for watching. My final words, this is Ricky Johnson. I'm going to call it a night, but Jim Marston, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ricky. What an amazing day we've had here. It's always great to be back here in Hammertown. But don't forget, this is the first day of a week of racing, building up to the big dance, which is next Saturday, which is the Nitto Race of Kings, where we see the 4400s come out and do battle. But join us tomorrow at 7:45, where we'll be here live for the for the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge. We can't wait to see you. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Good night.
intimidate it. The rugged and capable open country RT Trail.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's your boy James over here at Full Wheel Parts, live out here at KOH. We're doing a bunch of cool sales out here. We have winches, straps, anything you need for camping, and while you're out here, and a bunch of chairs, which is really awesome. Behind, like I said, we have a bunch of new tires out, wheels, everything we have here in stock, ready to go. So if you guys need anything, and if we don't have it, we can always get it here next business day. Give me a call, guys. Come on down. Let's do it.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise! Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Years of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.